Chapter 281 Invasion. The Crusader Project is a confidential research project. Even some court ministers did not know that the Crusader Society had placed its research institute and factory in the Caltrop armor factory. The eldest prince did not know that the operation tonight was temporarily branched by meteorite. So in the eyes of Lieutenant Colonel Isaac, this was just an ordinary arsenal. After the highly mechanized St. Louis City garrison arrived at the Caltrop armor factory, they quickly surrounded the armor factory. War machines blocked all entrances and exits. Infantry drew a blockade on the outside of the wall. And the military wizard deployed anti-infiltration detection spells. The airship in the air shone a high-power searchlight into the interior of the factory. And the communication soldiers in the airship used lights to transmit the situation inside the factory to the outside. The Caltrop armor factory sounded the alarm. And guards wearing sophisticated armor climbed up the wall. A large number of war machines lined up behind the factory gate, confronting the war machines of the city garrison. The leader, a war machine with a special paint job, walked to the middle of the gate. A young man with a proud face sat in the cockpit. The young man stopped the war machine, stood up from the seat and shouted, "This is the Caltrop armor factory. An arsenal under the Imperial Military Committee's weapons and equipment office. And a military stronghold. What do you city garrison want to do by surrounding this place?" After the young man asked loudly, a messenger came out of the city garrison. He held a loudspeaker and shouted, "Lord Meteor, the director of the 6th Special Agent Department of the Imperial Secret Service, is here. Lieutenant Colonel Isaac, the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Division of the Imperial St. Louis City Garrison Army, is here." The man opposite immediately got off the war machine and accepted the questioning of Lord Meteor and Lieutenant Colonel Isaac. Meteor and Lieutenant Colonel Isaac walked to the front between the war machines. The flares rising from the sky illuminated the area as bright as day. Just now, the young man relied on the height of the special war machine and looked arrogant. But his expression changed immediately after hearing Meteor's name. Meteor came as the director of the 6th Special Agent Department of the Secret Service, indicating that this operation was a joint operation of the Imperial Secret Service and the City Garrison Army. But the 4th Division of the St. Louis City Garrison Army is the direct line of the eldest prince. The two families should be incompatible. Why did they unite tonight to surround the Cross armor factory? Is there something wrong in the palace? Looking from here to the direction of St. Louis City, you can see the light of magic fireworks flashing above the city from time to time. The young man felt that something big was happening in the imperial capital. He didn't dare to show off at this time, and immediately jumped out of the cockpit of the war machine. He walked to the front and saluted Luke and Lieutenant Colonel Isaac respectively, and introduced himself, Governor of Meteor. "Lieutenant Colonel Isaac, I am Rossetti Owen, the garrison officer of the Iron Caltrop armor factory. And my father is an assistant officer of the Imperial Cabinet Secretariat. This is the property of the Cross Society. I don't know what happened, but the Secret Service and the city garrison surrounded this place." Owen was respectful on the surface, but he moved out of the cabinet and the Cross Society, hoping that Meteorite and Lieutenant Colonel Isaac would give up. Meteorite looked at Owen, who was wearing a wear-resistant war machine driving jacket, and some special decorations showed his noble origin and personality. Tonight, the Imperial Secret Service and the St. Louis City Garrison will jointly take action to eliminate the Abyss Mages who lurked in the Imperial capital from the Abyss Temple. Now most of the enemy personnel have been eliminated or captured, and only a few Abyss Mages have escaped. My people found that an Abyss Mages entered your factory. If you don't want to cause trouble or be suspected, let your people get out of the way and accept the search by the Secret Service and the City Guard. Luke's words made Owen's expression more solemn. The Empire is now fighting with the Tadega Hills, and the Abyss Temple is an absolute enemy. Being suspected of treason at this time is a matter of life and death, and the best way is to prove your innocence immediately. But the Caltrop armor factory is not an ordinary arsenal. There are Crusader warrior projects invested heavily by the Cross Society, as well as the Eternal Life secret art experiment. The Secret Service and the City Guard must not be allowed to search casually. Owen refused after just a little thought. "I'm sorry, Governor Meteorite. The Caltrop armor factory is under the Imperial Military Committee and is also an industry of the Cross Society. It involves a lot of Imperial military secrets. The Secret Service and the City Garrison are not qualified to enter for investigation. If you want to enter, please show me the search warrant signed by the Imperial Military Committee and the Cabinet." Luke glanced at Lieutenant Colonel Isaac beside him, and then sneered, An ordinary armor factory dares to threaten me with the Imperial Military Committee and the Cabinet, no matter how high their status is. Is it higher than the status of the eldest prince? Is it higher than the status of the eldest princess? The Abyss Temple has created a horrific massacre in the Imperial capital and intends to murder royal family members and Imperial officials. They also want to destroy the Empire's food and weapons supply and weaken the combat effectiveness of the Southern Anti-Rebellion Army. You stopped us from entering to search. Have you already joined the Abyss Temple? Lieutenant Colonel Isaac waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him unfolded a military order. Look carefully. This is a military transfer order signed by the eldest prince himself. Order His Royal Highness Sinclair to lead the 4th Division of the St. Louis City Garrison Army to work with the 6th Department of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau to eliminate the Abyss Mages in the Imperial capital. Now we have discovered that there are Abyss Mages infiltrating your factory. If you continue to obstruct us, it is equivalent to treason. At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Isaac discovered that the defense force of the Caltrop Armor Factory far exceeded the level of an ordinary arsenal. The garrison soldiers and war machines are all heavily armored, more advanced than those of the city garrison. This made Lieutenant Colonel Isaac feel that there was something wrong with this armor factory. For Owen, the accusation of treason made him a little confused. Now the people on the other side represent the eldest prince and the eldest princess, both of whom are members of the royal family with real power and influence. But behind him are the cabinet and the cross. If he gives in, he will be held accountable later, and his family's future will be ruined. Seeing Owen hesitate, Luke realized that the opportunity had come. He waved his hand, charge. Control the Caltrop Armor Factory, and search for the Abyss Mage. In case of resistance, kill. Shelley, who was following Luke, pulled out his gun and fired a shot into the sky, shouting, "Seize the high position and seal off the factory area. If there is resistance, kill." Charge. The garrison war machines, which had been prepared for the attack, started first, and they trotted forward with their steel legs under the control of the drivers. After rushing into the factory gate, they used their bodies to knock away the blocking war machines of the garrison, and the subsequent infantry rushed in with their weapons raised high. Owen stood there blankly, and was swayed from time to time by the soldiers rushing over. Luke came to his side and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. Go back and discuss it with your father. If you feel unhappy with your work in the Cabinet Secretariat, you can go to Raging Wave City to change your working environment. You can also go to the War Machine Squadron of the Secret Intelligence Bureau Rangers in Raging Wave City as the squadron leader, which is better than guarding the gate here. Have you heard of the Mechanical Tribe in Diagonal Street, Cape District, Raging Wave City? I'll ask them to modify a stronger war machine for you. Think about it carefully." After saying that, Luke ignored Owen, who was standing there, and entered the armor factory surrounded by spies. In the factory, some sporadic battles broke out at first, and soon more and more places were fighting. Owen was young and inexperienced, and he lost his judgment after being frightened by Luke and Lieutenant Colonel Isaac. But this factory not only has factory guards, but also crusaders who have been produced. These crusaders are loyal to the crusaders, and protecting the crusaders' important assets is their primary task. The first generation of crusaders, developed based on the prototype of the Pretty Girl Killer, were equipped with sophisticated full-coverage armor. They have super strong defense and battlefield situation perception, and their physical fitness and combat awareness are far beyond ordinary soldiers. Therefore, when the city guards faced the crusaders, they were like hitting a stone and bleeding. Fortunately, the guards of the factory were hiding and did not participate in the battle, allowing the guards who broke through the gate to continuously replenish. Multiple arms cooperated to stabilize the position, and then divided and surrounded the crusaders, gradually forming an absolute advantage in force to fight more with fewer. Shelley led the officers to occupy a commanding height and command the battle in the entire factory area. Although the crusaders are very strong, their numbers are still too small. Most of the soldiers of the city garrison are veterans who have retired from the north. After being cautious, they firmly took the initiative in the battle. The crusaders gradually suffered casualties, but soon a group of crusaders who came out of nowhere joined the battle. The battle in the armor factory became stalemate. The main reason for the anxiety was that Shelley wanted to lead more crusaders out of the underground laboratory, not to force them into the laboratory to defend. At this time, Luke, Sandpaper, Red Falcon and Boiling came to the well house that led to the underground. The well house was very spacious, and a set of water pumps inside were working rumblingly. The last one to come in. The Red Falcon closed the door, and a mouse jumped onto the water pump. Governor, Dark Knight greets you. Dark Knight was wearing a set of exquisite knight leather armor, with a set of rapiers inserted in leather scabbards. She stood on her hind legs and gave Luke a standard knight salute. I am here to meet you in the underground laboratory under the order of Miss Ching Kong. Please allow me to introduce Sheriff. He is Miss Ching Kong's pet. A black cat jumped onto the water pump from the darkness and squatted beside Dark Knight, with eyes full of contempt for Dark Knight. The sheriff said to Luke, "This guy and I successfully sneaked into this underground laboratory and saw the person you are looking for. This elevator has been destroyed by us, and the people below cannot get up from here. Sir, are you and your people going down now? Go down now. You lead the way." And he saluted Luke again. Governor, I am happy to serve you. After that, and he jumped onto the sheriff's back. The sheriff just shook his tail unhappily, but did not throw any off. Stealing things these days has made them get along well. The sheriff jumped to the ground, and Inye's front paws tightly grasped the hair on the sheriff's neck. For thin swords flew up and drilled into the gaps in the floor tiles. It didn't take too long before the sound of gears and chains turning was heard. The ground sank after shaking and moved downward. Dark Knight was still riding on the back of the sheriff, like a majestic knight. She said to Luke, "My lord, the sheriff and I are not good at frontal combat. The Crusaders in the Underground Research Institute are very strong, and some of the guys who are already strong have been transformed into Crusaders. The frontal combat can only be left to you, and the sheriff and I will lead the way." Luke waved his hand, and the Tan Qilong spear appeared in his hand. Fire emerged from his palm and spread to the entire gun body. Then the Tao Tai bathed in fire rushed out from the back of his hand, and then turned into the size of a colt and fell to the ground. Luke turned over and rode on the back of Tao Tai, and the thunder fire pupil in his right eye was activated. There was a faint fire outside his body, and there were small arcs of electricity around him. Just lead the way. Leave the battle to us. Sandpaper and Red Falcon also entered combat mode, their bodies floating in the air, their hair raised, and their perception fields unfolded. Boiling couldn't speak, but the steam spraying out of his body showed that he was looking forward to the next battle. He held a big knife in one hand, and the energy cannon was mounted on his shoulder. The assault team was ready, just waiting for the elevator to stop. Dark Knight rode the sheriff in front of Tao Tai. The elevator is about to stop, and there may be guards at the entrance. Sandpaper said, "There are 2 guards. The one close to the elevator is on the right, and the one on the left is about 4 meters away from the elevator." Luke ordered, "Dark Knight and the sheriff go out first to attract the other side's attention. I will deal with the guards on the right, and Sandpaper will deal with the left." The Red Falcon suppressed the opponent's perception, and the boiling alert was on the distant enemy. After going out, move forward at the fastest speed and don't give the opponent a chance to surround us. Do you understand? Understood. The elevator fell to a certain height, and a gap appeared from the bottom. We're there. The sheriff rushed out. Someone outside shouted, "The elevator is ready." Why is there a cat? At this time, the elevator was completely down, and there was a spacious and bright corridor in front. The 2 guards were Crusaders, and their attention was attracted by the cat running over, and they didn't notice that there were so many people in the elevator. At Luke's command, Tao Tai rushed forward, leaving deep claw marks on the floor, and couldn't help but let out a dragon roar. The roar and the approaching heat finally attracted the attention of the guarding Crusader. He turned his head, and was met with a flaming spear tip. Such a close distance, and such a fast speed made him unable to react at all. The greedy red dragon spear stabbed into the gap at the eye position of the helmet, and then the fire sprayed out from all the gaps in the armor. The momentum made the Crusader's body hang on the spear tip and rub against the ground, and sparks splashed backwards from the contact surface between the armor and the ground, while making an extremely harsh sound. Luke raised his hand to pick up the Crusader's body and threw it out with force. The body rolled on the ground, rubbing out another line of sparks, until the charging Tao Tai stepped on it, causing the armor to collapse and deform. The sheriff ran in front, and the Research Institute staff and guards on the corridor saw the intruder, and the alarm sounded. Luke rode Tao Tai and followed behind the sheriff, stabbing forward with a greedy red dragon spear, and knocked another guard to the ground. Chapter 282 Assault. When Luke rushed out of the elevator, Sandpaper had already locked onto her target. She threw a large wrench out of her hand and hit the helmet of another Crusader hard. The helmet was dented, and the Crusader was unsteady due to concussion. Sandpaper threw out another thin triangular cone, hitting the dented part. The triangular cone has a good armor-piercing effect, but it is easy to bounce on a smooth and large-angle plane. The concave surface gave the triangular cone a very good angle of incidence. The triangular cone broke a small hole in the helmet and drilled in. The Crusader lay on his back, struggling for a few times, and then stopped moving. Sandpaper and Red Falcon floated one after the other to catch up with Luke, who was leading the way. Boiling walked out of the elevator with heavy steps. When the Cross built this underground base, it fully considered the entry and exit of war machinery and other large machinery. So even a corridor was built very spaciously. Although Boiling was still not free here, there was no problem with his actions. Sandpaper provided Boiling with perception and guided the attack target. Boiling stopped suddenly and half-crouched while moving, and the energy cannon on his shoulder fired forward, and a shining energy beam rushed out. At this time, Luke had killed 3 guards and rushed forward at an unreduced speed, 20 meters in front of him. 3 researchers from the Institute took out their magic wands together. Magic beams gathered at the top of the magic wands, and the attack spell was about to be released. The boiling energy cannon shot out from Luke's side, and the 2 researchers disappeared in an instant. The only remaining researcher was frightened and randomly released the prepared magic. The electric chain flashed and jumped between the walls, and finally swung towards Luke. Luke stretched out the greedy red dragon spear to pick up the electric chain, and the spearhead touched the electric chain and wrapped it around. The fire in the thunder fire eyes converged, and the lightning energy seemed to burst out of the eye sockets. The fire attached to the greedy red dragon spear was all transformed into electricity. Electric sparks jumped, and the electric chain wrapped around the spearhead turned into a 3-meter-long spearhead. The Tautai rushed forward fiercely, and Luke stabbed the spearhead like thunder into the chest of the researcher. At this time, the sheriff leading the way turned around and ran down the stairs. The Tautai following was not as agile as a cat. It turned sideways and climbed up the wall at the entrance of the stairs with 4 claws to complete the turn, and then directly climbed the wall and ran down along the circular building. At the entrance of the stairs on the lower floor, a woman was rushing in with a team of guards. The woman's eyebrows were raised, and her hair looked like dreadlocks, but it was actually tentacles. There was a bright line extending from the ear root to the jaw, and the nose was sharp like a gun. Extraordinary species cyborg. Luke felt familiar with this woman when he first saw her, but he couldn't remember who she was. At this time, the sheriff carried Dark Knight and rushed past a group of people, and continued to run forward without looking back. Tautai did not slow down, hooked the wall with his dragon claws, and opened his mouth to spit out a breath of dragon's breath at the people under the stairs. The flames in this narrow and closed staircase not only did not overflow, but formed a powerful shock wave due to the pressure increase. The pointed-nosed woman blocked the dragon's breath in front of her with her arms, and a water shield was deployed to block the impact of the dragon's breath. The impact pushed the woman down, and the fire surged from the edge of the water shield and rolled towards the guards behind the woman. Screams filled the building. The Tautai spewed out dragon breath, and its speed did not slow down at all. It pounced on the woman, opened its mouth, and bit down on her head. Luke held the gun with both hands, pointed the gun downward, and stabbed at the woman. Being able to block the dragon breath means that the woman has extraordinary strength. When the Tautai bit down, her upper body turned into a stream of water, making the Tautai bite empty. Her lower body jumped up, pulling the water above her abdomen, and the water regrouped in the air to form an upper body. The woman dodged the attacks of Luke and the Tautai, moved them under her, then turned over and kicked out a leg, and her foot turned into a water ball like a cannonball and hit Luke. At this time, Luke remembered who the woman was. Water Demon Shark Transformer, Mansfield Martina. But shouldn't she be in the deep-sea exploration base on Seashell Island? How could she be here? The plot has changed too much. Water Demon Shark Martina has 4.5 stars of strength, natural affinity with water, and extremely rich combat experience. If she is entangled in the stairs, it will be difficult to get out when the guards from other directions of the Institute arrive. Luke did not entangle with Martina, fired a fireball to knock off the water bomb, and continued to rush down along the building. After the guards were swept by the dragon's breath, some died and some were injured. When Luke rushed over, there was no one left standing. Seeing that Luke ignored her, Martina landed and waited for her feet to recover before chasing him. And at this time, Sandpaper rushed down. She raised the wrench and smashed it on Martina's head. But it only splashed water. After the wrench swept past, Martina's head recovered. And she turned around and punched the Sandpaper. The fist turned into a rotating water gun. And the floating Sandpaper turned sideways and dodged. Sandpaper, who had fought around with Martina, did not continue to entangle with her. She flew backwards with caution and followed Luke's footsteps. At the same time, she told Han Shao the characteristics of the enemy and the solution through the perception field. Han Shao turned out, holding a rapier, and stabbed Martina in the back. Facing the Sandpaper, Martina sensed the danger behind her. So she used the same trick to transform her body into water. The sword of the red kestrel pierced Martina's back, splashing water. But the clear water turned blood red. The pain made Martina know that her skills were ineffective. She looked at her chest. The blade of the rapier stabbed out. And there were ripples on the contact surface between the blade and her body. She could feel that the sword was emitting a magnetic field, which interfered with the transformation of her body into water to a certain extent. She met someone who could restrain herself. The perception field released by the Sandpaper and the red kestrel is a magnetic field. The red kestrel released its own perception field through the rapier in its hand. The magnetic field of the rapier interfered with Martina's skills after piercing her body. Han Shao held the rapier tightly. He couldn't stop the output of the magnetic field at this time. Otherwise Martina would have no such good chance to escape. At this time, Sandpaper had already chased down, and Boiling was walking down from above. He swung his knife and chopped off Martina's head, then opened his sink box and stuffed her head into the sink box. He increased the firepower, and Boiling sprayed steam out of his body. Martina's body turned into water and fell on the steps. And there was no sign of gathering. Han Shao and Boiling did not stay and chase down. Luke led the team to rush down the stairs like a whirlwind, as if they were in an uninhabited place. And they really killed gods and Buddhas. The Underground Research Institute was full of shrill alarm bells. But no one could stop the intruders, and they rushed directly to the hall at the bottom. Luke rode into the hall on Tao Tai, and more than a dozen crusaders surrounded 7 people standing at the other end of the hall. 4 of the 7 people were researchers in white coats, and the other 3 were the 3 beautiful sisters who were to be rescued. Codename, Blue Dove. Egret, Grey Goose. Governor Meteorite. You have crossed the line. The deep voice echoed inside the hall, and one of the 4 researchers with a burly figure took a step forward. Luke recognized the identity of this person, and he sat on the back of Tao Tai and smiled like a victorious general and said, Dr. Elvis. Why don't I understand what you are saying? Dr. Elvis is the head of this Underground Research Institute. He looked at Luke with hatred and murderous intent in his eyes. Meteor, since you are from the Secret Service, you should know that this is the Crusader Engineering Research and Development Base. The Crusaders are professional soldiers developed by the Cross Society to fight against the barbarians of the Tadega Hills, and approved by His Majesty for production. You have caused immeasurable damage here. If you don't want to arouse His Majesty's wrath, please leave immediately. Since Luke is here, he won't be scared. He took out a folded handkerchief from his pocket, and after opening it layer by layer, several small objects were revealed. Luke scattered these small objects on the ground and said to Elvis, Tonight, I led the 6th Division of the Imperial Secret Service and the 4th Division of the city garrison to fight together to eliminate the Abyss Mages lurking in the Imperial capital. Someone saw the escaped Abyss Mages entering the Caltrip Armor Factory and the Crusader Factory Research Institute. I led the Imperial spies in to hunt down the Abyss Mages, but I was blocked by some of you. Dr. Elvis, how come these mysterious props made by the Abyss Mages are here? Elvis was stunned. Is there such a frame-up in front of you? Meteor, do you still have a conscience as a senior official of the Empire? Will His Majesty believe your clumsy frame-up? You leave here immediately. Otherwise, what if? Luke said with a smile. At this time, Boiling fired a cannon at the passage behind, and the guards who were chasing him dared not to stick their heads out. Luke looked back and continued to say to Elvis, I killed all the way here, and I know that your guards here are very weak. Even if we delay time, the city guards will come down first. Do they believe me? Or do they believe you? I won't talk nonsense with you. Look at the 2 people next to me. You should know what I am here for. I will kill you and take them away, or you will take the initiative and hand them over to me. Elvis had recognized Han Kushal a long time ago. She was trained to be a killer in his laboratory. Sandpaper's state is exactly the same as these girls. It must be the one he has been looking for. She is called Sandpaper now? Elvis looked at Sandpaper. His eyes changed. Governor Meteor. You may not know her value yet. In Gray Farley's experiment of eternal life, she is the most special one. Give her to me, and I can supplement the data of the experiment of eternal life. Do you know that if this experiment can be completed, it will be a great evolution for mankind? Humans who break through the shackles of life will create an unprecedented civilization. Elvis showed a crazy state, which made Sandpaper show an expression that she had not shown for a long time. Her eyes were scattered and she murmured, "It's Gray Farley. He is Gray Farley. Gray Fairy has been killed by Miss Clear Sky. If he is resurrected, please kill him again." Luke calmed Sandpaper down and said to Elvis, "Without the secret of eternal life, breaking through the shackles of life may not be a good thing for humans. Tell me. Your choice. I don't have such good patience." Faced with Luke's coercion, Elvis shouted, "Meteor. The secret of eternal life was requested by His Majesty. Are you really not afraid of death?" "Nonsense. His Majesty is wise and powerful. How could he believe in such a scam? He is fearless, and is even less likely to be afraid of death. I think you are the Abyss Mage, and you want to undermine His Majesty's tall image in my heart. Die!" When the time came, Luke stopped talking nonsense with Elvis and urged Tao-Tai to charge. At this time, a large piece of ice mist flowers appeared and bloomed in the hall. And then snowflakes danced in this closed underground. Qigong arrived. The entrance of the passage that was bombed by boiling was full of dust. Qigong walked out of the smoke, holding the Stardust Chinjon scimitar in both hands, and blood dripped down from the blade. The ice and snow swept, and a thin layer of ice had formed on the ground of the hall. Qigong stepped on the ice and slid on the ice. Her speed was very fast, and she caught up with the charging Tao-Tai in a flash. In another flash, she rushed in front of Elvis. The scimitar was raised, rubbing a bright spark in front of Elvis, and a blood mark appeared on Elvis's face. Elvis didn't expect Qigong to come too. She was so fast that his proud shield was so vulnerable under her knife. Elvis ordered everyone to attack to stop Qigong, while retreating to replenish his defensive magic. After taking a breath, he recited a secret spell, the colorful wings of the fighting girl. Blue pigeons, egrets, and gray geese entered the battle state. They floated in the air, their long hair flying, and there was no emotion in their eyes. The bird crowns fell from the air and wore on their heads, and long light feathers extended from the lower back. There was a pleasant sound of birds. Qigong was very surprised to see the three fighting girls. She looked at Elvis hiding behind people and said, "I didn't expect you to research this secret technique. It's quite good." At this time, Sandpaper and Falcon, who flew over to join the battle, also recited the secret words at the same time. The colorful wings of the fighting girl. The flying bird crowns were worn on their heads, and long light feathers extended from their waists. Among them, Sandpaper's crown and feathers were the most gorgeous. In the epic game, Sandpaper's code name in the Crusader project was Phoenix. The secret words, the colorful wings of the fighting girl, were the secret arts developed by the Crusader project for the 5 fighting girls, and were also the technical reference indicators for the subsequent Crusader upgrades. It was just that the secret art was developed a little ahead of its time, which naturally surprised Luke. But now is not the time to consider these things. Anyway, the plot has been changed beyond recognition by himself. Now the important thing is to snatch people. Go back and use the colorful wings of the fighting girl improved by the players to upgrade the 3 beautiful girls. The current appearance is a bit ugly, Luke complained in his heart, holding the gun and stabbing the egret rushing towards him. Chapter 283, Staying Power. Sandpaper vs. Blue Dove. Kestrel vs. Grey Goose. The battle between beautiful girls is extremely gorgeous and pleasing to the eye. It's just that Luke and the other 2 were aiming to subdue the 3 girls, while the 3 girls were aiming to kill them, so that they were very passive despite having the advantage in strength. This is also the reason why Luke and Qigong came. Most of the researchers who can become researchers in this institute have good strength. Not to mention that there are crusaders and guards like the water demon shark here. Qigong stared at Elvis, and the spirit ball appeared. A smoke ring spread, and the crusaders who rushed up all held their heads and wailed. And then their feet slipped on the ice and fell to the ground. The 3 researchers held magic wands and unfolded a magic shield in front of them. The defensive magic blocked some of the mental attacks, but the penetration still made their expressions distorted, as if they were in great pain. Qi slid forward and passed through the gaps in the crowd. She ignored the fallen crusader and the researcher who was resisting the mental attack, and approached Elvis at full speed. Moreover, the mental ball changed the attack method. It used the formed ice and snow environment to create a large number of sharp ice arrows. And then, like a Gatling gun, it frantically shot at the enemy personnel while moving. The crusader and the researcher were suppressed and could not protect themselves, and had no spare energy to support Elvis. Dr. Elvis had no courage to fight Qi when she approached. He put all his strength and energy into the defense, supporting the shield with all his strength. Qi flashed and appeared in the air. She slashed at Elvis with the momentum of falling. The blade drew an arc of ice in the air and slashed at the shield supported by Elvis. There was a sound of glass breaking, and a large number of small cracks appeared at the position where the shield was hit. Elvis immediately mobilized magic power to repair it, and Qi appeared on the right after flashing, and slashed at the eggshell-like shield again. Elvis repaired it again, and Qi changed position and slashed again. Clear Sky kept slashing, and Elvis kept repairing. Under the high-frequency attack, Elvis's repair speed could not keep up with Clear Sky's slashing speed. There were more and more cracks on the shield, and the shape began to shake. Elvis shouted for support, but as Luke gradually exerted his own strength, the three beautiful sisters were entangled and unable to move. The flames and thunder were constantly squeezing their space for action, facing the crazy output of the spiritual ball like a turret. The crusaders and researchers were already trying their best to resist. After Boiling came with a big knife, they could not protect themselves. So how could they support Elvis? As for the other people in the Institute, they were killed by Luke, the Commandos, and Clear Sky. Those who dared to come to support were killed, and the rest hid. During this period of time, no one came to rescue Elvis. In order to deal with possible dangers, Qi deliberately saved some strength to save power. She maintained her level at level 80, but she was able to rely on the improvement of strength and the deterrence of rumors to beat Elvis, whose comprehensive strength reached 5 stars, so that he could only dare to defend. The defense shield supported by Elvis became more and more unstable. He shouted to Qi in fear, "I have been received by His Majesty. His Majesty ordered me to preside over the experiment of eternal life secrets. If you kill me, you will be an enemy of His Majesty, an enemy of the Empire." Qi attack did not stop at all. The defense shield in front of her was full of cracks. After it was covered with ice and snow, only the vague figure of Elvis could be seen inside. "It's time to end." A snowflake covered Elvis's vision, and Qi changed to the ancient rock chopper and pushed the level to 100. The blade with white light chopped down, drawing a holy flame trajectory in the air. The powerful knife hit the shield and chopped it unhindered. The other parts of the shield had not yet broken, and the holy flames broke out in the closed shield. The ice and snow on the outer layer of the shield were fused by the high temperature, and the inside was filled with white flames and submerged Elvis. Then the shield broke like a bubble, and the holy flames vented outward, and Elvis, whose face was completely burned, fell to the ground. Qi stood beside Elvis's body. He had been burned beyond recognition, and his neck to chest were split open. Qi took out a bottle from her space backpack. In the bottle were the remains of the altar she brought from Morris. The dirty blood was mixed with some flesh and blood. Pour these things on Elvis's body and beside him, and his identity as the Abyss Mage was confirmed. Qi, who had obtained the evidence, rushed to the remaining people with a knife. Anyone who saw the process of her framing would be killed, except for the 3 beautiful sisters. Qi joining made the battle end quickly. All the damned witnesses were killed, and the 3 sisters were subdued. There was a connection port for the brain transformation device at the back of their heads. As long as a special device was plugged into the connection port, they could enter hibernation. After the battle, Boiling put the egret into his cockpit, holding the blue pigeon and the gray goose in each hand, and followed the Clear Sky to leave from another entrance. Luke returned with the sandpaper and the red kestrel, and then led the city guards into the underground base. An ordinary armor factory has a defense force beyond the norm, and there is such a huge research institute underground, with Abyss Mages and evil mysterious props made by Abyss Mages. Lieutenant Colonel Isaac felt that no one could stop him from becoming a general this time. He immediately ordered the soldiers to seal off the underground research institute and conduct a thorough search here, and at the same time report the findings here to the Silver Manor and request reinforcements. As the soldiers entered, Lieutenant Colonel Isaac accompanied Luke out of the underground laboratory. The battle on the ground had also ended, and Shelley handed the command back to the city garrison. Following Shelley to see Luke was Owen, the garrison officer of the armor factory. Owen had heard from some words that the Abyss Mage was found in the underground laboratory, and his expression was very uneasy. "Governor, I really didn't know that the Abyss Mage had infiltrated. I was just stationed here under the order of the Crusaders to prevent outsiders from stealing the secrets of the Crusader project." Luke could see that Owen was really scared, and he was very simple-minded. And he actually said something so unfavorable to him under such circumstances. If this matter gets out of hand and is investigated, no matter which side will kick him into the grave. However, Luke values Owen's talent in war machinery, and recruiting him to join the Secret Intelligence Bureau Rangers in Raging Waves City is not just a casual talk. Luke glanced at Lieutenant Colonel Isaac, who walked aside very tactfully. Then Luke said to Owen, "I pretended not to hear anything you just said. If you don't want to cause trouble, go home now and tell your father what happened here. Then take the transport airship to Raging Waves City early tomorrow morning without taking anything, and wait for Viscount Iskalin to find you at the Sassis Palace. I will arrange your life and work in Raging Waves City, and your family will be safely transferred there. Of course, if you think the cross can provide you with safety, you can ignore my good intentions." Owen, who was dizzy, had no backbone. When he heard that he could go home, he said to Luke, "Thank you, Governor. I will go back now and tell my father about what happened here." "Thank you again." Owen bowed to Luke and turned around and left quickly. Luke stayed here to command professional spies to search the factory and underground research institute. As expected, professionals are professionals. More and more things related to the Abyss Temple were found by spies, including a lot of confidential information. Soon, the Windmill Flour Mill also found key evidence, and a large amount of intelligence that had not been sent out, and the evil mysterious props used by the Abyss Mage were searched out. When it was dawn, the clearing and arrest operations in St. Louis City were gradually completed, except for a small number of hostile personnel who escaped. The main bases and main personnel of the Abyss Temple in the Imperial capital were all eliminated and removed. Especially the horrific scene in Austin's residence. Just looking at it made some officials, who came to check, faint, as some information leaked out. More and more people knew what happened in Austin's residence, and the atmosphere of fear spread inside St. Louis City. Since the Empire went to open war with the Celts, there has not been much war atmosphere in the Imperial capital. After all, the Tadega Hills are far away from the Imperial capital, and the Empire is still a powerful image in people's minds. But this incident let the citizens of the Imperial capital know that the war is not far away. It is right beside them. The Abyss Temple set up an altar in a place familiar to the citizens, and an uncountable number of people died in the altar. Some people say, under the altar, there is a river of blood, and the corpses are spliced into monsters to form an army. When necessary, the Abyss Temple will flood every street in the Imperial capital with blood, and release the monster army to kill all the living people. In addition to the fear, people were glad that Governor Meteor discovered the Abyss Mages hidden in the Imperial capital during his investigation of Princess Dale's disappearance. Fortunately, the eldest prince decisively ordered his grandson, His Royal Highness Sinclair, to lead the 4th Division of the City Garrison Army and cooperate with the 6th Special Agent of the Imperial Secret Service to launch a surprise attack on the hidden Abyss Mages. Both the City Garrison Army and the 6th Special Agent of the Secret Service made great sacrifices, but they also wiped out this major crisis during the incubation period. As time went on, more details were revealed by the official channels of the 6th Special Agent of the Secret Service. A large amount of evidence and magical images allowed the citizens to truly see the tragedy caused by the Abyss Mages. At the same time, it also pushed the reputation of the Grand Prince, Sinclair, and Meteor in the Imperial capital to a new height. They are the heroes who saved St. Louis City, and they seem to be the future of the Empire. This is definitely a major victory for the Grand Prince Fania. He did not go to the Southern Front, which caused a heavy blow to the power of the Celtic Grand Duke. Now let's see who dares to say that he is staying in the Imperial capital. Moreover, the panic caused by the Abyss Mage has increased the voices supporting him to become the Crown Prince, which should be a good thing. But Fania is happy. But there is one thing that prevents him from fully releasing his joyful mood. Just like eating a delicious fresh fish and suddenly being stuck by a thorn. In the study, Fania listened to the butler's report and specifically asked, "Have those people been dealt with?" The butler replied, "Please rest assured. They are all dead and have received pensions. The city garrison is preparing to award medals to all soldiers who died in the battle. And the Imperial Military Committee is going through the approval process. This time there are really no omissions." Fania looked at the information in his hand. The people who needed to be silenced participated in the Battle of Austin's residence. Some of them died on the spot, and some died of serious injuries. All of them died of normal deaths. And it was indeed done very cleanly. After burning all the information, Fania asked again, "Have you found out the Battle of the Caltrop Armor Factory?" It was not within the attack range of the action that night. The butler replied, "I have asked the city garrison officers and soldiers who participated in the attack that night in detail. The reason for attacking the Caltrop Armor Factory was that Governor Meteor said that the Abyss Mage was found there. Lieutenant Colonel Isaac did not know that it was the location of the Crusader works. So when he found that the factory's defense was abnormal, he accepted Meteor's command and launched an attack on the factory. After occupying the factory, relevant evidence was indeed found. Master, could it be that someone in the Crusaders was colluding with the Abyss Temple?" Fania pondered for a while and said, "The Abyss Temple and the Blade Brotherhood have joined forces. And there must be an insider of the Abyss Temple in the court. The possibility that the Crusader works was infiltrated by the Abyss Temple cannot be ruled out, but it cannot be ruled out that Meteor used me to attack the Crusaders. In fact, I don't care about these 2 points. What I'm worried about is the experiment of Eternal Life's secret art." The housekeeper also became worried. The experiment of Eternal Life's secret art was initiated by His Majesty. And Meteorite, who is in the Secret Affairs Bureau, must not be unaware of it. He used his master's hand to destroy this experiment, which will definitely make His Majesty hate you. This is where Meteorite is powerful. Fania couldn't help but sigh. He gave me a remarkable achievement, but he tripped me up at a critical point. The housekeeper said angrily, "Meteorite really failed the master's trust in him." Who thought? Fania smiled and said, "He didn't swear allegiance to me, so he can't be said to have failed me. In his heart, Agatha is still the best choice, and I am just a backup. As long as he still has Agatha in his heart, he will not help me wholeheartedly." Seeing that his master was pitted by the Meteorite, and he was still so doting on him, the housekeeper said jealously, "Master, are you going to let the Meteorite tease you?" Fania's face suddenly became serious. "Are you trying to sow discord between me and the Meteorite?" The housekeeper knelt down in fear. "I'm sorry, Master. I have no intention of provoking the relationship between you and the Meteorite. But I just feel a little unfair in my heart." Fania warned the housekeeper, "No matter what you think, you must put away your jealousy of the Meteorite. Chikong killed another Abyss Apostle, and killed him in the home field that the Abyss Apostle had set up for a long time. Meteorite controls the City of Raging Waves and is creating a miracle of wealth in the City of Raging Waves. His superb political skills make everyone think about how to win him over. I am the future emperor of the empire, and I need Meteorite to assist me in becoming the greatest emperor in the history of the empire. I must snatch him from Agatha." Chapter 284 Return to the Palace. The Abyss Mage who had lurked in the imperial capital was eliminated, which was a major victory for the war the empire was facing. As the investigation deepened, the crimes committed by the Abyss Mage and the assassination plan he was preparing were found, making the shock caused by this incident more and more intense. There was also information revealed by the joint action of the 6th Division of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau and the 4th Division of the City Garrison Army. The Crusader Engineering Research Institute was sealed off, and evidence of the Abyss Mage's infiltration was found inside. The things behind all these signs were enough for all the staff and think tanks in the imperial capital to think about for days and nights. Soon, after another visit from the princess, the second Prince Alex announced that he would go to the west to lead the anti-bandit campaign. Agatha told Alex that she could not completely control Meteorite. Meteorite was so close to Fania this time, which made Alex realize that he was at an absolute disadvantage in the struggle for the crown prince. Even if he stayed in the imperial capital now, once there was a big change in the palace, he had no power to fight against Fania, who had both military power and the City of Raging Waves. Only by going to the west now and training an army loyal to him could he continue to fight for the crown prince with the help of Agatha. The cabinet representing the Crusaders was surprisingly calm. They did not express their views on the destruction of the Crusader Research Institute, and allowed the city garrison to continue to occupy the Caltrop Armor Factory. The Grand Prince Fania did not put pressure on the cabinet on the issue of the Abyss Mage. Both sides knew tacitly that this was a stumbling block set by Meteorite for Fania in this great achievement, preventing him from getting full credit. The cabinet needed the continued trust of the future emperor of the new empire, and Fania also needed the stability of the imperial court to be handed over to him. Therefore, in addition to the Grand Duke of Celtic, the only one who was injured was Emperor Augustine. He wanted to get the method of immortality from Morris. Morris died. He wanted to get immortality through the secret art of eternal life. The Crusader Research Institute was closed down, and Dr. Elvis, who was in charge of the experiment, became an Abyss Mage and died. Even the experiments at the Extraordinary Biology Cultivation Center were destroyed by unknown personnel. Emperor Augustine became haggard. No one in the huge empire wanted to see his life extended. He used to think so, and was just self-deprecating. But reality told him, it was all true. He was the emperor of the empire, one of the most powerful people in the world. But he faced an extremely cruel and cold court. Augustine sat on a chair. No matter how strong the burning stove in front of him was, it couldn't warm his body. "Father." A soft call made Emperor Augustine's heart rise, with a trace of warmth. He looked at his daughter who walked into the room, and his eyes couldn't help but have a soft look. "Dyer." Augustine stood up, took Princess Dyer's hand, and asked her to sit beside him. He stared at his daughter who had been missing for many days, and said softly, "I thought I would never see you again. It's good that you're back. Forget those terrible things. I will never allow you to be bullied again. You must have suffered a lot these days." Dyer felt that her father seemed to be a different person today. No longer the father who made her dare not breathe. "I didn't suffer too much. After I was attacked and captured, Miss Chi Kong and Governor Meteorite quickly rescued me. Because I didn't know who attacked me, Miss Chi Kong asked me to dress up as a student of Ulu College and live in her museum." Dyer said what she had agreed with Chi Kong. If she said that she escaped, she would definitely be in the palace under strict protection. After listening to Dyer's story, Emperor Augustine nodded slightly. No wonder Meteorite was able to find the Abyss Temple so quickly. It turns out that he had saved you a long time ago. Fortunately, you were saved by him. If you fell into the hands of the Abyss Temple, I really don't know how they would treat you. Augustine thought of the information he had seen and couldn't imagine what Dyer would become if she was sent there. The emotions in his heart towards Meteorite were inevitably diluted a lot. Dyer didn't know what kind of turmoil Meteorite's various actions had caused in the palace. Seeing that her father was in a good mood, she said, "Father, during my time in the museum, I learned a lot of interesting things from Miss Chi Kong. Besides, it is much more interesting to attend classes and do experiments with classmates than to study in the palace. Can I continue to stay in Miss Chi Kong's museum? Miss Chi Kong is the most knowledgeable scholar I have ever met." Dale looked at Emperor Augustine expectantly. Emperor Augustine also looked at his youngest daughter, who looked so much like her deceased mother. "It seems that you like Miss Chi Kong very much. What kind of person is she? No. What kind of elf is she?" Talking about Chi Kong, Dyer's eyes could not help but show admiration. "Miss Chi Kong's secret arts class is so wonderful that it can only be described as fantasy. I don't know how she knows so many secret arts. And some of them are even purely performance-type secret arts. She can create the starry sky in class, and can easily present the sea and mountains in front of us. I have also seen her make mysterious props with dragon scales. Professor Ben said that Miss Chi Kong killed a dragon." Dyer talked excitedly, telling Augustine about the other side of Chi Kong. Augustine listened quietly, examining this mysterious and powerful elf from Dyer's perspective. Finally, Dyer actually begged Augustine in a coquettish tone, "Father, please let me go to Miss Chi Kong's museum to study. Miss Chi Kong will definitely protect me." Dyer shook Augustine's hand, and when she realized that her action was presumptuous, she immediately let go of her hand. Augustine's expression also flashed, and when he felt that Dale let go of his hand, his heart also felt empty. But he still thought seriously about Dale's proposal. If Dale really gets close to Chi Kong, it will be a good thing for the Empire. Chi Kong's military force is a strategic deterrent at the national level. As a princess, Dale has a good relationship with her, which is equivalent to binding a super force for the royal family. Well, since Chi Kong has been designated as the successor by Dean Wilred, she must have very rich knowledge. Being able to receive her personal teaching will greatly improve you. Getting the consent, Dale was so happy that she almost forgot the princess's manners and jumped up from the chair. "Really? Thank you, Father." Dyer's innocence infected Augustine, who was reluctant to marry her to Yunqing. But he quickly put aside the short-lived warmth and gave himself back to the identity of the emperor of the empire. Your safe return this time is largely due to Yunqing. I have always wanted you to marry him. You have to be mentally prepared. Dyer had long known that her father wanted to marry her to Yunqing. This time he formally mentioned it to her, which made Dyer look dazed. The things that happened during the time she lived with Yunqing appeared in front of her. Looking at the stunned Dyer, Augustine thought she was unwilling. So he half persuaded and half commanded her. You are a royal princess, and you must take on the responsibilities of a royal princess. Meteor is a very talented person. He has controlled the city of raging waves at such a young age. And he can also get along well with people in the palace. In the future, he will definitely be able to enter the cabinet and become the prime minister in front of the emperor. If this person is used well, the empire can continue to prosper. If he rebels, none of your brothers can match him. If you marry him, I will give him the supreme honor. And I can put a bridle on him and make him loyal to the empire wholeheartedly. Do you understand? Dyer didn't know how to answer. She didn't hate Meteor, but it was far from the level of admiration. She didn't want to become a tool of imperial politics like those married sisters. She wanted to escape, to pursue what she thought was beautiful freely. But her father was right. And her sister Agatha was right. The princess of the empire had to sacrifice for the empire. Looking at the helpless Dale, Emperor Augustine's heart softened. Think about it carefully. I also need to observe the meteorite again. Yes, father. If there is nothing else, I will withdraw. Go back and have a good rest. When Dale stood up and saluted to leave, Emperor Augustine couldn't help but add, come and chat with me when you have time in the future. Your brothers and sisters are too busy and rarely come to see me on their own initiative. Yes, father. I will come to see you often. After watching Dale leave the room, Emperor Augustine looked at the stove again. He tightened the blanket wrapped around him, and then closed his eyes and fell asleep. While the imperial court was in turmoil, Meteor stayed away from the disputes and stayed in the 6th Secret Service without coming out. And no one came to visit him. Luke transformed himself into a businessman from the city of raging waves and returned to the lower city. After picking up Alice, he asked Kwaitui to drive to the Extraordinary Species Research Institute of Melkin. Along the way, traces of the battle were everywhere. Some bodies were not collected, and their faces were completely disfigured by wild dogs. There seemed to be fewer people. Alice sat next to Luke very reservedly. Even if she didn't see Madame Jasmine, she didn't dare to make intimate gestures to Luke. She thought she had seen the madness of the lower city. But during the time when Mr. Luke was away, she knew what real madness was. All the people in the lower city were really like crazy, and killing filled the whole day and night. As an intelligence broker, the most news Alice received every day was that so-and-so died. So-and-so died. Those big guys who were well known in the lower city turned into corpses in a blink of an eye. The fight in the sewage reservoir made both sides bloodthirsty, and the entire lower city was affected. The person who caused all this was the young man with a kind temperament beside him. Alice reported to Luke about the recent situation in the lower city. Old Adrian relied on the money in his hand and the first generation of mysterious substance mixed potion to withstand the siege of the other 4 alchemy factories in the early stage of the fight. Then old Adrian relied on the increase of elite thugs and bribes with money to gradually switch from defense to offense. During this period, with Luke's financial supplements and the secret support of the Melkin Extraordinary Species Research Institute, old Adrian became stronger and stronger. Now there are only 3 of the original 4 alchemy factories left, and after being beaten up not long ago, they can only survive. It was Luke who stopped the last occupation war initiated by old Adrian in time and asked Melkin to mediate. This time he went to Melkin's Research Institute to prepare for the sewage reservoir negotiation meeting. We can't let old Adrian dominate. After listening, Luke did not forget to praise Alice. You did a good job this time. When the incident is over and the downtown area is stable again, you will be my spokesperson here and be responsible for mediating the conflicts between all parties. Alice knew that Luke's status could not stay in the downtown area and do everything himself. Being able to become his spokesperson is equivalent to holding a golden rice bowl and becoming a person who can call the shots in the downtown area. Thank you, Mr. Luke, for your trust in me. I will definitely help you mediate the parties in the downtown area and let them make money for you. Ha ha ha. Luke couldn't help laughing. If it wasn't for Alice's reminder, he would have forgotten about making money. Yes. Let them make money for me. The car drove to Melkin's Extraordinary Species Research Institute. This place has been reinforced a lot more than the last time, with high walls and a large courtyard, and a lot more guards. The chaos in the lower city during this period also made Melkin feel a strong sense of crisis. The one who greeted Luke and his party was the Black Panther Monas. He saluted Luke respectfully and said, "Mr. Luke, my master is conducting an experiment and cannot greet you in person. Please forgive me. Please wait in the reception room. The master's experiment will be over soon." Luke followed the Black Panther Monas into the research institute and asked, "Last time, Melkin said he lost something very important. Has he found it now?" The Black Panther led the way and answered, "No. This is the lower city, and it's hard to find something if you lose it. Fortunately, the investment brought by Mr. Luke has allowed the master to carry out many research projects and not be angry about that thing all the time." "Didn't Madame Jasmine come this time?" Luke answered, "A lot of things happened in St. Louis City during this period, and abyss mages and spies were being caught everywhere. The royal city is still safe, so I let Madame continue to live in the hotel. Anyway, things here won't take long, and my business here will be up and running soon." Black Panther Monas could feel the changes taking place in the lower city. After the negotiation, Mr. Luke became the underground emperor of the lower city. "My master attaches great importance to cooperation with you, Mr. Luke. Please." Luke was drinking tea in the reception room and waiting. Not long after, Melkin came in excitedly. He was still wearing a lab coat. He took off his lab coat while asking his assistant to spray disinfectant on his body. Then he picked up a small leather nest from another assistant's arms. There was a white little guy squirming in the nest. Melkin came over and showed Luke what he had in his arms. It was a little puppy with pure white fur and a pair of small furry wings on its back. "Mr. Luke, your arrival also brought me good luck. Today's experiment went surprisingly smoothly. I completed the genetic sequencing of the first extraordinary pet. Soon, healthy and tame flying dogs will be able to enter the market of Raging Wave City." Chapter 285 Peace Talks. The flying dog in the nest was cute, with its black eyes staring and making a whiz sound. Luke reached out and teased the flying dog, and said to Melkin, "Such a cute thing will definitely please Jasmine Xiang and will definitely sell well. Can I take it away?" "Of course." Melkin handed the nest to Alice, his face full of joy for the success of this experiment. He introduced to Luke, "The extraordinary breeding technology for installing wings on dogs has long been mature. You don't have to worry about its health and flight problems. The added genome is to make the flying dog more docile and not aggressive towards people. Of course, there is also the appearance. I guarantee that it will be a tame and beautiful guy when it grows up." Luke is still confident in Melkin's extraordinary breeding technology. For him, this level of transformation can be rubbed out with his feet. Then, Luke discussed some flying dog mass production and sales strategies with Melkin. Alice held the little guy and looked like she wanted to take it for herself. Soon the topic turned to this negotiation. Melkin said that his mediation had been accepted by all parties, and large-scale fighting in the lower city had stopped. Although small-scale conflicts occurred from time to time, they were not within the scope of the sewage reservoir, and were beyond the control of the 5 alchemy factories. "Mr. Luke, old Adrian can have such power because of the funds you gave him, and the first generation of mysterious substance mixture. Now many people want to know, are there second and third generation mysterious substance mixtures? If so, who can obtain the production qualification from you?" Melkin looked at Luke, expecting the answer in his heart. The power of the first generation of mysterious substance mixture has been demonstrated, and its name means that Luke should have more advanced medicine in his hands, facing a situation where he could win. Old Adrian resolutely chose to obey and cease fire. The biggest reason is, in the lower city, Luke, who held the imperial mark in one hand and the formula of the upgraded mysterious substance mixture in the other, could make anyone die and anyone live. Everyone is looking forward to being the next lucky person. Luke knows what Melkin is thinking. He said with a smile, "With my investment, the value of your extraordinary species research institute will not be lower than the mysterious substance mixture in my hand. And I don't plan to share the more advanced mysterious substance mixture with others for the time being. Their value and effect are not comparable to the first generation of mysterious substance mixture. When will the peace talks be arranged?" Melkin couldn't help laughing. "I'm too greedy. All the gang leaders in the downtown area are waiting for your arrival. You set the time and place, and they will come at your call." Luke nodded. The massacre killed all the troublemakers. and the remaining people saw their positions clearly. Notify old Adrian that the meeting will be held in his alchemy factory, and ask him to set up the venue as soon as possible. Notify all gang leaders in the downtown area to hold a meeting at 8 o'clock tonight, and no one will be accepted after the time is up. Yes, Mr. Luke. At this time, the news of Luke's return had already spread throughout the downtown area, and everyone was looking forward to Mr. Luke bringing a new order to the downtown area. With such constant fighting and killing, even the residents of the downtown area, who were accustomed to the death scene, were frightened and hoped to settle down as soon as possible. The location and time of the peace talks were spread from Mr. Mawkin's Extraordinary Species Research Institute, which actually brought a wave of cheers in the downtown area. After nightfall, the lower city of St. Louis was in a rare peaceful state. Some people lit fires to celebrate in the dark and messy streets. There were also a large number of people with strange bodies, who were obviously not good people. They walked in groups in the same direction. Although they all carried weapons, they were very polite. Even if they encountered hostile forces, they tacitly walked at a distance. Mr. Luke said, "Tonight's meeting will not be delayed. Only fools would fight at this time." In the Adrian Alchemy Factory, the generator was fully turned on regardless of energy consumption, illuminating the entire factory area as bright as day. On the elevated road, Adrian's thugs patrolled with weapons on their shoulders, all of them arrogant and like a winner. A large square was cleared in the middle of the factory. Old Adrian, who was not short of money, held a banquet here. All the minions who came with their respective bosses could eat and drink as much as they wanted. The bosses with status and position gathered in a spacious warehouse. In the middle of the warehouse was a large oval conference table with food and drinks on it. The bosses sat down in a crowd, eating meat, drinking and bragging loudly. It was lively and generous, as if it was a Western version of the Liangshan Heroes gathering. A voice of Mr. Luke is here. The originally noisy meeting place suddenly became silent, seeing Luke walking in from the main door. Everyone stood up at the same time after the sound of chairs moving. "Hello, Mr. Luke." Without prior training, the shouts were not uniform, but the awe hidden in the voices was even more evident. Everyone knew that so many people had died during this period, and none of them were killed by Mr. Luke, but all died because of his will. The grand occasion here today would never have happened in the previous lower city. But Mr. Luke did it. He only said one sentence. Then the benefactor, the enemy, the good friend, the mortal enemy, sat at the same table. How could one not be convinced? How could one not respect? Luke, who had just arrived at the factory, was also very surprised by today's grand occasion. He really didn't expect so many people to come, and the huge warehouse was full of people. It seems that there are not only the bosses of well-known gangs, but also many leaders of small groups. It should be that old Adrian misunderstood what I meant. But since they are all here, it is impossible to drive them out. It is better to have a lively atmosphere, and the money for drinks is not a big deal. Luke sat down in the spacious main seat, and the people at the table sat down, and everyone looked at him intently. Luke said to old Adrian on his right, "I don't know most of the bosses sitting here. Please introduce them to me first." "It is my honor." Old Adrian stood up and introduced the bosses who came to the meeting to Luke. Every person who was introduced stood up and saluted Luke respectfully, and Luke nodded in return. Old Adrian did not introduce all the people at the conference table, but only introduced more than a dozen people near the main seat, and then sat down again. None of the remaining people expressed dissatisfaction, and the bosses of those small gangs felt very satisfied to sit at the same table with Mr. Luke. It is a great honor to invite so many well-known people from the lower city of St. Louis City to attend this meeting. I believe you all know me. My name is Luke, and I am a businessman from the city of Raging Waves. This time, I came to the lower city of St. Louis City just to invest and make money. And money doesn't like to stay in a chaotic and unsafe place. Therefore, in order to create a safe investment environment for my money and give it a stable and sustainable return cycle, I did some things that you all already know. The process was not pretty, but the result met my expectations. Luke did not talk about peace talks. He knew that no one who came here came for peace talks. Fighting and killing are not good for anyone. Those who are brave and aggressive will die early. Those who can sit here know what they want. And if Mr. Luke doesn't talk about fighting, who can stir up too much waves in the downtown area? Everyone continued to look at Luke, looking forward to his next words. Luke was very satisfied with the reaction of the meeting. So many unruly bosses sat together, and listened more seriously than the students in the Qigong class. I said before that the investment of 500 million Reichsmarks that I brought to the lower city of St. Louis City has now been signed for nearly half. The rest for you is definitely not enough to share. Luke's words finally caused a commotion in the meeting. Some people whispered to each other, discussing how much they could get. Although the real bosses could still keep quiet, their faces were a little ugly. Most of them were losers in the fight for the lower city this time, and they all wanted to get back their money from Luke. But there was only so much money, and so many people were waiting to get a share. Luke smiled and said, "Then, let's forget about the 500 million investment. This time I'm back in the downtown area, and the money I bring back is unlimited. I promise that everyone who comes here today will return with something." As soon as Luke finished speaking, the entire venue was silent for a while, and then everyone cheered. Gradually, the cheers became rhythmic, and the bosses held oak wine glasses and knocked on the table in a neat rhythm. They shouted in unison, "Mr. Luke! Mr. Luke! Mr. Luke!" The many minions who were eating outside didn't know what happened in the venue, but they knew it must be a good thing. So they all shouted in unison. The mixed sounds formed a sound wave, making people feel as if they were in the hottest football game. When everyone's excitement was almost vented, Luke reached out to calm them down, and the noisy venue gradually returned to silence. "I won't spend my money casually, nor will I give it away. If you want to make money, improve your life, and escape your fate, the first thing you need to do is be obedient. I propose that old Adrian, Mr. Melkin, and the bosses of the other 3 alchemy factories serve as the decision makers for all parties in the lower city. No matter what conflicts you have in the future, it is best not to cause casualties, and try to let the decision makers discuss and resolve them. Does anyone object?" No one spoke at the venue. Most people were not qualified to object, and the rest, except for the 5 who were happy in their hearts, did not have the courage to object. "Okay, since no one objects, I'll take it as your agreement. From now on, there will be rules in the lower city of St. Louis City, so you must abide by them, and don't do anything that embarrasses me." When talking about money just now, Luke made everyone feel like they were in spring breeze, as if they had been knocked unconscious by bundles of Reichsmarks. Now everyone is like being in the middle of winter. The cold makes their hands and feet unable to move, and the smile on Luke's face made everyone feel alive again. The people who play with Luke now are either princes or princesses, and at the very least, they are grandsons of the emperor. The pressure from the upper position brought up by him is not something these people at the bottom can bear. Don't be so nervous. You set your own rules. If you have any questions, please consult your boss. I am only responsible for investing and making money. Next, let's talk about how to make money. The first thing Luke proposed was the Polaris Mercenary Group plan. Select people, sign a contract, inject the first generation of mysterious substance mixture, train, and send to the battlefield. It has no technical content and is the most suitable way for people without skills to make money. As soon as the Polaris Mercenary Group plan was proposed, it immediately attracted everyone's interest. The effectiveness of the first generation of mysterious substance mixture is a hard advertisement in actual combat. One injection can produce immediate results, and the side effects are small. It is simply a magic medicine. Now you can gain power in advance and make money. Is there such a good thing in the world? For a while, everyone raised their hands and said that they wanted to participate in the Polaris Mercenary Group plan and send their best thugs to the mercenary group. Luke said that all the money should be collected, and everyone was happy. The establishment of the Polaris Mercenary Group was put on the agenda, and Luke would soon have a military force that could directly intervene in the civil war in the Rio Republic. The next step was to upgrade the equipment in the refining workshops and alchemy factories around the sewage reservoir. This is the pillar industry of the lower city, and there is no substitute in a short time. Increasing output and quality can effectively increase income. Although the return on investment is very low, a large amount of money still needs to be injected for the basic stability of the entire city. Then Luke launched the planning of a family-based intensive small commodity production industrial park. With the explosive development of the city of raging waves and the promotion of workers' welfare, those labor-intensive and low-profit industries will inevitably be eliminated. These industries have a rigid market demand, but they cannot be mass-produced by machines, and a large number of workers are required to complete the necessary processes manually. These sweatshops can no longer stay in the model city of Nuteo City promoted by Luke. So they can be moved to the lower city of St. Louis City, where there are many low-level laborers. There is no need to promote high salaries, high benefits, and a 10-hour work system here. The Nuteo City market provides machines, raw materials, and orders for family workshops in the lower city. This kind of work does not require special training. If you want to make more money, you should be more diligent. If you want to be comfortable, you should work less. Production is based on families and management is based on gangs, making the lower city of St. Louis City the world's earliest and largest small commodity production base. Luke gave a big thumbs up to his creativity. The bosses of many gangs were also shocked by the grand blueprint that Mr. Luke had drawn for them. Mr. Luke is not only making money for us this time, he is making money for everyone in the entire lower city. Raging Wave City provides equipment and raw materials, and you can produce it yourself. And all the products are recycled. No investment, no risk. Isn't this just picking up money for free? Isn't it better than picking up garbage? Isn't it more dignified than picking up garbage? Everyone at the conference table restrained their ferocity. And some people couldn't help but secretly wipe their tears, forcing themselves not to cry here. And those who have other ideas in their hearts wiped out the bad thoughts. This lower city of St. Louis will belong to Mr. Luke in the future. No one can take it away. Chapter 286 Small Commodity City. Luke, who had been to the Cape District, knew where the viciousness of these evil people came from. It was a struggle against the existing life. There were only so many survival resources in the huge downtown area, and the continuous influx of bankrupt people diluted these few resources again and again. If you don't fight, the whole family will starve. Only by doing evil can you protect yourself. It can be said that the needs of most people here are very simple. There will be food tomorrow, food the day after tomorrow, and food in the foreseeable future. This time, Luke wants to build a small commodity production base in the downtown area to give them a stable meal ticket. Although the food is not good, it can satisfy your hunger. The mood in the meeting hall at this time was completely different from that just now. No one spoke, but there were countless things in their hearts that they wanted to say. The sound is silent, and the elephant is invisible. If Luke could shock the heroes when he came in, he used the power to make the blood flow here. But now he used the grace to nourish all things. The throne is built by the expectation of the people. Luke said to the crowd deliberately, "Why? Do you think the investment project I proposed is not good?" All the bosses in the whole meeting hall stood up and saluted Luke. "Thank you, Mr. Luke, for your gift. We are willing to be loyal to you and never betray you from now on." Luke laughed. He never believed in verbal loyalty. He only believed in the capital power in his hands. These people may not be loyal to themselves for a long time, but they are loyal to the orders in their hands for a long time. And the power that can resist capital has not yet appeared in this world. Since you all trust me so much, today I will take the lead in establishing the North Star Small Commodity Production Company. All of you here are the initial shareholders of the North Star Company. You can not only get the salary for working for the company, but also get a share of the company's profits. Alice will record the names of all shareholders on my behalf. For the distribution of equity, I need to discuss with the 5 decision makers and shareholder representatives, and do my best to formulate a fair equity distribution plan for you. After you go back, divide your production areas according to the current territory. The disputed areas will be adjusted and allocated at the shareholders' meeting in the future. And if there are disputes, they will be assigned to the company as public property. In addition, the household registration and population composition of each responsible area will be counted. Don't falsify. If you fail to complete the order due to false population, the punishment will definitely be greater than the profit loss you made by false reporting. Luke formulated the structural framework of Polaris Company based on his memory. The remaining details that need to be supplemented cannot be solved in this meeting. Anyway, just get started first, and patch up problems in time. The meeting was a great meal for both the host and the guests, and the content discussed was beyond the expectations of all the participants. Although Mr. Luke did not distribute money on the spot, he created a golden rice bowl for everyone here. After the meeting, the news spread quickly, and soon the entire lower city was in a carnival. The meeting was over, and then Luke took 5 people in charge and several bosses with status to a closed house for a small meeting. Whether it is upgrading the alchemy factory or establishing the North Star Small Commodity Production Base, it is a long-term investment, and there will be no profit in a short time. The North Star mercenary group can see money immediately after it is established. The Lookout now has money but nowhere to spend it. But it is in urgent need of fresh troops. They have secretly contacted Viscount Iskalin many times, hoping to obtain some external troops. Obviously, Rio's war is not good for them. Luke suggested that the bosses gather 500 elite fighters and send them to Raging Waves City for training, and that old Adrian produced the first generation of mysterious substance mixture potions needed by these mercenaries as soon as possible. After all the mercenaries were injected with the potion, they were immediately shipped to Rio. The Lookout offered double the price for this batch of mercenaries. After they arrive in Raging Waves City, they will get the equipment I specially prepared. And a group of instructors composed of retired officers of the Empire are already on standby in Raging Waves City. Help the Lookout to stabilize their front line, so that our Polaris mercenary group can make money continuously. If the Rio government forces can eliminate the Lookout's restoration army, the Lookout will not need mercenaries. Without war, our mercenary group won't make money. It must be very dangerous to go to Rio to support the Lookout at this time. But you can get double the reward. Mr. Luke closed the door and shared such a good business with everyone, which is simply a special treatment for us. Support? Must support. Mr. Luke is right. If there is no war, why do we form the North Star mercenary group? Old Adrian said loudly. During the fighting these days, he has given his men a lot of injections, and he also recruited a lot of thugs with money. It is a huge expense to support this group of people. The current situation in the lower city, with Mr. Luke intimidating the heroes and 5 people in charge maintaining order, chaos will return to order. Keeping so many thugs is simply a huge burden. We can't dismiss them and let the brothers down. Now Mr. Luke wants people, which means he can make money and solve this problem. Old Adrian immediately reported a number. 225. Seeing that old Adrian, the strongest, had handed over so many of his elite thugs, the other bosses also expressed their willingness to make this money. Luke proposed a toast to settle the matter. In fact, the Lookouts are far from desperate for mercenaries without reinforcements. Luke wants to reduce old Adrian's strength. After all, he is now in an advantage against 3 companies, which makes the decision-making system too tilted. In order to reduce his own expenses, old Adrian took the initiative to send out his elite thugs, which was equivalent to escaping a disaster for himself. Next, it was the real welfare that Luke prepared for these bosses. Luke generously gave each person a house in the central city of Nuteo City, so that their families could move to Nuteo City and their children could get the best education in Nuteo City. In addition, he gave each person a red envelope, which was filled with gold coupons. You are all influential figures in the lower city of St. Louis City. I will tell you clearly now that I have no interest in managing the lower city. The lower city belongs to the residents of the lower city, and it belongs to you. My request is very simple, just to make money, no matter what method you use to manage the downtown area. I don't want to see my investment in an uncontrollable risk. If you can't control this place, I will consider helping you control it. Now even the lowest people know what kind of place is Nuteo City. With the continuous improvement of Nuteo City's economic strength and international status, the housing prices in Nuteo City are also rising, and the houses in the central city of Nuteo City are even more hyped up. Mr. Luke gave everyone a house in the central city of Nuteo City, which made everyone dizzy. This means that they have completely gotten rid of their status as the bottom of society and can have time to go to Nuteo City to enjoy the upper-class life. My children can receive the best education in the world in the center of Raging Waves City. Old Adrian could not hide his excitement. He worked so hard at his age. Wasn't it just for his grandson to go out? As for Mr. Luke's last words, everyone understood. After receiving so many benefits from Mr. Luke, he still messed up the job. Just jump into the sewage reservoir yourself. Don't dirty Mr. Luke's hands. Please rest assured, Mr. Luke, even if the palace is in chaos, the new downtown area will not be in chaos. Others immediately followed old Adrian and said, please rest assured, Mr. Luke, even if the palace is in chaos, the new downtown area will not be in chaos. Luke stayed in the lower city of St. Louis for 3 days. After dealing with many things, he quietly returned to Raging Waves. The investment and support for the lower city of St. Louis cannot be explained through correspondence. This is related to Luke's arrangement of the future situation, so he should be more cautious and not make any mistakes. Luke went to Raging Waves And Princess Dale came to the Qigong Museum under the strict escort of the Royal Knights. Now her identity has been known by the students here. None of them thought that Jasmine, who attended classes and played with them every day, turned out to be the princess of the empire. And Princess Dale will also attend classes with them here in the future. The students looked at Dyer, who walked into the classroom with Professor Qigong. And their eyes were as big as copper bells. They didn't expect that this honor would fall on their heads. Qigong formally introduced Dyer to the students, for safety reasons. Princess Dyer hid here, as Jasmine, to avoid possible assassinations. Now that all the criminals have been eliminated, Princess Dyer will study here with you, in her true identity in the future. I hope you don't treat her specially because of her identity. In my college, every student is equal. I think Princess Dyer also agrees with my point of view. Dyer saluted the students generously, of course. The name Jasmine brings me many good memories. The days I spent with you are my happiest days. Please continue to think of me as Jasmine. And don't mind my identity as a princess. Squad leader Hidesiko raised his hand and stood up and said, Jasmine. No. No. It's Princess Dale. I have a question for you to answer. Excuse me? Hidesiko asked. Which of our inferences about the attack is closest to the facts? Dale looked at Qigong. Then smiled and said to Hidesiko, Of course it's your inference. An assassin used space skills to break through the defense and enter the carriage. He knocked out my maid and kidnapped me. Thankfully, Miss Qigong found my location through the secret technique and notified the governor of Meteorite to rescue me. You are amazing. Although I kept creating mysteries for you with wrong reasoning, you still insisted on the truth you deduced. Hearing Dale tell the truth herself, Hidesiko excitedly celebrated for himself. I knew I was right. I am a genius detective. Qigong was surprised by Hidesiko's performance. The boy's brain circuit is indeed difficult to explain. Okay. We believe this truth. Qigong asked Dale to return to her seat and started teaching. This time Luke returned to the city of Raging Waves, which was the farthest distance from Qigong. As a distance test for contact with Qigong, Luke did not feel any control obstacles. Moreover, after recovering Qigong, he will still be in the same position when he logs in again. It's just that the available virtual teleportation points will change due to the location of Luke's body. When Luke is in Fury City, Qigong cannot use the virtual teleportation points in St. Louis City. This lack of function is nothing to Qigong. Some tests still need further observation. During the period when Meteorite was closed, the Imperial Cabinet meetings were held almost every day in the palace. Moreover, the eldest Prince Fania was summoned to the cabinet by Emperor Augustine because he was the commander of the war on the southern front and participated in these cabinet meetings. War reports came from the south. General Joshua took the initiative to attack, concentrated the main force of the Northern Army, and launched a large-scale attack on Tadega Hill with the assistance of the Southern Garrison Army. Although the Imperial Army is well-equipped, well-trained, and has high morale, the Barbarian Legion is indeed the army that the Empire relied on the most in the past. The offensive war caused a large number of casualties to the Barbarian Legion, and the Imperial Army itself also suffered heavy losses. Now General Joshua still commands the army to maintain an offensive posture, hoping to occupy an area in the Tadega Hills and serve as a forward base for the Imperial Army's subsequent offensive. It's just that the original 14 occupation targets are very likely to be unattainable, no matter how the Imperial Court fights. Facing the Celtic Grand Duke, everyone's interests are the same. The eldest Prince Fania tells Emperor Augustine and the cabinet ministers about the specific situation of General Joshua's offensive war on the Tadega Hills battle map on the table. The barbarians' natural physique and indomitable spirit make up for their lack of equipment. Since the start of the war, we have not captured any healthy barbarian prisoners. Death in battle is their belief, which is a great test of the will of the Imperial soldiers. In addition, there are a large number of abyss mages in the Tadega Hills to provide magic and mystic support for the barbarians. General Joshua has a very difficult time. Since the start of the war, the Northern Legion has only captured 3 targets. 5 targets may be the upper limit of this offensive operation. Emperor Augustine looked at the positions of the 2 armies on the map and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. According to Fania's character, he should not let Joshua fight so hard. Looking at the battle lines on the map, the main force of the Northern Legion is really fighting with the Barbarian Legion, and they are in a state of competing for who is the first legion of the Empire. In order to control the Northern Legion, Fania didn't even marry a wife. How could he be willing to fight so hard? And Alex suddenly realized his intention and ran to the Western Front to lead the anti-bandit operations. These two brothers are very abnormal. And Agatha. Augustine the Great looked at his daughter. She has been very close to Alex recently. And she is also very abnormal. The father knows his children best. The Emperor's intuition tells him that the abnormal behavior of his children is driven by a force behind them. As for what this force is, it goes without saying. Meteor. Do I have to kill you? What a pity. Chapter 287. Isn't the war going on? Emperor Augustine's desire to kill Meteor has never been so strong. The Empire would rather have a mediocre loyal minister than allow a shrewd and powerful minister to control the court. However, Emperor Augustine did not show it immediately. Whether Meteor is the one who pushed all this behind the scenes needs to be verified. We cannot arbitrarily deal with an important official of the Empire just because of suspicion. And if Meteor can really influence two princes and a princess at the same time, we should be more cautious in dealing with him. What happened these days made Augustine realize that he and his children have become strangers. They may be closer to Meteor than to their father. The feeling of loneliness and desolation rose again. But Augustine quickly regained his heart as an emperor and focused on this battle of national destiny. The eldest prince Fania explained some future strategies after this offensive operation. And he respected Meteorite more and more in his heart. Alex really left the imperial capital and ran to the Western Front. If there were no such large military actions on the Southern Front, staying in the imperial capital would make my father feel a sense of crisis. If I went to supervise the war like Alex, I would give the initiative to Agatha. Now that I stay, at most it will be an eyesore to my father. As long as he doesn't think I will launch a coup, he will tolerate some things. As for the destruction of the Eternal Life secret experiment, according to my father's behavior these days, it may not be a bad thing. The experiment of Eternal Life secret technique was not restarted. The related experiments of the Extraordinary Species Breeding Center were not continued. And other similar experiments were terminated. I think my father also understands that I am not the only one who does not want him to extend his life. My father no longer pursues the continuation of life. The second prince went to the Western Front to suppress bandits. And Meteor and Agatha showed signs of separation. As long as the battle on the Southern Front is fierce, reflecting the strength of the barbarian army, my father will not dare to make big moves on the Southern Front. I just need to wait for the great changes in the court. Fania, who was relieved in his heart, did not have any troubles because of the unsuccessful war on the Southern Front. Instead, he talked about his offensive strategy for the Tadega Hills. This was the early stage of the war. The Empire was stronger than the Tadega Hills in terms of national strength. Fania was going to take the initiative to attack. And the Emperor of the Empire would certainly not stop it. Emperor Augustine ordered the cabinet to organize supplies and personnel as soon as possible to replenish the troops on the Southern Front. Then he talked about the city of raging waves. Emperor Augustine said to Agatha, "The war against the Celts is not as optimistic as we imagined at the beginning. This battlefield may last for a long time, which is a great drain on the Empire's national strength. As an important economic city in the Empire, the city of raging waves should play a more active role in this war." Agatha talked a lot about this war in her correspondence with Luke, so she was prepared for this issue. Father, when the Empire declared war on Tadega Hills, the acting governor of Meteor Star had already urged the Senate of Nuteo City to prepare supplies for the Imperial Army. Now Nuteo City has prepared more than 1,000 tons of military supplies, including canned food, bedding, palm oil, flour, dried fish, medicine, fire crystals, and more than 40 kinds of consumables. Once the cabinet issues a pass, it can be transported to the southern battlefield. The acting governor of Meteor Star said that he would continue to prepare more supplies to support the Imperial War. 1,000 tons of military supplies are not much for a city of the size of Nuteo City. But these are the most urgently needed things in the war, which shows that Meteor Star is still concerned about this war. Besides, the battle was really sudden. It was very fast for Nuteo City to raise 1,000 tons of supplies in such a short time. It also shows the influence and control of Meteorite in Nuteo City. Emperor Augustine praised, after being governed by Meteorite, Nuteo City is much better than before. Gabriel, you new lords should learn from Meteorite. Only when the Empire is strong can you make money. Prime Minister Gabriel knew that Emperor Augustine was trying to warn the new nobles, and immediately said, "Your Majesty, we new lords are also actively donating money and materials, and these things will soon be sent to the southern battlefield." Fania smiled brightly at this time, and the value of staying in the imperial capital was reflected. Not only could he attend the cabinet meeting in front of the emperor, but all the donated materials were sent to the southern line. No one mentioned Alec on the western line. Fania glanced at Agatha. Sister, you miscalculated this time. Then Fania said, Father, after the acting governor of Meteor took over the city of Raging Waves, he not only brought more tax revenue to the empire, but also donated so many military supplies. He also wiped out the Abyss Mage lurking in the imperial capital in one fell swoop, and killed one of the Abyss Apostles. Such excellent talents should bear more responsibilities. I heard that you intend to marry Princess Dale to Meteor. If Meteor can become a member of the royal family, he will definitely be more loyal to the empire. Fania proposed to marry Princess Dale to Meteor at the royal cabinet meeting, which was unexpected to everyone, but also reasonable. The battle to eliminate the Abyss Mage exposed the complicated relationship between Meteor and the royal family. Some people couldn't help but look at Agatha. If Meteor really surrendered to the eldest prince, it would be a heavy blow to Agatha. Emperor Augustine didn't expect Fania to propose this before him. He still couldn't hold his temper. But since the eldest prince proposed it, Augustine also wanted to see other attitudes. He first asked Agatha, Meteor is yours. His true identity including his real name. Only you know, Meteorite is indeed a very rare talent. And his age is also suitable for Dale. But you have more say in whether he can marry Dale because of his identity and background. Meteorite is a code name. Agatha has never made Meteorite's true identity public, making everyone think that he is involved in too many secrets of the Secret Service. But marrying an imperial princess is not only a matter of the empire, but also a major event in the international community. Meteorite's identity must be made public. It's just that Agatha really doesn't know who this Meteorite is. I remembered what Qigong said to me, and my promise to Dale. Agatha said, Meteorite's true identity has always been the top secret of the Secret Service. It takes many considerations to make his information public. However, we should consider Princess Dale's wishes more when it comes to her marriage. After the attack, as a sister, I just hope that Dale can be happy. Rather than becoming a political tool, Agatha wanted to respect Dale. But in the eyes of others, she was preventing Dale from marrying Meteor. Considering the rumors that have always existed in the court, Agatha's attitude this time is simply to admit the correctness of those rumors. Family affection? Does the Augustine family have family affection? Fania thought he had caught Agatha's weakness. As long as Dale married Meteor, Meteor would definitely leave Agatha. He said, as an imperial princess, you should assume the responsibilities of a princess. Your three sisters did very well, and their husbands did not participate in the Celtic rebellion. Meteor in the Raging City he manages are very important to the empire. And I believe Meteor will treat Dale well. And Dale will be very happy in Raging City. Agatha insisted on her promise to Dale. If Dale is willing to marry Meteor, I will definitely bless her. But if Dale is unwilling to marry Meteor, I will definitely protect her wishes. The kind-hearted Dale is different from us. She deserves the happiness we expect but never have. Fania is more certain that this is Agatha's weakness. He said to Emperor Augustine, Father, as a father and the emperor of the empire, we all obey your wishes. If it were in the past, Emperor Augustine would certainly be willing to see Meteor turn to Fania. And perhaps when there are some decent results on the southern front, he would give him the position of crown prince. But now Augustine has great suspicion of Meteorite. If Fania relies too much on Meteorite, it will be detrimental to the empire. It is necessary to see with one's own eyes what kind of person Meteorite is. Emperor Augustine is very confident in his ability to judge people. And thinking of his little daughter, it is difficult for Augustine to harden his heart. These days, Dale really comes to accompany him when she has time, and happily talks about the interesting things she experienced in class. Dale's innocent kindness, without any impurities, is unknowingly warming Augustine's cold heart. Fania is right. As a princess of the empire, while enjoying a noble status, she also shoulders heavy responsibilities. But the empire no longer needs princesses to marry to maintain stability. Dyer will marry when she comes of age. She has the right to choose her own happiness. But she must choose within the scope I set. The palace will hold a coming-of-age ball for Dyer. All the noble children of the empire, who are of marriageable age and unmarried, can participate. I will send blessings to every couple who are attracted to each other. It is a tradition for the imperial palace to hold a coming-of-age ball for every adult prince and princess. But inviting all the noble children of the empire, who are of marriageable age, is definitely a rare and generous move. Augustine's move is obviously to hold a large blind date ball in the name of Dyer. Combined with the fact that it is wartime now, it has more meaning. If it is handled properly, a lot of benefits can be collected for the empire. When they heard that Augustine was going to publicly recruit a son-in-law for Princess Dire, all the cabinet ministers suddenly changed their expressions. Originally, they thought that the eldest prince and the eldest princess had nothing to do with the fight for the meteorite. But they actually waited for such a big surprise. Whose family doesn't have a few young people of the right age? If you can get the favor of Princess Dire at the ball, it is equivalent to picking up a big leak in this royal struggle. Prime Minister Gabriel immediately stated that he would make every effort to prepare for the coming-of-age ceremony ball held for Princess Dire, and ensure that the noble children who came to the imperial capital would see the strength of the empire. Vanya and Agatha didn't expect Augustine to change his strategy at the last minute. Didn't he always want to marry Dale to Meteor? What does the emperor want to do? After the meeting of the imperial cabinet, all the approved topics were overwhelmed by Princess Dale's coming-of-age ball. Marrying a princess is a fairy tale for most people. Now, the fairy tale is right in front of them. Emperor Augustine said that as long as Princess Dale likes him, he will offer his blessing. For a while, all the nobles who got the news and were eligible to attend the ball were ready to go. They received court etiquette training, took supplementary lessons to learn literature and poetry, and invited the most professional dancers to receive the most rigorous dance practice. They all fantasized about receiving this crown that fell from the sky. Luke, who was in the city of Raging Waves, also received news that the palace was going to hold a coming-of-age ball for Princess Dale. One message came from the Copper Mulberry Avenue, and the other was a letter from Agatha forwarded by Kylena. Agatha said she couldn't see through her father's intentions. After all, he had privately said many times that he wanted to hand Dale over to Meteorite. This time Fania brought it up at the cabinet meeting and talked about it publicly, and his attitude turned to a completely irrelevant direction. It didn't seem like his style of doing things. Luke couldn't figure out Augustine's intentions. Could it really be to attract all the noble children of the right age in the empire to the imperial capital? So Luke wrote back to Agatha. He said that no matter what Emperor Augustine's intention was, this was a good thing for Dale. She could choose who to like or who to dislike, which was a major breakthrough. Then Luke told Agatha that he was now in the city of Raging Waves and would return to the imperial capital after finishing things here. The letter was sealed and sent out. Luke, who sneaked back to the city of Raging Waves, lived in the Sissy's palace of Viscount Iskelin. After sending the letter, Luke went to the private room on the second floor of the opera house, where he and Viscount Iskelin agreed to meet. Iskelin was waiting here early, and after Luke came in, he asked his men to guard outside. "Governor, I heard some rumors from the imperial capital that you and the Crown Prince jointly carried out an important military operation. The Reform Society wants to know your intentions so that we can cooperate with you in your actions." The Reform Society was established under the banner of the princess. This time, Meteorite is so close to the Crown Prince, which will inevitably lead to some confusion and discussion. Luke drank red wine and enjoyed the opera on the stage below, and said casually, "There is not a single sentence in the Reform Society's program that is loyal to the princess. The Reform Society serves the interests of all members. Everything I did in the imperial capital was based on the interests of the city of Raging Waves, to ensure that what the city of Raging Waves has now, and will have in the future, can be recognized by the empire." Viscount Iskelin was shocked. "Isn't this just following whoever can become the emperor of the empire?" "Governor." Luke turned his head and smiled at Viscount Iskelin, who looked worried and confused. "Convey my meaning to other members of the Reform Society and let them work for the society with peace of mind. Nothing will happen in the city of Raging Waves." Viscount Iskelin understood immediately. The scale of the Reform Society is very large now. Not everyone is loyal to the princess. Governor Meteorite's inclination towards the Crown Prince may be what most people want to see. What the governor said just now was to send out a wrong message. He is actually still loyal to Her Royal Highness the Princess. "Sir, I know what to do." Luke nodded and said, "Just you know it. I have an important purpose for coming back this time, which is to form a city militia." Viscount Iskelin asked in surprise, "Are we going to fight? Isn't the war going on?" Chapter 288 Liberals. Viscount Iskelin couldn't help but fall into thought. Yes, the war has begun. But there is no war atmosphere in the city of Raging Waves. The audience is singing and dancing, and the venues are packed, as if the war is happening in other countries. Even he himself doesn't pay much attention to this war that affects the fate of the empire. It's just because the current economic situation in the city of Raging Waves is too good. Everyone is busy making money and enjoying themselves, thinking about how to increase their assets to a higher level. Governor, the city of Raging Waves is in the rear of the war. Leo, who is the most threatening to us, is unable to take care of himself due to our secret intervention. Do you think the war will spread here? Seeing that Viscount Iskalin was still optimistic about the war, Luke shook his head and said, "You have not experienced war, so you cannot understand the cruelty and uncertainty of war. And of course, you don't know the extent of the court struggle in the Empire. Also, the situation of war will change with the times. When the wealth of Fury City needs to be protected, we can't pin our hopes on the Empire, because the first person to plunder us may be the Imperial Army." Iskalin realized that this was the judgment made by Meteorite based on what he saw in the Imperial capital. The crisis of the Empire is more serious than what he saw. "My lord, I understand your concerns, but recruiting and training militia without His Majesty's permission will bring you danger." Luke knew that the private militia of Raging Waves City would definitely arouse the suspicion of Emperor Augustine. Although the Empire is now in trouble, the court still holds absolute authority. But as Emperor Augustine's physical condition deteriorates, the competition for the crown prince will only become more intense. And Agatha's attitude towards the throne makes Luke more certain that the situation of the Empire's collapse will not change. At that time, Raging Wave City is a fat piece of meat that everyone wants to eat. If you don't want to be slaughtered, you must prepare for the rainy day and form a city militia. Did the Central Security Bureau arrest a few liberals some time ago? Viscount Iskalin replied, "We caught a few mentally ill people. They dared to give speeches in the city of Raging Waves, advocating the establishment of a free country, calling for the overthrow of the Emperor and nobles of the Empire, and advocating equality for all. The city of Raging Waves gave them too much freedom, which made them have such delusions. Please rest assured, Governor, the prosperity you brought to the city of Raging Waves has made the living standards of the city residents far higher than all the countries that claim to be free. I have sent them to the northern mining area and ordered the public security bureaus in each district to search for hidden liberals. The liberals in the Golden Shield Empire accepted new ideas from abroad and were determined to overthrow the monarchy and promote the prevailing electoral parliamentary system. The liberals appeared later than the new nobility, but they developed very rapidly. The initial membership structure was mainly young people, most of whom had studied abroad. They were young and energetic, and after seeing the superiority of the emerging system, they quickly got rid of the bad habits accumulated in the Empire. Since families who were able to send their children abroad to study generally had a certain social status, the liberals had a certain soil for growth within the Empire. Later, in order to snatch production resources from the new nobility who had made their fortunes earlier, the new nobility gave the liberals a lot of funding. Now the liberals have spread to every corner of the Empire and have received secret funding from a country. The Ek County Union is an important neighboring country in the north of the Golden Shield Empire. The former Ek County Union was a loose alliance of city-states, and the reason for the alliance was to resist the invasion of the Golden Shield Empire. When the world entered the new era, the Ek County Union was like a virus, and the transformation of the political system was completed quickly. The city lord and the noble forces were overthrown, and the city council and the county council formed a new ruling layer. The head of state is the president. The reins of capital were loosened, and the national strength of the Ek County Union rose rapidly. If it weren't for the Golden Shield Empire's Augustine the Great to prolong the life of the Empire, the Ek County Union would have attacked long ago. Luke, who is familiar with the background of the era, knows that the Ek County Union not only creates friction and small-scale battles on the border, but also pays great attention to ideological wars. The rapid growth of the liberal faction has a lot to do with the funding of the Ark County Union. In the original process, the Ark County Union broke through the imperial border and went south. The liberal faction had roles as guides and roles as fighters for the country and faith. Thinking a little too far, Luke quickly retracted his thoughts. He said to Viscount Iskalin, "First, you should plan to form a city militia and use all the best technology and equipment in the city of Raging Waves. Then let Mrs. Michelle set up a War Equipment Research Institute and use the Rio Civil War as a testing ground for our new equipment and new tactics. I will pave the way for the formation of a city militia." Luke was determined to form a city militia. And Iskalin said, "Yes, Governor." Luke said, "Who is the leader of this group of liberals? Arrange for me to meet him." The other party is Roy Rachel, 21 years old, female. I will send someone to bring her here immediately. And you can see her this afternoon. Go ahead. Luke looked for Roy Rachel in the mobile phone database. But when Iskelin's people brought her from the northern mine to the Sissy's palace, Luke did not find the information of this woman. I think in the official plot of the era, Roy Rachel is not an important character, and has never attracted the attention of players from beginning to end. Moreover, she was caught by the sheriff's office in the central city, so she must not be a character with outstanding individual strength. Rachel was pressed down in front of Luke. Her hands and feet were tied with shackles made of special alchemical metals, and she was wearing a miner's uniform, which was full of wear and tear marks, and a lot of black dried blood clots. Rachel had red hair, which was messy and very dirty, but Luke could see the unyielding and the passion for belief in her eyes. The exposed neck showed some tattoo patterns. Luke stretched out his hand and pulled it, but Rachel opened his eyes immediately. Seeing her resistance, the two servants pressed her face almost to the ground. Let her go. Hearing Luke's order, the two servants immediately let go of their hands. And then at Viscount Iskelin's signal, the two left the room. The door closed. There was no performance in the afternoon, and the entire opera house was very quiet. Rachel stubbornly wanted to stand up, but her leg was hit by something, and she knelt on the ground again. I just asked them to let you go, not to stand up. Luke pressed his cane on Rachel's shoulders, and no matter how hard she tried, her knees could not leave the ground. Luke laughed sarcastically. With this kind of power, you dare to clamor to overthrow the emperor of the empire in my city. Viscount Iskelin said that you people are mentally ill, and I also think you have problems with your brains. Rachel stopped struggling when she saw that she couldn't break free. She glared at Luke. You are the falling star, the lackey of the royal family. One day, freedom will lead us to overthrow the corrupt nobles, and send you all to the guillotine. Rachel's lips peeled due to thirst, and her voice was hoarse but loud. Send me to the guillotine? A grand ideal. Luke, who was scolded, was not angry at all. He asked, how long did you speak? Rachel did not answer. Viscount Iskelin said, they spoke for nearly 3 hours. Luke said, it was a long time. Viscount Iskelin explained, we wanted to see how many listeners their ridiculous speeches could attract. But we were disappointed. Viscount Iskelin's expression showed no disappointment, but he was holding back his laughter, which made Rachel look very ugly. How many people listened? Luke asked. Rachel's expression became even uglier, and she had lost all the arrogance she had just used to scold people. No one. To be exact, all the people listening there were plainclothes officers from the sheriff's department. Ordinary citizens were not interested in listening for even a minute. Thinking of how embarrassing it would be, Luke couldn't help but laugh. You must have threatened the citizens not to listen. Rachel finally couldn't help but yell. All the progressive citizens who listened to her 3-hour speech were sheriffs, and Rachel didn't want to recall that embarrassing scene. Ha ha ha. Luke finally stopped laughing, and said to Rachel, you liberals must have just arrived in Raging Wave City, and have no idea what kind of city this is. Your speeches in other cities may be effective, but they are useless here. How about this? I will let Viscount Iskelin release you all. You can give your speeches in Raging Wave City at will. And the Public Security Bureau is only responsible for maintaining order, and will not interfere in any way. The content of the speech can only be the free order you advocate, and it must not involve rebellion or anything like that. Is that okay? Seeing that the governor was going to release these liberals, Viscount Iskelin said worriedly, Governor. Luke waved his hand to stop Viscount Iskelin from speaking, and he looked at Rachel and waited for an answer. Rachel looked at Luke in surprise. She couldn't believe what she heard. You really let us go? Luke said, you pursue freedom, and I hope you will pursue truth while pursuing freedom, as long as the content of your speech does not cross the bottom line I specify. Any place in the city of Raging Waves is open to you. Even if you want to give a speech in the square of the city government hall, there is no problem at all. In addition to the speech, listen more, watch more, and communicate more with the citizens of the city of Raging Waves. Then we will meet again and talk about your and my ideals. Rachel still couldn't believe it. Can we really speak freely anywhere in the city of Raging Waves? Luke nodded. You want freedom. I will give you freedom. Then Luke said to Viscount Iskelin beside him, let them go. Let them do whatever they want as long as they don't violate the laws of the empire. Yes, Governor. Viscount Iskelin knew that the governor must have other intentions, so he called his men in to remove the shackles on Rachel. Then he ordered the release of the other liberal members imprisoned in the mine. Rachel stood up, and seeing that no one really stopped her, She ran out of the room without looking back. Viscount Iskalin asked Luke, "Is there really no problem doing this? What problems do you think they can create?" Viscount Iskalin thought for a while. They really can't create any problems. Chapter 289, An Irresistible Temptation. Luke fulfilled his promise, and all of Rachel's companions were released. The government office of Nuteo City even gave them some funds for activities. These actions surprised the radical liberals, and they didn't know what the acting governor of Nuteo City wanted to do. But since they were allowed to speak freely, these young people were naturally not polite. They printed a large number of leaflets and set up podiums in crowded places. They used impassioned speeches to denounce the various harsh policies of the empire and denounce the injustice of the privileges of the nobility. They praised the superiority of the free country and portrayed it as a world where everyone is equal and everyone has opportunities. According to their propaganda experience in other places, their speeches can easily attract the support of some local middle and lower class people, and even some businessmen who are dissatisfied with the status quo will provide them with help and funds. The former Raging Wave City was on the road of freedom and was a beacon leading the future of the empire. But the arrival of the meteorite made Raging Wave City go backwards in history. He was appointed as the acting governor of Raging Wave City, which dragged the city with a bright future back into darkness. So the liberals came, and they thought that their arrival would definitely be welcomed like a hero. But without the plainclothes officers of the Public Security Bureau, the audience of their speeches were only a few ragged homeless people. The leaflets they issued were thrown everywhere. The only intervention of the Public Security Bureau was to ask them to clean up the place and not to destroy the city's sanitation. Rachel felt that the pain in her heart was more painful than the wounds on her body. Why? The young liberals couldn't figure it out. At this time, a carriage stopped next to the podium, and a well-dressed servant came over. "Miss Rachel, my master wants you to come over to meet him." The carriage was decorated very gorgeously, and there was a group of horse guards around who looked difficult to mess with. The young liberals immediately surrounded Rachel to prevent her from being attacked. Rachel looked at the carriage vigilantly, and then asked the servant, "Who is your master?" "My master is of a very noble status. You will get the answer when you meet him. Don't worry. No one in the city of Raging Waves dares to hurt you without the nod of the meteor governor." "Okay, I'll go see this master." Rachel stopped her companions from following her, and followed the servants to the carriage. The door opened, and a fat and greasy man sat inside. He wore a tailored tuxedo, a top hat, a fine cane in his hand, and gemstone rings on his fingers. A complete upstart. Facing the fat man's smile, Rachel bowed slightly before getting into the carriage. The door closed. Rachel sat across from the fat man with full vigilance, and then asked, "Who are you? What do you want to see me for?" "My name is Ibel, a senator of the Upper Council of Raging Wave City, the chief financial officer of Raging Wave City, and the most trusted and closest friend of Governor Meteorite." The fat man is Ibel. After introducing himself, he said to Rachel, "This is a private meeting. I think I can answer some of your questions." Rachel didn't expect that the man opposite was one of the 5 senators of Raging Wave City. Compared with Meteorite and Viscount Iskalin whom she had met, this man's image greatly lowered the overall level of the Upper Council of Raging Wave City. "Did Governor Meteorite ask you to see me?" Facing Rachel's vigilance, Senator Ibel smiled and said, "No. The governor did not know about this meeting. I wanted to talk to you purely on impulse when I passed by here, because in terms of understanding your liberal ideas, I should be the one with the deepest understanding in Raging Wave City, except for Governor Meteorite. You may not think that when I first faced the privileges of the nobility, I also firmly believed that only free competition could bring out my business talents." Rachel said, "But you became a new noble, using the privileges you bought with money to suppress your competitors. You have to admit that buying a title with money is fair to everyone in the empire. And the purpose of meeting you is not to talk about my history of making a fortune. I saw that your speech was very bad. Do you want to know why?" Rachel looked at the frustrated companions outside the window and asked unwillingly, "Why?" "Because the quality of life of the citizens of Nuteo City is better than that of the free countries you mentioned. In Nuteo City, the 10-hour work system is enforced. Sunday is the statutory rest day for all industries except for special positions. Do you think the citizens of Nuteo City will give up the 10-hour work system and return to working 14 hours a day? Or even 20 hours a day?" Rachel retorted, "Has the factory owners agreed to the forced implementation of the 10-hour work system? I don't disagree that this is a good system. But it obviously did not seek the consent of the factory owners. who are the main force driving the development of world civilization. Rachel's words made Ibrahim shake his head helplessly. You people have self-righteous thoughts. But you are far away from real life. My factory was the first place to implement the 10-hour work system. And then I found that my order completion speed did not slow down, but accelerated. The pass rate was higher than I expected. And the workers no longer secretly damaged the machines. So I used the money for recruiting supervisors to recruit a group of workers. The factory also worked 20 hours. I didn't pay too much extra wages, but the production capacity doubled. Do you think I will resist the 10-hour work system? Rachel looked unconvinced. How is this possible? I don't know why. But this is the most amazing thing about the governor of Meteorite. And as the chief financial officer of the city, I also found that the expansion of factories has brought a lot of jobs. Workers have more private time, which drives the consumption of the entire city. With the increase in city tax revenue, more money can be invested in scientific research, and the city's infrastructure can be improved. And the people who can benefit the most from it are factory owners like us. I'll tell you secretly that many of the free countries you think are sending people to study in Raging Waves City. Ibel's last words made Rachel's face hot. Although she was reluctant to admit it, her experience in the past few days told her that no one in Raging Waves City believed what they said. People here have a higher sense of superiority. I still can't understand. I can't understand it either. How can such vitality burst out after returning to the dictatorial and privileged Raging Waves City? Governor Meteor has brought miracles here. I can only give you these answers. If you want to know more, you should go to the governor. Rachel's impression of Ibel has changed a lot. She stood up and saluted. Thank you for your explanation. We know too little about this city. I will go to Governor Meteor and hope he can answer all my questions. Goodbye, Miss Rachel. Good luck. Rachel got off the car, and after watching the carriage leave, she asked her companions to dismantle the podium. And then she stopped a taxi to the Sassis Palace. Luke has been very busy these days. A batch of Unit 01 all-metal warships will be completed soon. Except for the 5 delivered to the Navy of Raging Wave City. The other 7 are all given to Lady Tasia's anti-smuggling fleet. The strike against the Leo Navy will officially begin. After completely controlling a waterway leading to Leo's mainland, it will be more convenient for Raging Wave City to supply the Watcher Restoration Army. The first batch of mercenaries from the Polaris mercenary group are arriving in Raging Wave City one after another. Luke has repeatedly reviewed the equipment and training given to them to ensure that they will not suffer too much loss after landing in Leo, laying a good foundation for the subsequent mercenaries' adaptation. During this period, Luke also met with Pan many times to discuss the support given to him by Raging Wave City and the World Bank's investment projects in Raging Wave City. Ian was mainly responsible for the investment in the Cape area, so Luke naturally met Ian many times. In the temporary office of the Palace of Sassis, Ian introduced a gift from the World Bank to Luke. A blueprint was unfolded on the desk. This place is right next to Cape Port. The high terrain can bring the entire port area into view. If you choose the governor's mansion here, all materials can be transferred from the renovated port, which can greatly reduce the construction cost. Of course, the construction cost will be paid by the World Bank, which is our thank you gift to you. As Ian released magic, the three-dimensional design of the governor's mansion emerged from the blueprint. The governor's mansion is located on a hill near Cape Harbor. It overlooks not only the sea scenery, but also the entire Cape area. The color of the governor's mansion is mainly white, and the style adds a lot of modern large window designs on the basis of the traditional imperial castle. There are many details, which show that the designer is very attentive. Luke noticed Ian's expression. She seemed to like this governor's mansion more than himself. Thank you, World Bank. And thank you, Pan. I want to make Nuteo City a dual-core city. The governor's mansion is very good here, and the style is also beautiful. Ian was even happier to receive the praise. She used the magician's hand to adjust the orientation and size of the three-dimensional design drawing, and told Luke in detail the functions of the rooms inside, as well as the ideas and suggestions on decoration. But Ian hadn't realized that she was like a hostess who was thinking about how to decorate her new home, just like she didn't know what her special intimacy with Luke was. And when it appeared in her heart, Pan's indulgence and even implicit support made her unaware that it was a taboo for the Shining Gold people and how dangerous it was. Luke did what he could. But some things can't be stopped just because you want to. Luke, who was full of worries, couldn't help but take out a candy from his pocket. Ian watched Luke peel off the candy wrapper and put the candy in his mouth. and her eyes seemed to have added a beautiful look. Have you been eating the candy I gave you? Luke looked at the empty candy wrapper in his hand and said, I've been eating. I remember what you said. Eat a candy when you want to smoke. I have to admit that this kind of candy is very effective in quitting smoking. I even forgot what cigarettes taste like. Hearing that she helped Luke quit smoking successfully, Ian was even happier. When I had nothing to do, I made some more candies like this, and added a lot of flavors. I originally wanted to send it to St. Louis City. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Okay. It happens that I'm almost finished with the candy you gave me last time. Luke and Ian looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the room gradually heated up. At this time, a servant knocked on the door outside and said, Miss Rachel is visiting. Ian was frightened and immediately looked away. Her cheeks flushed. She said to Luke in a panic, You have a guest. I won't disturb you. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. I'll bring the candy. Luke also withdrew his emotion that almost crossed the line. Okay. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Ian left Luke's office in a panic, and Rachel came in with the servants. Luke sorted out his thoughts that were disturbed by Ian, and reminded himself not to hurt others and himself. Then he asked Rachel to sit opposite him. You came to see me much earlier than I expected. Rachel's attitude towards Luke was completely different from the last time they met. The facts she saw challenged the belief she had always believed in. I met Senator Eibel, and he told me a lot of things, which made me understand why you dared to let us promote free thoughts in Raging Wave City. In fact, before meeting Senator Eibel, I also talked with other citizens. Luke nodded. Hearing is false. Seeing is true. Young people should have their own ideals, but they should also walk more, see more, and practice more. Luke's words touched Rachel greatly. Yes, we know too little about Raging Wave City. It is a magical city, but I think its current achievements are because of rulers like you. Just like a monarchy, a wise monarch can bring prosperity to the country. But if the city of Raging Waves changes to a stupid governor, it may cause the city to decline rapidly. Only under the rules of free competition can the ruling class of a country or city be guaranteed to be managed by smart people. You are absolutely right. In fact, I support you liberals. Rachel thought all the way and prepared a lot of arguments for a fierce debate with Meteorite. I didn't expect that when I had enough ammunition and was about to fire at full power, the other party turned out to be my own people? Rachel opened her mouth, not knowing what to say, and finally squeezed out a sentence. You support liberals? Of course. Otherwise why would I let you all go? Wouldn't it be easier to lock you all up in the mine? But Rachel still couldn't understand. You are the acting governor of Fury City appointed by the Emperor of the Empire, a senior official of the Secret Service, and a royal knight. Does this affect my support for the liberals? Rachel was speechless. So she had to ask, what is your purpose? I want you to know that the current empire is not something you can achieve your ideals by just shouting a few slogans. Those free countries did not just shout slogans. They all experienced bloodshed and sacrifice. And they were the victory of the free army over the noble army. Rachel said, Of course we know that our propaganda is to get more support. When there are enough people supporting us, we can launch an uprising and declare war on the imperial power and the nobles. Let everyone be free. Luke smiled and said, If you are determined to sacrifice for freedom, I think now is the best time. I know information that you don't know. At this time, the Empire is in a bitter battle with the Tadega Hills, and the banditry on the Western Front is also very serious. It can be said that for a long time in the future, the Empire's internal control will be reduced to the lowest level in history. If you launch an uprising around the city of Raging Waves, I can provide you with a lot of weapons and supplies to support the free army. Rachel stared. She didn't believe what she heard. But with the support of the city of Raging Waves, the liberals can definitely quickly form an army of their own. This temptation is hard to resist. Chapter 290 Return to St. Louis City. Rachel looked at Luke without saying a word. Although she didn't know about Raging Wave City, the name of Meteorite had long been known throughout the world. Such a person's words cannot be completely trusted. Otherwise, he would be sold without knowing it. But forming a free army, how can you make me believe you? If your goal is to gather us together and destroy us, we accept your funding, which means we have fallen into your trap. Luke was not interested in talking about ideals with Rachel. He just wanted an excuse to form the city militia of Raging Wave City. Sincerity needs to be proved by actions, and trust needs time to be strengthened. You don't believe me, which is a person's caution, but you can't give up such a good opportunity because of doubt. In fact, you don't need to gather the liberals from other places to form a free army, because the momentum and scale are too large, which will attract the empire's encirclement. You now have 15 people, and you should be able to raise a free army of 100 people. The Kama Mountains in the north of Nuteo City have complex terrain. They run east-west and connect many imperial cities. And there are also many traffic arteries. Speaking, Luke took out a map of the Kama Mountains. The Kama Mountains are crisscrossed from east to west, with towering peaks. Steam airships need to plan their routes reasonably if they want to pass safely. There are also many bandit groups in the mountains, although they are not large in scale. Large caravans are often attacked. At this time, on the map spread on the table, there are many bandit camps marked. Rachel came closer with curiosity and listened to Luke's explanation. Luke pointed at the bandit camp and continued, recently, bandit activities in the Kama Mountains have been very rampant. Road transportation, railway transportation, and even air transportation have been attacked by them, causing great losses. Raging Wave City cannot cross the border to eliminate them, and the cities involved have also deliberately indulged and sheltered them. In addition to supporting your beliefs, I also want you to help eliminate these bandit groups. Luke's explanation dispelled many of Rachel's doubts. She and her companions traveled and gave speeches, knowing that the prosperity and wealth of Raging Wave City made many imperial cities jealous. These imperial cities dare not rob the city of Raging Waves, but some greedy officials and nobles will collude with the bandits to rob the goods of the city of Raging Waves. To be honest, Rachel and her companions have also robbed the caravans of the city of Raging Waves. Rachel can still accept this reason. Governor, do you want us to protect the safety of your trade route? This is a win-win situation. The city of Raging Waves is very important to me, and it is also very important to you, who will be in power in the future. Only by protecting it well can the country that has experienced war quickly restore its national strength. With my intelligence and material support, those bandits are no match for you. If you get the treasures of the bandits, you can buy more materials from me to expand the free army. Only by mastering an army can you seize opportunities when they arise. Rachel listened to Luke's words and looked at the map with increasing eagerness. Now that the Golden Shield Empire is strong, there are very few places where the free army can survive and develop. This is why the liberals can only stay in propaganda now. The Kama Mountains are one of the few areas that the Imperial Army cannot fully control. If the free army can really survive in the Kama Mountains, with the support of the city of Raging Waves, the free army can grow little by little. When the time is right, the powerful free army can quickly rush out of the Kama Mountains and occupy nearby cities. At that time, the city of Raging Waves announced that it would join the free army, and the free army would have the power to capture the entire empire. Rachel, who was dreaming of a bright future, was a little excited. Okay, Governor, let's go to the Kama Mountains. Very good. Freedom fighters should have this kind of sacrifice. Luke praised Rachel and her companions, and then talked about where they started the uprising and the development route after entering the Kama Mountains. Rachel was extremely surprised to hear this. She could feel that fighting in the Kama Mountains was not a temporary idea of Governor Meteorite. The tactics he talked about were the tactics of the Thieves Group, but at the strategic level, they were beyond the reach of the Thieves Group. This is a brand new war model, and a war masterpiece can be written based on it. Rachel's heart was even more fiery. With the guidance of a great wise man like Meteorite, why worry that the light of freedom could not shine on this land? Luke racked his brains to squeeze out the little bit of guerrilla warfare ink in his stomach, and let Rachel, who was almost a fangirl, leave the office. Funds, materials, and weapons were quickly in place under Luke's special arrangement, and the high-spirited liberal youth drove a truck and sang songs and left the city of Raging Waves. Sparks have been scattered. Just wait for Rachel to lead her people to launch an uprising, and then raise the banner of the free army in the Kama Mountains. And the city of Raging Waves will have a reason to form a small-scale militia. Then command the free army to attack the trade route and nearby cities. And the Imperial Army is unable to enter the Kama Mountains to suppress bandits because it is withdrawn from the war on the southern front. The city of Raging Waves can use the method of boiling a frog in warm water to find excuses to expand the scale of the militia little by little. Luke was going back to St. Louis City, so he handed over the work of cooperating with the Free Army to Viscount Iskalin. Viscount Iskalin first asked worriedly, "What if the Free Army loses control?" Luke looked at Iskalin, with a look of control in his eyes. Out of control? What do you think the so-called freedom they believe in is in front of the city of Raging Waves? Nothing worth it. Empty beliefs can only grow in poor places. while spiritual and material wealth can create new beliefs. If the free army cannot be influenced by the beliefs formed by the city of raging waves, then it will have no room to survive in the radiation circle of the beliefs of the city of raging waves. The out-of-control free army is a group of thieves, and the larger they are, the faster they die. This Count Iskalin nodded thoughtfully. Under the governance of Governor Meteorite, the current raging wave city has become a spiritual sanctuary for many people. The vigorous economic vitality and the quality of life far exceeding that of other places make the citizens of Raging Wave City have a strong sense of superiority and pride. A new belief is sprouting and growing in this city. It is precisely because of this belief that the slogans of the liberals are like clown performances here. In the future, as the economic system of Raging Wave City expands, the beliefs formed by Raging Wave City will also radiate outward. And the first area covered will definitely be the nearby Kama Mountains. The liberals advocate free competition, so naturally whoever has money is right. Raging Wave City will use the liberal way to destroy what they believe in. At that time, out of control did not exist. If they did not obey and cut off the supply of the free army, they would be trapped and died in the mountains. After thinking this through, Viscount Iskalin looked at Luke and said respectfully, "I know what to do. Governor, the Empire is lucky to have you. We are lucky to be born in this era. If there is any movement from Rachel, you can set up the militia. I will let Lambert give you the source of troops. The first batch will be 300 people, and they will be arranged to patrol the northern mining area. The Rangers of the Secret Intelligence Bureau of Nuteo City are divided into two parts. A small part is at number 102, Organ Street, the central city, supervised by Thomas, who stayed in the Secret Intelligence Bureau and responsible for the normal work of the Secret Intelligence Bureau. The members of this special task force are mainly regular spies assigned by the Secret Service headquarters, doing their professional work. The headquarters of the Secret Service Special Task Force in Fury City is set up in the former castle of the Mad Axe Party. The recruited gang members are concentrated here, and Lambert is responsible for management. This group of Imperial spies is large in number, and only loyal to Luke. After Shelley's training, they have become a paramilitary unit. This time, the formation of the Fury City Militia will form a combat effectiveness by pulling a group of Special Task Force spies over. With the addition of heavy equipment and supplies, the combat effectiveness of the regular army can be achieved. In Luke's vision, the headquarters of the Secret Service Special Task Force in Fury City is responsible for training soldiers, and the source of soldiers is mainly recruited from the Cape District. First, build the militia support, and then recruit soldiers from other districts to ensure the loyalty of this team. If the militia needs to be expanded, it must be transferred from the special forces to keep this army firmly in their own hands. When the militia of Nuteo City reaches a scale of 10,000, in cooperation with the anti-smuggling fleet, once the situation changes, the Imperial Navy of Nuteo City will be trapped. So far, the city militia of Nuteo City has taken shape, and Princess Dale's coming-of-age ceremony ball is approaching. Luke must attend this ball, and before attending, he needs to meet several court officials. Therefore, after attending the launching ceremony of the Outer Unit 01 full metal battleship, Luke boarded the airship to the Imperial capital. Arriving at the Imperial capital, Luke did not go to the Copper Mulberry Avenue first, but quietly entered the Tulip Manor through the secret channel of the Secret Service. In a secret room, Luke met Agatha. When Agatha met him, she said expressionlessly, and with a somewhat unhappy tone, "I really didn't expect that you were so energetic. While stirring up the struggles among all parties in the court, you also did such a big thing in the lower city under my nose. Is there anything you need to explain to me?" "Mr. Luke, let me drink a sip of water first. I was so busy coming out of the Raging Wave City that I didn't even have time to drink a sip of water." Luke sat down on the chair next to Agatha, poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp, and then said, "Your Highness only now knows my actions in the lower city. The Secret Service's supervision of the lower city has a lot of loopholes." Luke's ridicule changed Agatha's expression again. The lower city of St. Louis City expanded very quickly, and the chaos and disorder made it an intelligence black hole. Fighting and vendettas made the efficiency of the Secret Service in developing informants here very low, and many informants either disappeared with money or died suddenly. Then the attack on Princess Dale and the subsequent court struggles made the Secret Service focus all its attention on the upper city and the Imperial City. As a result, when the Secret Service finally had some energy to pay attention to the lower city, it found that the lower city had changed in such a short time. Everything originated from a businessman from the city of Raging Waves, Mr. Luke. In the next period of time, as long as the Empire does not strongly interfere with Mr. Luke's investment plan in the lower city, this huge slum next to the Imperial capital will fall into his hands. Agatha didn't know that Mr. Luke was Meteorite until the intelligence said that Mr. Luke's wife's name was Jasmine. Knowing that Luke was Meteorite's alias, Agatha was even more uneasy. This is the Imperial capital, not the Raging City. And the lower city is already another Cape area. What do you want to do? Agatha questioned Luke. Luke smiled and replied, help the lower city develop its economy and get rid of poverty for the poor there. Agatha said, do you think I will believe it? What is the first generation of mysterious substance mixture? What is your purpose in forming the Polaris mercenary group? Luke replied, the first generation of mysterious substance mixture is a special secret technique developed by Miss Ching Kong. The special structure of the sewage reservoir in the lower city can produce the materials needed for the first generation of mysterious substance mixture. With the permission of Miss Clear Sky, I selflessly gave the formula of the first generation of mysterious substance mixture to the residents of the lower city, so that they can turn waste into treasure and improve their lives. As for the Polaris mercenary group, the Lookout is willing to pay a high price to hire mercenaries, and I am just an intermediary to help the residents of the lower city find a way to make money. Agatha could not refute that Meteorite did give away the formula of the first generation of mysterious substance mixture and did not interfere with the production of the mixture potion. The Lookout did hire mercenaries at a high price. Meteorite, I think our relationship can allow us to have a certain degree of trust and share things with each other honestly. You should know the importance of the lower town to the Imperial City. If I want, I can stop all your investments in the lower town. I will never allow that there is an uncontrollable and powerful force beside the Imperial City. Facing Agatha's threat, Luke poured himself another cup of tea and said, the lower town is a slum planned by St. Louis City. The original lower town existed for a very long time, but its scale has always been within a controllable range. The rapid growth of the lower town has been a matter of nearly 30 years. It took about 10 years for the first doubling of the area, and then 10 years to complete the second doubling of the area. In the next 10 years, the area of the lower town doubled twice. The area of the lower city is now 16 times that of 30 years ago, and it is still growing at a very fast rate. Your Highness, you do not allow uncontrollable powerful forces to exist next to the Imperial capital. So can you control the lower city now? When the lower city grows to a level that the Imperial capital cannot bear, and the Empire is in crisis, can the city wall stop millions of starving people? Luke gave Agatha a difficult question. The rapid expansion of slums is something that no country in this era has ever encountered. Without experience in dealing with it, every city is troubled by the expanding slums around them. But there is no place to accommodate them, so they can only allocate as many resources as possible to keep them from starving to death. Everyone knows that this is a time bomb, and only with resources can they survive and be safe. But once the situation is turbulent and prices rise, it will inevitably lead to a crisis. The lower city next to St. Louis City is the largest slum in the Empire, and the current situation in the Empire is full of crisis. Agatha looked at Luke and asked, is this your solution? This is my solution. Let the lower city of St. Louis City enter the supply chain of Raging Wave City. And at the same time, the industry of the lower city will not compete with the heavy industry of St. Louis City. I am confident that I can use the economic vitality of Raging Wave City to drive the lower city of St. Louis City, so that the residents of the lower city have a stable income, and even become a tax source that is not inferior to other industries in the Imperial capital. Your Highness, are you still going to stop me from investing in the lower city? Chapter 291 Paving the Way. Luke picked up the teacup, blew away the heat, and sipped the tea slowly, giving Agatha time to understand. After Agatha knew that Mr. Luke was Meteorite, she mobilized all the forces of the Secret Service in the lower city to collect all the information related to Mr. Luke. Luke played an open card in the lower city, and even Jasmine intended to let the insiders know Dale's identity. So Agatha easily got all the actions of Mr. Luke in the lower city. It is hard to imagine that Meteorite completed the control of the lower city in such a short time. And it was during the vacuum period when Princess Dale was attacked. You have to know that Princess Dale's attack was a completely sudden incident. At another time, he would not have been able to complete such a big move without being noticed. Meteorite once again showed his ability to seize opportunities. What's more terrifying is that his control over the lower city district. Unless the Empire is determined to destroy this slum, There is no effective way to deal with it. The small commodity production industrial park plan formulated by Meteorite for the Lower City District directly grasps the most basic livelihood of the residents of the Lower City District. The Empire cannot come up with a corresponding assistance plan now. The Empire in the midst of war cannot invest a large amount of money in the Lower City District. And the noble officials do not care about the lives of the poor. In the entire Empire, only the City of Raging Waves can use international trade to bring a steady stream of orders to the Lower City District. If the Empire forcibly blocks this investment, it will inevitably cause the Lower City District to go wild. And then it will have to be suppressed. At that time, the whole Empire will be in turmoil. Therefore, the layout of Meteorite in the Lower City is unsolvable. Agatha, who confirmed that she could not do anything, said helplessly, I saw the scale of your investment in the Lower City. I have to admit that it is simply a genius idea. Using the characteristics of the Lower City, they have given them hope of life. It has opened up a cheap and concentrated special commodity production area for the City of Raging Waves, and solved the crisis that has not been solved for the City of St. Louis. If this matter is done by someone else, I will definitely strive for him to get a medal of the highest level in the Empire. But the person who did all this is you. I remind you that my father has already wanted to kill you. Agatha's thoughts on Luke were very complicated at this time. She believed that Meteorite was definitely capable of leading the Empire to create a new era of prosperity. But it might also be the gravedigger of the Empire. But no matter what, Meteorite's investment plan in the Lower City District would be of great benefit to the country. It would not only solve the employment problem of the huge population in the Lower City District, but also mean that once this model is successful, there would be solutions to the new problems caused by the new era. Isn't the biggest problem facing the Empire now that there are a backlog of various problems and no good solutions? Meteorite proved his governance ability in the City of Raging Waves and in the Lower City District. All Agatha could do was to follow her heart. For the sake of this country, even if she ended up on the guillotine, what would it matter? Luke was a little surprised when he heard that Emperor Augustine wanted to kill him. And then he figured out the reason. The new era swept the world with new ideas, including different understandings of country. Although Augustine the Great was an enlightened monarch, the traditional old aristocratic thought made him pay more attention to the family in the country. Therefore, no matter how capable a subject is, as long as he threatens the family's rule over the country, he must be eliminated. Agatha considered the issue more from the perspective of national justice. So she could tolerate a person who was good for the country, but not good for the family. Luke understood why Agatha did not have such a strong desire for the throne. Luke asked Agatha, how did you see that? Luke's calmness surprised Agatha. Now the Emperor of the Empire wants to kill you. I know my father. He suddenly changed his mind about marrying Dale to you. He must have had a major change of mind about you. The protection measures for Dale's coming-of-age ceremony ball are very strict. Many points are arranged offensively, which should be used to deal with Miss Ching Kong. Hearing the palace's arrangement, Luke asked, Your Majesty, have you made up your mind to kill me and Miss Ching Kong? Agatha replied, Probably not yet. After all, the subsequent impact of killing you is too serious, and the royal knights are not sure of surrounding and killing Miss Ching Kong. I think my father should observe closely like through this ball. Evaluate the risk and benefit ratio of killing you, and then decide whether it is worth the risk. If he decides to kill me, what will he do? The royal knights and the palace guards cannot do it directly. After all, you are an important figure in the Empire, and you are related to the stability of the City of Raging Waves. Poison, or arrange for an outsider to do it. In this way, Miss Clear Sky will not have enough reasons to avenge you, and the risk can be reduced to a minimum. It seems that your Majesty does not understand the relationship between Miss Clear Sky and me. Perhaps in my father's eyes, no matter how strong an individual is, he can't fight against the entire Empire. He values the City of Raging Waves more. If you don't want to have a head-on conflict with him, it's best to think of a way through this point. Luke had a general response plan in mind through the information given by Agatha. Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. I have an important thing to tell you this time. Raging Wave City will form a city militia in the near future. Hearing such explosive news, Agatha frowned. She knew that the Secret Service of Raging Wave City had a large special forces, and part of the special forces were equivalent to Meteorite's private soldiers. But after all, they were still under the banner of the Secret Service, and with her help to cover up, they could be accepted by all parties. But the establishment of a city militia is equivalent to making this private soldier public. This will increase the risk of you participating in this ball. You are angering my father, and he will definitely try his best to kill you at the ball. Luke certainly knew the risks involved. He said to Agatha, I have the worst case scenario, and I am confident that I can handle this crisis. Your Highness, the intelligence from the Secret Service should reveal that the liberals have been very active recently, and some of them are receiving funding from the County Union. In the near future, the Empire will need a corps that can be deployed to the north for combat at any time. As he spoke, Luke took out a map from his briefcase and spread it on the table between him and Agatha. Luke pointed to the symbols and arrows on it and continued. Now all the shipyards in Raging Waves City are assisting in the construction of the Unit 01 full metal battleship. It is expected that in 3 months, the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet and the Raging Waves City fleet will have the strength to fight a decisive battle at sea with the Leo fleet. At that time, as long as the County Alliance made any unusual moves in the north, this fleet with Unit 01 as the main force could go north to compete with the County Alliance fleet for control of the sea. The militia of Fury City would then board the transport ship and carry out landing operations on the flank of the County Alliance army, which would greatly reduce the pressure on the Northern Legion. Agatha looked at the map, thinking about the recent intelligence about northern neighbors and liberals. As Meteor said, the military movements of the Federation became active after the Empire entered the Civil War. Border frictions became more frequent, which was the other side testing the strength of the Empire's northern defense line. The liberals, who had always been severely hit by the Empire, were fierce recently. Their propaganda in some areas is almost semi-public, and it is obvious that some local rulers are walking with them. In addition, the intelligence agencies of the Federation have also strengthened their infiltration into the Empire, and they have provided a lot of money and weapons to the liberals. The Northern Army of the Empire has withdrawn a large number of elite soldiers to the south, causing the combat effectiveness of the entire northern garrison to decline seriously. Although the Empire has allocated troops from various places to supplement the northern border, it will not be possible for the northern border to restore its strength in a short time. When the northern border was attacked, the only ones who could support the northern border were the Western Bandit Suppression Corps and the Imperial Capital City Garrison Corps. The Western Bandit Suppression Corps must not be moved, and the eldest prince will not let Alex have the opportunity to get involved in the northern border. The St. Louis City Garrison Army guards the Imperial Capital and cannot be mobilized unless it is absolutely necessary. At this time, looking at the entire Empire, no army can mobilize to the front line in the first time. Let's look at the strategic deployment of Meteor. As long as the sea control is taken, the city militia of the City of Raging Waves can land at any point on the coastline of the County Alliance, forcing the opponent to deploy heavy troops in the coastal city. The number of the militia of the City of Raging Waves does not need to be too large to contain a large number of troops of the County Alliance. Even if it is not possible to completely gain control of the sea, having such a mobile elite army can also change the direction of the war at a critical moment. What support do you need from me? You don't need to give me any support. You can also show opposition and rejection. I tell you this just to increase the mutual trust between us. Next, I will visit Fania and ask him to provide a group of instructors for the city militia of Raging Waves to help me train this army. Agatha understood what Luke meant. She nodded and said, Fania has many excellent officers, and he can help you much more than I can in training the army. In the battle against the Abyss mages lurking in St. Louis City, Luke fully witnessed the combat effectiveness of the 4th Division of the Garrison Army. Although the Rangers of the Secret Service of Raging Waves City have also undergone military training, they are still good at dealing with security battles, but they are still far from being able to fight against the regular army on the battlefield. Shelley is a good instructor and commander. She is already very impressive for being able to train the Rangers to this level. But as the militia grows in size, more professional military instructors are needed, as well as many officers at all levels. For officers at all levels, Luke can recruit outstanding retired personnel from all over the world according to the corresponding strategies in his mobile phone. Before they arrive, the city militia of Nuteo City needs a qualified instructor group to train them, preferably an instructor group composed of officers with combat experience in the north. This can only be solved by asking the eldest prince Fania. After Luke and Agatha talked about some other things, they were ready to leave. At this time, Agatha said, before the ball, if you have time, come to me. You can't be as casual as you are here in the palace. As everyone's opponent, you need to learn standard etiquette and practice court dance steps. Luke spread his hands. I don't care about these. I have never thought of marrying Dale. Agatha smiled and said, I care. You are my subordinate. If you embarrass yourself at the court dance, it will be my embarrassment. Okay. Luke said helplessly, I will come when I have time. Luke, who achieved his goal, secretly left Tulip Manor, then returned to Copper Mulberry Avenue to show his face everywhere, and summoned Yomington to arrange a meeting between him and the Prime Minister of the Cabinet. Finally, in the evening, Luke took his people straight to Silver Manor. Governor Meteorite's return to Raging Waves City was an open secret in the imperial capital. After all, he had summoned many officials and nobles to the palace of Sassis. So the news naturally spread. Prince Fania was very happy that Governor Meteorite chose his place as his first stop after his return. Silver Manor prepared a grand dinner. Only Luke and Fania sat on the table full of dishes. Fania's most trusted servants and butlers were in charge of the table service, and no one else, including Sinclair, was allowed to come in and disturb. There was bright red wine in the wine glass and large caviar on the plate. The air was filled with the fragrance of food, and the phonograph was filled with beautiful music. Fania raised his glass and invited, Cheers to the great emperor. Cheers to the great empire. Luke raised his glass and chanted, Cheers to the great emperor. Cheers to the great empire. After the table etiquette process, Fania asked Luke. The governor returned to Neteo's city quietly this time, and he must have done a lot of great things. I knew I couldn't hide it from the eyes and ears of the eldest prince. Luke patted Fania's horse a little, and then told some of the things he did when he returned to Neteo's city this time. I can only rest assured when I see the full metal battleship Unit 01 under construction launched. The Unit 01 that has been completed is now undergoing sea trials. And after the sea trials, it can be delivered to the Neteo City Fleet and the Cape District Anti-Smuggling Fleet. Next, the Raging City Fleet and the Anti-Smuggling Fleet will jointly fight against pirates and threatening maritime targets, and firmly control this sea area in the hands of the Empire. Safe routes will attract more merchant ships. A strong fleet can open up more overseas territories for the Empire and protect our maritime allies. Fania is deeply bound to the Imperial military because he is very interested in military affairs. In addition to the mainland territory, the Golden Shield Empire also has many scattered colonies overseas. A strong navy can strengthen control over the colonies and support the expansion of the colonies. This is very tempting for Fania, who is determined to be the greatest emperor in history. Although I have not seen the Unit 01 class battleship with my own eyes, I know that it is a new type of battleship that is a generation ahead of the navies of other regions in the world. I believe that the Unit 01 class battleship can bring a large-scale overseas expansion to the Empire. If you need any help from me, please tell me. As long as it is within my ability, I will spare no effort to help you. Luke then proposed to form a militia in the city of Raging Waves and asked Fania to provide an officer training corps. This was a bit beyond Fania's expectations. Form a city militia? Why do you have this idea? Can't the Marines of the city of Raging Waves protect the safety of the city? Luke told Fania about his concerns about the North. It is difficult to resolve the war on the southern front of the Empire in a short time, and it cannot be resolved in a short time. And the situation in the North is already very serious. If the northern defense line is broken by the County Alliance, the hinterland of the Empire will be completely open. And at that time, the St. Louis City Garrison Corps will definitely be mobilized to the north. Fania asked, Is the situation in the north really that serious? The Secret Intelligence Bureau has more detailed intelligence. If your Highness asks Her Highness the Princess for it, she will not hide it from you on such a big thing. In fact, after a while, the north will also find clues. Fania considered it seriously. His biggest reliance in the imperial capital is that he has an army directly under his command in the city guard. Once there is a change in the palace, he can directly lead the army to rush into the palace, forcibly take over the royal knights and the palace guards, and declare himself the legitimate successor to the throne. Once there is a crisis in the north, the only ones who can go north to fight against the Ark County Alliance at the first time are the St. Louis City Guard. When the war is stalemate, Agatha is the most powerful in the imperial capital. Now looking at the entire empire, the only place that has the ability and financial resources to train an elite army in a short period of time is the city of Raging Waves. The important thing is that Meteorite is ultimately loyal to him and wants the St. Louis City Guard to be stationed here steadily. As for the hidden dangers of forming a militia in the city of Raging Waves, Fania felt that the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. As long as he firmly sat in the imperial capital and seize the orthodoxy. Both Meteorite and Raging Waves would be in his pocket. I will organize a group of officers to go to the city of Raging Waves as soon as possible. And when the city militia is established, it will be immediately put into training. But the size of the city militia must be limited to 5,000. For Luke, the more militias the better. But too many will only arouse suspicion. Anyway, the rangers of the Secret Service of the city of Raging Waves can be expanded. And the Fishbone Island can also train soldiers. As long as these 5,000 militias are well trained. If you want to expand the army in the future, you can add people to it. Luke raised his glass and invited Fania. Thank you for your trust. Your Highness. I will definitely train an elite army for the Empire. The road to forming the city militia of Fury City has been paved. And we are just waiting for a cannon shot from Rachel. Then Fania talked to Luke about Princess Dale's coming-of-age ceremony ball. This celebration is definitely a big event for the Imperial capital. It not only dilutes the terrifying atmosphere created by the Abyss Mage in the city, but also promotes the national prestige of the Empire. Now every day, the children of powerful people from all sides arrive in the Imperial capital, including princes from vassal states. I don't know what my father is thinking. And he changed his mind at the last minute. Maybe he just took this opportunity to consolidate the centripetal force of the Empire and let those hereditary nobles, who have not yet expressed their opinions, continue to remain silent. Or he wants to get something from the vassal states. At least to make them behave themselves. Luke listened to Fania's story, and scooped up a spoonful of caviar. The caviar particles were plump, full and round, with a transparent and clear color, and a faint golden glow in the spoon, which was very beautiful. Put it in your mouth and take a bite. The taste is chewy. The taste has a faint aroma of wine. It's not as good as a piece of roasted steak that is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Perhaps sensing that the governor was not satisfied with the caviar, the waiter on the side immediately bent down and whispered in Luke's ear the correct way to eat caviar. Luke laughed. No wonder the princess has been reminding me to learn more about court etiquette. Fortunately, I made a fool of myself here with His Highness. If I did such a disrespectful thing at the court ball, I'm afraid I would be laughed at by those noble children and princes. As for why His Majesty changed his mind, it must be because of the changes in the situation in the Empire. The Empire needs to show its strength to maintain stability. And it also needs to let the vassal states continue to maintain their confidence in the Empire. His Majesty has his own arrangements. And we just need to follow his will. Luke scooped a little caviar into his mouth again. First gently spread it on his tongue. And slowly crushed the caviar grains with the tip of his tongue. And then an elegant and delicate breath floated away. It is indeed much better than chewing it in big mouthfuls. Well, it tastes great. Fania also laughed. With the current status and reputation of the governor, those who dare to laugh at you are mediocre people who have accomplished nothing. I heard from Sinclair that you have no requirements for food. You eat whatever the canteen of the Secret Service prepares. Sometimes you have food delivered to the office. And you eat while working. You have achieved what you have now. In addition to luck and ability. But more importantly, hard work. This is also what I admire about you. If you can successfully marry Dale, I promise to give you more power and honor. Luke said, the choice is in the hands of Princess Dale. Fania showed a thirst for talent and actively introduced the delicacies on the table to Luke, looking like a wise and benevolent ruler. Now that the second Prince Alex has left the imperial capital, Emperor Augustine seems to have given up the idea of pursuing longevity after the last incident. And the governor of Meteorite is getting closer and closer to him. Fania was full of energy and ambition. And he had the aura to sweep the country once he ascended the throne. Luke knew the day of Augustine the Great's death, and he had time to accompany Fania to continue the performance. A dinner party lasted until late at night. Fania sent his guards to escort Luke back to Copper Mulberry Avenue. Kalina did not get off work. She heard the door next door open and immediately came out of her office. Luke, who had drunk too much, was already a little drunk. Kalina came in and helped Luke take off his coat, untied his shoulder straps, and poured him a glass of water. Luke sat on the chair, unbuttoned a few buttons on his shirt, and drank a glass of water. Then he asked Kalina, "It's so late. Why haven't you rested yet?" Kalina replied, "Governor, I have an important matter to report to you." "What is it?" "Lord Yomington said that he has arranged for you to meet with Prime Minister Gabriel. The Prime Minister will be waiting for you in the Cabinet office at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." These are the minutes of the Prime Minister's talks, mainly about expanding the jurisdiction of Nuteo's city and establishing an economic chain. Luke took the file, which contained the main content of the meeting given by Gabriel. Luke once expressed his desire to meet Gabriel through Yomington, but he never received a response. This prime minister is very arrogant. Now that it is mentioned again, the response is immediate. It seems that the battle to encircle and suppress the Abyss Mage has had a great impact on the cabinet. Most of the intentions mentioned in the document are what Luke wants to talk about this time. In particular, the expansion of Fury City is an urgent need. And of course, Luke needs to give up some of the benefits in exchange. Then let's meet and talk. Chapter 292 Principles. In order to facilitate the summons of the Emperor of the Empire, the Imperial Cabinet was built next to the Imperial Palace. This is a hexagonal 4-story stone building with a complex magic array system inside. At the same time, it is connected to the magic array system of the Imperial Palace through a large underground magic hub, which is part of the defense function of the Imperial Palace. Luke arrived at the cabinet early in the morning, but the cabinet was in a morning meeting. He waited in a lounge arranged by the Secretariat. Accompanying him, this time were Kalina and Yomington. Kalina brought a briefcase full of documents. Luke stood by the window, and outside was the Imperial Palace. To be precise, it was just a projection of the Imperial Palace, similar to the texture in the game. The palace in static state is vast and majestic. If you don't know the correct way to enter, you can't break through the space wall and enter the real palace. Governor. Yomington came to Luke and whispered, I will meet with Prime Minister Gabriel later. He may mention the matter of the Caltrip Armor Factory and the Crusader Project. I hope you can be prepared. Although everyone knows what happened in the Caltrip Armor Factory, since it involves the Abyss Temple, there is no shortage of investigations. The Crusader Project was severely damaged. Many Crusaders and important researchers died, and a large amount of research data was seized by the 6th Special Agent. 3 Crusaders' research prototypes were hijacked. Luke took the opportunity to cause trouble this time, and the Crusader was very painful. If he can't give Gabriel an explanation during this meeting, many things will probably be out of the question. Luke admired the towering towers and sky corridors in the palace, and replied to Yomington, I will give an explanation to Prime Minister Gabriel, and I believe that there are far more areas for cooperation between us than conflicts. How is the preparation for the investment exhibition in Nuteo City going? Yomington replied, It's going very smoothly. The list that Mrs. Michelle gave me not only includes the latest research results of Nuteo City, but also some advanced foreign technologies. There are many things in it that I have never heard of. I have to admit that St. Louis City, located in the heart of the Empire, lags behind Raging Wave City, which is in line with the world. In responding to new technologies, I have already distributed the exhibition list, and the cabinet has very high expectations for this exhibition. Luke said, Raging Wave City's expertise lies in the research and development of emerging technologies, steam, alchemy, machinery, biology, and civilian industry. St. Louis City's expertise lies in the development of traditional technologies, magic, alchemy, extraordinary cultivation, and military industry. Therefore, this exhibition is not only an exhibition of Raging Wave City's new technologies, but also tries to invite St. Louis City's research institutes to showcase their technologies. The goal of this exhibition is to attract investment, cooperation, and integration. Yomington replied, Yes, Governor. I will arrange the exhibition properly. At this time, the receptionist of the Cabinet Secretariat came in, Meteor Acting Governor. The Cabinet morning meeting is over, and Prime Minister Gabriel is waiting for you in his office. Please follow me. The Prime Minister's office consists of 2 rooms. The outer room is a public place, with the Prime Minister's desk, for confidential secretary desks, file cabinets on the wall, and many clerk desks, 24 hours a day. There is a team of people here to handle the daily official business from all over the Empire. The inner room is a conference room with the most complete alchemy equipment to meet the various functions required for the meeting. Luke, Kalina, and Yomington went into the Prime Minister's office after security checks, and then went directly to the conference room. Prime Minister Gabriel, several cabinet officials, and the staff are already waiting here. Hello, Prime Minister. Luke shook hands with Gabriel. It's our first meeting. Please give me your guidance. Gabriel is an evergreen in the imperial court. He represents the interests of the new nobility, and is a minister relied on by Emperor Augustine. Facing the meteorite, he can feel a lot of pressure, because all signs show that this person is very likely to be the successor of his cabinet prime minister. The Innovation Society from the City of Raging Waves has also shown the potential to keep pace with the Cross Society. Competition, cooperation, is the best way to resolve the conflict between the two sides. But facing the aggressive Innovation Society, the Cross Society must also show its tough attitude and strength. Gabriel said to Luke admiringly, "It is the luck of the Empire to have such an outstanding young man as you in this special period. When we leave with our own glory, you will continue to lead the Empire on a new journey. This is the first time I have met you, and I believe its importance will be recorded in the history of the Empire. Please sit down, and let me see what you have brought me." Gabriel and Luke sat down on both sides of the conference table, followed by officials and staff. And secretaries set up typewriters to take minutes of the meeting. Luke took a document from Kalina and pushed it to Gabriel from the table. The business in Raging Waves City is very active now. The good investment environment has attracted a large amount of foreign investment for us. And many domestic factory owners hope to build factories in Raging Waves City to save production costs. What bothers us is that Nuteo City does not have enough land to meet the increasing investment. So we hope to include 5 to 7 cities around Nuteo City into the city expansion land. This is the expansion plan for Nuteo City. The first phase of the project includes 245 factories, 23 schools, and 20 large residential areas, including various ancillary facilities. It can provide 500,000 to 700,000 jobs. Gabriel did not look at the plan in front of him, and his expression was not as friendly as when he first met Acting Governor. We all know that Nuteo City has reached the point where it has to expand, and everyone hopes that Nuteo City can better play its role in the Empire. I also absolutely believe that according to your ability, if you are given this land, you will definitely create a new miracle of wealth. But some things are not as simple as idealization. People have selfishness. Groups have collective interests. And what you did in the Caltrop Armor Factory has deeply hurt the interests of the Cross. Returning everything you took away from it is the premise for us to continue the discussion. Everything. Naturally including the 3 sisters of Egret, Blue Dove and Grey Goose. Luke looked at Yomington beside him, and then said to Gabriel, "The evidence of the discovery of the Abyss Mage in the Caltrop Armor Factory is irrefutable. As a senior official of the Imperial Secret Service, it is my duty to take some things away for investigation. Mr. Prime Minister, since you know that the expansion of the City of Raging Waves is a general trend that everyone is pushing for, you should not obstruct it anymore. Many people are waiting for the land to be approved so that they can build factories and make money." Gabriel said, "This is related to the prestige of the Cross Society. Please forgive me that I cannot give in on this. Moreover, the Crusader project is related to the battle against the Tadega Hills. If the project cannot be resumed as soon as possible, you will not be able to explain to His Majesty. The prestige of the Cross Society was really greatly damaged by the raid on its home this time. If the incident did not involve the eldest prince, and the eldest prince was in the limelight, the Cross Society would not be so silent. This time, the City of Raging Waves came to ask for help. If the Cross Society did not investigate, the people below would probably all go to the Innovation Society." Before Luke came, he knew that today's meeting would not be able to avoid the matter of the Caltrop Armor Factory. The information taken away can be returned, but the 3 sisters must not be given. For this reason, Luke carefully prepared some things. Kalina received a hint and took out a document from her briefcase and put it in Luke's hand. Luke pushed it in front of Gabriel again. The Crusader project requires a lot of secret arts, especially the branches involved in the Eternal Life secret art. I gave some of the information I took away to Miss Qing Kong for review, and Miss Qing Kong's conclusion was garbage. The Crusader project consumed a lot of financial and material resources of the Crusade to compete for extraordinary transformation warriors. Although the Crusader warrior cannot compare with the Transcendental Transformation warrior in terms of the upper limit, it has the mass production capacity and combat effectiveness improvement stability, which is incomparable to the Transcendental Transformation warrior. This time, the Imperial military placed an order for 1,000 Crusader warriors, which has shown the broad financial prospects of this project. Moreover, the Crusader warrior has a good upward development space and is highly expected by the Cross Society. If anyone dares to say that the Crusader warrior project is rubbish, the Cross Society bosses present will definitely slap it. But this time it was Miss Qing Kong who said it. She rebuilt the Mystic branch of the Ulu College and killed 3 Abyss Apostles in the Mystic confrontation with the Abyss Temple. She holds the Book of Disasters, but is not affected by it. In the field of occult arts, Miss Qing Kong says garbage is garbage. Gabriel finally picked up the document in front of him. While he was watching, Luke briefly introduced to others. The Crusaders developed by the Crusader Project must be equipped with armor to develop battlefield perception. And the armor must be stored separately when not worn. This not only increases transportation and maintenance costs, but also the time wasted on armor may be fatal when responding to emergency battles. Miss Chi Kong believes that occult arts can solve the problem of Crusaders wearing armor. A set of occult words and a small number of mysterious props can complete the armor dressing at any time. Gabriel listened to Luke's introduction and looked at Miss Chi Kong's opinion on the Crusader Project in the document. Convenient armor is just one of the many shortcomings pointed out by Chi Kong. In Chi Kong's eyes, the Crusader Project can be improved from beginning to end. The Crusader Project was born out of the Eternal Life secret art. And the secret art research and development capabilities of the Cross Society are not enough to perfectly reproduce the beautiful girl killer. So they can only try their best to use mature technologies, such as alchemy, and extraordinary transformation as a substitute. If Miss Chi Kong can be invited to join the development of the Crusader Project. Gabriel was excited about the idea that suddenly came to him. I wonder if we can have the honor to invite Miss Chi Kong to join the Crusader Project? Of course, Luke said. Miss Chi Kong also hopes to integrate the secret knowledge she has learned into other systems. The Crusader Project is a good cooperation project. Gabriel and other officials were very happy. With the addition of Miss Chi Kong, an authority on secret arts, it is equivalent to putting the Crusader Project on the right track. Compared with the value of Miss Chi Kong, the lost data and prototypes are not worth mentioning. And the prototypes are all with Chi Kong. Maybe Miss Chi Kong can develop the secret art of eternal life in the process of developing the Crusader Project. This is more valuable than the Crusaders. The only thing to worry about now is the Reformed Society will take this opportunity to expand and infiltrate the Cross Society. But the Reformed Society also belongs to the new aristocracy system. And it makes money. Besides, Gabriel does not think that Meteorite will threaten his position now. When he retires and gives way, it will be the next generation of the Cross Society that will compete with Meteorite. Gabriel put down the Crusaders Project opinion letter, picked up the Raging Waves City expansion plan, and read it carefully, saying, regarding the expansion of Raging Waves City, the cabinet has already made a proposal. As I said, everyone hopes that it will be implemented as soon as possible. Many factory owners in St. Louis City want to build factories in Raging Waves City. Finally, we can talk business. Luke knew that Gabriel was fighting for the interests of Raging Waves City for the members of the Cross Society. He said, after the expansion of Raging Waves City, the increase in factories means an increase in internal competition. Raging Waves City Council and government office will not be partial to factories because of their background. Those who are not adapted to the market will be eliminated naturally. Many factory owners in St. Louis City are used to using their privileges, which is not feasible in Raging Waves City. Raging Waves City faces the whole world, and privileges are useless in front of external competitors. Although we crack down on liberals, we have to admit that free competition can make the market full of vitality. Conservative and inappropriate protection is a dead end for the old aristocracy. At this time, Yamenten said, please allow me to make a brief speech. During the period when I was the commissioner of the Nuteo City office in St. Louis City, the biggest feeling I had was that the goods produced in St. Louis City were losing competitiveness in the international market. The stable national orders made many factories not actively update machinery and technology. In particular, the members of the Cross Society preferred to bribe the imperial ministers with money in exchange for high profits. For example, military-heavy industry. If the cabinet allows Nuteo City to get involved in this field, I guarantee that the imperial military can purchase the weapons and equipment they want at a lower price. Within 10 years, if the arms dealers in St. Louis City do not change their strategies, they will completely lose their competitiveness in this industry with Nuteo City. Yamenten's speech was beyond everyone's expectation. You know, although he was working for Luke, he was essentially Gabriel's man. But his position in this speech was clearly inclined towards the city of Raging Waves. And he even mentioned the sensitive military-heavy industry. This is the industry that the Cross Society holds most tightly. In this civil war in the Empire, the weapons orders are full, and the Cross Society is ready to make a lot of money in it. Unless the Cross Society can't find a substitute for weapons produced in other parts of the Empire, it will never get a share of the Empire's military orders. Gabriel knew the disadvantages of privilege, but the Cross Society pushed him to sit in this position, and his primary responsibility was to make profits for the Cross Society. As a result, the City of Raging Waves was not prepared to give the Cross Society privileges in the City of Raging Waves, and even wanted to get involved in the field of military heavy industry. The problem of money is a problem of principle. Chapter 293 Coming of Age Ceremony. Luke was also puzzled by the obvious bias of Yamantyn's speech, but it was more appropriate for him to say these words than for himself. It would be best if the Cross Society was willing to give up some monopoly industries. Although the probability was small, it was still a point to fight for. The ball was kicked to Gabriel's feet, and he naturally had to continue to fight for the interests of the Cross Society. Then the arduous and long negotiations began. When the excitement was high, both sides couldn't help but slap the table to communicate constructively. But no matter how much the two sides quarreled, the general direction of the expansion of the City of Rage did not change. What they were fighting for was just how much of the big cake the Cross Society and the Innovation Society could get. After a round of negotiations, the expansion of Nuteo City was included in the cabinet's formal agenda. In the near future, Prime Minister Gabriel will formally submit the Nuteo City Economic Circle Plan at the Imperial Cabinet meeting. The negotiations on the division of the cake will continue. Luke, holding a dinner knife, not only has to negotiate with the Cross, but also with various forces in the Empire. He is destined to be busier than before. It also makes everyone in the Imperial capital, from the royal family to the peddlers, pay attention to the expansion plan of Nuteo City. Some people with spare money are thinking about how to find a way to take advantage of this opening that is about to open up and soar to the sky. With the continuous reports of major newspapers in the Imperial capital, the wealth of Nuteo City confuses people's eyes, so that there is a piece of news that has not been widely paid attention to. Crusader engineering has shifted from secret development to commercialization. Miss Chi Kong accepted the Crusader Engineering's employment and has a secret laboratory led by her. Luke is very clear that the future direction of power system research and development is the integration of technology and the integration of magic, alchemy, secret arts, machinery, and transcendence is not a simple technology stacking. The same thing is placed in different frameworks. Some people may build a row of bungalows, while others can build a skyscraper. The secret arts, a power system that has been developed and promoted by players, has shown its inclusiveness and can perfectly embed other power systems in the framework dominated by secret arts. This is also the reason why the secret arts surpass other powers in the later period. The information recorded by Luke in his mobile phone gave him a secret arts technology tree that was tempered by countless players. What now limits him from exerting the potential energy of the secret arts technology tree is precisely the backward development of other power systems at this stage. With the gradual abundance of secret arts resources, how to make other power systems adapt to the secret arts has become the problem that Luke has to solve now. Although Luke has taken down the City Alchemy Association of the City of Raging Waves, some traditional power systems are authoritative in the city of St. Louis. In the epic game, the strength of the character Chi Kong is at a high level among the players, and all high-difficulty dungeons can be easily cleared with full stars by relying on technology. Those top players and super spenders who pursue the ultimate treat advanced dungeons as racing games, competing on how many seconds faster they can clear the level. Therefore, there is still a lot of room for improvement in Chi Kong. After laying a solid foundation, the main body also needs to integrate other power systems to achieve a multiplier increase in strength. Participating in the Crusader project is an opportunity to enter the research system of St. Louis City. The negotiations with Gabriel were difficult, but fortunately, some results were achieved every time. With the promotion of public opinion and the help of all parties, the expansion plan of Raging Wave City was also promoted very quickly at the Imperial Cabinet meeting. The merger of the 6 towns into Raging Wave City is a foregone conclusion, and all that is left is the final signing of the order by Emperor Augustine. However, Emperor Augustine deliberately delayed it, saying that he would sign the order after Princess Dale's coming-of-age ceremony ball was over. Princess Dale's birthday was getting closer, and the atmosphere of celebration in the Imperial capital was getting stronger and stronger. Luke gradually handed over the unimportant negotiations to Yamantyn, and he took the time to accept Agatha's teaching of court etiquette, especially court dance. It is really not something that can be mastered by taking a few classes. Although Luke didn't care about these etiquettes, he always stepped on his female partner's feet when dancing, which was definitely not just a matter of impoliteness. Turning, moving, passing, exchanging positions. The lady should be light, and the man should walk steadily. In the middle, there are summon fairies pulling magic rainbow strips and spreading fluorescent powder. The ladies of noble status also have fairies flying with them, holding the scarf or skirt. If you want to avoid making a fool of yourself at the ball, you must first learn court fencing. Court dance evolved from court fencing. At first, court swordsmen performed fencing at banquets, and gradually became court dance after removing the swords. Agatha wore a fencing suit, holding a long sword in her right hand and a short sword in her left hand. Opposite her, Luke was wearing the same outfit. Agatha took a step forward and put the swords together. Note that the contact between the sword guards is holding hands. The weaker one in the wrestling is the lady. Step back half a step. Slide. Turn. Step forward sideways. Slide. Turn. Step forward. Step back sideways. Slide. This is the most basic step, enough for you to deal with ordinary situations. The steps required for fighting dance are much more complicated, so you don't need to know them for now. Now let's start practicing. Follow my rhythm. After practicing for a while, Luke is already familiar with the steps, but he has never been able to grasp the rhythm well. Fortunately, Agatha is a professional court dance master. Under her guidance, Luke successfully completed a dance step practice. Then we need to add arm and upper body movements, since it is a dance evolved from fencing. Of course, there are attacks and dodges. It's just that after the dance improvement, these movements are given beauty. And after the performance of male and female dancers, they present a sense of both hardness and softness. At the same time, the airflow and blasting effects generated by the collision of sword skills and energy are replaced by the shuttle goblins, making the whole dance more graceful and gorgeous. Agatha led Luke to practice the dance in depth with a sword in both hands, and at the same time talked to distract his attention, so that the dance steps became his muscle reaction. Your first dance partner must be Dale. She is very kind, and you have saved her, so she will not embarrass you when dancing. If someone else invites you to dance, you need to pay attention. The impromptu court dance is a real sword skill duel. According to your current proficiency in court fencing, any noble girl can embarrass you. The hilts of the swords separated, the blades touched, and the two exchanged positions. Luke said, after dancing, I will find a place to sit and drink. His Majesty will definitely send someone to contact me first, and the dance will have nothing to do with me. The two took a step forward again. The hilts of the swords touched. Luke took a step forward. Agatha took a step back, and their eyes met. There is news from the palace that some guest rooms have been cleaned out, and the Emperor may arrange some young people he admires to stay overnight, giving Dale more opportunities to know them. You should be mentally prepared. The Emperor's evaluation of you this time will take some time. This was unexpected news for Luke. His Majesty is very serious about Princess Dale's coming-of-age ceremony, and he seems to be really trying to choose a suitable husband for her. Agatha sighed. It's hard to guess what he's thinking. The coming-of-age ceremonies of royal princes and princesses have never been so grand before, and their marriages were all designated by our father. The father has a strong control desire, but since Dale returned to the palace, some of his behaviors have changed a lot, and the love and care for Dale is something we have never received. Luke felt Agatha's loss, and he said, Are you jealous of Dale? Agatha's expression quickly recovered. You stepped on my foot. Sorry. Luke quickly stepped back. Agatha hooked Luke's hilt with her own hilt and pulled him in front of her, at the ball. If you step on it, just step on it. Don't mess up your steps. Continue. Yes, Your Highness. After a period of time, after being trained by the princess herself, Luke's court etiquette and court dance have made great progress. The time has also come to the day of Princess Dale's coming-of-age ceremony. Countless carriages gathered from all directions to the main gate of the palace. The children of the nobles in gorgeous dresses entered the palace through the corridor guarded by the palace guards. Luke took the imperial carriage and drove directly into the palace. The space wall was traversed unconsciously, and the palace that was just like a sticker suddenly became alive. A towering palace is surrounded by towering walls, and the flag of the Golden Shield Empire is flying on the top of the tower. Fully armed soldiers stand on sentry posts, and magic bullets occasionally fly into the air and then disperse into raindrops with magical energy, floating down, forming a dazzling rainbow. The burly trumpeters puffed their cheeks and blew several meters-long trumpets. The long and ancient trumpet sound seemed to be able to feel the profound heritage passed down by the Empire. People who came to attend Princess Dale's coming-of-age ceremony gathered in the palace hall. As a seed player, Luke was invited to stand in the front row. Standing next to him were the children of high-ranking officials and prominent families, each of them arrogant and unruly. And they all looked at Luke intentionally or unintentionally, all with hostility in their eyes. As a peer, Meteorite owns the city of Raging Waves, and is much better than these playboys, and is a strong competitor that everyone has to face. Of course, the noble girls who came to the celebration saw Luke in a different light. For them, if Princess Dale had not chosen Meteorite, she would have had the opportunity to have a romantic encounter with him here, use her tenderness and beauty to soothe his wounded heart, and then she will become the wife of the governor, the richest woman in the world. Two completely different eyes focused on Luke, making him the most eye-catching focus of the hall before Princess Dale appeared. Luke didn't care what people around him thought of him. Dale was not his target at all. He came to have a potential confrontation with Emperor Augustine. "I'm here. Do you dare to attack me?" After a while, as the music sounded, the hall fell silent. Then a gorgeous woman in extremely gorgeous clothes walked to the podium surrounded by female officials. The people in the hall saluted the woman together and said in unison, "Good day, Your Majesty." The person who presided over Princess Dale's coming-of-age ceremony this time was Queen Christina of the Golden Shield Empire. I think it was because Emperor Augustine's health did not allow him to attend such a ceremony. Christina is very young, about the same age as Agatha. She is a princess of the Kingdom of Lusion, a vassal state of the Golden Shield Empire. She married Emperor Augustine the Great 3 years ago and became the Empress of the Empire. In fact, Christina was originally going to marry the second prince, Ark, but when discussing the marriage, the original queen of Emperor Augustine the Great died. It is not certain whether she can become the Empress of the Empire if she marries Ark, but she will definitely become the Empress of the Empire if she marries Augustine the Great. So under the extreme operation of King Lusion, Emperor Augustine the Great married Christina, who was supposed to be his daughter-in-law. Queen Christina has been very low-key since she married Emperor Augustine the Great. She reads books every day and hardly leaves the palace, so that she has little sense of existence. This time, Christina came to preside over Princess Dale's coming-of-age ceremony. The first thing that people marveled at was her dignity and beauty as a queen. Life in the deep palace made Christina feel a little indifferent, and combined with her young appearance, she showed a frosty temperament. Christina walked onto the stage without saying too much. After expressing her welcome to the guests, she immediately announced the start of the ceremony. The music became high-pitched and holy, and the crowd in the hall automatically separated, leaving a corridor leading to the main entrance of the hall. The red carpet was laid on the ground under the effect of magic. The closed main door opened, and Princess Dale, dressed in a gorgeous dress, walked in. The goblin was flying in the air with a basket, constantly taking out petals from the basket and throwing them into the air. The maid behind her held up the dress for Princess Dale. People on both sides bowed and saluted, offering blessings to the princess. And some even recited a short poem to enhance Princess Dale's impression of themselves. Dale showed the dignity of a royal princess. She walked towards the stage with her eyes straight ahead amid the music and blessings, until she saw Luke standing in the front row. A smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of Princess Dale's mouth, and she recalled the wonderful experience with Luke in the downtown area. Princess Dale's smile touched every man's heart. Her beauty was flawless and pure, making people want to protect her with all their strength. But people soon discovered that Princess Dale's eyes were not looking at the queen on the stage. She was looking at the meteorite. Her smile was also for the meteorite. Suddenly, countless jealous people were overturned, and the hateful eyes shot at Luke like arrows. What was even more devastating was that Princess Dale actually walked up to Luke and stopped, which was absolutely not in line with the process of the ceremony. Princess Dale looked at Luke and said, "Does what you promised me still count?" Luke didn't expect Dale to ask such a question at this time, so he had to answer, "I will definitely do what I promised you. I'll wait for you." Luke saw from Dale's eyes that she definitely did it on purpose. Such a short and ambiguous conversation can definitely be interpreted into a colorful essay of tens of thousands of words. "Dale, you have become bad." Facing the pressure from the surroundings, Luke could only utter a sound from his throat. Dale knew what the occasion was, so she didn't continue to tease Luke, and regained her manners, and walked onto the ceremony platform. She knelt down to Christina and respectfully shouted, "Mother." Chapter 294 Ball. Looking at Dale, Queen Christina smiled. She took off the small silver princess crown on Dale's head, took a slightly larger golden princess crown from the tray in the servant's hand and put it on Dale's head, and then carefully arranged her hair. When I entered the palace, you were still a carefree child, and in the blink of an eye you have become an adult. Soon you will have a husband who loves you, and you will give birth to healthy and beautiful children with him, and you will live a happy life like a princess in a fairy tale. The ancestors of the Augustine family will bless you. Your father will bless you, and I will bless you too. Queen Christina hugged Dale intimately, but a sad look flashed in her eyes. As a princess, she dedicated her life's happiness to the country, and now she will be trapped in this cold palace for the rest of her life. The ceremony ended, and the celebration began. The hall began to rise after a slight vibration. The entire palace floated up, and the palace complex was lifted up by the base, without the obstruction of the high walls around. Sufficient light shone in from all sides, and after passing through the special glass windows, it sprinkled patches of golden light in the hall. The space wall outside the palace was lifted, and the flying palace showed its majestic appearance to the entire St. Louis city, proclaiming the supreme national strength of the empire. All the citizens of the imperial capital who saw the palace cheered, and fireworks rose from every corner of the city, pushing the celebration to a climax. The hall where young people gathered had 3 walls that extended outwards to form a circle of suspended terraces. The court attendants set up tables and chairs, food, drinks and parasols for people to rest, and the dance floor in the middle was soon emptied. The court band played melodious dance music, and people around the dance floor waited for today's protagonist, Princess Dale, to lead the first dance. According to the prior arrangement, Luke should have walked up to the stage to invite Dale to the dance floor, but a young man walked up first. His clothes and accessories showed his extraordinary family background, and his demeanor was also very arrogant. He first walked to Queen Christina, who was sitting in the main seat, and bowed. "Dear Queen, my father asked me to bring his thoughts to you. The wind in Lothian Bay is still as gentle and peaceful as before, and this year is another bumper year." When Queen Christina was talking to the young man, Sinclair's grandson appeared beside Luke. He said, "That is the little prince of Lothian Kingdom, MacDonald Lothian, my Queen's younger brother." "Oh my God! My grandmother is younger than me. If it weren't for you, my Aunt Princess Dale would have married my grandmother's younger brother, Prince MacDonald." "Is it very confusing?" Luke said, "It's really confusing. I sympathize with you." Sinclair spread his hands to show that he was used to it. He said, "MacDonald definitely went on stage for Aunt Dale. The first person to invite her to dance represents the support of the royal family. MacDonald must want to grab your position through the relationship with the Queen." Luke looked at the people on the stage. Except for the Queen, other major royal family members did not show up. Prince Acrylic was not in the imperial capital because he went to the Western Front. The eldest Prince Fania sent Sinclair as a representative. Agatha has not shown up, probably because she is responsible for protecting the palace and also to deal with emergencies. Chi Kong did not come either. As a military deterrent, she should stay where she is. However, the students of the Department of Mysticism, led by Jennifer, all came to participate in the celebration of Dale's coming-of-age ceremony. Luke asked Sinclair, "You seem to dislike Prince MacDonald very much?" "It's not that I don't like it. The Kingdom of Lothian is the granary of the Empire. The Empire provides military protection for the Kingdom of Lothian. The two families often strengthen their relationship through marriage. I just think Aunt Dale is a good match for you. And my father also wants you to become a member of the royal family. Of course, if you marry Aunt Agatha, it will be the same for me." Luke smiled and said, "You seem to be eager to call me uncle. As a grandson of the Emperor, I am used to it. Look, that kid MacDonald is going to make a move." Luke looked at the stage. After Prince MacDonald finished his conversation with Queen Christina, he turned around and saluted Dale, and extended his right hand to invite, "Beautiful Princess Dale, I was intoxicated by your beauty and purity when I saw you for the first time. Please forgive my offense. Can I have the honor of asking you to dance with me?" Dale was stunned for a moment. Obviously, the process was wrong. Wasn't it agreed that the first dance was with Meteor? She looked at the Queen beside her, but Christina's eyes were on Meteor. Dale turned to Prince MacDonald and said with a smile, "Uncle MacDonald, I really want to dance with you, but you are my elder. I can't dance with you for the first dance." MacDonald's face changed drastically. Dale not only refused his invitation, but also kicked him out of the list of suitors because of his seniority. This is not just a simple embarrassment. It is simply humiliating herself in public. But Dale looked innocent, and didn't seem to know the meaning of what she said. The scene was extremely awkward. Fortunately, Queen Christina said at this time, "MacDonald, stop joking with Dale. Everyone is waiting for the dance to start. Sit next to me. I have a lot to ask you about Les Bay." With the Queen's help, MacDonald sat on the chair brought by the servant with a gloomy face. Sinclair in the audience smiled and said to Luke, "Go. I think no one except you can lead Aunt Dale to the dance floor. It feels like there is an extra enemy for no reason." Luke walked to the podium. He could feel Prince MacDonald's hateful eyes on him. And Queen Christina was also looking at him. And she had been observing me just now. Interesting. Luke came to the stage to salute the Queen. And then invited Dale. Dale obediently put her hand in Luke's hand. And then the two walked down the stage hand in hand and entered the dance floor. Sister Agatha said that you just learned court dance. Yes. Dancing is even harder than dealing with those villains in the downtown area. Dale rubbed her fingers. Fluorescent powder sprinkled. And several fairies were summoned from the crystal powder. It seems that I can only dance some simple steps. The fairies danced around the two, sprinkling starlight and light bands. The two held hands together. And Dale took a step back to the beat of the music, leading Luke into the rhythm of the dance steps. Luke was amazed by the smoothness and silkiness of the dance. "You dance much better than Her Royal Highness the Princess." "Of course. My dance class grades are very good. Sister Agatha was already managing the Secret Service at my age. And I have to face a full schedule of classes every day. Fortunately, my father allowed me to take classes with Miss Chi Kong. It's so interesting to study with so many classmates." Dyer's dance steps were as light as an elf, which made Luke very relaxed. He didn't even know that he was just a beginner. "It seems that His Majesty has given you a lot of freedom, and even allowed you to choose the person you will marry in the future. It seems that you don't need to escape from here anymore." Dale leaned close to him and said, "The freedom granted can be taken back at any time. For example, this kind of dance is not what I want. Most people here come here not to bless me, but to get something from me. I don't want to be like Christina, whose fate is ruthlessly manipulated by the closest people. You promised me. I promised you that I would take you out of this cage." Dale smiled sweetly. "This is my Mr. Luke." Luke and Dale led the dance. And other noble children also invited their partners to enter the dance floor. And a joyful atmosphere filled the hall. After a song, Luke and Dale separated. Dale returned to the stage, and Luke found an empty place on the terrace and sat down. After the waiter poured Luke a glass of wine, a man sat directly opposite Luke in a very rude manner. It was MacDonald. He hated Luke as if he was cuckolded, and threatened, "Stay away from Dale. Only the prince is worthy of the princess." Luke picked up the wine glass, crossed his legs and leaned comfortably on the chair. "You are right." MacDonald thought that Meteorite was afraid of him, and said arrogantly, "You are self-aware, which is good. I will tell my sister, your queen, and let her give you other rewards." "Thank you, Your Highness. If there is nothing else, please leave, and don't hinder me from seeing the scenery of the imperial capital. There are not many opportunities to overlook the entire city from the palace in the sky." Luke's teasing tone made MacDonald taste a hint of flavor. "Are you teasing me? Not arguing with idiots is my principle of doing things." "You?" MacDonald stood up angrily. "Meteor, do you know who you are talking to? You are just an acting governor, lord, and I am the prince of the kingdom of Lusion, and the queen of the empire is my sister. Apologize. Apologize immediately. Otherwise, I will punish you for insulting the Golden Shield royal family and the Lusion royal family." Luke drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and then shouted, "Sinclair, come here." In the dance floor, Sinclair was dancing happily with a beautiful lady. But when he heard Meteorite calling him, he immediately left his partner and ran over. "What's the matter?" Luke handed over the empty glass. "Pour me a glass of wine." Sinclair was still confused at first, because there was a servant next to him. Why did he call him over to pour wine? But when he saw MacDonald here, still with the same face, he understood what happened. "Yes, Governor." Sinclair immediately took the bottle from the servant, poured red wine into Luke's glass, and asked, "Anything else?" Luke sighed secretly. Sinclair was a smart guy. "No more. You have good taste. You found a beautiful partner. Let's go dance." "Yes, Governor." Sinclair ran back to the dance floor and continued to dance closely with his partner. Luke took a sip of red wine and asked MacDonald, "Sorry, I didn't hear what you said just now. Can you say it again?" MacDonald was dumbfounded. Who is Sinclair? The eldest grandson of Augustine the Great. After the second Prince Acrylic left the imperial capital, the eldest Prince Fania is now widely regarded as the heir to the empire, with his status as the eldest grandson and deep relationship with the military. Sinclair will definitely inherit the empire and become the emperor of the empire in the future. How can a little prince of a vassal state compare with the future emperor of the empire? Of course not. But Meteorite dared to summon the grandson of Sinclair to pour wine for him. It was too disrespectful. 2. How dare he? MacDonald stood there, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Queen Christina came over at this time and said to MacDonald, "Governor Meteorite is one of the busiest people in the empire. Don't disturb the governor's rest here. Many young ladies from noble families came today. Go find them." "Yes, Your Highness." MacDonald, confused, left immediately. Queen Christina sat down opposite Luke and asked the servants to leave. "I'm sorry, Governor Meteor. I apologize to you on behalf of my ignorant brother. The Kingdom of Lusion is a relatively closed country. He is a spoiled child. I will teach him a lesson." Luke stood up and saluted Christina, then sat down. "I won't be angry about this kind of thing. And Prince MacDonald targeted me just because he likes Princess Dale. Dale's greatest feature is that she can make everyone like her. And you seem to be the focus of everyone's attention wherever you go. Let Sinclair pour the wine. I'm afraid only you can do this here. And dare to do this." Luke laughed and said, "Sinclair and I have a good personal relationship. He asked me to treat him as a friend. So I treat him as a friend." Christina looked at Luke with a look in her eyes that wanted to see through him. "You are very special. If it were me, I would never dare to attend this dance, but would immediately leave the imperial capital and return to the city of raging waves." Luke also looked at the young queen and asked with a smile, "I don't understand what you mean. Why don't I dare to attend the dance?" Christina avoided Luke's gaze and looked at Dale on the stage. Dale rejected all the men who invited her to dance. And you may be the only one who danced with her at her coming-of-age ceremony. The palace will float for 3 days, and everyone must stay here. If you want to leave safely after 3 days, let Dale fall in love with you. Dale is the only one who can soften his heart. This is my advice to you." Luke said, "Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. But I don't need a woman to protect me. Now that I'm here, I can get out by my own strength. The pressure is not on me." Christina looked at Luke again, with another look in her eyes. "I finally understand why you make him so important, and even let the palace fly to show his power. But obviously you are not intimidated by this power, and I don't see your awe of the imperial power in your eyes. If he was still young, he would kill you at all costs. But he no longer has the courage of the past, and he doesn't even dare to face his aging body. You will change this empire, change this world, and probably change." Chapter 295, The Land of Plenty. What to change? Queen Christina did not say, but Luke could understand a little. Sitting on the stage and watching the dancing below, Dale was dignified and elegant, as quiet as a holy sculpture. But her heart longed to fly away from here and be free and unfettered like Jasmine. Sinclair, who was dancing happily with the noble lady on the dance floor, was handsome and free, showing his royal temperament and being flattered by the people around him. But he actually did not care about the throne, and only wanted to be a general commanding thousands of troops. And Agatha, who was hiding somewhere, took action early to escape her fate. The ideological changes caused by the times were first reflected in this generation of young people. Unlike their parents, they are conservative and pedantic, and are no longer willing to accept the fate imposed on them. They will think and then fight. Christina's heart is not as cold as she appears, but as hot and energetic as her age. Conquering this fierce horse has always been regarded as a difficult plot challenge by players. Luke said to Christina, speaking of change, "I suddenly thought that the land of Lusion Bay is a blessed and fertile land. The climate there is suitable, which is very conducive to the growth of crops. No matter what you plant, you can get a much higher output than other places. The Kingdom of Lusion is located on a peninsula southeast of the Golden Shield Empire. The land there is fertile. The climate is suitable, and the land is blessed by an unknown great power, which is very suitable for farming. The Golden Shield Empire has experienced various turmoils in history, but there has never been a large-scale famine, just because of the existence of the Kingdom of Luthen." Christina didn't know what Luke meant by suddenly talking about the Luthen Bay, so she said, "It is the luck of Luthen to receive the blessing of the God of Harvest. But it is the misfortune of Luthen to be surrounded by the Golden Shield Empire, with abundant martial virtues. In order to maintain the independence of the kingdom of Luthen has to pay tribute to the Golden Shield Empire every year, and has to marry from time to time in exchange for its own agricultural products to enter the international market. Luke said, I know that the Kingdom of Luthen has a lot of surplus food every year, with the cultivation of farmland by industrial machinery. The food production capacity of Luthen is still increasing year by year. Even if Lucian vigorously develops animal husbandry and winemaking, it cannot consume all the excess grain, but instead causes a surplus of meat products, cheese, fruit and wine. Christina said with approval, I just talked about this with MacDonald. My father hopes that more agricultural products from Lucian will enter the imperial market. But the cabinet does not want to see Lucian's agricultural products impact the price of the imperial market. There are also many storage problems for perishable foods, which determine that they cannot be transported for a long time. Luke asked, Is there a map of Lucian Bay here? Christina realized something and immediately said, Yes. I will send someone to get it immediately. Can I ask MacDonald to come and sit in? I've been away from Luthien for a long time, and he knows the current situation there better than I do. Of course, to make money in Luthien Bay. Of course, the Luthien royal family needs to get involved. After a while, MacDonald came over very cautiously. He was not as arrogant as before. It was obvious that Luke had just ordered Sinclair around like that and scared him. Christina taught her brother a lesson. Luthien Bay is closed to information, and you don't know how fast the world is changing. This time out is an opportunity to broaden your horizons. The governor of Meteorite is not someone you can offend. Apologize to him. Although MacDonald was unwilling to apologize to a small lord as a prince, he had to bow to Luke because the grandson of the emperor, Sinclair, and the queen respected this peer so much. I'm sorry, governor of Meteorite. Luke could tell that MacDonald couldn't let go of his status, but he didn't mind. He was just a country prince who had never seen the world. I forgive you. Sit down. Her Majesty the Queen and I were just talking about the agricultural products of the Kingdom of Ruthin. There are some things that need your decision. MacDonald sat down with a puzzled look on his face. The servant had already found a map and spread it on the table between the three of them. The Kingdom of Ruthin has only one land neighbor, the Golden Shield Empire. The entire territory of the kingdom is on the peninsula, which bends northward and forms the Gulf of Ruthin with the coastline of the empire. The peninsula is flat, and more than 70% of the land can be cultivated. The export of agricultural products is the main source of income for the Kingdom of Ruthin. However, as industrialization swept the world, the Kingdom of Lucian, which relied on agriculture, was not living as comfortably as before. The decline in agricultural product prices and the inability to sell agricultural products became the biggest headache for the Kingdom of Lucian. Luke pointed at the map and said to Queen Christina and Prince MacDonald, The northernmost pearl port of the Kingdom of Lucian is 750 kilometers away from the city of Raging Waves, which is nearly one-third shorter than the land distance. As far as I know, Lucian's wine is of very good quality because of the specialty grains there, but it cannot be sold at a good price due to the lack of commercial operations. However, some wineries in the city of Raging Waves transport bulk wine from the pearl port, repackage it, and put their own labels on it, so they can sell it at several times the price. Prince MacDonald's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. He couldn't imagine that there was such an operation in the world. Moreover, most of the wineries in the Kingdom of Lucian are royal properties. They have always exploited others. Who wants to be exploited more by others? Queen Christina obviously heard of this kind of middleman making a profit for the first time. She asked Luke, Does anyone really buy wine at a premium several times? Luke said, The world market is expanding too fast, and the unequal access to information has created countless business opportunities that can be used to make money. Raging Waves City is an international city facing the whole world. Many companies make money by taking advantage of information asymmetry. Prince MacDonald immediately asked, Can we increase the price of wine and make more money? Luke smiled and said, If the Kingdom of Lucian is just a supplier of wine, it is not qualified to set prices. Those who control the sales end can make your wine the price of water at any time. If you want to make money, you must first enter the market of Raging Waves City. Christina said, This should harm the interests of many people in Raging Waves City. Does the Kingdom of Lucian need to agree to any conditions? In order to prevent the Kingdom of Lucian's grain from impacting the imperial market, the Cross has been restricting the entry of Lucian's grain through cabinet decrees. Therefore, the Kingdom of Lucian has no bargaining power for grain, and can only earn hard-earned money. The same is true for wine. If the wine of the Kingdom of Lucian can be directly connected to the world market through Raging Wave City, it will inevitably affect the interests of many people. Christina knew that Meteorite would never be so kind. Without sufficient benefits, he would not offend his own people. But who would have thought that Luke said, "Please rest assured. There are no additional terms for this kind of cooperation." Christina did not believe it. "How will you explain to your people?" Luke smiled and replied, "For individuals, speculation can create huge wealth in the short term. But it is not a good thing for the development of a region. Making money by taking advantage of information inequality is just a time difference. After a long time, wine buyers will eventually find the Kingdom of Lucian. At that time, the city of Nuteo will lose a sum of income, and the local wine industry will be hit. The Kingdom of Lucian will also have no bargaining power when facing international bulk wine merchants." In the end, a good hand of cards was played badly, and the money was earned by others. The Kingdom of Lucian and the City of Raging Waves have a healthy cooperation in the wine industry. They have the supply, the market, the fastest information flow, and a professional marketing team. We can adjust the production capacity of different wines according to market changes. And we can formulate the most favorable sales plan for us by virtue of our dominant position in the market. Even after the cooperation model of wine is successful, we can add other agricultural products of the Kingdom of Lucian into this cooperation. The demand for food and wine in the future world will only grow. I will not give up a mountain of gold for the small profits of a small number of people." MacDonald looked at Christina. It was obvious that Luke's pie was too big, and he was a little confused. After becoming the queen, Christina's horizons were broadened because she jumped out of the closed kingdom. During this period, she heard a lot about the economic miracle that was erupting in the City of Raging Waves. And all of this was inseparable from Meteorite's control and management of the city. If the wine and agricultural products of the Kingdom of Lucian really formed a stable business entity, with the City of Raging Waves as Meteorite said, it would definitely bring the kingdom unimaginable wealth before. Christina said to MacDonald, "I think this is a good opportunity to improve the economic predicament of Lucian Bay. You will accompany Governor Meteorite these days. Forget your identity as a prince, and learn from the governor. I will write to my father and tell him about the wine cooperation with Raging Waves." "Okay, Sister Christina." "No. Yes, Your Highness the Queen." Christina then said to Luke, "The Kingdom of Lucian is very closed, and I am afraid that no one can deal with international commodity trade. I will ask Raging Waves to do more for the cooperation. I promise that the simple people of Lucian will provide you with the best quality wine." Luke is not satisfied with a wine cooperation. He is eyeing the agriculture of the entire Lucian Bay area. "Your Highness the Queen. Your Highness the Prince. The business side can be left to Raging Waves. I will notify Senator Eber and organize a business team to go to the Kingdom of Lucian to discuss the establishment of a joint company, including food and other agricultural products. They can all be included in the company's business projects, and plans can be made in advance. However, the maritime trade between Nuteo City and Lucian Bay will surely increase in the future, and Pearl Port may not be able to provide sufficient throughput." Christina asked MacDonald, "Is Pearl Port still the same?" MacDonald said helplessly, "Except for fishermen. There are not many ships entering and leaving Pearl Port, and we don't have the money to expand and repair Pearl Port. If there are no ships entering the port, the goods cannot be shipped out, and you will not be able to earn the most profitable business." Luke said at this time, "Nuteo City can invest in building a new port for the Kingdom of Lucian, and can also invest in building a new highway that runs through the peninsula." MacDonald looked at Luke in shock. His entire kingdom was reluctant to spend money to repair the port. "But you just opened your mouth to invest in building a new one, and also added a highway that runs through the peninsula. I heard that Nuteo City is rich. Is it really that rich? You want to build a port and a highway for us?" Looking at MacDonald's expression, Luke could only sigh that the country prince was unfamiliar with the dimensional gap between agricultural society and industrial society. Just a port and a highway. That's all. MacDonald could only utter, "Thank you, Governor. You are really rich." Luke said arrogantly, "Money is just a number to me. Only when everyone makes money can I feel a sense of accomplishment. Do you want to make more money?" "Yes," MacDonald said without hesitation. "Okay. Raging Wave City can invest in the livestock breeding industry of the Kingdom of Lucian, and use your surplus grain to raise cattle, sheep, and pigs. Raging Wave City can invest in building milk powder factories, cheese factories, textile factories, weaving factories, and meat processing factories for you. I know that Miss Chi Kong has developed a secret technique that can sterilize food while keeping it fresh at a very low cost. Her secret technique development team also used this technology to successfully produce sealed canned food. Called canned food. The meat, vegetables, and fruits in the canned food can be stored for more than 10 years without spoiling. Raging Waves City can invest in building the world's first canned food production plant in Pearl Harbor. No matter how rustic McDonald was, he knew that the governor in front of him was throwing money at him. The biggest problem of the Kingdom of Lucian was that there were too many agricultural products. If they could not be sold or eaten, it would cause a huge waste, especially meat, milk, vegetables, and fruits. As long as the problem of food storage was solved, it would be possible to enter long-distance maritime trade and sell things to places where they could make money. McDonald was so overwhelmed that he didn't know how to express his excitement. Fortunately, Queen Christina was calm. She asked Luke, "These investments are a huge sum of money. How does the Kingdom of Lucian need to repay them?" Luke sensed Christina's vigilance. She must still think that there is no such thing as a free bargain in the world. These investments must have harsh additional terms. Luke replied, "The Investment Office of the Government Affairs Office of Nuteo City will calculate the detailed investment amount and formulate a debt repayment plan that you can accept based on the income of the Kingdom of Lucian. These are all profitable businesses. I am not worried that the Kingdom of Lucian will not be able to pay back the money." Christina looked at Luke and asked again, "There are really no other terms?" Luke shrugged, "You are the Queen of the Empire. I am the Minister of the Empire. And the Kingdom of Lucian is a vassal state of the Empire. If you want to add any additional terms to these investments, that is also your business. I am only responsible for making money for you." Christina could not see through Luke's mind. Although she believed that these investments were definitely not as simple as making money, she could not figure out what benefits Luke could get from it other than money. "I have to admit that this investment plan is really great. It can allow the Kingdom of Lucy to enjoy the true richness of this rich land." Christina raised her glass. "The Kingdom of Lucy welcomes you." Luke clinked glasses with Christina. "Thank you, Queen, and happy cooperation." The closed Kingdom of Lucy was pried open, and the capital controlled by Luke was about to launch a dimensionality reduction attack on this agricultural country beyond its cognition. Chapter 296 Love Mystery. The dance continued until the night, and after everyone had dinner in the dining hall, each person was assigned a room. The lights shone from the palace suspended in the air, forming a different landscape in the imperial capital at night. In the palace guards lined up on the patrol route, and many wizard eyes floated on the eaves, scanning every dark corner that could not be illuminated by light. Most of the young people who had played for a day fell asleep, and the magic spices floating around in the bedroom protected everyone's dreams, preventing them from being invaded by the mind and controlled. The palace left the space wall, and the defense was raised to the highest level. Queen Christina walked in the long corridor, and her footsteps were even louder because of the silence. The royal knights standing on both sides saluted her, but their movements were very light, as if they were afraid of disturbing someone. There was an exquisitely carved mahogany door in the middle of the corridor. In addition to the two royal knights guarding here, there was also an elderly palace eunuch standing respectfully outside the door. When the palace eunuch saw the queen coming, he immediately saluted, "Your Majesty, have you not rested yet?" Christina asked, "Your Majesty is still working?" The eunuch replied, "The Princess Royal just came and brought a lot of intelligence from the north. There is also a group of thieves who call themselves the Free Army who attacked several towns and fled into the Kama Mountains. There are a lot of things to do today, and His Majesty is still working. Open the door. I want to see His Majesty." "Yes, Your Majesty." When Christina walked into the open door, she saw Emperor Augustine sitting behind his desk, reading a document. He was wearing a pair of gold-framed reading glasses, squinting his eyes and reading very carefully. There was no one else in the room, and Emperor Augustine didn't like people making noises around him when he was working. There was only a flying cloak hanging on the hanger next to the desk, ready to take the required information from the bookshelves on both sides at any time. Christina slowed down her pace. She slowly walked to the chair opposite the desk and sat down, waiting quietly. The only sound in the room was Augustine flipping papers. After reading 4 documents in a row, Augustine took out a snuff bottle from the drawer, put it to his nose and took a deep breath, and his tired look immediately recovered a lot. Christina said, "Your Majesty, your body can't work so hard anymore. Some things can be handled by the cabinet. Or Fania can help. Augustine the Great took a sip of honey water from the cup and said, "Do you think Fania can do this job?" After Alex left the imperial capital, Fania was the only son around you. I think he would be happy to help. Emperor Augustine smiled. He would definitely like it. But if I let him come, it would send the wrong signal to the outside world. I want to give Alex a chance to perform. And the cabinet. The power of the cross is too strong. If they are given too much power, they will become the second brotherhood of blades. Let's not talk about these troubles. I heard that Dale danced with Meteorite from the beginning of the ball, and sat there until the end of the ball. Does she like Meteorite? Christina thought about it seriously and replied, she has a good impression of Meteorite. Meteorite comes from the city of raging waves. He has a special temperament that those noble children do not have. And he has also saved Dale. But does she like Meteorite? I don't know. I don't know what it's like to like someone. The regret expressed by Christina made the atmosphere in the room solemn, and also made Emperor Augustine look at her. Christina was about the same age as Agatha, because she was born in the closed kingdom of Lucian. Her manners and demeanor showed excellent cultivation and traditional aristocratic temperament. The life in the palace and the identity of the queen sublimated her temperament, and also made her heart calm and accept her fate. Are you complaining? Emperor Augustine asked. Christina smiled slightly and regained her composure. Everything is my father's decision. As a princess of the kingdom, I must fulfill my responsibilities. For example, at the ball, I helped the kingdom of Lucian and the acting governor of Meteorite to negotiate a deal. When it comes to Meteorite, Emperor Augustine's attention is immediately diverted. What business? Christina repeated the investment plan of the city of raging waves in Lucian. It must be that the acting governor of Meteorite heard MacDonald complain to me that a lot of food will be wasted in this harvest season. This investment from the city of raging waves solved the biggest problem for the kingdom of Lucian. If it wasn't for Meteorite telling me, I wouldn't have known that the wine of the kingdom of Lucian could be sold for so much money after being resold. Emperor Augustine asked in detail about the details of the city of raging waves investment in the kingdom of Lucian, and finally asked for confirmation. Did Meteorite really say, the kingdom of Lucian only needs to repay the debt, and did not mention any other conditions? Christina answered affirmatively. I am also afraid that he will use the investment to control the food production of the kingdom of Lucian. But Meteorite assured me, all the facilities and factories invested and built belong to the kingdom of Lucian, and my father only needs to pay back the money on time. Emperor Augustine scratched his head. According to his understanding of Meteorite, there must be a deeper meaning for the investment of the city of raging waves in the kingdom of Lucian. It must be that he wants to use the investment to gradually control the food production of this rich land. But all the investment facilities and factories belong to the kingdom of Lucian. What else can he get besides the money? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Is he really just fulfilling his duties as a vassal, helping the kingdom of Lucian to improve its economy, and making money for the empire by the way? Did I misunderstand him? He is actually a loyal minister. The analysis of Meteorite's investment this time made Emperor Augustine feel that it was more exhausting than reading dozens of documents. But he thought about it, and couldn't think of any conspiracy that Meteorite could hide in this investment. The autonomy of food and agricultural production is in the hands of the Lucian royal family. Christina looked at Augustine, and knew that he couldn't see what Meteorite was hiding in this investment. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even Augustine couldn't see any problems. So there really was no problem. Your Majesty, do you have any suggestions? Emperor Augustine had to say, this is a good thing for the kingdom of Lucian and the empire. I know that the cabinet has been preventing too much agricultural products from the kingdom of Lucian from entering the imperial market. This is a protection for the imperial agriculture. If the city of raging waves can help the kingdom of Lucian sell its surplus agricultural products overseas, it will be a return to the kingdom of Lucian as the queen. I will inform the cabinet of this matter, and the empire will try its best to give the suzerain country the help it deserves. Christina stood up and saluted Augustine. Thank you, Your Majesty. The kingdom of Lucian has been loyal to the empire for generations. Augustine smiled and said, the kingdom of Lucian is loyal to the empire. That is what King Lucian did. As the queen of the empire, you are a member of the empire. My eyes are a little blurry, and I can't see the words clearly. Read these documents to me. Christina asked in surprise. Your Majesty, can I see these state secrets? You are the empress of the empire. You can't read? Who else is qualified to read? We really need help here. You are idle in the palace. So come and read the documents to me. Yes, Your Majesty. Christina picked up an unread document from the table and read it to Augustine sentence by sentence. Augustine took off his glasses, closed his eyes, and asked Christina to write down his opinions on the document from time to time. It is indeed much easier to have someone to help. While Christina was assisting Emperor Augustine in handling state affairs, someone knocked on Luke's bedroom door. Luke, wearing a set of silk pajamas, yawned as he opened the door and saw Agatha standing outside in a court dress. "Why are you looking for me so late? The incense here makes me want to just lie down on the bed and sleep." Agatha pushed Luke aside and walked into the room. The bedroom was very spacious, and the decoration was in line with the status of the acting governor of Meteor. A large gilded iron bed was covered with a soft mattress, and smoke rose from the incense burner by the window. Agatha walked around the room, looked at the bathroom in the inner room, and then came to the window to watch the situation outside. "I'm afraid someone cut off your head after you fell asleep. Miss Chi Kong didn't come to the celebration. It's too easy to kill you in this palace high in the sky." Luke walked to the wine cabinet, took out a wine glass and poured 2 glasses of red wine, then brought the wine glass to Agatha's side. Handing over a glass of red wine, he casually said, "Didn't you say that His Majesty would personally examine me before deciding whether to kill me or not? Besides, you are here, so what do I have to be afraid of?" Agatha took the wine from Luke and drank it in one gulp because she was thirsty, wiped the wine stains on the corners of her mouth. Agatha grabbed the bottle with the magician's hand, poured herself the wine, and then put the bottle on the windowsill. "I don't know if you have any means to save your life, or if you are really confident, but you made me nervous for a day. I just met my father and told him about the situation in the north and the rampant liberal activities in the Empire. He should consider whether the Empire can quickly stabilize the turmoil in Fury City without you. I have to admit that the economic boom you brought to Raging Waves has made the entire city very dependent on you. And after the management of the new nobles, Raging Waves has no awe of the Empire." Luke drank slowly and said, "As long as His Majesty does not believe that I will harm the Empire, he will not be determined to get rid of me. And I have never thought of harming the Empire, so he naturally can't find evidence to prove his conjecture." Agatha looked at Luke. "Didn't you harm the Empire? The civil war that the Empire is fighting now is just because of you. Now the Achaunti Alliance is ready to move, and the invasion is only a matter of time. I provoked the civil war to help you. Besides, this war is inevitable, and it is definitely better for the Empire to fight early than later. As for the invasion facing the north, am I not training militia in Raging Waves City?" Agatha stared at Luke to see his mind, but had to admit that he was right. The current situation on the battlefield showed that it would be beneficial for the Empire to fight the war against the Celtic Grand Duke early. If it was delayed for a few more years, not only would the Blade Brotherhood be more prepared, but the Imperial Court might not be as united as it is now. The Celtic Grand Duke was also waiting for a big change in the court. The internal and external troubles made Agatha very anxious. She drank the whole glass of wine in one gulp and poured herself another glass. "I hope I am not wrong about you, and I hope Dale is not wrong about you. She only danced with you once in the whole show, and then stayed in her seat. She wanted to give you the second dance, but you were just chatting with the Queen. You were chatting so happily. She is the Queen of the Empire." Luke didn't expect that Dale sat there for the whole dance just to wait for him. Feeling Agatha's sharp eyes, Luke immediately explained, "No one told me that I could dance the second dance, and I have negotiated a big deal with Her Majesty the Queen. Of course, I have to be happy. Talk about business?" Agatha didn't expect Luke to still have the mind to talk about business in this murderous palace, and he even brought the business to the Queen's head. Luke told Agatha about the investment plan he and Christina discussed. There is not much profit margin in simply reselling grain, processed into agricultural and sideline products, canned food, textiles, easy to store, easy to transport, and high premium rate. The Kingdom of Lusion is really sitting on a gold mountain and begging for food. I can't stand it, so I help them." Hearing Luke's canned food, Agatha immediately became energetic. "You know that the most troublesome thing in war is logistics, especially the problem of soldiers eating in continuous combat. The current military war rations are not only unpalatable, but also easy to deteriorate. Eating a stomachache is an unnecessary non-combat casualty. Can your canned food really keep the food nutritious and fresh for a long time? That's a must." Luke invented canned food at this time just to grab military ration orders from the cross. So he picked up the bottle and poured wine for Agatha. exaggerating the benefits of canned food as military rations. The two stood by the window and talked about the production and supply of canned food. Outside the window was a circular garden. At the other end of the garden, Dale stood in an open corridor and looked over here. The indoor lights cast the figures of the two on the glass. They seemed to be talking about something interesting while holding their glasses. Dale! A call woke up Dale, who was in a daze, and Christina came over. Dale immediately saluted. Mother, have you not rested yet? I just went to see His Majesty, and now His Majesty is resting. I am going back to the palace. What are you doing here? Christina saw the two figures on the window opposite the garden and seemed to understand something. I want to see what St. Louis looks like from the air. I'm going back to sleep. Good night. Mother! Dale ran away in a panic. Christina looked at the window opposite again, and then continued to walk along the corridor. When she was about to walk out of the corridor, the Chief Knight Milscombe came towards her with a team of royal knights. Your Highness! Milscombe saluted Christina with the knights. Christina asked, have you arranged the protection of the palace tonight? Please rest assured, Your Highness. Everything has been arranged. Milscombe said to his subordinates, you go on patrol. I will protect Your Highness back to the bedroom. Yes, Lord Milscombe. A team of royal knights walked over. When there was no one around, Milscombe's eyes changed when he looked at Christina. And his tone also changed. Chris. Facing Milscombe, who was walking over. Christina took a step back and said seriously, I am the Queen of the Empire. I allow you to keep your feelings for me, but you must also keep your respect for me and Your Majesty. Chris is my family's nickname for me. You are not qualified to call it. Milscombe stopped immediately and stepped aside. I'm sorry. Your Majesty. I will escort you back to the palace. I don't expect your response. It is my happiest thing to be able to accompany you alone all the way. Chapter 297 Big Brother. Christina and Milscombe walked on the stone road one after the other. The palace complex at night seemed like a quiet jungle. The two people had different moods. Christina was dignified and her noble temperament could not be desecrated. Milscombe was like a loyal dog, following her step by step with a fiery gaze. Although he was old enough to be Christina's father, he could not resist the charm of the young queen. After countless gazes, he secretly vowed to protect her. Neither of them said a word. Only the sound of footsteps in the same frequency sounded on the road they walked, until they arrived outside the door of the queen's bedroom. Christina stopped and asked without looking back, last time you told me, His Majesty wanted to kill the acting governor of Meteor. This time, he held a coming-of-age ball for Princess Dale. Is he going to do it? Milscombe immediately saluted and replied, Your Majesty still needs to make a deeper assessment of the acting governor of Meteor. If it is determined that he will endanger the foundation of the empire, even if killing him will lead to a major crisis, Your Majesty will get rid of him. Christina did not respond immediately. She was silent for a while before saying, Your Majesty is old, and his thinking is far less clear than before. He may even do some extreme and stupid things. He doesn't even trust his own son and daughter, so he will naturally speculate maliciously about everyone. Meteorite has a very healthy relationship with all parties in the court. His ability to reconcile conflicts between all parties is the cornerstone of the empire's stability. Raging Wave City is the empire's window to the world. The wealth it creates and the economic effects it drives are the empire's reliance on dealing with various crises. Losing Meteorite is a price the empire cannot afford, and Meteorite's loyalty to the empire is beyond doubt. If Your Majesty is confused and wants to kill Meteorite, the royal knights and palace guards must protect him and return to Raging Wave City safely. Milscombe answered without hesitation, Yes, Your Majesty. I will pay attention to Your Majesty's health and arrange for people to protect Meteorite acting governor. Thank you, Milscombe. We are all for the empire. Christina never looked back at Milscombe. She walked up the steps of the bedroom and entered the open palace gate. Milscombe stood and looked at Christina's back until she disappeared into the closed gate, then turned around and left with lingering feelings. Christina returned to the bedroom and walked in the empty corridor. The magic lights lit up one by one as she approached. She liked quiet and solitude, so there were not many servants here, and all of them went back to their rooms to rest under her orders. Christina pushed the door and entered a room. This was not her bedroom, but a study. She walked to the desk and sat down. She waved and the desk lamp on the desk lit up. On the table, there were paper, pens, and some books that had not been finished. There was a bookmark in the middle of a thick book, the collection of emperors of the empire. and the paper was filled with dense reading notes. Christina did not take the unfinished book, but spread a new piece of paper and picked up the pen to write. All she wrote were the documents she had just read for Augustine the Great, as well as the instructions of the Emperor of the Empire. Her supermemory allowed her to remember every word she had read, even a single punctuation mark. After an unknown amount of time, Christina finished all the copies. The thick paper represented how many events would happen in an empire every day, and an excellent emperor of the empire had to respond to each event as quickly as possible. Christina sorted and bound the copied documents, and then read them carefully one by one according to their importance. She put herself in the position of Emperor Augustine, thinking about the reasons for his instructions, and the purpose he wanted to achieve. This is Christina's court life. After the death of the former queen, Emperor Augustine's mental and physical state deteriorated rapidly. Although he married Christina for political reasons, his health did not allow him to come here. Therefore, Christina has a prominent status. But she is also a canary trapped in the palace. She can only pass the boring time every day by reading a lot. And then she finds that she has an addictive interest in some fields. She likes to see the humanities and customs of various parts of the empire, likes to read the personal biographies of the emperors and ministers, and likes to imagine what decisions she would make if she were in that position. Interests make the days pass very quickly, and also change Christina's mood little by little. She noticed Milscom's affection for her, and then turned this affection into obsession. She doesn't need to give anything. Just let Milscom often see but not get, and you will fall unconsciously. So Christina knew a lot of things she didn't know before, understood how fierce the struggle in the court was, and also knew the purpose of Emperor Augustine holding a coming-of-age ball for Princess Dale. The most trusted person of the Emperor of the Empire became the eyes and ears of the Empress of the Empire, and could even disobey the orders of the Emperor of the Empire. Luke knew what the real Queen Christina was like. In the plot of the Empire collapse in the Anno game, after the death of Emperor Augustine the Great, the eldest prince led his troops to attack the palace. He thought he could ascend the throne smoothly, but he didn't expect that the royal knights and the palace guards all served the queen. Therefore, Luke knew very well that in the palace, not everyone could die as the Emperor of the Empire wanted. But whoever Queen Christina wanted to save could definitely be saved. In addition to making money and future economic colonization, the comprehensive investment of the City of Rage in the Kingdom of Lusion was also an insurance for Luke himself. That's why Luke was alone in his bedroom and could rest assured. The royal knights and palace guards patrolling outside the window were now all his own people. Luke and Agatha drank bottle after bottle of wine, talking about canned food, military rations, the economic development of Raging Waves City, the civil war in the Rio Republic, the war in the Tadega Hills, and the potential crisis in the north, the Abyss Temple, the Blade Brotherhood, the Cross Society, the Reform Society, the Cabinet, the Palace. Neither of them deliberately alleviated the effect of alcohol on the brain, and took advantage of the slightly drunk state to talk about many things that could not be discussed at ordinary times. Agatha drank another glass of wine, and the stimulation of alcohol made her skin flushed, and her eyes were a little blurry. I found that there is a natural tacit understanding between us. This tacit understanding existed when you were still in the Cape District. Although you have caused me countless troubles, the trust between us has become closer and closer. I believe you can bring new vitality to this decadent empire, and let the subjects of the empire live a happy life. Luke smiled and said, "Let everyone live a happy life. You think too highly of me. I just want to make myself feel more comfortable. But somehow, it has become like this step by step. I actually like adventure. And there are still many places in the world that I have not been to. If there were not so many responsibilities on my shoulders, I really want to board a ship and go out to sea, and then find a random place to land." Luke is an adventure player in the Epic game. He travels around the world and experiences different secrets and dungeons. He hardly participates in the plot of the ruling class of the country, and lets them drive themselves. Therefore, Luke has no intersection with the court of the Golden Shield Empire in the game. What he has is the materials compiled by other players in the mobile phone database. Agatha looked at Luke, and the smile on her face was a bit meaningful. Dyer also yearns for adventure. Maybe one day you will put down everything now and explore the vast unknown world. Don't ignore Dyer tomorrow. Tell her your previous adventure stories. She will forgive you. It's too late. You should rest. I'll go back to rest too. Good night. Good night, Princess Royal. Be careful. My people are outside the door. Rush out if there's any danger. Thank you, Your Highness. I'll be careful. Agatha left Luke's room. And the windowsill was full of empty bottles. Luke lay on the soft big bed. And the alcohol made him sleepy, and he fell asleep quickly. The incense brought him a good sleep. And he woke up the next day, full of energy. Luke dressed up and prepared to find Dale. Although he really didn't know that Dale was waiting for him yesterday. In this case, of course he would apologize first and make things clear. But as soon as Luke went out, he saw MacDonald waiting outside. Your Highness, what are you doing here? MacDonald, who was waiting a little anxiously, smiled immediately after seeing Luke. He saluted Luke regardless of his status, and then said eagerly, Governor, I asked many people yesterday and found out that you are so rich. No wonder you invested so much money in us without blinking an eye. Just like throwing a stone into a pond. It turns out that the money is really just a stone to you. Sister Christina, Her Highness the Queen asked me to study with you. And I followed you during this time in the Empire. You will be my big brother from now on. Yesterday's conversation was a huge blow to MacDonald. Although the Kingdom of Lusion was not rich. As a prince, he had seen money. He didn't believe that Meteorite could invest so much money in the Kingdom of Lusion just by opening his mouth. It's not like he had never been to the city of raging waves. No matter how rich it is. It's just a city. How can it be compared with a country? So MacDonald asked around after the ball. The result? The taxes paid by the city of raging waves to the Empire in 1 quarter were more than the total wealth output of the Kingdom of Lusion in 1 year. MacDonald knew that the Kingdom of Lusion was poor. But he didn't expect it to be so poor. His proud prince status suddenly became meaningless. Now there is an opportunity to be with a rich man. MacDonald thought about it all night, and made a bold decision. Then it dawned. He came to block the meteorite early. Isn't it just being a younger brother? The Kingdom of Lusion has always been a younger brother to others. And Luke never expected that you, MacDonald, are also a prince of a kingdom. And your sister is the queen of the empire. But you actually worship yourself as a big brother in public. You are too casual to be a younger brother. And what about seniority? MacDonald and Augustine the Great are of the same generation. Luke immediately said, Your Highness, follow me to learn. I will definitely teach you with all my heart. This big brother is not just a casual worship. Who would have thought that MacDonald was determined to be a younger brother? Brother, please rest assured. This is a decision I made after a night of careful consideration. My father said that our ancestors of Lucien worshipped the Golden Shield Empire as the suzerain state early on to save the country. And only by following the strong in time can you keep your job. I am the youngest prince of the Kingdom of Lucien. I am not destined to inherit the throne. But I have a heart to be the richest prince. I believe that Big Brother can definitely help me realize this wish. I have to admit that the family motto of the Lucien royal family is cheap. But it is absolutely practical. No wonder MacDonald worshipped Big Brother so smoothly. With almost no psychological burden. It seems that Sinclair's generation has to be upgraded again. Thinking of Sinclair, Luke saw his hurriedly leaving back. He thought he also came to find him. But after listening to MacDonald's words, he couldn't accept the reality. The relationship in this royal family is too messy. Well, since you sincerely recognize me as your elder brother, I will reluctantly recognize you as my younger brother. In the future, I will help you make money hand in hand and make you the richest prince in the world. MacDonald said happily, Thank you, elder brother. I will be satisfied if I become the richest prince in the Kingdom of Lusion. Being the richest prince in a kingdom. Isn't that a slap in the face of me as the elder brother? He must be the richest prince in the world. MacDonald was still very conservative and said, I set a small goal. The richest in the kingdom. That's possible. Come on. I'll take you to meet some people now. The future is the era of mysticism. And they hold the code to future wealth. Yes, Brother Meteor. Luke took MacDonald to the residence of the students of the Department of Mysticism. Even if Dale was not there at this time, the students there knew how to find her. Because of Dale's special relationship. The students of the Department of Mysticism were arranged to live in a building. When Luke and MacDonald arrived, Jennifer, the leader, was lining up the students for roll call. This is the palace. And she must keep an eye on these energetic and mischievous students. Dale lined up with the students and listened to Jennifer arranging today's activities. Today is a continuation of the celebration. The palace will organize noble children from all over the country to visit the Imperial History Museum. They will experience the glory and power of the empire and tell their family elders what they have seen. The war against the Tadega Hills has continued to this day, and many noble leaders have not expressed their positions. The Empire does not want to add more enemies. Luke asked MacDonald to go to the museum with the secret art students and stop Dale himself. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were waiting for me to invite you to dance again yesterday. I was with Her Majesty the Queen. Dale said coldly. I didn't wait for you. You are a bad dance partner and made me sprain my foot. So I sat there until the end of the dance. So that's it. Luke suddenly realized. The princess said you were waiting for me to invite you to dance the second dance. Which made me feel guilty. Now, I still feel guilty. I'm sorry. I am a beginner, and I dance very badly. Is your foot better? Dale looked at Luke. Her expression somewhat relieved. Did Sister Agatha say this? What else did she say to you? We also talked about the crisis facing the Empire. The South is at war. The West is suppressing bandits. And the North may be invaded. The Empire will be in a very difficult situation in the next few years. Raging Waves City must be prepared to deal with various crises and support various battlefields at any time. Dale listened and exhaled softly. Showing some guilt. She said softly. You still have to worry about the Empire's affairs so late. But would you please walk with me? I want to hear what the country is facing. Luke asked worriedly, Is your foot okay? Dale smiled playfully. It's just healed. Chapter 298 Pillars of the Empire. Luke and Dale strolled in the palace. And when they were tired, they found a place to rest. Dale suddenly became curious about the affairs of the Empire. So Luke, who was originally preparing to talk about his adventures in the epic game, could only talk about the crisis and problems the Empire was facing. Dale only then knew what the real world outside St. Louis City was like. As a princess, she could not imagine the hunger and suffering in other places. I thought the lower city was the poorest place. But I didn't expect that they went to the lower city because they couldn't make ends meet in other places. I thought the place I saw was the world. But I didn't expect the world to be what I couldn't imagine. At this time, Luke and Dale were sitting on a bench on a suspended terrace, with floating clouds outside and St. Louis City below. The lower city on the east side was like a half moon surrounding the upper city. And the buildings on both sides of the city wall were a striking contrast. Luke said to the sentimental Dale, This is the inevitable result of the progress of the times. All we can do is wait for problems to arise and find ways to solve them. Do you remember what I did in the lower city? I remember. Those days were the first adventure for Dale. And she asked again, what happened later? Luke did not tell Dale how fierce the fighting in the lower city was. But he told her about his investment in the lower city. He pointed to the large urban area on the east side and said confidently, It won't be long before there will be tall buildings there. Flat roads intersect. Shacks disappear in large areas. And everyone can live in houses that are windproof and rainproof. Every day, cars loaded with goods come in and out. Railways run through the urban area. And airships will land there. One day, the upper urban area will take the initiative to demolish the city wall. And the flow of the two urban areas will no longer be garbage, but wealth. Dale followed Luke's direction and looked at the lower urban area again. In Luke's description, it seemed as if she really saw a prosperous urban area. I believe you. You will definitely surprise everyone. You and Sister Agatha are both sincere for the Empire. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. Luke asked. What's the misunderstanding? Nothing? Realizing that she had let the cat out of the bag, Dale quickly covered her mouth and pointed to the sky nearby and said, Look, there's an airship docked. Luke turned around and saw that there was indeed a small steam airship docked on a nearby tower platform. Luke recognized the logo on the airship and said, That's the cabinet's airship. The palace is floating in the air, and cabinet officials can only come to see His Majesty by transport airships. Let's go. I'm hungry. Let's find a place to eat. Dale jumped up and said with a smile, I know which court chef makes the best dishes. Come with me. Dale took Luke to find food. The eunuchs who got off the airship, led by Prime Minister Gabriel, went to see Emperor Augustine. The imperial meeting was held. The supplies provided by the City of Rage were delivered to the battlefield on the southern front. They were all in short supply, which greatly alleviated the low morale of the army caused by the unfavorable attack. After a period of attack on the southern front, the entire army entered the defensive repair stage. Gabriel submitted a document to Emperor Augustine. The barbarian army is organizing a large-scale counterattack, and the southern army is facing great pressure in the occupied area of Tadega Hill. General Xiao Xiaoer hopes to get more material support and launch a second round of attack immediately after the barbarian army's offensive slows down. General Joshua led the elite troops of the Northern Army to fight fiercely in the Tadega Hills. As soon as the first round of attack ended, they were ready for the second round of attack. Such a high-intensity battle brought about a huge consumption of supplies. The cabinet has drawn up a list of supplies to be delivered, together with the remaining reserves of the treasury. In the submitted documents, Emperor Augustine looked at the documents silently. Although the empire had prepared for this war early, he couldn't help but jump when he saw the consumption. Now the treasury reserves seem to have a lot of supplies. But if they continue to fight like this, they can't last for a few battles. Yesterday, the Western Front also sent a war report, which also asked for money and supplies. In order to resist possible invasions, the pressure on species transportation and reserves in the north is no less than that in the south. Do we need to give so much? Emperor Augustine asked. Gabriel answered awkwardly. This is already a list of data that the cabinet has suppressed. General Joshua attacked the Tadega Hills, and the supply line was extended a lot. The military expenses and supplies of the troops guarding against other nobles cannot be withheld at this time. Emperor Augustine knew that the military expenses and supplies of the army during the war could only be increased, and absolutely could not be reduced. Okay. According to this standard, send the supplies to the south as soon as possible. Emperor Augustine hesitated for a while, and finally agreed to the list, and then said, the generals and soldiers on the front line shed blood for the empire, and we have an obligation to let them eat well and rest well. There are sophisticated weapons and life-saving medicines. But intelligence shows that the empire is very likely to face 3 wars at the same time. The Western Front is controllable, and Acrylic has received support from many Western lords. The strategy for suppressing bandits he gave me is not based on the use of force. As long as the empire gives him more money, he can raise a lot of materials on his own. The wars on the southern and northern fronts will inevitably be difficult. According to the current reserves of the empire, it cannot support the consumption of fighting on 2 fronts. Do you have any good ideas? Gabriel, the Prime Minister, replied, to raise military funds, we can issue national debt. And to produce materials, we can expand factories. The expansion plan of Nuteo City has been submitted to His Majesty. The 6 towns to be incorporated into Nuteo City have good transportation and industrial foundations. Machines can be transported from the sea to Nuteo City to quickly build factories. There are many technical worker schools in Raging Wave City, and there are also many factories where you can practice. It is completely possible to train workers while building a factory, and the factory can start production immediately after it is built. Augustine nodded and said, the acting governor of Meteorite is attending the coming-of-age ceremony of Princess Dale in the palace. I will discuss the expansion of Raging Wave City with him in detail. What stage are the Crusaders at now? Can they be mass-produced to supplement the battlefield? Gabriel replied, the production of Crusaders requires a lot of expensive materials, and the production cycle is also slightly longer. In addition, the last incident of the Caltrop Armor Factory made us discover some shortcomings of the actual combat of the Crusaders, and we need to improve the technology. Fortunately, Professor Qi Kong from Ulu College has joined the Crusader Engineering R&D team. Soon we will be able to provide the Empire with more complete elite soldiers. Augustine couldn't help rubbing his head. Meteor. Qi Kong. The Empire's war machine can't turn without the 2 of them? It's good news that Professor Qi Kong has joined the Empire's Crusader Engineering. Is there anything else important? Gabriel continued. The ambassador of the Rio Republic protested against the secret support of the Lookout rebels by the city of Raging Waves, and the collusion of the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet of the city of Raging Waves with pirates to attack their navy and merchant ships. Requested the Empire to respect the friendly relations between the 2 countries and severely punish Meteor. Punish Meteorite severely. Emperor Augustine felt that he had a suffocating feeling in his chest, and he couldn't spit it out. You, the Republic of Rio, protested and asked me to punish Meteorite severely, and I killed Meteorite right after. How can I, the Emperor of the Empire, face people in the future? Emperor Augustine said to Gabriel righteously, go back and inform Ambassador Rio. Tell him, Meteorite is an important official of the Empire, and all his accusations against Meteorite are serious slander if there is no evidence, which will greatly damage the relationship between the 2 countries. Meteorite rescued Rio's consul from the Lookout. Are they so ungrateful? As you command, Your Majesty. I will reply to Ambassador Rio sternly based on the facts. Your Majesty. Now the liberal activities in the empire are rampant. And with the secret support of the County Union, they have launched many rebellions. One of them entered the Kama Mountains and seriously threatened the trade route of the Raging Waves City. The Raging Waves City Council decided to set up a 300-man militia to protect the safety of the trade route. It is related to the meteorite again. Augustine the Great suddenly felt that not only the war could not move without the meteorite, but the entire country seemed to be unable to move without the meteorite. How much benefit did the meteorite give these people? If this is not a powerful minister, who is still a powerful minister? Augustine the Great has a stronger desire to kill the meteorite. But can the empire withstand the turmoil of the meteorite's death? Does the imperial army have no way to deal with these rebels? We need to form a militia in Nuteos City to protect the trade route. What is the Nuteos City fleet for? Prime Minister Gabriel knew that this loophole had been opened for Nuteos City, which would have a huge impact in the future. He answered carefully, Your Majesty. Now all places are sending troops to the north, and we cannot organize enough troops to enter the Kama Mountains to suppress the bandits. The acting governor of Meteor has a strategic plan to threaten the coastal areas of the Ark County Alliance from the sea. This requires the Nuteos City's naval forces to concentrate their forces to first eliminate the Rio Navy, and then go north to confront the Ark County Alliance Navy. The Nuteos City fleet is receiving new warships, and is training hard, so it cannot spare troops to protect the trade route. It seems that the only feasible way is for the City of Raging Waves to raise funds and form a militia. The trade routes of the City of Raging Waves are related to the strategies of the empire in all directions, and there can be no mistakes. Emperor Augustine knew part of Meteor's strategy against Rio through Agatha. It has to be admitted that the City of Raging Waves secretly supported the Watchers in the Rio Civil War, which saved the empire from being attacked from all sides, and made the relatively wealthy coastal cities the rear base of the empire, so that the empire could connect with the world to continuously obtain blood and nutrients. If it were not for Meteor, the Rio Republic would definitely take advantage of the Civil War to harass the coast of the empire and seize the dominance of the sea. At that time, once the empire's national gates were closed, it would be a wave of attacks from all sides to take it away. The importance of the meteorite rose to a higher level in the heart of Emperor Augustine. Kill or not? Extremely entangled, Emperor Augustine was not interested in the meeting. He listened to a few topics and asked the cabinet ministers to hand in all the topics that had not been discussed. I am tired. I will finish reading these topics today and reply to you tomorrow. You go back. The empire is facing many problems now. As important ministers that I rely on, you must do your best. Yes, Your Majesty. The cabinet ministers left. Emperor Augustine waved his hand, and the eunuchs and royal knights all went out. The door was closed, leaving only Milscombe standing by. What did Meteorite do today? Milcom answered, Meteorite met Prince MacDonald this morning. Prince MacDonald. He insisted on recognizing Meteorite as his brother and asked Meteorite to help him make money. Hearing this news, Augustine the Great had a strange expression on his face. This tradition of the Luthen royal family has made the empire want to annex Luthen Bay, but has never been able to do so. The economic boom created by Meteorite in the City of Raging Waves has made everyone like him, including the Queen. Meteorite's huge investment in the Kingdom of Luthen made Christina very happy, since she married into the palace. I have rarely seen her smile. Milcom said, Her Majesty the Queen is kind-hearted. The investment of the City of Raging Waves in the Kingdom of Luthen can allow many people to live a rich life. Yes, the Queen is a kind woman. Emperor Augustine turned and continued to ask, What did Meteor do? Meteor went to see Princess Dale, and the two toured the palace together and had a very harmonious relationship. Now they went to the kitchen and asked the court chef to make some dishes for them. Augustine asked, Meteor has been with Dale. Yes. Augustine asked again, Agatha stayed in his bedroom until very late last night? Yes, Your Majesty. But although the eldest princess drank a lot of wine with Meteor and stayed in his room for a long time, she was always by the window. The patrolling royal knights and the palace guards on duty saw it. Emperor Augustus knew that Agatha wanted to avoid suspicion, but he was still extremely uncomfortable knowing that his two most beloved daughters were so close to Meteor. Do you think I should kill Meteor? Facing Augustine's inquiry, Milscombe immediately replied, Your Majesty, my duty does not allow me to comment on political affairs. Protecting your safety is my primary task. Let's talk. There are not many people I can trust in this palace. Milscombe was silent for a while and replied, Your Majesty, you should admit that you are old, and your thinking and decision-making are not as good as before. You would not be so hesitant before. And you would not ask me. Because you know, I am a warrior. Hearing such a straightforward answer, Emperor Augustine was stunned at first. Then laughed, yes. You are a warrior. I actually let a warrior give advice on such an important matter. I am really old. Arrange for me and Meteorite to meet at the dinner. He has done so many great things for the Empire. I should have met him a long time ago. Yes, Your Majesty. Emperor Augustine pointed to a pile of documents on the table and said, send these to my office and notify the Queen to come over. I want to finish my official business as soon as possible. Concentrate all the wisdom and energy I can now. And decide the future of the Empire in the evening. Milcom saluted to Augustine, who stood up. Your Majesty. I will notify Her Majesty right away. Will lunch also be delivered to your office? Yes. Chapter 299. Cheers to the Great Empire. After lunch, Luke and Dale returned to the room and saw a group of court tailors waiting there. The eunuch accompanying Luke informed him that the Emperor would meet him alone at the dinner, and he needed to tailor a suit for the audience. So Luke was invited to stand on a wooden platform, and several tailors took tape measures on him. Other tailors unfolded a cutting table and cut the fabric on the spot according to the measured data. The tailors measured very carefully, with the unit accurate to millimeters. The eunuch explained to Luke the etiquette of meeting the Emperor of the Empire, and the matters that must be paid attention to during the meal. With such fanfare and complicated etiquette, it is clear that having a meal with the Emperor of the Empire is definitely not an easy thing. Fortunately, Agatha told Luke about the relevant etiquette. She also said, these etiquettes were made by the ceremonial officer, and His Majesty doesn't care much. Luke was tossed around by a group of people for a whole afternoon, and the dress was sewn. Influenced by the new era, people's pace of life has accelerated, and the nobles' clothing has gradually changed from being complicated to simple. The nobles put more effort into the fabrics and decorations of their clothes to show their different identities from the common people. Beige silk shirt, black calfskin vest, and a ribbon lace scarf around the neck. The outer layer is a light blue lap coat, double-breasted, with a gun-shaped lapel and a hem that goes below the knee. It is a reference prototype of the popular tuxedo among the rich and nobles nowadays. There are a lot of gold thread patterns on the coat, and the medals representing the Lord and Royal Knight are hung on the left chest. The whole set of clothes is very comfortable to wear, and the whole person's spirit can be felt to be lifted. The eunuch brought a mirror, and Luke praised after looking at it, very generous. I didn't expect to meet His Majesty and get a dress specially sewn by the court tailor. Not many people can get such treatment. The eunuch replied respectfully, the acting governor governs the city of Nuteo and brings important tax revenue to the Empire. He is an important official appreciated by His Majesty and deserves such treatment. Luke looked at himself in the mirror again, smiled, and didn't reveal the other meaning behind this dress. They were afraid that they were hiding dangerous goods, so they simply found an excuse to change themselves inside and out. Could it be that there were assassins hiding in the houses on both sides of the dinner restaurant, just waiting for Emperor Augustine to smash the cup as a signal? Luke fantasized happily, and then asked, when will I see His Majesty? The eunuch looked at the pendulum clock on the table and replied, now. Please follow me on behalf of the governor. This special dinner was arranged in a small restaurant with a high dome. A small long table was filled with food served in gold utensils, and Emperor Augustine and Luke sat at the two ends of the long table. The person in charge of the table service was a puppet in an inner official uniform, except for the royal chief knight Milscombe standing behind Augustine. Everyone else was ordered to leave. The door was closed. Augustine the Great smiled and said, don't be so restrained. The etiquette was established to let people outside see the royal majesty. It's better to be casual behind closed doors. Let's have a drink first. Cheers to the great empire. Luke raised the golden cup in front of him and raised it over his head. Cheers to the great empire. Cheers to the great emperor of the empire. After drinking a glass of wine, the puppet waiter filled the glasses for the two of them. Augustine the Great cut a piece of meat from the steak on the plate and put it in his mouth. While chewing, he said, the tenderest meat is fried by the best chef, but I still have some difficulty chewing it. Sometimes I have to admit that I am old, lack energy, and have poor health, which has allowed some people to take advantage of me and threaten the rule of the empire. Meteor, you have done a great job in the city of raging waves. The increased taxes have greatly eased the pressure on the empire's finances. But the empire is facing multiple wars. and the taxes paid by the City of Raging Waves are far from enough to cover various expenses. Does the Council of the City of Raging Waves have any plans to increase the amount of taxes paid in the near future? Luke also cut the steak on his plate and ate it. The fat, tender, juicy and fragrant meat was simply a high-level enjoyment. Facing the implicit hints and demands of Emperor Augustine, Luke answered easily, "I have discussed in detail with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness the Princess, and Prime Minister Gabriel the troubles and difficulties that the Empire will face in the future. According to the current national strength of the Empire and the execution power shown by the Imperial Court, victory in the War of Tadega Hill is only a matter of consumption and time. The economic and social systems of the barbarians are out of touch with this era. The longer the war lasts, the more serious their own problems will be. The forces on the Western Front are complex. There are lords who support the Duke of Celtic, lords who support the Empire, and a large number of neutral small lords and ethnic minorities. The banditry is serious, but it does not threaten the foundation of the Empire. His Royal Highness the Second Prince is stationed on the Western Front with his troops. Even if the bandits cannot be eliminated in a short time, the Empire does not need to invest too much energy in the Western Front. The biggest threat to the Empire comes from the north. The invasion of the County Alliance is already known to both the enemy and us. Once the north is attacked, the south, west, and central regions under the direct jurisdiction of the imperial capital will not be able to provide strong support to the north. The only region that can support the Empire in a full-scale war at that time is the eastern coast. The Council of Nuteo City has a plan to promote the economy of the eastern coast of the Empire. The main content is to use Nuteo City as the economic development hub, integrate the eastern coast cities of the Empire, and form a division of labor and economic cooperation within the system. Based on my idea, the Council of Nuteo City has formulated a blueprint for the architecture of the coastal economic belt of the Empire. I brought this document with me in my briefcase. Luke's briefcase was taken away by the palace guards before entering the restaurant and was placed outside the restaurant. Emperor Augustine asked Milscom to fetch the briefcase and give it to Luke. Luke then took out the relevant documents and asked Milscom to hand them over to Augustine. He briefly introduced the contents of the documents. I have negotiated with Prince MacDonald of the Kingdom of Lucian about the large-scale investment plan for Lucian Bay. And this investment plan has also been supported by Her Majesty the Queen. The investment in agricultural product processing and light industry is small and has a quick effect. The Kingdom of Lucian has very rich resources of grain, meat, seafood, wine, and dairy products. The investment of Raging Wave City can help the Kingdom of Lucian quickly realize their excess production capacity. Not only can the Empire gain a lot of wealth from it, but the factories in the Kingdom of Lucian can also continuously provide the Empire with cheap and sufficient military supplies. The amount of this investment is very large, and the finances of Nuteo City are unable to bear it all. So the World Bank needs to assist in financing. Fortunately, I have a very good personal relationship with Director Pan and Director Ian of the World Bank's Nuteo City branch, and I can convince the World Bank to support this investment project. In addition, the expansion of Nuteo City and the investment in nearby coastal cities all require a large amount of money in the short term. So Nuteo City is unable to provide more financial support to the Empire. Emperor Augustine looked at the pages of documents in his hand very seriously. When Queen Christina told him that Meteorite was going to invest in the Kingdom of Lucian, he already felt that the scale of this investment was very large. But after looking at the documents in hand, I realized that the investment in the Kingdom of Lucian was only part of the plan to boost the economy in the eastern part of the Empire. In Luke's plan, the maritime power of the City of Raging Waves will gradually completely control the sea area with a large number of international routes. Then, with the advantage of the sea, more business opportunities will be attracted to the City of Raging Waves. Then the City of Raging Waves will use itself as a hub to transfer the industry classification to the surrounding cities, forming a concentrated industrial scale of the same type, lowering production costs and improving competitiveness in the international market. Take the Kingdom of Lucian as a pilot. As long as the agricultural and sideline products of the Gulf of Lucian form an intensive commodity supply chain, the advantages of the rich land can be fully utilized. At that time, no grain-producing area in the world can compete with the Kingdom of Lucian. Luke used a lot of data to prove his idea and developed an international food monopoly plan. Once the Golden Shield Empire can control international food prices, it can first use low food prices to defeat the agriculture within the Ark County Union, and then raise food prices to harvest the Ark County Union. causing chaos within the Ark County Union and then dividing it. Augustine the Great was still reading with relish at first, but he couldn't help sweating as he read. Can wars still be fought like this? Augustine the Great read more deeply, and was so focused that he forgot to eat. Luke ate heartily by himself, and even directed the puppet waiter to serve him a full plate of delicacies, and drank wine one glass after another. Milscom noticed something was wrong with Emperor Augustine. He thought that Meteor had placed some spiritual magic in the document. So he quietly put his hand on the back of Emperor Augustine and used the awakening skill to whisper in Augustine's ear, "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you?" "Oh!" The mental reminder brought Emperor Augustine back to his senses. And then he replied to Milscom, "I'm fine. Your Majesty, do you need me to check this document?" Milscom wanted to check whether there was a suggestion spell in the document. But Emperor Augustine folded the document and held it under his hand, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it away. "No. There is no problem with the document. I was attracted by the content inside. You don't have to be nervous." "Yes, Your Majesty." Milscom let down his guard and looked at the meteorite curiously, wondering what was written in the document that could make His Majesty feel like he was under a spiritual magic. Augustine the Great wiped the sweat from his forehead with a napkin with his other hand, drank a glass of wine, and let out a long breath. "Who has seen this document?" Luke replied, "Only you have seen the most important part." Augustine the Great pressed down his hand on the document, and the paper burned to ashes in the flames. "It's a very bold idea, and no one has ever implemented it before. How can you be sure that you can do it? How can you be sure that you will succeed if you do it?" Luke took a sip of wine and answered confidently, "No one has implemented it before because the current conditions were not available before. Large-scale industrialized production, prosperous international trade, and the free market advocated by liberals. All of these are available in this era. Whoever has a large industrial scale, low costs, and strong maritime strength will be more likely to gain market voice." Augustine the Great fell into deep thought again. The Golden Shield Empire has its current national strength because it did not choose to protect the small peasant economy advocated by the conservative nobles at the critical moment, but boldly used the new nobles to encourage the development of industry and commerce. Facts have proved that his choice was right. The imperial court is generally optimistic about the war on the southern front because the empire has a complete industrial system. However, this national strength advantage ultimately needs to be reflected through war, requiring soldiers to occupy the enemy's land and capture the enemy's cities step by step with their flesh and blood. What Meteorite just showed him was a brand new war model. The army used for attack is no longer a well-trained soldier, but a full warehouse of goods transported by sea. Now no country in the world is wary of such an army, and all countries are defenseless in front of it. If the economic development plan of the eastern coastal area of the empire is completed, the empire will have an invincible army, and the territory of the empire will no longer be restricted by the border line. At this moment, Emperor Augustine finally understood why the political enemies in the court treated Meteor as a guest of honor. Even he was very careful when holding the wine glass, fearing that it would fall to the ground. Although the empire is facing many difficulties now, it can still persist by tightening some unnecessary expenses. The plan of Fury City, the economic driving force of the eastern coastal area of the empire, is very good, and I am qualified to wait patiently for it to hatch. At that time, Fury City's contribution to the empire will definitely be much greater than the current increase in taxes. How much do you need in terms of funds? I can order the Imperial Bank to give you some support. Milscom was a little dumbfounded. His Majesty just wanted to ask for some money from the City of Raging Waves. But after reading the document, he actually took the initiative to give money to subsidize the City of Raging Waves. What is the most important content in the document? Unfortunately, the document has been burned to ashes, and only Emperor Augustine and Meteorite know the content. But Milscom is sure of one thing. His Majesty will not kill Meteorite, even though he knows that his support will accelerate Meteorite to become a powerful official who threatens the rule of the royal family. There is a temptation in the document that allows him to suppress his imperial instinct. Milscom knows Emperor Augustine, and the temptation that can make him make such a choice so straightforward is something he can never imagine. Milscom looked at the ashes under Emperor Augustine's hand. Even though the document had been burned clean, he still didn't take his hand away. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Any financial support at this time will help speed up the completion of this plan." Luke raised his glass. "Cheers to the great empire. To the great emperor of the empire." Emperor Augustine wanted to take the glass, But his excitement made his hands tremble. He tried several times, but finally took his hand back. I am old and can't drink too much. I received your respect. Let's toast to the great empire together. Chapter 300 Agatha's Rescue. Luke smiled and drank the wine in the glass. At this point, he was sure that although Augustine wanted to kill him, he had to endure the pain in his heart when facing the big cake he had painted for him. At this time, a noisy voice came from outside the door, and someone shouted, Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb his dinner with Lord Meteor. I have important things to report to my father. Get out of the way. I'm sorry, Your Highness. You can't go in. The door was forced open, and Agatha rushed in despite the guard's obstruction. She was relieved to see Luke safe and sound, and then saluted to Emperor Augustine. Father, I'm sorry to disturb your meal. The guard also bowed and apologized. Augustine looked at Luke and Agatha, and then said to the guard, I don't allow anyone to disturb us, not including my daughter. You go out. Don't let anyone in again. The guards immediately left and closed the door as if they had been pardoned. Emperor Augustine said to Agatha, You haven't had dinner yet. Sit down and listen to Meteor's views on the empire's governance. The atmosphere at the table was so harmonious that it was beyond Agatha's expectations. She came to save Luke because she got bad news, but she didn't expect him to eat so happily. In front of her was a full plate of food. The puppet waiter brought a chair for Agatha, set a set of tableware, and poured wine into the wine glass. Emperor Augustine asked Agatha, You said you had something important to report to me. What is it that makes you so anxious? Agatha, who had not figured out the current situation, glanced at Luke first, and got a very relaxed smile. Agatha, who was even more puzzled, said to Augustine, The Imperial Secret Service has just received intelligence that a delegation from the Tadega Hills has arrived in the west. The annual Harvest Festival will be held in the Halmuda Basin. During the festival, the Western ethnic minorities and lords will bring caravans to the Halmuda Basin for trade. The Celtic Duke's envoys will meet with the leaders of all parties at that time, in order to prevent changes on the Western Front. I think the Empire should also send envoys to the West to participate in the Harvest Festival and appease those lords and ethnic minorities. Emperor Augustine originally thought that Agatha was looking for an excuse to save the meteorite, but she didn't expect the excuse to be so hardcore. The western part of the Empire is vast, and the land is barren. Large areas of grassland and desert make it difficult for the Empire to effectively manage this territory. Therefore, the entire West is scattered with small noble territories that even Augustine cannot determine the number of, as well as nomadic minority groups. Barbarians, orcs, goblins, subbelves, halflings, dwarves. Sometimes they do business with the Empire in an orderly manner, and sometimes they turn into bandits to rob villages and towns in the western border of the Empire. A pile of scattered sand cannot threaten the core area of the Empire, and with Alex sitting in the western border as a prince, there is no need to worry about the threat from the west. But the Duke of Celtic sent people to visit the western border of the Empire at this time of the Harvest Festival, which must be to stir up trouble. The Empire must respond. Emperor Augustine thought about it and said to Agatha, The Brotherhood of Blades still has a great influence in the western border, and some nobles are even more conservative than the Celtics. It is only because their strength is too weak that they have been forbearing. The envoys sent not only have to face a group of old stubborn people, but also have to face uncivilized barbarians, and their lives are threatened at any time. Any mistakes will affect the awe of the western tribes and lords for the Empire, allowing the Celtics to seize the opportunity to seek a breakthrough in the western part of the Empire. Do you have a suitable candidate for the visit? The direction of the war will not follow the wishes of either party, while the Empire generally remains optimistic about the war on the southern front. The Celtic Duke of Tadega Hill is also actively playing his own chess. For a time, the not-so-important area of the western front of the Empire became a place that both sides wanted to fight for. Although the second Prince Alex was supervising the war on the western front, it would be too flattering for him to visit the tribes with his status, and as a strong competitor for the crown prince, he should not take such a big risk. Agatha, who had been prepared for a long time, faced Augustine's question and answered, It is more appropriate for members of the royal family to deal with the nobles in the western frontier. The royal grandson Sinclair should be the most suitable candidate, but the eldest prince Fania is unwilling to let him go to the southern frontier, and certainly will not be willing to let him go to the more dangerous western frontier. The second most suitable person is me. Emperor Augustine approved Agatha's proposal. The nobles in the Western Territory are all stubborn. They guard the land left by their ancestors, and live a life that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. If they send an important official of the empire like Gabriel to visit, they will not care how high the official of the Prime Minister of the empire is. They will definitely ask first, "What is your title? Which ancestor has done any legendary deeds?" If they hear that the person coming is a lord, or that he has been bought with money, they will only feel humiliated. Therefore, the best way to deal with those extremely conservative nobles is to talk to each other family by family. The Augustine family thinks too highly of them by sending the prince, and sending a royal princess, or a crown princess. The weight of the identity is enough, and the deterrent power is enough. Since you are ready to go to the west, select the members of the delegation to leave as soon as possible and represent the Augustine family to participate in the Harmutu Harvest Festival. Let the barbarians and lords in the west feel the grace and power of the empire, so that they will not have any delusion of fighting against the empire. Agatha replied, "Yes, Father. I will set off for the west as soon as possible." Emperor Augustine nodded and asked Luke, "How long will it take to prepare for the decisive battle at sea against Leo?" Luke replied, "The Raging Waves City Fleet and the Cape District Anti-Smuggling Fleet have received the first batch of Unit 01 class full metal battleships. And all battleships have 2 sets of crew members training alternately. 3 months later, the second batch of Unit 01 class full metal warships will be launched, and various war materials will be in place. By then, the Fury City Integrated Fleet can mobilize 200 ships of various types to attack the Rio Navy. Baron Jeff of Brilliant Island can also gather a maritime mercenary fleet to implement a maritime blockade on the Rio Republic." Agatha added, "The Imperial Secret Intelligence Agency has strengthened its intelligence gathering on the Rio Republic. Rio has already felt the threat at sea and is seizing the time to reorganize the Navy. However, Rio's full metal warship technology is not yet perfect, and it can only upgrade the existing warships for protection and strengthen the coastal defense system of important coastal cities. Because of the War of Restoration initiated by the Watcher, Leo has very limited funds for the Navy and coastal defense." 3 months later, the strength of the comprehensive fleet of the City of Rage has a generational advantage over the Leo fleet. If the other fleets of the Empire allocate warships to participate in this war, the Empire can destroy all of Leo's maritime achievements in recent years in one fell swoop, and will not have the strength to challenge the Imperial Navy for a long time. Emperor Augustine has read Luke's document. Gaining the right to speak on the sea is the basis for monopolizing trade. Whether the Golden Shield Empire can become a giant empire that has never appeared in world history depends on whether this battle can cleanly and neatly beat Leo, a maritime competitor, and make him unable to get up, even to deal with the crisis at hand. It is necessary to defeat the Leo Navy, so that the eastern part of the empire can free up its hands to support other battlefields. Emperor Augustine said to Luke, "During your time in the imperial capital, the City of Raging Waves can still operate well, which shows that the Council of Raging Waves and the Government Affairs Office are an efficient and responsible team. This visit to the tribes in the Western Territory will take about a month. Look at your work plan. If there is no conflict with important events, you can follow Agatha as a deputy envoy to participate in the Harvest Festival in Halmutu." Augustine's sudden assignment was beyond Luke and Agatha's expectations. Agatha immediately said, "Halmutu is a long way away, and the traffic is not smooth. Many things in the City of Raging Waves require meteorites to make decisions in time. It is not suitable for me to visit the Western Territory." Emperor Augustine asked Luke, "What's your idea?" Luke analyzed Augustine's intention in his heart. 1 month is neither long nor short. It allows Emperor Augustine to see whether the timely decision of the City of Raging Waves without meteorite will affect the operation of the entire system, and avoid major problems that affect the overall situation. If the City of Raging Waves can still operate without meteorite, then Emperor Augustine can kick out the initiator of the plan and do it himself. If the City of Raging Waves has operational obstacles without meteorite, then he can only continue to endure the unhappiness in his heart and let meteorite to implement the plan. After thinking it through, Luke also wanted to observe how the people in the City of Raging Waves would stand at the critical moment. The Reformed Society has expanded too fast, and sometimes we need to clean up the ungrateful people hiding inside. His Majesty asked me to follow the Princess Royal to the Western Territory, and I will definitely obey His Majesty's will." Agatha looked at Luke, wondering why he would agree to this, just as the atmosphere at the entire table was weird after she came in. Agatha's mind was full of question marks after the dinner. After the dinner, Agatha and Luke left together, and Emperor Augustine sat in his seat for a long time without moving. Milscom sent a signal for the hidden killers to evacuate, and then whispered to Emperor Augustine, "I need to conduct a mental examination on you to determine if you have been affected by mental spells." Emperor Augustine said after a while, "I am not under a spell. I am just shocked by the great plan that Meteor showed me. It is hard to imagine what the Empire will become when his plan is implemented. It must be an unprecedented prosperity. And greatness is no longer a blessing. Is it not necessary to kill him? It is a pity to kill him. A pity. I hope he can return to the position he should be in." Emperor Augustine said with emotion. Meteor and Agatha went to the west for a month, and asked Gabriel to divide the city expanded for the City of Raging Waves as quickly as possible, and asked the City of Raging Waves government office to send me work reports every day. Milscom replied, "Yes. I will immediately send someone to convey your will to Prime Minister Gabriel. And, the most important thing," Emperor Augustine said excitedly, "I must buy myself time for the whole plan. Such an empire must be created from my hands. Have you arranged what I asked you to do?" Milscom replied, "While the palace is floating in the air, the Shadow Parasite research team will all be transferred to the underground of the palace." "Very good. Some research can't be carried out outside. My son, daughter and ministers don't want me to live well. Starting tomorrow, all imperial meetings will be cancelled. I want to recuperate and fight for the final experiment. In the future, all issues that require my decision-making should be sent to my room." "Yes, Your Majesty." At this time, Agatha and Luke were strolling in the open corridor, and the sound of insects could be heard from the gardens on both sides from time to time. A team of patrolling royal knights saluted Agatha and then marched over. "I heard that my father had arranged assassins in the restaurant, so I went to save you. But obviously I was the one who was embarrassed. What did you say to him that made him change his attitude so decisively?" Luke stopped and took a deep breath. Looking at the empty and dark night sky on one side, "Our emperor has a paranoid obsession with power. So I will let him see what greater power is. This is his strongest point, but also his most fatal weakness. Faced with a temptation he couldn't refuse, he chose to endure me. Greater power? What power is greater than the one he has been holding in his hands now?" Faced with Agatha's curiosity, Luke did not answer. He left the corridor and walked towards the border, standing on the suspended terrace facing the starry night. "Agatha, do you know how the ancient war happened?" Agatha did not show any strange emotions because Luke called her name directly. She came to Luke's side, stood with him, and looked at the dark night, trying to understand his current state of mind. The power of the ancient Shining Gold civilization made the Shining Gold people have blind confidence. They launched an attack on the other 4 ancient civilizations. But the unprecedented war brought about the decline of civilization. To this day, the 5 ancient civilizations have not emerged from the shadow of that war. Luke looked ahead. Now the mainstream thinking is to reflect on that war. But has anyone thought about what would the world be like if the Shining Gold civilization succeeded? Agatha thought for a while and said, "I don't know. After all, it didn't happen. And all speculations are just speculations." "Yes, all speculations are just speculations. In my opinion, that ancient war was actually a struggle for the right to define civilization. The Shining Gold people launched that war just to fulfill the responsibility given to them by that civilization era. Integrate the knowledge and artifacts of the 5 ancient civilizations and push the world into the next era. It's just that the Shuajin civilization failed. Now a new era is gradually reaching its peak in our hands. The problems that the Shuajin people faced before will also be what we will eventually face in this era. And because the knowledge system we created is more complex, the direction of the new era has more uncertainty. But one thing is certain. The unlimited demand for production resources brought by industrial production will inevitably lead to disorderly expansion. The result of being eliminated in this competition is only enslavement and exploitation. Give up the reflection on the collapse of ancient civilizations. Prepare to fight a new civilization war. Chapter 301 Preparing for a Diplomatic Mission. Agatha looked at the man beside her and found that when she thought she could see him clearly, he was standing at an unreachable distance again, fighting for the right to define the civilization of this new era. Agatha smiled helplessly. "I just want the Empire to survive the many crises in front of it. The war you described, I think it is far away. Maybe when it happens, you and I will be gone." Luke retracted his gaze to the empty night, turned his head and looked at Agatha and said, "It is coming faster than you think. Even faster than I expected." You can't avoid the responsibilities given to you by the Empire. You can't avoid the responsibilities given to you by the Times. Agatha looked back at Luke. Their eyes met, and asked seriously, "What is the responsibility given to you by the Times?" Luke couldn't help laughing. "It's hard for me to answer this question. Anyway, what I just did was to give the Empire this train a big step on the acceleration, and our Emperor removed the brakes. I can jump off the train at any time. As for you," Agatha asked nervously, "what did you talk to your father about? Why did his attitude towards you change so much?" "I said it all. I gave him the hope of getting more power. Want to know what it is? You can go ask him and see if he will tell you." Luke walked to the corridor. "It's late. Go back to sleep. After the palace falls tomorrow, we will prepare for the mission to the west." Agatha was so curious that she couldn't bear it, and was also annoyed by Luke's attitude at this time. She chased him and said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, I went to save you with good intentions. Is this how you repay me? Did I ask you to save me? Last night, I said I would be fine. Today you rashly broke into the dinner party. Not only did you not help me, but you made me accompany you to the mission to the west. That damn place. You open your mouth and swallow a mouthful of sand. It's not as comfortable as me going back to the city of raging waves, blowing the sea breeze and drinking wine. Are you blaming me? If I don't blame you, then why should I blame you? You." The next day, the 3-day tour of the palace for Princess Dale's coming-of-age ceremony ended. The floating palace slowly landed under the gaze of the citizens of the city, and after the space wall closed, it turned into a static palace complex. Queen Christina, on behalf of the Emperor of the Empire, blessed every young person who came to participate in the celebration and gave many rewards. The one who gained the most was of course the governor of Meteorite. The word acting was taken away, and Luke officially became the first governor of the new Raging Waves City. All the royal military units in the Raging Waves City were transferred to the direct jurisdiction of the governor. The Emperor of the Empire approved the merger of 6 cities into the Raging Waves City, and the area of the new Raging Waves City doubled. Conferred the title of Viscount of the Empire. Appointed Meteor as the deputy envoy of the Empire's western tour mission, and accompanied Princess Agatha on a visit to the western border of the Empire. The lack of marriage in this series of titles and appointments was beyond many people's expectations. The active interaction between Dale and Meteor in the palace was seen by many people, and Emperor Augustine the Great always had the idea of granting marriage. Therefore, everyone thought that it was natural to announce the engagement of the two after Princess Dale held the annual ceremony. However, in the entire list of titles, there was no mention of Princess Dale, which inevitably caused many people to speculate. If Meteor is no longer favored, how to explain the generous title? There is only one word difference between the acting governor and the governor, which is just to rectify the name of Meteorite once again. And the attitude of the Emperor of the Empire is still unclear. But the title of Viscount is enough to make many people jealous. You should know that Gabriel, as the Prime Minister of the Empire, is only a lord, since the Empire has vigorously reused new nobles and cracked down on old nobles. It has not conferred a hereditary noble for more than 10 years, since Meteorite had a secret meeting with Emperor Augustine. The Emperor of the Empire skipped the Baron title and gave the Viscount title. This favor is not too heavy. What did they talk about? Everyone is curious, but there is no accurate information in any information channel. With the instructions of Prime Minister Gabriel, Yomington came to the Secret Intelligence Bureau's Special Agent 6 to inquire about the news. "Governor, Prime Minister Gabriel asked me to congratulate you on being granted the title of Viscount. He said that the cabinet will fully cooperate with the expansion of Raging Waves City and live up to His Majesty's trust." At this time, Luke was explaining to Kylena about his trip to the west. When he saw Yomington visiting, he asked him to sit opposite him. "Please express my gratitude to Prime Minister Gabriel on my behalf. I will soon be accompanying Her Royal Highness the Princess on a diplomatic mission to the west. The expansion of Raging Waves City depends heavily on the cooperation of the cabinet and the Council of Raging Waves City." Luke waved his hand to let Kylena go, and then continued to say to Yomington, "How much do you know about the situation in the west of the Empire?" Yomington thought Luke was not familiar with the situation in the west, and asked if he was preparing for the mission to the west. So he answered, "When I was a staff officer of the Prime Minister, I once studied the history, geography and humanities of the Western Territory. The area that the Empire can control in the Western Territory is now called Crescent Oasis. The main force of the Empire's Western Territory Legion, commanded by the Second Prince, is stationed in Crescent City. Further west is the Great Western Territory, which is not accessible by rail. The empire has only nominal rule. The ethnic relations in the Western Territory are complex, and can be roughly divided into noble territories and barbarian tribes. The noble territories serve as a barrier separating the empire from the barbarians, and have a very high degree of autonomy. The fighting, division and annexation between the noble territories are very serious, and even the original family of the title has been replaced by other surnames many times. Luke asked at this time, "Tell me about the Erd family." The current patriarch of the Erd family is Count Clement Erd, who is also known as Count San Fox. The Erd family's territory is located on the side of the Halmuda Basin close to the empire. It is an oasis with abundant water and grass, which naturally attracted many robberies. About 35 years ago, Erd, who had just inherited the earldom, encountered a rebellion in the territory, and was exiled to the barbarian area to fend for himself. But he persuaded some barbarian tribes in the Halmuda Basin to send troops to help him regain his territory. The Harvest Festival was originally a celebration held by Count Erd to thank the barbarians for helping him. During the celebration, both sides would take out their own items for trading. Over time, all the nobles and barbarians in the entire Halmuda Basin participated. In recent years, the Harvest Festival has become a grand event recognized by the entire Western Territory. Many tribes and nobles from far away would organize caravans to the territory of Earl Erd early. That was also the period when sand bandits and bandits were most rampant. Luke said, it also allowed Earl Erd to accumulate a lot of wealth and influence. Yomington replied, yes. Earl Erd is very good at dealing with barbarians, which is also the origin of his name Earl San Fox. This time, the governor accompanied Her Royal Highness the Princess on a diplomatic mission to the Western Territory, and he will definitely go to the territory of the Erd family. Earl Erd's attitude towards the empire is very critical. Luke suddenly asked at this time, I want you to accompany me and the princess to the west. Are you willing? Yomington was surprised by this sudden invitation. Governor, why did you choose me? You have done a good job as the commissioner of the Nuteo City office in St. Louis City. But according to your ability, you are overqualified. The work during this time should make you think about some things. We are all working for the empire. The conflict between me and Prime Minister Gabriel has also been resolved. Whether you work for me or not depends mainly on your willingness. The Prime Minister does not lack people like you. There is not much room for you to rise. And I am just getting started here. As the governor of Raging Wave City, I need a chief of staff to form my staff. This mission to the western border of the empire is a test for you. I have given you the opportunity. If you miss it, it will be someone else's. Luke recruited Yomington again. The amount of work a person can handle every day is limited, and he now really needs a staff team to share most of the work. Yomington used to be the staff officer of the Prime Minister of the Empire, so he can be used directly by digging him over. This time Yomington did not refuse directly, but fell into thinking. In the workplace of the Imperial Court, job hopping is a taboo. Not to mention that he offended the Prime Minister of the Empire by joining Meteorite. This is also the reason why Yomington has not agreed to Luke's repeated solicitations. Now the situation is obviously different. During his tenure as the commissioner of the Nuteo City office in St. Louis City, Yomington deeply felt the terrifying economic influence of Nuteo City. As long as Nuteo City is stable, it is a certain fact that the economic center of gravity of the empire will continue to shift significantly to Nuteo City in the future. And the stability of Nuteo City depends more on the attitude of the Emperor of the Empire. Today, the Emperor of the Empire has a very clear attitude towards Nuteo City and Meteorite. Official positions and titles are given to all those who are still hesitating whether to enter Nuteo City to make up their minds. The train of Raging Wave City, which was running forward rapidly, was accelerated to the bottom by the Emperor of the Empire. If you are slow to get on the train, there will be no seat for Yomington at this moment. Now there is a best and most senior seat reserved by the governor of Meteorite, and you can get it as long as you nod and agree. If you miss it, you can probably only get a standing ticket. As for the Prime Minister, as the governor said, it is difficult to reinstate the official. Moreover, according to the age and ability of the governor of Meteorite, he will definitely be the Prime Minister of the Empire within 10 years. He is also at the best age, and he may have a place in the cabinet. After careful consideration, Yomington stood up and saluted Luke. Thank you for your favor and trust. Governor, Void Yomington is willing to serve you. I will explain this to Lord Gabriel when I return. I believe that Lord Prime Minister will also be happy that I have been appreciated by you. Luke felt relieved immediately after Yomington came to serve. The huge workload made him feel more tired than 996. In the future, with a staff, he only needs to grasp the general direction. Finally, he can enjoy life like the legendary overbearing president. This is a smart person. Go back and recommend a specialist candidate in your office. I will ask the Government Affairs Office of Nuteo City to send a letter of appointment. You prepare and come to work tomorrow. Yes, Lord Governor. Yomington bowed again and asked, I came to see you this time on behalf of the Prime Minister to ask the Governor General what you talked about with His Majesty at the dinner yesterday? Luke thought about it and replied to Yomington. This is your last job for the Prime Minister. I should let you return with a full load. But you can reply to the Prime Minister like this. What I talked to His Majesty about was my policy outline for a long period of time in the future. It is mainly based on the city of Nuteo to build an imperial coastal economic belt to serve the national strategy of the empire after this crisis. There is no conflict with the Prime Minister's current administration, and it will have nothing to do with it after the Prime Minister leaves office. Yomington understood what he meant. That is, you should not worry about the next cabinet in this cabinet. Governor, I know how to reply to the Prime Minister. Goodbye. I will come to work tomorrow after I finish all my work. Go to Kalina's next door to register first. The special treatment I set for you is there. Work hard for me, and your future will be bright. Thank you, Governor. Luke watched Yomington leave, and was very satisfied with his calmness. He is a man who can do great things. Yomington did what Luke expected, and he handled the work he took over in an orderly manner after going to work the next day. He relied on his connections in the palace to collect a lot of information related to the Western Territory, analyze the personalities of important personnel, and formulate contact and response plans. The progress of the princess's delegation is also very fast. 3 groups of advanced personnel have taken the train to Crescent City. In addition, a group of imperial spies went to the Harmuda Basin in disguise. The Brotherhood of Blades has a great influence in the Western Territory. The chaotic environment provides the Brotherhood's Thorn Blades with very good training and actual combat space. During this visit to the Western Territory, the Celtic Duke's delegation will definitely arrange for the Thorn Blades to carry out the assassination, which is a great test for the Imperial spies. The Halmuda Basin in the west of the Golden Shield Empire is surrounded by sparsely vegetated mountains, which block the wind and sand for the basin. The banks of several rivers running through the basin form the densest oasis belt in the entire west. Humans, orcs, subbelves, goblins, dwarves, halflings, and many other extraordinary creatures live here, fighting hard for survival resources. It can be said that the Halmuda Basin is a microcosm of the entire western border of the empire, and it is also a place that civilization has not covered. Lighting mainly relies on fire, and transportation mainly relies on horses, camels, and pack animals. Of course, some people with means can still get things from industrial civilization. The Jiamu camp is located on an important road from the desert into Halmutu. All industries in the camp serve travelers and merchants entering and leaving Halmutu. Ham's Tavern is located on one side of the main road. It provides cheap watered-down wine and unpalatable food, as well as some intelligence transactions. At noon, the tavern was full of travelers who were resting. They drank and talked about which unlucky guy had encountered sand bandits and was robbed without even underwear. At this time, the door was pushed open, and the wind rushed in with sand. Everyone skillfully protected the wine glasses and food with their hands, and then looked to see who was coming, although the 2 people who came in were wearing smocks and hoods to cover their faces. Everyone noticed they were 2 women. Chapter 302 Ham Tavern. Gulu. What would you like to eat? The horse bran cakes here are very popular. Each serving of horse bran cakes can be given a glass of water. Gulu. A skinny goblin came running over with a flattering smile on his wrinkled face, enthusiastically recommending the specialties of his own tavern. But before the 2 women could answer, a young man sat down and said mockingly, Ladies, listen to my advice. Don't order the horse bran cakes here. Although I have to admit that the horse bran cakes taste good, you need to drink a lot of water to swallow them, and you will feel thirsty soon. And you need to drink a lot of water again. You know where this is. Water is very precious. The young man has some orc blood. His skin is bluish, and 4 slightly long fangs can be seen when he speaks. He is very strong, and his exposed arms are full of strong muscles. He is wearing a patched leather armor, and the lining inside is also sewn from various pieces of cloth. What is eye-catching is the broad-bladed sword on his back. Just looking at the exaggerated appearance, you can tell that it is not something that ordinary people can control. The broad-bladed sword is carefully wrapped with oilcloth, which shows the owner's love for it. When the goblin saw that the young man had ruined his business, he immediately cursed, "Gulu, you half-orc, you green skin with a bad mouth. Just now, Boss Ham was kind enough to allow you to delay the repayment time and gave you a bag of water. You dare to slander the reputation of our ham tavern, especially the reputation of horse bran cakes. Horse bran cakes are the most delicious thing, don't you think?" Gollum, in order to restore the reputation of his own horse bran cakes, the goblin loudly asked other customers in the store. But a customer complained, "Yes, among all the unpalatable foods here, horse bran cakes are delicious, but you use too much salt. Last time I ate a piece of horse bran cake, I drank a whole bag of water." Gollum, "The salt is added to make it last longer. And we gave away water." Gollum, "But the water you gave away is only enough to moisten the throat." The young half-orc pointed out the tricks of the profiteer and turned to the woman and said, "Ladies, I can see that you have come from afar, and it is probably your first time to Halmutu. I remind you that this place is still a long way from the nearest oasis. Because of the harvest festival, many sand bandits are ready to make a fortune during this period. You need a guide who is familiar with Halmutu, and it would be best if he can also act as a bodyguard. My name is Kelhane, and I have the excellent blood of humans and orcs. If you hire me, you can have a safe and comfortable journey." The half-orc Kelhane worked hard to sell himself. He was penniless when he came to the Scorchwood camp and needed money to pay off his debts and support himself. He could tell that the two women who came in were rich people, and the fabrics of their clothes were not something that ordinary people could afford. At this time, the two women lifted their hoods together to reveal their appearance, which stunned everyone in the tavern. Female elves and female humans. They all have beautiful faces and delicate skin, and their intellectual eyes are out of tune with this tavern in the dust. Especially the female elf, who made people unable to move their eyes. "Hello, half-orc Kelhane. I am the elf Chi-Kong, and this is my follower Jennifer. Thank you for your kind reminder." Chi-Kong turned to the goblin standing there and said, "2 servings of horse meat bran cakes, and the cup for water should be big." The beauty of the clear sky is very contagious, and can resonate with the aesthetics of various races. Even the goblins seem to have seen a beautiful oasis after crossing the desert. Moreover, 2 horse bran cakes were sold. Gulu, beautiful elf lady, and beautiful human lady. 2 of the most delicious horse bran cakes in Ham's tavern will be delivered to you immediately, and sweet water as a gift. Gulu. The goblin ran to the back kitchen in small steps. Others in the tavern were still paying attention to the clear sky and Jennifer. Kelhane was also attracted by the beauty of the clear sky and couldn't help but praise, "I have seen many elves on my journey, but you are the most special. You must be a noble magician or scholar." "I am not wrong." Chi-Kong did not respond to Kelhane's guess, but said, "We do need a guide. The destination is the First People's grassland on the west side of the Harmuta Basin. Because we are in a hurry, we must travel day and night, and we also need to take the most convenient road. Can you do it?" Hearing that the 2 ladies were going to the First People's grassland, Kelhane did not immediately agree, but said, "The First People's grassland is a blessed land formed by the death and collapse of the World Tree. The source of many rivers in the west comes from the First People's grassland. The elves and orcs there have lived together for a long time and have very aggressive personalities. They will not get close to you just because you are also an elf. If you are interested in the World Tree relics, I advise you to give up this idea. All World Tree relics, even a dead branch of the World Tree, have grassland elf tribes nearby. Once they regard it as an invasion, there is only one way to go." When Kelhane introduced the dangers in the grasslands of the ancestors, the goblins brought 2 plates of horse meat bran cakes and 2 large beer cups. Chi-Kong looked at the horse meat bran cakes in front of him and had no appetite. "This thing is to crush the horse meat first, then mix it with bran, marinate and dry it, and finally smoke and store it. When you need to eat it, you can eat it directly, but it is best to heat it up. Otherwise it will be like chewing a stone." The 2 pieces of horse bran cakes were black and large, with a good amount of weight and an attractive aroma. Kelhane, who smelled the aroma, couldn't help swallowing his saliva, although he had just tried his best to belittle horse bran cakes. This was something he couldn't afford to eat. As for the complimentary water, The cup was very large, but the water only covered the bottom of the cup, and it was really only enough to moisten the throat. Qi Kong picked up the cup and sprinkled it out. The little bit of water fell on the dry ground and was instantly absorbed by the soil. Kelhain couldn't help but exclaimed, looking at the little bit of water left on the ground, and said regretfully, "Miss Elf, if you dislike dirty water, you can give it to me." Jennifer poured out the water in her cup at this time. Kelhain shouted, "No. You can come here. Don't you know how precious water is?" Qi Kong ignored Kelhain. She took out a glass bottle. The bottle that can be held in one hand is filled with pure blue liquid. In the shaking liquid, circles of halos were floating. Kelhain knew that this was definitely a very valuable magic prop, but he didn't know what its function was. He stared at the bottle in Qi Kong's hand, watching a drop of blue liquid being poured into the water cup. Then the blue halo surged up from the bottom of the cup like a spring, and then overflowed along the edge of the cup as a blue mist. Qi Kong complained, "I asked the goblins to get a big cup, but it's still so small." As Qi Kong's words fell, the blue mist suddenly turned into water and surged up from the cup. Qi Kong cast a magic spell casually, and the overflowing water turned into a stream of water flowing into Jennifer's cup. The water stopped generating until Jennifer's cup was filled. Many people in the tavern stood up when they saw this scene, their eyes full of greed. Just one drop of that liquid can produce so much water, and a full bottle of liquid is a supreme treasure in the desert. Qi Kong casually put the bottle on the table. "This contains the essence of the water element. As long as you are willing to take us to the prairie of the ancients, it will be yours." Qi Kong picked up the water cup and took a sip, proving that the water was harmless. Qi Kong knew where the prairie of the ancients was, but in the game, you had to fly there by teleporting. If you walked on two legs, it would be easy to go astray. Therefore, it is necessary to hire a guide, which can save a lot of time and reduce unnecessary trouble. Kelhain was afraid that Qi Kong would regret it, so he grabbed the water element essence bottle and said, "I'll take this business. My hometown is the prairie of the ancients, and I promise to send you there safely." "Very good. Eat these, and we'll get ready to go." Qi Kong pushed 2 pieces of horse meat bran cakes in front of Kelhain. Kelhain asked in surprise, I ate." "What did you eat?" "We brought food." "Thank you." Kelhain picked up a horse bran cake and took a big bite, and called the goblin to get a big glass of wine. The wine with only a very light taste of wine washed down the full mouthful of horse bran cake. The comfort and enjoyment made Kelhain look satisfied. He hadn't eaten so happily for a long time. After completing this task, find a place to sell the full bottle of water element essence. Not only can you pay off the debt, but you can also live a good life comfortably for a long time. No, you can't sell all the water element essence at once. Kelhain was eating and drinking, planning for his future. And then he saw Jennifer took out several cylindrical tin cans and put them on the table, and then took out a dagger and cut the tin cans along the edge. Then various aromas diffused from the gaps in the tin cans. Kelhain took a deep breath of the smell, and immediately felt that the horse meat bran cake in his hand was not fragrant. "What is this?" Qi Kong replied, "Cans, which conceal food." Jennifer opened several cans, and the rich variety of food shocked Kelhain's eyes. Stewed meat soaked in thick soup, juicy vegetables, and precious fruit salad. There was even a can of sea fish. With a meow, a black cat jumped out from nowhere and onto the table. He squatted down in a very cold manner and said dissatisfiedly, "I smell the smell of fish. Should we eat? I'm hungry." Then, under Kelhain's staring eyes, Jennifer placed a box of canned fish in front of the black cat. The black cat dared to eat such expensive sea fish. Kelhain just wanted to draw his knife and chop off his cat's head. When Jennifer used fire magic to heat the canned food that needed to be heated, the aroma became more intense, attracting everyone in the tavern to move. But the elves and human women were obviously magicians, and if they wanted to move them, they had to weigh their own weight first. Moreover, the owner of the tavern, Ham, has come to the front desk from the back kitchen. The fact that this strong orc can open a tavern here has nothing to do with his proud cooking skills. After listening to the goblin story about what happened here, Ham walked to the side of Qi Kong's table. Ham has grass-green skin and is 2 meters and 2 meters tall. He has a barbarian-style braid on his head, earrings, nose rings, and 2 fangs sticking out from the corners of his mouth. He is wearing an apron full of grease and charcoal black, and his naked upper body is full of muscles, with totems and rune tattoos on it. Ham looked down at Qi Kong. Jennifer and Black Cat, and said in a bell-like voice, "Carrying water and fresh food with you." Ham's Tavern hasn't received such a big shot for a long time. There is news that many bad things will happen at this year's Harvest Festival, and it seems that the news is likely to be true. "Ladies, you are going to the grasslands of the ancestors. Can I know the purpose of your trip?" Kelhane stood up and confronted Ham. "Mr. Ham, these two ladies are my employers. They did not cause trouble, and they also paid for food and chairs for rest. Please do not disturb the ladies' meal. We will leave after eating." Ham glanced at Kelhane. "Boy, taking too high a reward and taking an unknown task will cost you your life. You know that the elves of the grasslands of the ancestors do not like foreign elves, especially those fierce war songs, who will kill anything they think will destroy the ruins of the world tree." Then Ham said to Qikong, "I don't know why you big guys come to Armudu. Please don't involve us lowly people who dig food out of the sand. I will let Kelhane return your things to you and exempt your expenses here. Please leave after resting." Qikong didn't look at Ham. She ate canned food with a fork and responded, "Okay. The choice of commission is two-way. I won't force anyone to take us to the grasslands of the ancestors. I believe that there must be someone in this room who is willing to accept this task for a bottle of water element essence." Ham said to Kelhane, "Return the things to this elf lady." "No." Kelhane refused decisively. "Ham, the elf lady is right. As long as I give up, the people in this room will rush to take this task. But no one here knows the grasslands of the ancestors better than me. I know how to safely take them to where they want to go." At this time, the sheriff had finished a full box of canned fish. He licked his paws and washed his face, and said with contempt, "Stupid orcs. Don't you know that the half-orcs are favored by the goddess of luck today? Being recruited as a follower by the great Miss Clear Sky is a turning point in his life. From today on, mediocrity and poverty will be far away, and power and honor will come with it. Kneel down and offer your loyalty to Miss Clear Sky." Kelhane corrected, "This is employment. I am not Miss Clear Sky's follower. When we reach the destination, the employment relationship ends." The sheriff said regretfully, "That's a pity. You had the opportunity to change your fate. Of course, during the employment relationship, you can swear allegiance at any time and become Miss Clear Sky's follower." Kelhane really wanted to chop off the cat's head and kick it out. Chapter 303 Toll. Qikong didn't expect that, after he had helped the sheriff improve his strength several times, this black cat would become a super flatterer. He really didn't care about his face when he said such things in public. Has anyone ever asked someone to swear allegiance the first time they met? "Did I say I wanted to take an orc as my follower?" Qikong explained, "Please don't pay attention to what this cat said. The fish cans were seasoned with wine, and he was drunk and dizzy." When the sheriff was about to speak out again, Jennifer grabbed him and quickly stuffed him into a large pocket under his smock. It was so fast that the sheriff only made a meow. Then it was quiet. Kelhane knew he shouldn't fight with a cat, even though this guy could talk, ate better than himself, and his fur looked carefully maintained. Why did he get angrier the more he thought about it? Kelhane quickly stopped thinking about the black cat and assured Qikong, "Miss Qikong, please believe in my credit. Since I have accepted your commission, no matter what happens, I will definitely send you and your followers to the grasslands of the ancestors." Qikong put a gold ticket on the table and said to the orc, "Ham, my camels and pack animals are outside. Feed them with the best hay you have. Prepare a camel for my guide. He doesn't have any travel supplies. You run a tavern here, so you should know what he needs. Just buy it for him. If the money is not enough, I will make up for it when I leave." The gold pattern on the surface of the gold certificate on the table is very dazzling, attracting the attention of everyone in the tavern, and they all want to rush over to grab it. In the Western Territory, especially outside the areas directly controlled by the Empire, the paper money issued by the Empire is not generally recognized. Barter is a common way of trading, and the status of precious metal currencies such as gold, silver and copper is unshakable. However, the gold and silver certificates endorsed by the Golden Man and the World Bank were successfully accepted by the Western Territory, and because they are easy to carry and use, the exchange rate of gold and silver certificates to gold and silver exceeds the standard exchange rate of the Empire. A gold ticket is a huge sum of money for everyone here. The direct sense of wealth is even greater than the bottle of water element essence, whose value varies from person to person. Orcam glanced at the tavern and dispelled everyone's greed. He grabbed the gold ticket to identify its authenticity, and then said, "What a generous elf lady. Your camel and pack animals will be carefully taken care of. And your guide will also have a complete set of travel supplies. I wish you a pleasant meal and a smooth journey. Orc Ham took the gold ticket and turned back to the kitchen. Kelhain kept staring at the gold ticket and followed Ham to leave. Then reluctantly withdrew his gaze and complained to Qi, "You should give me the gold ticket. I can save you a lot of money. I guarantee that he will blackmail you in the end. I am too familiar with Ham's tricks." Qi said, "If you want to reach the grasslands of the ancestors as soon as possible, some necessary money for buying the way is indispensable. I would rather spend a little more money than be harassed on the road." Kelhain said confidently in his own strength, "You mean the sand bandits? Don't worry, Miss Qi. I guarantee that all your expenses on me are worth it." Qi just smiled and didn't answer, but asked, "Do you want to eat canned food? Can I eat it?" Kelhain had long coveted those fragrant canned foods, but he didn't have the nerve to ask for them. "Of course. This stuff is very cheap for us. We have prepared enough food and water for this trip." Qi knocked on the table, and the water level in the empty wine glass next to Kelhain rose from the bottom of the glass to the top of the glass. Jennifer pushed a can of meat and a can of fruit in front of Kelhain. "Please enjoy it. If you are not full, I have more." Kelhain was very happy. Delicious food and plenty of water. This is definitely a wonderful journey. "Thank you, Miss Qi. Thank you, Miss Jennifer." After that, Kelhain stuffed the uneaten horse meat bran cake into his pocket, picked up the fork, and held the can to eat. He kept praising while eating, causing everyone in the tavern to drool. Some of them hurriedly paid the bill, and after taking a deep look at Qi, they quickly left the tavern. After Kelhain finished 4 barrels of canned food, the Orc Ham came out from the back kitchen again. This time he sat down directly, sniffed the aroma of the canned food unconsciously, and then said to Qi, "Miss Elf, everything you want is ready. There are 2 gold coupons in total, and you still owe 1. Kelhain, who was short-sighted, immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "Ham, did you buy a camel cavalry? You have already made a lot of money. Please stop." Ham ignored Kelhain and kept staring at Qi. Qi smiled and said, "Only 2 gold coupons. Isn't it a little too little?" "What?" Kelhain was shocked. "I am trying my best to save money for you, but you still think that I am being ripped off too little. Are you so willful just because you have money?" Ham smiled helplessly. "It seems that Miss Elf knows all the shady things in the Jiamu camp. I have tried my best to mediate for you, but the wealth and beauty you showed make many people unwilling to give up. Then I will show my strength a little bit, and you can help me talk to them?" After Qi finished speaking, the originally hot room was replaced by a cool breeze, and then the roof rustled. "It's raining." The people in the tavern immediately noticed the change in the weather. Someone opened the door of the tavern. The rain curtain was flowing down along the eaves, and the ground in front of the door quickly became muddy. And 10 meters away, the sky was still full of yellow sand, and the refraction caused by the high temperature made the distant scenery shake. People around the camp saw it raining here and ran over with containers to collect water. But in an instant, the raindrops turned into icicles, and heavy snow flew around the tavern, forming a wonder in this hot desert. In the tavern, the temperature dropped rapidly, and everyone's exhaled breath turned into white mist, and frost condensed on eyelashes and eyebrows. The water in the cup was frozen into ice. At this time, Qi asked the Orc Ham, "This snow should help you better mediate for me." Ham said respectfully, "Respected and powerful magician, please forgive my offense just now. I promise that everyone in the Jiamu camp has felt your kindness, and those who covet your wealth and beauty will thank you for not killing them. Please wait. I will bring their attitude soon." The wind and snow suddenly stopped, and the heat rushed in from the door with dust, forcing the goblins to close the door again as quickly as possible, and then enjoy the sealed coolness in the room. Qi said to him, "I can understand their difficulties. If we are allowed to pass through like this, there will always be people who are uncomfortable. After all, people need to eat, and horses need to eat grass. It is hard to guarantee that some hungry people will take risks. I don't want any delays on this journey. Let them name the price. As long as it is suitable, I can accept it." Ham stood up and saluted Qi. "Thank you, Miss Elf, for your generosity. I guarantee that no one in the Jiamu camp will dare to make you unhappy on the road." Ham strode out of the door and stopped under the eaves to let the flowing water wet his body, and then walked away with a comfortable body. Kelhain, who didn't know what was going on, asked Qi, "Miss Qi, what are you talking about with Ham? Why don't I understand?" Qi looked at Kelhain and asked, You don't even know this. I really don't know how you make a living in the Jiamu camp, Calhoun said embarrassedly. I heard from others that during the harvest festival, you can get high-paying commissions in the Jiamu camp. So I just came here not long ago. But please rest assured, Miss Qi-Kong, I am very familiar with the Halmuda Basin, and I know how to quickly reach the grassland of the ancestors. Qi-Kong did not doubt Calhoun. This guy looked like an adult, but as a half-orc, his real age was definitely much younger than his appearance. And some rules in the desert, if no one teaches, I am afraid that even the locals will not know. It would take some time for Han to negotiate. So Qi-Kong explained to Calhoun what he had talked about with him. The Jiamu camp is located on a road in and out of the Halmuda Basin. Travelers and caravans will definitely make some repairs when they arrive here, which gives the sand bandits the opportunity to investigate the goods they carry with them. When encountering valuable goods and caravans with sparse guards, the sand bandits can set up an ambush and advance according to the situation. Therefore, there are many spies of the sand bandits in the Jiamu camp. The 2 female elves and female humans who traveled alone, carrying a lot of property, are naturally fat sheep in the eyes of the sand bandits. Ham runs a tavern here, so he must know who the spies of the sand bandits are. I wanted to spend some money to prevent the bandits from delaying my journey, so I asked Ham to negotiate on my behalf. The first negotiation was not smooth. I showed some strength and was willing to pay. The bandits should know how to make a choice. Wow! Kairhane was surprised and said, Your first time in the West. You know more than I do. Qi-Kong said, I didn't say it was my first time in the West, but I came in a different way before. Do you still want to eat canned food? Kairhane licked his lips, but finally held back. I can't eat anymore. If I eat more, I will be too full to protect you. Although my strength is not as good as yours, I will definitely be worthy of the reward you pay me. And so many delicious canned foods. Okay. Then we'll take a rest and leave when Hem brings back the news. Qi-Kong took out a book and summoned a spirit orb to illuminate himself. Seeing this, Calhoun didn't dare to make any sound. And even the other people in the tavern moved carefully. In this backward and barbaric world, people have an instinctive respect for knowledge and scholars. In a shabby tent in the corner of the Jiamu camp, a group of people of different sizes and races surrounded the orc Hem and listened to his persuasion. You must have seen the vision that just happened outside the tavern. That elf is a very powerful magician. Attacking her will cause you serious casualties. What's the point of having more money if the person is dead? The elf has important things to do to get to the grasslands of the ancestors. She doesn't want to be harassed and delayed on the way, so she is willing to pay a fee to buy a quiet journey. Everyone, please make an offer. One of the diners who just came to the tavern said, I saw the elf gave the orc a bottle of water element essence. 1 drop of water element essence can produce 2 large cups of water. I'm sure she has more water element essence. You should know the value of water in the desert. Another person who also came out of the tavern said greedily, she still has meat and fruit stored in iron cans. Just take out a gold ticket at random. The descriptions of the 2 made the sand bandits attracted by these riches. Hem said loudly, she can also create rainfall in a dry desert environment, and can also create ice and snow in high temperatures. I personally felt the coldness, and only if she wanted, she could turn me into an ice sculpture in an instant. Don't let the greedy sand fascinate your eyes. Since the elves have shown goodwill, you'd better accept it. This is an old sand bandit's advice to you. If you rob someone you shouldn't rob, you will only be buried under the sand dunes. At this time, a prestigious sand bandit stood up and said, Ham is right. The sand bandits who rob for survival are the masters of the desert. And the sand bandits who rob for wealth are the dry bones of the desert. Since the elf has used her strength to express her kindness, we should also recognize our own strength, restrain our greed, and be grateful to the elf for saving some of us from death under her magic. Drowning in the desert is absolutely a very shameful thing. The words of the sand bandit caused a burst of laughter. Ham was relieved to see the scene. It seems that everyone is willing to give the elf a quiet journey. So what do you want from the elf? The sand bandit just said without hesitation, I want a bottle of water element essence. The sand bandits who were thinking about how many gold coupons they wanted immediately realized, I want a bottle of water element essence. I want a bottle of water essence. I want a bottle of water essence. Hem didn't expect that these sand bandits would want this thing. He returned to his tavern and told Qi-Kong what the sand bandits wanted, saying apologetically, I know that any item related to alchemy is very valuable, and you won't carry so much water essence with you. But please give them some. let them divide it among themselves, and then pay a little gold coupons. This kind of water source that can be carried with them is too tempting for those who walk in the desert all year round. Qi Kong was shocked. Those sand bandits just want water essence? Don't consider gold coupons at all? Qi Kong originally wanted to spend money for this safe journey, but he didn't expect that what the sand bandits wanted was so different from what he imagined. Ham said embarrassedly, if you really have a hard time. No, not at all. Qi Kong was afraid that Ham would regret it, so he quickly took out the water element essence from the bottle, not caring about the eyes of the people around him that were about to pop out. Finally asked, is it enough? Ham's mind was blank, and he nodded woodenly, enough. Chapter 304 Sandstorm Strikes. Ham took away more than 10 bottles of water element essence, and easily dealt with all the sand bandits gathered in the Jiamu camp. Qi Kong once again showed his strength, making them glad for their choice. Otherwise they might really be drowned in the desert. Qi Kong, who got the guarantee, set off after resting. They rode 3 camels, led 3 spare camels, and 4 pack animals carrying supplies to the Harmuda Basin in the west. If you want to reach the ancestors' grassland within a week, you must reduce the rest time and travel day and night. And you can't be delayed by other things in the middle. The Jiamu camp disappeared in the wind and sand, and the footprints left by the camel team on the sand were soon submerged by the sand. At the same time, a train was traveling on the Gobi Desert hundreds of kilometers away from Jiamu camp. The steam generated by the decompression formed white smoke and drew a white cloud above the train. The sound of the whistle was heard far and wide in the empty Gobi Desert. After the train passed a rocky hill, more than 10 horses suddenly jumped out from the other side of the boulder. On the horses were the sand bandits wrapped in robes. They waved their weapons and made a whoosh sound, desperately urging the horses to speed up. The sand bandits on horseback lined up close to the railway, kept a constant speed and parallel to the train, and then jumped onto the horses swiftly. When the sand bandits were about to jump onto the train, the carriage door was opened from the inside, and several people dressed as imperial spies drew their knives and threw several blades at the sand bandits. Seeing the guards in the carriage, the bandits immediately gathered gravel to form a barrier in front of them, and all the swords that chopped at them were chopped on the barrier. Then several magicians flew out of the front carriage using short-distance flight and rushed towards the bandits, who were chasing them. The powerful magic condensed on the magic wands in their hands. Seeing this scene, the bandits knew that they had robbed the wrong train and immediately turned their horses to run away from the train. The magicians did not chase them, but quickly returned to the waiting carriage, and the train continued to run forward. The bandits made a big circle and returned to the ambush site again. No one was frustrated because of a failed ambush. Even a lion that is good at hunting does not always have prey every time it attacks. This is the daily life along the railway line in the western part of the empire. Behind the high-profit business opportunities is the risk of high mortality. Not every train can stop the attacks of the sand bandits. Your Highness, Governor, we have just encountered another attack by the sand bandits. The military train guards have repelled them. In the luxurious carriage near the locomotive, Luke and Agatha sat on leather seats and listened to the report of an imperial spy. Since entering the western part, this is the 4th attack by sand bandits they have encountered. They are a little numb. Agatha said, I know. Go check the guards of each carriage and let them cheer up. This time we brought a lot of supplies, including supplies for the Western Legion and goods for the Harmuda Basin. Yes, Your Highness. After the spy left, Agatha looked at Luke sitting opposite her and found that he was looking at the Gobi Desert outside. So she said, the grass is getting more and more. We should be close to the Crescent Oasis. After sitting on the train for a few days, I feel like my body is about to fall apart. When we arrived at the Crescent City, we took a shower and had a good rest for a day. And then we went to Harmutu. Luke continued to look out the window. Although he could see a little green, it was still extremely desolate. So he couldn't help but sigh. It is a great feat for the Empire to build a railway here. Otherwise, it would take nearly a month to travel by animal power, and most of the animals carried would be consumed on the road. Agatha couldn't help but say with deep emotion, I heard that when my father succeeded to the throne, the court had the idea of abandoning the Crescent Oasis. It was too difficult to station an army that could control the western territory in the Crescent Oasis. It was my father who overcame all objections and spent all the treasury to build a railway to the Crescent City. So far, although the Empire could not control the entire western territory, the western territory could not escape the influence of the Empire. I still remember the scene when I was a child. The tribes in the Western Territory went to the imperial capital to pay tribute. All the leaders and nobles were shocked by the national strength of the empire. That was the first year that the Crescent Railway was open to traffic. Luke could understand how the tribes in the West would feel when they saw this continuous railway and the trains running on it. Then he asked, since the empire has built the railway to the Crescent Oasis, why not continue to build it into the Halmuda Basin? Agatha said helplessly, the traditional forces in the West in the Halmuda Basin are too strong, and they do not allow the railway to be built in. They are afraid that if the power of the empire enters Halmudu, they will lose all their power. I said that the nobles in the West are very conservative, and for them, family interests are above everything else. Luke nodded. When the nobles in the West saw the transportation capacity of the railway, they knew that once the railway extended into the hinterland of the West, they would be like fish on the chopping board facing the powerful empire. Only by preventing the imperial forces from entering the West can they keep their power and enjoy it. As for poverty and backwardness, what does it have to do with them? Luke said, I can foresee that our mission to the West will be very difficult this time. The nobles in the West must know that once the empire solves the Celtic Duke, they will be able to deal with him. They have no power to stop the empire's army from pressing on. Agatha agreed with Luke's judgment on the situation in the West. Therefore, we must let the nobles in the West know that the empire will definitely defeat the Celtic Duke, so that they will consider negotiating with the empire and protect part of their family interests in time while they still have bargaining chips. But many old nobles still think of the glorious period of the Blade Brotherhood, clinging to the honor and power bestowed on them by their ancestors. But until now, I still don't have much idea about how to deal with them. After the Crescent Oasis, the empire has few means to use. Luke took his eyes off the scenery outside the window, looked at Agatha with a slight smile and said, to break a stubborn rock, it is not enough to rely on the power of your fist. But as long as you find the right tools, even the hardest stone can be chiseled. Luke's words aroused Agatha's great interest. Looking at Luke's expression, Agatha asked tentatively with expectation, since you use this metaphor, does it mean that you have a solution to the problem of the West? Luke picked up the teacup from the table. I have thought of a way. Agatha immediately asked, what is the way? Luke took a sip of tea and said mysteriously, it's not that I don't believe you, but I always think that only those who should know about something can ensure the smooth progress of things. I have sent out the people who will carry out the task. I don't know what effect it will achieve yet, so I can only wait patiently. Agatha was very itchy because she didn't get an answer, but her trust in Meteor made her put down some of the burden in her heart. Thinking about what Meteor had done in Raging Wave City and St. Louis City. When did he not grab a fatal place when everyone was unaware? During this mission to Halmudu, he must have found the weaknesses of those stubborn nobles. I'm already looking forward to what surprises you can give me. At this time, a large grassland appeared outside the train, and a flock of sheep flashed past the window. The sudden green and vitality made Agatha feel better. She asked Luke, we have arrived at the Crescent Oasis. What do you want to do? How do you need my cooperation? Relax your mind and enjoy the journey from now on. Forget the responsibilities of the eldest princess, and imagine how Princess Dale would play if she came to this foreign land. Let all those who are staring at us see that we come to the Westland only for formal attention. And don't let them feel that they are big figures who can influence the empire. Maybe they will come to their senses after playing around. Hearing Meteor's advice, Agatha couldn't help but laugh. It is absolutely a wise decision for my father to ask you to accompany me on my mission to the West. The nobles in the West knew that the princess of the empire was coming, and they must have thought that they were important figures who could influence the future of the empire. If I give them too much courtesy, it will only make them raise their own status, and if I ignore them, it will give them a huge psychological gap. It should make your work go more smoothly. Luke smiled and said, yes. Just like in the city of Raging Waves and the imperial capital, you let those people think wildly in the open. And I did everything I should do in the dark. When they reacted, it was too late. Agatha, in a good mood, picked up the teacup. Let's create another storm in the West. Luke clinked glasses with Agatha. It should be a sandstorm. Ha ha ha. Yes, a sandstorm. After about an hour's journey, the Imperial delegation's special train stopped at the Crescent City railway station. The mayor of Crescent City, officials of the city government office, and generals of the Imperial Army came to greet them. And then the delegation took a car to the headquarters building of the Imperial Western Legion to meet with the second Prince Alec. After meeting with the members of the delegation, the second Prince Alec took Agatha and Luke to the heavily guarded Western Territory Strategic Command Room. On the wall of the command room hung a large map of the terrain and forces of the Western Territory, with dense markings on it, which was the intelligence the Empire had on the Western Territory. The door closed, and the three of them sat down. Alex did not talk about the current situation in the West, but asked about the changes in the palace. I heard that my father stopped attending the cabinet meeting after the celebration of Dale's coming-of-age ceremony. Many important matters were handled by the cabinet, and only the issues that required his approval were sent to his study. And the Queen also began to participate in the imperial government. After Dale's coming-of-age ceremony, the changes in the imperial court were indeed unexpected to everyone. The cancellation of the cabinet meeting made the cabinet more powerful. The Queen assisted the Emperor of the Empire in approving government affairs, which meant that the Queen was gradually influencing the decision-making of the Empire. People who were familiar with Augustus the Great could not figure out how he could share the power in his hands. But what is certain is that Princess Dale is not enough to make Emperor Augustine make such a major policy change. And Augustine had secretly seen Meteor before making these decisions. Then he gave a lot of rewards. If you want to know the answer, you can probably only get it from Meteor. Agatha didn't get the answer from Luke, so naturally she had no way of knowing her father's intention. She said to Alex, "Maybe my father feels that his energy is no longer enough to handle all government affairs, so he delegated some affairs to the cabinet. As for the Queen, as far as I know, she is only responsible for reading documents to my father and does not make suggestions." Agatha's answer did not satisfy Alec, and he said, "I know our father, and he must have a more important reason for doing this. Governor Meteorite, can you give me an answer? His Majesty made this important decision after having dinner with you." Luke sat a little further away so that he could see the whole picture of the Western Territory map. When he heard Alec ask him, he answered, "Your Majesty, and I only talked about the economic promotion plan for the eastern coastal areas of the Empire, which has been jointly implemented by the City of Raging Waves and the Cabinet. As for why His Majesty made those adjustments, you don't know? How can I know? But His Majesty asked the Queen to read the documents in the study, which is better than asking the eldest Prince Fania to read the documents in the study. His Majesty will give you another chance. Perhaps in his mind, he likes you more." The second prince. Although Alec did not get an answer from Luke, the last sentence made him very happy. In fact, after coming to the West, jumping out of the court circle broadened his horizons a lot. And he also knew how wise it was for him to follow Agatha's advice to come to the West. If he stayed in the imperial capital, he would not be able to fight the eldest prince. After annihilating the abyss wizard lurking in the imperial capital, the entire court tended to lean towards the eldest prince. Now that I have come to the West to receive the army so smoothly, I can feel that my father is letting me go to the West to perform. This time, my father made a major decision and gave so much power to the cabinet. But he would rather let the Queen who knew nothing assist in the government than give the eldest prince the opportunity to increase power. If this is not his father's partiality, what is it? Alex's mood immediately improved. When he left the imperial capital, the eldest prince was the one who was in the way. If there were major changes in the court in a short period of time, Fania could naturally sit on the throne with her own advantages. But if time goes on for a long time, the competitiveness between him and Fania will be reversed in a state of one rising and the other falling. As long as he makes achievements in the West, he may be officially appointed as the crown prince. At that time, the Northern Legion is trapped in the battlefield on the southern front. What use can a 4th Division of the St. Louis City Garrison Army have? At this time, Agatha and Meteorite were sent to the West. Isn't it that my father helped me to achieve unprecedented achievements? It turns out that I am the son that my father likes the most. Anyway, it doesn't matter why my father made such a major decision. What matters is how to cooperate with this mission and make a big thing in the West. Alex said in high spirits, "My father has always been farsighted, so we won't speculate on his intentions. I have been informed that you are going to the Western Territory, and the entire Western core of the Empire has entered a state of war readiness. The troops to protect the delegation are ready to go, and the necessary supplies and laborers are all in place. The entire escort and support team has a total of 5,000 people. I will also order the Western Corps to dispatch elite cavalry to deter all parties in the Western Territory. Whoever dares to harm the delegation, I will let him taste the iron hoof of the Empire." Chapter 305 Western Nobles. While Luke, Agatha, and Alex were discussing how to start this mission, in some remote corners of Crescent City, Eagles flew into the sky. Then they flew westward. The news that the imperial delegation had arrived in the Western Territory spread rapidly throughout the Western Territory with the wings of the eagles. One of the many eagles heading west flew over the desert, past the Jiamu camp, and then crossed the mountains into the Harmuda Basin. The terrain of the basin easily retains water, and it is nourished by inland rivers and lakes. Looking down from the air, it is a large oasis. There are villages of different sizes scattered in the oasis, with cultivated farmland, grazing livestock, and camel caravans carrying goods along the trampled paths. There are also castles standing in strategic locations, with flags representing families flying at the top of the towers. The oasis is divided by yellow sand and streams, forming a natural dividing line between noble territories. Fully armed soldiers patrol the banks of the streams. The precious water source is the private property of the lords, and stealing water here can be hanged. The eagle continued to fly westward. The stream was slightly wider. In addition to nurturing more lush grasslands, the abundant water also sparsely appeared trees. But the sky was still filled with sand and dust, and people who went out had to wrap themselves up tightly. Moving forward, a rammed earth wall appeared on the empty land in front, and inside the wall was a prosperous city rarely seen in the West. Prosperity is only relative. Most of the buildings in the city are low-rise rammed earth houses, with blue and white striped tarpaulins on top of them, which can provide shade and cool down, and collect rainwater on rainy days. The decorations on the outside of slightly taller houses are very exquisite. Wood and wooden crafts are luxury items that show status in the desert, and a layer of gold powder adds to the sense of wealth. In the middle of the city is a garden with a large number of transplanted trees, cultivated flower beds, and various birds and small animals living in it. There are also slaves watering the vegetation in it. They carry wooden buckets filled with water, and use wooden spoons to scoop water to water the roots of the plants, counting silently in their mouths. If they water one more spoon or less, they will be punished. In the middle of the garden is an artificial lake. In the middle of the clear lake is an island with a castle on it. A bridge connects the castle to the garden outside. The eagle landed on a tall tower of the castle. The eagle trainer waiting here took out a roll of notes from the wooden cylinder on the eagle's claws. After confirming the sealed information, he immediately ran down the tower. On the attic on the top floor of the middle building of the castle, a tall and burly man looked out through the open window. The lush garden and the sandy yellow city present a very sharp contrast. Count Erd, you are probably the only one in the entire Western Territory who has the financial resources to maintain such a large lake and garden, especially those tall trees, which consume a lot of water. The man turned around and showed obvious barbarian features. If Viscount Iskalin was here, he would be able to tell his identity at a glance. Erguia once went to the city of Raging Waves as the special envoy of the Celtic Duke. Earl Erd, whose beard and hair were already gray, stood beside Erguia. He was wearing the traditional costume of the nobles of the Western Desert. The main colors of blue and white were the colors of the Erd family. Earl Erd was very respectful to the special envoy of the Celtic Grand Duke in the desert of the Western Territory. Ordinary rich people use wood to show their wealth, and richer rich people use water to show their wealth. The more wealth a place has, the stronger its attraction to wealth. The annual harvest festival will be held soon, and many lords and leaders are looking forward to visiting here. Erguia was not interested in listening to Count Erd showing off his wealth. He said directly, "You already know the purpose of my coming. My Lord Duke was persecuted by Augustine, and the Barbarian Legion was fighting with the main Empire Legion in Tadega Hill. But this is not just the war of my Lord Duke. Augustine's goal is to eradicate the Brotherhood of Blades that checks and balances the imperial power. Augustine betrayed the covenant of his ancestors. He can turn the noble title of nobility into a commodity for money. As a member of the Brotherhood of Blades, it is time to fulfill your responsibilities." Count Erd turned around and sat on a chair, then said with embarrassment, "Baron Erguia, I know what you said is true. After the war started, I also donated several considerable properties to Tadega Hill. As for your request for me to send troops to attack the Crescent Oasis, you know the situation in the Western Territory. Everyone is guarding their own oasis tightly, and everyone is thinking about robbing other people's oasis. I personally do not have the ability to attack the Crescent Oasis. Even if I send out my army, someone will definitely attack me. Sorry. Please apologize to the Duke of Celtic on my behalf, and you can take away a donation from me." Before coming to see Earl Erd, Erguia had already visited several nobles. Their answers were exactly the same as Earl Erd's, all of which were concerns about their own safety. The noble territories in the western territory of the empire were very fragmented. Those who could support 3,000 or 4,000 soldiers were considered great nobles. And those nobles who only had more than 10 or dozens of soldiers could not be counted. But no matter whether they are great nobles or small nobles, they all face great pressure to survive here, where there is no order. Fists and swords are the order. All nobles are trapped in their own piece of land. The scarce resources make them only able to protect themselves, and they don't have much spare energy for attacking. Let Erd lead his troops to attack the Crescent Oasis alone, which is simply to die. What Tadijia Hill lacks is not money, but allies to fight against traitors together. Erguia sat next to Earl Ord and persuaded, the Blade Brotherhood is a community of interests. If Tadijia Hill is captured by Augustine, he will definitely let the army invade the west next. Can you stop the joint attack of the western and northern legions of the empire? Count Erd knew that what Argus said was right. It has been a while since the second prince of the empire, Alec, arrived at the Crescent Oasis. He came to the western territory in the name of suppressing bandits. But does it need to send a prince to suppress bandits? According to the reports of the spies stationed in the Crescent Oasis, Alec integrated the military forces of the empire in the western territory and reorganized them into the Western Legion of the empire. Now there are trains transporting military supplies into the Crescent Oasis every day, and the strength of the Western Legion of the empire is growing stronger. The pressure on the nobles of the western territory is also increasing. It can be predicted that when the empire has freed up its hands in the Tadega Hills, the good days of the nobles of the western territory will be over. Baron Erguia, I know what I should do as a member of the Blade Brotherhood, but I can't do it alone. For this harvest festival, I can help you invite powerful nobles to come here, as long as you can convince them to send troops. I will definitely send troops to fulfill the power and duties given to me by my ancestors. Okay, as long as they come, the task of persuading them will be left to me. Erguia was happy to take this step. A harvest festival cannot attract those powerful nobles to participate in person. But with the invitation of Earl Erd and Duke Celtic, they should give this face. It is definitely more efficient to gather all the great nobles together for a talk than to visit and persuade them one by one. At this time, the falconer came in with a note. Master, there is urgent information from Crescent City. Bring it here. Count Erd took the rolled note from the falconer, and after confirming that the seal had not been opened, he unsealed it and unfolded the note. After seeing the content on the note, Erd's brows furrowed. Erguia immediately asked, what happened in Crescent City? Count Erd handed the note to Erguia and said, the Empire sent a delegation to the west, and they have arrived in Crescent City. The chief envoy of the delegation is the Imperial Princess Agatha, and the deputy envoy is the governor of Raging Wave City, Viscount Meteorite. This heavyweight mission shows that Emperor Augustine really values us nobles in the western territory too much. Erguia listened to what Earl Erd said, and immediately read the content of the note. A few days ago, unconfirmed news came from Crescent City, saying that the Empire might send people to participate in the Harvest Festival in the near future. According to the current situation of the Empire, sending people to participate in the Harvest Festival to appease the lords of the Western Territory is a normal operation. But they never expected that the mission sent by the Empire this time would be so high. The chief envoy is the only princess canonized by the Empire. The deputy envoy is Meteor, the governor of Nuteo City, who controls the economic lifeline of the Empire. It can be said that the specifications of this delegation have been pulled to the maximum, which made Earl Erd, who was just discussing sending troops to fight the traitor, suddenly change his tone and call him Emperor Augustine, full of honor and pride. It also gave Erguia a full sense of crisis. He immediately said to Earl Ord, my lord, there is one thing you must pay attention to. Agatha manages the Imperial Secret Service, and Meteor is also a senior spy trained by the Imperial Secret Service. They are best at assassination and subversion. How they snatched the city of Raging Waves from the cross. You should have heard some rumors. Earl Erd smiled and replied, don't worry. I am just happy to receive such a grand courtesy. I know that if it weren't for your arrival, the princess would never come to the west to eat sand. I will continue to summon the great nobles to participate in the Harvest Festival. If you can convince us to send troops, capturing Agatha and Meteor will definitely be a fatal blow to the Empire. Erguia couldn't help laughing. Yes. If Agatha and Meteor are captured, the Imperial Court will inevitably be in chaos. While Erguia imagined that he would persuade the nobles of the west to capture Agatha and Meteor, and then gather a large army to attack the Crescent Oasis. Meteor was receiving batches of visitors in Crescent City. I wanted to rest. But there was no time to rest at all. Who made him the biggest god of wealth in the empire now? And after the economic explosion of the city of raging waves spread to the west, it was made even more mysterious. Now that the governor of Nuteo City, Meteorite, has come to the Western Territory as a deputy envoy. Those who want to make connections have tried their best to seek an audience with Governor Meteorite. After Luke knew that there were too many people who wanted to see him, he simply held a banquet at the largest hotel in Crescent City at night and invited all the big merchants in Crescent City. Drinking and making promises made everyone happy. As if Crescent City would soon become the center of the entire Western Territory of the Empire like Nuteo City. The land price of Crescent Oasis doubled overnight. Now Luke can say that even his spit is valuable. And a casual word can affect the rise and fall of the economy of a place. The next day, the delegation left Crescent City and headed for the Harmuta Basin in order to demonstrate the Empire's military power. The second prince, Alex, specially assigned the most elite cavalry to Agatha. Under the scorching sun, the armor of the fully armored cavalry reflected a dazzling light. The knights in the team held high the large royal emblem, the flag of the royal princess, the flag of the Western Legion of the Empire, the flag of the Viscount, the emblem of the city of raging waves. The flags were flying, and the military was mighty. There were camels, horses, pack animals, and vehicles in the team. This time, it was not only the delegation, the army, and the laborers who went to the Harmuta Basin, but also many merchants and civilians from Crescent City followed the team. During the harvest festival, sand bandits were rampant, and it was definitely safer to follow the army than to go alone. At this point, the members of the delegation left the protection of the Empire and officially set out on the journey to the west. They didn't know what was waiting for them ahead, nor did they know what they would bring to the isolated west. All the chess players entered the game to see who could win the final game, while Luke rode a camel and followed the team through the desert. Qi and his party passed through the Harmuta Basin after a week of travel. The camel team climbed a sand dune, and Kelhain jumped on the camel's back, holding the monocular telescope steadily and looking to the west. Miss Qi, the alchemical tool you gave me is really amazing. Things that are so far away seem to be right in front of me. This, such a precious thing. Are you really giving it to me? Qi took out the kettle, pulled off the mask and drank a sip of water, then said to Kelhain, I told you that the telescope is not an alchemical tool, and it is not a very valuable thing in the eastern part of the empire. The western part is really too isolated, and the supplies are too poor. I have no idea what is happening outside. Jennifer on the side also said, if I hadn't come here in person, I really couldn't imagine that the western part would be like this. This place is like the ancient times described in history textbooks. But it is indeed in the same era as where we live. Kelhain sat back on the camel's back. He carefully put away the telescope, and then said cheerfully, I have heard many travelers talk about the east of the empire. It is another world compared to here. But the desert makes it difficult for things from outside to come in. And even airships are afraid of the unpredictable weather here. I will leave here when I save some money, and go out to see what the world there is like. I will definitely go to St. Louis City to find Miss Qi. Qi put away the kettle and looked into the distance through the yellow sand. It is not the desert that blocks things from coming in, but the human heart and the greed for power. Are we approaching the grassland of the ancestors? Kelhain said, almost. I have seen the grassland, and we will definitely be able to enter the grassland before dark. Kelhain urged the camel to move forward along the sand dunes. Chapter 306 Fierce War Song. Kelhain was right. After nightfall, the camel caravan walked into a grassland. The numbness of the boring journey made everyone silent, and only the camel bells rang alone in the quiet night. When the wind changed from dry to moist, and the starry sky was unusually clear and bright without the obstruction of sand and dust, Kelhain jumped off the camel. He identified the position through the stars in the sky, and then knelt down in one direction. The prayer he recited, thank you, great world tree. You created life in this windy and sandy land, and you raised our ancestors with your blessings. Even if you were destroyed by war, you still guarded this grassland of our ancestors, giving us food to fill our stomachs and spiritual support. We appreciate your kindness and selfless dedication. I, Kelhain, a wandering soul who returns to the grasslands of the ancestors, pray for your protection. Praise the world tree. Qi rode on the back of the camel, quietly waiting for Kelhain's prayer, and at the same time could feel the great power covering the entire grassland. That was the remaining power of the collapsed world tree. just as Kelhane's prayer described. It created the grasslands of the ancestors, and gave shelter to those creatures wandering in the desert. Its roots attracted groundwater to form rivers on the ground, and nourished the Harmuda Basin, allowing the desert tribes to reproduce. Even if it was destroyed and collapsed, it still used its power to protect this place. Jennifer was also infected by this atmosphere. I have read the description of the world tree in ancient collections. It is said that its trunk diameter reaches 1 kilometer, and an elven city is built on the treetop. Countless races live on the ancestral grasslands nurtured by the world tree, and have formed a harmonious civilization among all races here. However, during the ancient war period, a major battle broke out here. The world tree was ignited during the war, and the fire burned for 5 years. Therefore, the indigenous people of the ancestral grasslands are very hostile to the 5 ancient civilizations. Jennifer had seen Qi use the ancient golden language, so she carefully reminded him, including the sheriff, who was the host of the shadow parasite meta-iterative body. At this time, after praying, Kelhane jumped onto the camel's back. Hearing Jennifer's words, he smiled and said, "After so many years, the natives of the First People's grassland have also changed. They are hostile to the 5 ancient civilizations, but they all accept the silver and gold certificates issued by the Shining Gold people. Of course, it is best not to encounter the branch of the grassland elves, the Fierce War Song. They believe that they are the descendants of the elves on the World Tree, and are still guarding the World Tree ruins. If you encounter them, let me negotiate." Qi found her current location through the map in her mobile phone and determined her next destination. Then she said to Kelhane, "When we arrive at the First People's grassland, our employment relationship will end. The reward has been paid to you. Let's say goodbye here." Kelhane was stunned when he heard the farewell. He didn't expect that this journey would end like this. So he said to Qi, "Miss Qi, you hired me to take you to the grasslands of the ancestors. But the grasslands of the ancestors are very large and very dangerous. I can take you wherever you want to go. Free." Qi identified the direction and urged the camel to move forward, then waved and released the spirit ball. The spirit ball glowed and illuminated the dark road ahead. Qi said to Kelhane without looking back, "I am familiar with this place. I hired you just to save time on the road. Go back, take the things I gave you, and go where you want to go. Maybe we will meet in St. Louis City. Maybe this will be a memory in the future." Seeing the camel carrying Qi away, Jennifer chased after it with the reins of the spare camel and the pack animal. The black cat squatted on Jennifer's shoulder, and its eyes emitted bright green light in the night. "Are you stupid? I asked you to swear allegiance to the great Miss Qi a long time ago. But now you can only look at Miss Qi back. Don't be sad. Don't miss. If you go to St. Louis City in the future, I will treat you to a meal." The black cat wagged its tail very proudly. Kelhane rode on the back of the camel and watched Qi and the camel team disappear into the night. After a while, the camel bells also disappeared. Qi didn't have much feeling about this farewell. The mission was over just like that. She estimated the power consumption of the battle she would encounter tomorrow through the video strategy on her phone. She also calculated how much power she could charge at most when she arrived at the destination tomorrow based on the current power of her phone. After determining the entire action plan, Qi asked Jennifer to lead the camel team along the direction, and she got into the tent on the back of the pack animal, offline. The next day, it was already bright. Qi got out of the tent, stood on the shoulder of the pack animal, and looked ahead. The vegetation on the ancestral grassland was more lush than any oasis along the way. You could see herds of antelopes grazing in the distance with great vigilance, and you could also see lions crawling slowly towards the antelopes under the cover of the grass. There was a hawk hovering in the sky. Qi opened the ice crystal eye, and in the focus, he could see the magical light flickering between the feathers of the hawk. Feeling the hawk's eyes looking at him, Qi knew that his camel caravan had been discovered. After removing the ice crystal eye, Qi floated up and flew forward, then sat on the back of his mount. The camel caravan continued to move forward. They walked for about another hour. The originally lush grass suddenly became sparse, and the moist soil turned into sand. In front, a huge monster lay in the middle of a large expanse of yellow sand. It was pitch black, about 100 meters long, 10 meters high, and hollow in the middle. It looked like a fallen giant tree that had experienced countless years of weathering and corrosion. It also looked like the skeleton of a dead giant beast, showing a hideous posture everywhere. When the camel caravan got close, The tall and strong beasts of burden also turned into small guys. Jennifer looked up at the dark thing and couldn't help showing a look of longing. Is this the ruins of the World Tree? Chi Kong looked at the ruins of the World Tree that looked like a city wall and said with emotion, "This is just a piece of the remaining World Tree branch. A fallen branch is so big. From this, you can feel how magnificent the World Tree that once grew here was." Jennifer looked at the yellow sand around the ruins of the World Tree and asked, "But doesn't the power of the World Tree continue to maintain the grassland of the ancestors? Why is the desertification so serious here?" "That's because..." Without waiting for Chi Kong to explain, an arrow shot down from above, and Chi Kong released an ice shield to block the arrow. Then more and more arrows rained down from all directions, and there were many magic arrows among them. Faced with the sudden attack, Chi Kong and Jennifer used defensive magic to create a shield to block the arrows. At the same time, they also saw what was attacking them. It was an elf. These elves were different from the elegant forest elves. They wore rough leather armor and ornaments made of animal teeth and bones. The hair was braided in different styles, and there was a fiery red scarf around the neck. The eyes were as sharp as a lion staring at its prey. They are a subspecies of the elves, the grassland elves. When the elves migrated to live on the grassland, they would inevitably come into conflict with the orcs. The constant influence and integration during the struggle gave rise to the unique grassland elves. And the grassland elves that attacked Chi Kong and the others are a special branch. The elves who once lived on the World Tree had to live in the grassland after the World Tree burned and collapsed. Although they eventually merged and became grassland elves, they believed in their bones that their ancestors were the fruits of the World Tree. So they regarded protecting the World Tree ruins as their greatest responsibility. They are the fierce battle song. On the grasslands of the ancestors, all places where the World Tree relics exist must be guarded by fierce war songs. This place is no exception. There were 7 elves attacking Chi Kong and his men this time. They used horned bows to shoot continuously and approached quickly. When they realized that the bows and arrows could not cause damage to the invaders, 4 of the elves drew the swords on their backs and launched an attack under the cover of the other 3 elves. The speed of the elves was extremely agile. They almost ran close to the ground, and the red scarves were like dancing flames on the sand. When they broke through to the near side, the elves jumped high, wielding weapons with sharp edges that could tear through the air, and slashed at Chi Kong and Jennifer. Fierce and decisive, with no intention of capturing anyone alive. A shrill cat cry sounded, and the black cat that had been squatting quietly on Jennifer's shoulder jumped into the air. His body suddenly expanded in the air, and in an instant, he became a leopard cat with a length of more than 2 meters. The sheriff in the air was agile, and he slapped a nearby elf away with one claw, and then pounced another elf from the air. After landing, he pressed the elf into the sand with his claws, and bared his fangs at the other elves, making a hissing sound. Jennifer took the magic wand and swung the electric chain whip left and right in the air, whipping 2 nearby elves away. The elves who were repelled, looking at their struggling companions pressed under the feet of the giant leopard cat, immediately organized a new attack. At this time, a camel rushed into the battlefield quickly, and then an orc jumped off the camel's back and blocked the elves and the Chi Kong team. It was Kelhain, who followed the footprints of the camel team and thought he came in time. He stretched out his hands to tell the 2 sides not to be impulsive, and then said to the elves, "Sorry, warriors of the fierce war song. Miss Chi Kong is from the St. Louis city of the Golden Shield Empire, and is here for the first time. She is a scholar, and is very curious about the ancient World Tree, so she can't help but get close. She has no intention of destroying the ruins of the World Tree, but just looking at it. Please make way. We will leave immediately." While speaking, Kelhain also signaled the sheriff to let go of the elf under his claws. He knew that the black cat that could speak was not an ordinary thing, but he didn't expect it to grow so big. "Hey, let the elf go quickly." The sheriff raised his claws, and the elf buried in the sand quickly climbed up. The elf did not take the weapon that fell nearby, but raised his legs and ran towards his companions. But just after running 2 steps, the sheriff stretched out his claws and pulled it back, then pressed it under his claws. He said to Kelhain arrogantly, "Are you ordering me to do something?" Kelhain was dumbfounded. The chance of reconciliation when encountering the fierce war song was not great, and now there was no hope. The cry of a hawk was heard in the sky, and the reinforcements of the fierce war song were coming. Kelhain took off the big knife on his back and slowly approached Chi Kong's team. He untied the oilcloth wrapped around the knife one by one, and held the handle with both hands to take a fighting stance. His momentum drove the airflow to blow up the dust. And complained to the sheriff beside him, "I'm going to be killed by you this time." The sheriff looked at the elf in front of him provocatively, and said to Kelhain, "With Miss Qikong here, there is nothing to be afraid of." Kelhain looked up at Qikong, who was still riding on the camel. 3 ice shields were rotating around her. She really didn't look worried about the situation at all. Clear sky lifted the magic. The ice shield turned into ice chips and fell down. Then said Sheriff, "Let the elf go. We are not here to cause trouble." "Yes, Miss Clear Sky." The sheriff raised his claws, hooked the elf's clothes and lifted him up, then threw him out. The elf found his balance in the air and landed steadily. He turned around to prevent himself from being caught again, and then slowly retreated to the side of his companions. At this time, the eagle's cry became urgent, and the sound of horses galloping came from all directions. Then a large group of elves rode on war horses and rushed out from the nearby grass. The horses' hooves stepped on the sand and raised rolling dust. Dozens of horses actually ran out with the momentum of thousands of troops. A female elf rode on the red horse in the lead, with a red scarf covering her cheeks and yellow eyes shining like gold. Her skin was tanned due to being outdoors for a long time, and she wore fist claws made of animal teeth on her hands. The elf cavalry rushed to a nearby place and stopped suddenly, and the horses stood up with a cry. The hawk swooped down from the sky and landed on the gloves of the falconer next to the female elf. "I am Modesty, the chief of the fierce war song Moonsong tribe." "You?" The female chief noticed Qikong's identity as an elf and asked her, "Elf, you will not let us reduce the trigger on you because of your race. Give up resistance and accept the punishment in the sand. As long as you are still alive tomorrow, it means that the world tree has forgiven you." The elves surrounded Qikong and his group, their eyes full of anger. To offend the world tree, it is an unforgivable sin for them. The punishment in the sand is to bury a person in the sand with only the head exposed. The person will soon die of dehydration. Qikong pulled the reins of the camel forward, stopped in front of the elf queue, and said to Modesty, "The speed of desertification around the world tree ruins is accelerating. How many meters has it expanded this year?" Modesty didn't expect that the elf in front of her would ask such a question when facing the death penalty. "What does this have to do with you, forest elf? You should consider whether your fair skin can withstand the exposure under the scorching sun." "Forest elves?" Qikong couldn't help but laugh, and then patterns emerged on her cheeks. "Aren't the ancestors of the fierce war song the fruits of the world tree? They once lived on the world tree, and they should have been considered a branch of the forest elves at that time." When Modesty saw the patterns on Qikong's face, her eyes widened in shock. She pulled down the scarf covering her face, and the same style of patterns also emerged on her face. She asked Qikong again, "Are you also a fierce war song? But you don't look like one at all." The patterns on her face disappeared, and Qikong looked at the sand and the surrounding grassland and said, "You guarded the world tree ruins. But after discovering that the grassland around the world tree ruins was desertified, you didn't care and just let the sand expand. I want to know why. But I also know that I am ignorant and cannot find the answer. So I left the grasslands of the ancestors and went to study and travel, just to find a way to save the grasslands of the ancestors. It is normal to have some changes in appearance." Who would have thought that Modesty said, "The world tree created the grasslands of the ancestors, and it is its will to take away the grasslands of the ancestors. The duty of the fierce battle song is to prevent the last remnants of the world tree from being disturbed. Since you are a member of the fierce battle song, you should know that your idea is a betrayal of the world tree." Who defines betrayal? Facing the sharp question raised by Qikong, Modesty answered loudly, "It is defined by our original heart. The remaining power of the world tree is weakening. As its children, we must let it complete its final journey without being desecrated by anyone. Don't think that you, a weak person, can save the greatest existence in the world. Countless intelligent creatures have tried in history, and without exception, they have caused great damage to the world tree ruins. Fierce Battle Song had to closely guard the only remaining world tree ruins. Take back your ignorance and accept the punishment. That's what you should do now." Modesty drew out a scimitar, with a blade facing Qikong. "Ignorance comes from ignorance, and it's my fault for trying to convince you." Qikong drew out the scimitar from his waist and said to Modesty, "Then follow the rules of Fierce Battle Song." "I, Fierce Battle Song Qikong," challenged Modesty, "the chief of the Moon Song tribe. If I win you, I will be the new chief of the Moon Song tribe." Chapter 307 Fighting for the Chief. Hearing that Qi Kong dared to challenge her, Modesty laughed contemptuously. According to the rules of the Fierce War Song, you are not an elf from the Moon Song tribe, so you are not qualified to challenge me. Qi Kong laughed. As long as I defeat all the warriors of the Moon Song tribe, I will be qualified. To save time, let's do it together. The cold wind dissipated the hot air, and icicles shot down from the sky like knives, and the sharp blades reflected dazzling light. The elves did not expect that their opponents could control the weather. They used their bows or weapons to quickly block the icicles, but the icicles falling from the sky seemed endless. Kill first, Modesty shouted, and the blade danced in the air, drawing a trail of fire. Then the hawk on the hawk trainer's arm flapped its wings, and the strong airflow expanded to form a large whirlwind, sweeping the flames released by Modesty upward. The fire blocked the falling icicles, and all the elves drew their bows and arrows together to shoot at the challenger. But they lost the position of the target, and the elves on the camel's back disappeared at some point. When the elves were looking for Qi Kong, suddenly an elf shouted, "She is behind us." The elves turned around collectively and shot arrows together when they found Qi Kong. The magic-driven arrows shot out at a speed far beyond normal. With bursts of breaking air, they passed through Qi Kong's body and shot the sand behind her into a hedgehog shape. Then Qi Kong vanished under their gaze. She is on our left. The elves turned around collectively and fired at Qi Kong. But the effect was exactly the same as before. The arrows passed through Qi Kong's body, and Qi Kong disappeared in the ethereal state. She is. When another elf discovered Qi Kong, Modesty shouted, "We are under an illusion. Everyone dismount and gather around me to form a circular defense formation. Don't attack casually. Be careful not to hurt your own people." Modesty discovered something strange and gathered all the tribal elves around her as quickly as possible. The elves used horses to form a defensive circle on the outside, and they used their tall horses as cover, holding bows and arrows and aiming at the outside with caution. At this time, the elves found that the grass outside had disappeared, replaced by endless desert. The World Tree ruins still lay alone on the sand, and the invaders and their camel caravans were all out of sight. This was a very powerful illusion. The elves were a little uncertain about what kind of strongman they were facing. Modesty was no longer as presumptuous as she was at the beginning. She forced herself to calm down from the panic and kept reminding herself that creating such a large illusion will inevitably lead to huge energy consumption. As long as you hold on and don't move around and are not affected by the illusion will soon dissipate. While reminding herself, Modesty also kept cheering up her companions. Keep your mind focused. Don't believe what you see or hear. Use your intuition to sense your companions around you. Believe in the bond between the tribe's blood, and don't be used by the challenger. When the challenger runs out of energy, we will win. The elves trust Modesty, and each elf slows down their breathing and directly senses the outside world. But an hour passed. 2 hours passed. Under the scorching sun, some elves could not hold on. Modesty couldn't help but doubt her own judgment. How could the challenger have such a huge energy to maintain this illusion? Since she has such a huge energy, why would she release the illusion to trap us? Direct attack can resolve this fight faster. Release the hawk. Modesty, who had lost her patience, decided to take the initiative. The falconer raised his arm, and the goshawk spread its wings and soared into the sky. Modesty's eyes turned into golden eagle eyes, and she connected the vision of the goshawk and looked down at the earth from the air. Then she was horrified by what she saw. Desert. Desert? The whole grassland had turned into a desert. Modesty controlled the goshawk to fly as high as possible and look as far as possible. But there was still no green in her field of vision. The grass was gone. The animals were gone. And the river was gone. The goshawk flew far away, and the scenery it saw did not change at all. This meant that the scope of this illusion was far beyond the scope of her cognition. Is this an illusion, or a fact that has already happened? Faced with everything she saw, Modesty was a little confused. At this time, Modesty saw a large number of dry bones in the sand, and she controlled the goshawk to fly over. Then she saw an elf standing in the middle of the dry bones. As the distance got closer, she saw the appearance of the elf. That elf was herself. She was surrounded by dry bones, and the ruins of the World Tree not far away disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, the self in the dry bones raised his head, and when they looked at each other, Modesty felt that her spirit was severely damaged. The spiritual consciousness was forced to be withdrawn from the goshawk, and Modesty knelt on the ground. She covered her face and couldn't help sobbing, not daring to look around her. She was afraid that her companions were really dead, and she would be left with only a circle of bones. She was afraid to see the grasslands of the ancestors turned into a lifeless desert, leaving only herself alone. Modesty's spirit was on the verge of collapse. At this time, someone shouted loudly in her ear, "Chief! Chief!" Modesty. Modesty felt someone shaking her violently, and a trace of clarity in her mind dispelled the chaos completely. Then she found herself sitting on the back of a horse, and the tribesmen around her were busy dealing with countless icicles falling from the sky, as if what had just happened was a short dream. And Chi Kong was still sitting on the back of the camel, looking at her with a meaningful smile, as if she had never moved. What happened? Modesty had a little understanding, but she was still not sure. "Stop. I have a question for you." Chi Kong waved his hand, and the icicles in the sky turned into ice flowers. The ice on the ground melted. The water was quickly absorbed by the sand, and the hot wind blew in again. The elves didn't know what happened, but they all obeyed Modesty's order and stopped. Chi Kong said, "Welcome back." Modesty was not as relaxed as Chi Kong. She asked sternly, "What did you do to me?" Chi Kong replied, "I didn't do anything to you. I just acted as a medium to let you see the facts that the World Tree wants to tell you. That's an illusion you created. Don't try to confuse me. Do you think I have the ability to create such a large and real illusion? Illusions are similar to dreams. They are a pile of fragmented scenes, which use mental hypnosis to make the recipient fall into them. The authenticity of the illusion is directly related to the mental power of the caster. You should be able to judge where what you see comes from." Modesty looked at the nearby World Tree ruins, thinking about the feeling when she was trapped in the environment, especially when she looked down at the earth from a high altitude. That kind of loneliness, helplessness, sadness, despair, and calls that tried to get a response. At this time, Modesty discovered that those calls were not from her heart, but the sound she received in her heart. Was it the call of the World Tree? What kind of response did it want? Modesty looked at Chi Kong, with countless questions in her eyes. "Who are you?" Chi Kong said, "I am a fierce war song, and I left my hometown with the fantasy of saving the World Tree and the grasslands of the ancestors. I traveled around the world and visited countless places, just to come back here one day and revive the World Tree with my own hands." Modesty's face changed drastically, and she asked in shock, Have you really found a way to revive the World Tree?" "I said I found it. Do you believe it?" "I did." Modesty didn't know how to answer. For a long time after the World Tree was burned, the surviving tribes on the ancient grasslands tried their best to find a way to revive the World Tree, but all attempts would cause very serious damage to the World Tree ruins, until signs of desertification began to appear around the World Tree ruins. Fierce battle songs stopped all actions that harmed the World Tree ruins, and separated the tribesmen to establish tribes near all the World Tree ruins, using extreme methods to prevent the outside world from destroying the World Tree. The desertification phenomenon has been accelerating in recent years, which means that the speed at which the last remaining power of the World Tree disappears is accelerating. It is a foreseeable fact that the ancient grassland will turn back into a desert. But when Modesty saw the future seen with her own eyes, the piercing pain still made her hard to accept. If her protection is just to wait for that day to come, what is the meaning of everything? Now a strange fellow tribesman actually said she can revive the World Tree. Should I believe it? Will the consequences of failure make that scene come faster? After thinking for a long time, Modesty said, "I can't make the decision. I can take you to the ruins of the World Tree Master, and the priests of the Fierce War Song will make the final decision." Who would have thought that Chi Kong said, "I am not asking for your opinion. The challenge to the chief of the Yusong tribe has not ended yet. Do you admit defeat or continue to fight me?" Modesty did not expect Chi Kong to still care about her position as the chief. She asked, "Is the position of the chief important to the revival of the World Tree?" Chi Kong replied, "If I go to the main ruins like this, do you think the priests will believe me? I need to use the ruins here to prove my ability. In order not to be disturbed, I must have absolute control over this place, and there must be no interference in the whole process. Obey me, or I will beat you until you obey. Answer now." Fierce War Song. Fists are the boss. The chief relies on force to get to the top, and has absolute control over the tribe. Therefore, the Fierce War Song is more aggressive and fierce than ordinary grassland elves, and their individual strength is naturally stronger. Facing Chi Kong's challenge, Modesty burst out with a strong fighting spirit. I allow you to challenge me alone. And my people will not help me. But you are not allowed to use illusions. And you must fight me with a knife. If you win, you will be the chief of the fierce war song Yusong tribe. Okay. Let's fight in the way of the fierce war song. Qikong jumped off the camel's back, holding 2 swords in his hands, and a layer of ice blades formed on the blades of Xingxi Qinzhan. Modesty asked her companions to retreat, then jumped off the horse's back, and a layer of burning flames was attached to his scimitar. She looked at Qikong. Her golden eyes turned into eagle eyes, sharing the vision of the eagle in the sky. Then Modesty stretched out her left hand and pointed at Qikong, with sparks shaking at the tip of her fist blade. Come on! Modesty challenged Qikong to fight. But Qikong was not polite to her. The soft sand under her feet froze. And after exerting force, she stepped on the frozen sand and splashed it. The figure rushed forward and rushed to Modesty in 2 steps. The ice wheel in her hand brought out an ice blade and slashed at her. The explosive power of the fierce battle song was very strong. So Modesty was a little surprised when facing Qikong's close approach so quickly. But she could deal with it calmly. The blade in her hand broke through the air, and a huge fire blade, like a single wing of a flying bird, hit the ice blade with a fluttering sound. The collision of ice and fire caused a violent explosion. The airflow raised dust and obscured the entire sky, blocking the sight of the 2 elves fighting. Eagle eyes provided Modesty with additional vision. She caught the figure of Qikong in the dust, and stretched out her hand to condense the dust into a huge lion's claw and slapped it towards Qikong. Qikong, who had opened the ice crystal eye, could also see Modesty's movements. She raised her hand and used the ice wheel to break the lion's claw. Her figure disappeared from the spot and appeared next to Modesty in a flash. Before Qikong could attack, fire erupted from under Modesty's feet. The high temperature melted the sand in an instant, and the magma formed a huge tide that covered Qikong. At the same time, the scimitar pulled the flame wing and cut from the middle, breaking the magma tide and sweeping the lava particles towards Qikong. It was quite difficult. Qikong found that he was a little too arrogant to use level 60 to deal with Modesty. After all, she was the patriarch of the fierce war song Yusong tribe, and he still needed to deal with it seriously. Facing the magma tide and flame wing, Qikong did not dodge, but pushed his level to level 80. The power suddenly surged. The cold wave formed an extremely cold mist and pushed forward, like blowing out a candle, extinguishing the surging flame wing. Moving forward, cooling the rising magma into a crisp glass wall. Qikong stepped forward and smashed the glass wall with a knife, revealing the surprised face of Modesty behind the wall. Are you stupid? I suppressed the fire of the giant tree of the horned demon at that time, so your strength is the same as his. At that time, you had to adjust your level to 100 to kill the giant tree. Although 60 is too difficult now, 80 is enough. Qikong, whose strength has skyrocketed, has become more ghostly. The speed burst plus space movement made Modesty unable to capture her position even with eagle eye. The training in Ulu College allowed Qikong to exert his strength more efficiently. The extremely cold air suppressed Modesty's fire so that it could only make a hissing sound. Facing the continuous oppressive attack, Modesty's hand was frozen, and she couldn't hold the handle of the knife. Qikong knocked the knife in her hand away with a blow. Modesty's knife flew more than 10 meters in the air and stuck in the sand. Qikong's knife was placed on Modesty's neck. The ice layer disappeared, and the light on the blade was as bright as the stars. I won! Qikong put away his knife and sheathed both knives. The defeated Modesty knelt on one knee and said, Modesty of the Fierce Battle Song Moon Song Tribe is defeated. Fierce Battle Song Qikong will be the chief of the Moon Song Tribe from now on. The other elf warriors of the Moon Song Tribe knelt on one knee around Qikong. Chief Qikong. Chapter 308 Ancient Twigs Covered in Scorched Earth. After taking down the Moon Song Tribe, there will be no obstacles to what we will do next. As the chief of the Moon Song Tribe, Qikong asked all the elves to retreat to the grassland outside the sand, leaving only Modesty to follow him to prepare for the upcoming war. Hearing about the preparations for war, Modesty asked Qikong, Qikong, Chief Qikong, there are only warriors of the Moon Song Tribe and your followers here. Who are our enemies? You will know in a while. Qikong did not tell Modesty what he was going to do, but said, let the warriors of the tribe spread out and set up cordons to block any possible interference outside. Yes, Chief Qikong. Modesty gradually adapted to the change in her status. She knew that something big must have happened here. Losing the position of chief also relieved her of responsibility, which made her feel more relaxed. Modesty blew a few rhythmic whistles, and the elves on the periphery immediately rode their horses and ran away. In the sky, the hawk circled and soared to inspect the grassland. After Modesty sent all the tribal warriors out, she looked at Qi Kong again and found that she was already standing above the ruins of the World Tree. Under her feet was the suspended ice surface, and the wind blew her coat. Thin circles of magic circles spread out from the ice layer under her feet. Each layer of magic circle rotated in different directions and speeds, and the complex magic symbols inside flashed alternately. As the spell was released, the magic circle continued to expand until it covered the entire 100-meter-long World Tree ruins. When the magic circle stopped, all the magic symbols on it were in a highlighted state. Beams of light shone vertically downward from the magic circle, and round wooden platforms rose up from the sand. There were about 100 wooden platforms, and a shadow of an artifact appeared on each wooden platform. Jennifer called Kelhane, who was still in a daze, and they unloaded the packages from the back of the pack animal together. Inside the package was a large, light, and solid cardboard box reinforced with magic, and inside the cardboard box were neatly arranged small boxes. Each box was about 1 cubic decimeter in size, filled with soft straw, and in the middle was a mysterious prop. Among these props are home decorations, animal specimens, minerals, plants, and elemental crystals that contain mysterious energy. Jennifer pulled out a black cane from the bag on the back of the pack animal, and then said to Kelhane, "I will be responsible for drawing the magic circle, and you will be responsible for placing these mysterious props on the wooden table. Look at the shape of the phantom on the wooden table, and put the same mysterious props on it, and make sure to put it in the right position." Kelhane held a round pen holder in his hand and said in embarrassment, "Is this a secret technique? I have never been exposed to secret techniques. What should I do if I put it wrong? As long as it is placed correctly, the phantom will disappear. The difficulty of the secret technique is how to find the correct secret technique words, and releasing it is a simple matter. Miss Qi Kong has completed 90% of this secret technique, so just do it boldly. Let me help." Modesty came over and picked up a mysterious prop, and asked, "What secret technique is this? What does the leader of the Qi Kong tribe want to do with the World Tree ruins?" Jennifer released a ball of fire to ignite one end of the black cane, and then said to the two, "I don't know. I just know what to do based on the secret technique knowledge I have learned. Hurry up and put it." Miss Qi Kong saves more energy to calmly deal with emergencies after the secret technique is activated. After saying that, Jennifer walked to the edge of the magic circle, and a light appeared in front of her and shone on the sand. Jennifer inserted the burning cane into the position of the light, and the sand was ignited. Then the light began to move, and Jennifer held the cane and drew a line on the sand along the light trail. Wherever it passed, the sand burned to form a winding line of fire. In the sky, Qi Kong stood at the center of the entire formation, watching the three people busy setting up secret words, and his thoughts could not help but think of when he just entered the epic game, descending to the grassland of the ancestors as a fierce war song elf. The main task is to revive the world tree that is dissipating, and such a huge world-type task cannot be completed by a player alone. Countless decryptions, explorations, experiments, and dealing with all kinds of obstacles that you can think of and can't think of. Any node can block the player from advancing. Fortunately, there is no competition for resources among players in the epic game, and everyone likes to share their experiences. Each person has a world, and everyone can create infinite possibilities. The wisdom of the group is magnified in infinite trial and error. Finally, a detailed guide is sorted out and shared selflessly. Since the revival mission of the World Tree of the Ancestors is the main mission of Qi Kong, Luke basically participated in the entire process of making the guide. This time he really came to the epic world, and he always kept this mission in his mind, constantly collecting the props and magic he needed. "I just didn't expect it to be you so soon." Qi Kong's thoughts returned, and the three people below cooperated, and the secret language was deployed very quickly. The fire circle encircled the entire sandy land, and the runes composed of flames on the sand corresponded to the main pattern on the magic circle in the air. All the auxiliary words of the secret language were in place, and the main word was naturally the World Tree ruins below. Qi Kong took out the Book of Disaster and let it float in the air. One of the important auxiliary words of this secret language requires going to the inside of the World Tree main ruins and taking a piece of rude hardwood to refine. And the fierce war song guarding the main ruins would not allow anyone to enter the remaining roots of the world tree casually, let alone damage the roots and take the root hardwood. So the Universal Auxiliary Disaster Book came in handy again. All the subjects and auxiliary words were in place, and the pre-ritual started automatically. The fire circle at the edge of the sand rose sharply to form a fire wall with a height of 20 meters, tightly wrapping the sand in the middle. The high temperature heated the air, forming a large illusion. A branch of the world tree with lush branches and leaves burning in the fire. There was a collapsed tree house in the flames, and an elf exhausted all his magic power to release magic in an attempt to put out the fire. Large pieces of burning branches and wide leaves fell down, and the bodies of dead elves fell with them. A doomsday scene. Jennifer, Modesty, Kelhane and the sheriff, who turned back into a cat, were in the illusion, shocked by the disaster of the past. Chi Kong was also shrouded in illusions. She blocked all influences and focused all her attention on the secret technique that was about to be released. In front of her, the Book of Disaster changed its form under the influence of the secret technique. It turned into a green wood heart that radiated vigorous vitality, and the green light spread, pushing away the invading fire. Everything was exactly the same as before. When the time came, Chi Kong recited the words of the secret technique. Ancient young branches covered by scorched earth. The secret language was activated, and the wood heart of the world tree root system turned into a green meteor and rushed down. It pierced through the rock-hard remaining bark of the world tree ruins and drilled into the ground. Then, the magic circle in the air pressed down, and the symbols composed of flames on the ground moved, connecting the wooden platforms where the auxiliary language was placed one by one. The flames spread upward along the wooden platforms, wrapping the mysterious props one by one. The mysterious props decomposed into ashes in the flames, and the mysterious energy stimulated mixed with the fire to form egg-shaped objects. Looking at the world tree ruins again, under the downward pressure of the magic circle, the world tree ruins that had stood for thousands of years collapsed like rotten wood. It dispersed into black powder and gathered towards hundreds of flame eggs. Seeing this scene, Modesty fell into a state of panic. The world tree ruins that her tribe had guarded for generations collapsed just like this. She shouted, "No! No! You destroyed it!" Modesty wanted to rush up and do something to stop Chi Kong from destroying the world tree ruins. But Jennifer stopped her in time. "I know what Miss Chi Kong is doing. She is separating the world tree ruins. Suck away the mysterious energy containing fire and destruction, so that the pure world tree energy can break free from the confinement and sink into the ground. After absorbing the destructive mysterious energy, these flame eggs will breed powerful monsters. We must destroy them all as soon as possible to prevent them from polluting the energy of the world tree again." Although Modesty did not understand the secret arts, she could understand Jennifer's explanation. She also saw that the flame eggs, which were originally only the size of a fist, quickly expanded and grew larger after absorbing the charred dust. Through the flame shell, she could see black monsters being bred inside. "I hope you are right." Modesty understood why Chi Kong had to seize her position as the leader of the clan, because no fierce war song would allow her to do such a thing to the world tree ruins. The falling magic circle soon crushed the last remnants of the world tree ruins, and then dissipated as the energy was exhausted. Chi Kong fell back to the ground, and under his feet was the hole drilled by the heart of the world tree's roots. Suddenly, a violent vibration came from below, shaking the entire sand. The illusion of the burning world tree disappeared, and the fire wall surrounding the outer edge of the sand dropped slightly, but it was still more than 10 meters high. The ashes produced by the collapse of the world tree ruins were all absorbed by the flame eggs, and grew into elliptical spheres with a height of 3 meters. Chi Kong took off her smock and took out the ancient rock machete. The white light from the angel's right arm shone through the black long-sleeved gloves. Then the half-body armor component covered her right half of the body, and the holy flame flowed along the blade and burst out with a stronger light. The green eyes turned into ice crystal color, and the pattern representing the fierce war song appeared on her face. The sand on the top of the tremor shook again, and ripples like ripples. Chi Kong walked slowly around the small hole on the ground, and said to Jennifer, "The energy of the world tree ruins needs to be further purified. Leave this big guy to me, and the miscellaneous soldiers will be left to you." Jennifer held the magic wand and swung out a long electric chain whip, and replied to Chi Kong, "Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, no miscellaneous soldiers will disturb you." Modesty held the scimitar, enchanted with fire on the blade, ready for a fight. Now that things have developed to this point, There is only one way to go. If the ruins of the world tree that I protect are destroyed in vain, I will only end up in front of the high priests and commit suicide to apologize. Kelhane still hasn't figured out what happened. I came to save Miss Qigong. How could I destroy such a large ruins of the world tree? Miss Qigong said that she could revive the world tree. Could this be true? But no matter what, this big event hits my head. I can't run away. So I'll fight hard. Kelhane held the knife with both hands, and the muscles all over his body increased by nearly 1-fold. A roar came out of his throat, and the sound waves brought airflow and dust to spread outward in a ring. The sheriff disappeared. Frontal combat was not the strength of the Shadow Clan. Hiding and sneaking were what they were best at. Another vibration rose from the ground, and a huge bulge rose from the ground. All the giant flame eggs burst at the same time. The ugly black monster rushed out, and the smell of burnt filled the entire space. The monsters roared and charged towards the bulge that rose in the middle. Jennifer, Modesty, and Kelhane took weapons, cast spells and combat skills to meet the monsters. The battle broke out in an instant, and the corpses of the killed monsters were raised. The three tried their best to stop the monsters from approaching. Qigong stood on the raised bulge. The bulge rose rapidly, rising to more than 10 meters in a blink of an eye, and the raised sand flowed down like a waterfall. The thing that emerged from the ground also revealed its appearance. It was an ancient tree man. Its trunk was dry and cracked bark, and some places were cracked to reveal the wood without water inside. The branches were thick but sparse, and there was no leaf in the entire crown. After all the sand fell from the ancient tree man, Qigong stood on the highest branch. Seeing the appearance of the ancient tree man, the monsters rushed more fiercely. The tree man also seemed to want to meet up with the monsters. It pulled out its root-like feet and walked away, while the branches whipped Qigong. The swung branches had sharp hooks, and the tips of the hooks had tiny holes, which contained highly toxic venom. Qigong moved to another branch through space movement, and swung his knife to cut off the poisonous branch. The branch that fell to the ground crawled towards the ancient tree man like a snake, trying to merge into the tree man's body. But the holy flames that were contaminated quickly burned all over its body. In the effect of the secret technique, this ancient tree man was transformed by the world tree's root system absorbing the world tree's energy. But the destructive mysterious energy penetrated too deeply into the world tree ruins, and one separation could not filter them all out. What Qigong had to do now was to use the sacred energy to draw the destructive energy out of the ancient tree man's body, and then burn and purify it bit by bit. During this period, not only should we be careful of the various skills of the ancient tree man, but also prevent the monsters outside from replenishing the destructive energy of the ancient tree man. Incorporate the Moon Song tribe and get Modesty, a good player, in Qigong's plan. With the strength of Modesty, Jennifer, and the sheriff, plus his own help, they can stop those monsters. But I didn't expect that there would be another Kelhane, who is a very powerful half-orc, to deal with those low-intelligence monsters that only know how to rush. Kelhane relies on brute force and a big knife to kill more efficiently than Jennifer and Modesty. And the sheriff also found that this big guy is very compatible with him. He hides in Kelhane's shadow or under the sand, and suddenly rushes out to turn into an ocelot to make up the knife, and then quickly shrinks and hides. Don't worry about being accidentally injured by Jennifer's magic and Modesty's fire fighting skills, and reap the fruits of the battle easily. Qigong observed the battle outside and felt that he didn't need to help at all, so he devoted himself to the work of pruning branches. He had experience in the main quest and helped other players through this quest process. Qigong was familiar with doing these things, and the feeling was just more real than the game. And there was a strong resonance with the energy of the world tree. The call of the world tree became stronger and stronger. Will something unexpected happen this time? Chapter 309: The Power of the World Tree. A fight was going on the sand within the fire circle. The black monsters kept attacking the defense line formed by Jennifer, Kelhane, and Modesty, trying to join the ancient tree man. The killed monsters exuded burnt liquid, and the stench became stronger and more disgusting. Modesty defended one direction, although she was easily defeated by Qigong. It did not mean that she was weak. The fierce war song respected strength. As the former patriarch of the Moon Song tribe, Modesty had the strength and combat experience that matched her status. The scimitar pulled the flame wing. The fist claw gathered sand to form a lion claw, and the eagle eye provided her with a bird's eye view. The hearty battle made her more and more excited, and her fierce war song bloodline drove her into a frenzy. The gravel raised by the torch melted, and was as gorgeous as fireworks. Modesty was like a mad flame lion killing to her heart's content. In the other direction was Jennifer, who graduated from the Magic Academy. In her battle in the form of a living being, she showed the elegance of a magician 100 years ago. She stood in her position, and hardly moved her steps. The magic wand in her hand swung out the electric chain whip like a spirit snake, rolling up all the monsters that rushed close, and bounced them into the air. Then she released the wind blade combo to the monsters that could not dodge in the air, to cut off their fragile limbs, and finally set a fire on the monsters that fell to the ground and could not move, without any contact with the monsters throughout the process. The sheriff's position and the last hit were interspersed, forming an unbreakable defense line. In the middle, the ancient tree man was stimulated by the holy flame with the power of purification and went crazy. It did not continue to merge with the monsters, but violently launched all its abilities to attack Chi Kong, who burst out with strong holy energy. The branches with poisonous thorns wrapped around Chi Kong like tentacles, and some branches fired poisonous needles at Chi Kong. It can be said that every time Chi Kong moved, he would face attacks from all angles, and any negligence would cause continuous control. But Chi Kong could not launch powerful combat skills. All she did was to purify the ancient tree man, not to kill it. Experience allows Chi Kong to find a gap to leave the siege range, and cut off the branches where the destructive energy gathers every time it seems unavoidable. The holy flame purifies the separated destructive energy to prevent it from returning to the body of the ancient tree man. At this time, Chi Kong is like a professional gardener, using her skillful techniques to remove the branches that affect the growth of the ancient tree man. As the monsters are eliminated one by one, the ancient tree man gradually becomes bald. Its attack is no longer all round, and its irritability quickly retreats. When the outer perimeter of the defense line is filled with the corpses of monsters, the ancient tree man becomes quiet. Its roots penetrate into the ground, and Chi Kong creates a range of rainfall in a timely manner to provide water for the ancient tree man. Jennifer, Modesty, and Kelhain slowly walked to the bottom of the ancient tree man, looking up at the extraordinary creature that was transformed from the remains of this world tree. The sheriff, who had transformed back into a black cat, jumped onto Jennifer's shoulder, also staring at the beautiful scenery with wide eyes. In the drizzle, Chi Kong, who had retreated from the combat form, stood on the branch. She placed her hand on the trunk and could feel that the ancient tree man, nourished by the rain, was recovering rapidly. Green light emerged from the inside of the cracked trunk, and the wound closed and repaired. The powerful and vigorous vitality was transmitted from the bottom to the top along the trunk, and then dispersed to different branches. The tender branches poked their heads out and grew rapidly, and then the tender green leaves also grew out. The grown leaves rustled in the wind, and every raindrop that fell through the treetops became crystal clear and emitted a green glow. The outer fire circle was extinguished at this moment. On the grass were the elves, who had seen the strange phenomenon here. There were elf warriors who were sent out, and there were also elves from the Moon Song tribe, who came to support the World Tree ruins out of concern. They were riding on their horses, and were stunned by what they saw. The dark and huge World Tree ruins disappeared, replaced by an ancient tree man. It was much smaller than the World Tree ruins, but the vitality it exuded was something that the World Tree ruins did not have. The elves did not know what had just happened, and their racial instincts made them dismount collectively and kneel on one knee facing the ancient tree man, because they could feel the breath of the World Tree from the ancient tree man, which was the message from their ancestors. Then the lions emerged from the bushes, followed by antelopes, wild horses, rabbits, guinea pigs, wolves, foxes. The eagle landed on the elf's shoulder, and a large group of flying birds flew from the distant sky, landing on the ground or on the animals. At this moment, the hunters and prey on the grassland forgot the pressure of survival, and all looked at the ancient tree man in the middle. Chi Kong's hand continued to press on the tree trunk, transmitting her spiritual consciousness into it, checking whether the current ancient tree man was healthy. Her spiritual consciousness reached the root heart of the ancient tree man, and the Book of Disaster that completed the secret ritual was placed in the root heart. Just when Chi Kong was about to take back the Book of Disaster, a force pressed on it. Then a voice that seemed to come from ancient times sounded in Chi Kong's consciousness. "It is very dangerous." Chi Kong asked back, "Who are you?" "Who am I? I don't remember." "Who are you?" Chi Kong said, "I am the elf Chi Kong, the chief of the fierce war Song Yusong tribe. I heard your call. So I used the secret technique to wake you up. Do you really not know who you are? The voice paused for a while and replied, I forgot. I can only feel that there is a place that is very familiar to me. And it is calling me over. Then go ahead. That was your past life. I will help you inherit the power of your past life and continue to fulfill your responsibilities. My responsibilities? What are they? I don't know. That is your responsibility and has nothing to do with me. Qigong revived the world tree just to fulfill her own wish and cooperate with the main body to do something. After leaving the grassland of the ancestors, she was not sure whether she would come here again in the future. The world tree really had nothing to do with her. But the voice did not think so. I feel a kind of intimacy from you, which is the attraction of the same source of power. You can talk to me because of this. But they can't. Qigong looked at the elves and animals outside. They were just worshipping devoutly, and could not communicate with the power of the revived world tree. At this moment, Qigong figured out why he had such a strong resonance with the world tree. Because he had done the world tree resurrection mission. Although it was in the game, he did get great benefits from the main mission of the world tree resurrection, and was baptized by the world tree's energy at the end of the mission. He was reborn by the resurrected world tree. It can be said that Qigong belongs to the first generation of fierce war songs. And a good foundation is the basis for various physical strengthening and upgrading. This is also the reason why the resurrected world tree power feels close to Qigong. Qigong certainly will not discuss family affection with the resurrected world tree power. She said, my power does come partly from the world tree. But it has nothing to do with you either. Give me my book, and then go where you want to go. This book is dangerous. The revived world tree power pressed the book of disaster. The danger and non-danger lies in how to use it. Without it, you will be corroded by the energy of destruction and disappear. And everything you created in your previous life will disappear with you. Give it to me. You can't protect it. After hesitating for a while, the revived world tree power moved the book of disaster from the roots to the trunk. Then the bark in front of Qigong cracked, and the book of disaster was pushed out. But half of it was still stuck in the tree. I can feel that this book is connected to a very, very dangerous place. If the energy in that place is released, our world will definitely be swallowed by it. Qigong grabbed the book of disaster and said sternly to the revived world tree power, I know what is behind it better than you do. Give it to me, right now. The book of disaster was released. Qigong grabbed it and threw it into his space backpack. And the cracks on the trunk closed. I hope you can protect it. Now I'm going to where I should go. Will you go with me? Qigong observed the book of disaster in the space backpack and confirmed that it had not changed. Then said to the revived world tree power, of course, I will go with you to the place where you died in your previous life. And I will also get all the power that belongs to you back. Let's go. Young branch. Let the ancestors' grassland see you back. Let's go! The ancient tree man pulled out the roots from the sand, and then strode westward. Qigong floated down from the branch and sat back on the camel's back, saying to Modesty, order the tribe to pass on the news that the world tree is about to revive. And we will follow the ancient tree man. Don't disturb it. Let it feel more about this world. Modesty jumped on the horse's back and whistled loudly to the elves around. All the elves cheered and rode on their horses, galloping towards other ancient grassland tribes. Jennifer gathered the camel team. Kelhain jumped on the camel's back and ran to Qigong's side. Miss Qigong. Is that the world tree? Qigong looked at the ancient tree man who was moving away and replied, no. It is just a young branch that inherited a part of the weak energy of the world tree. We still have a lot to do to revive the world tree. But if we take this step, we will be close to seeing the real world tree. Modesty rode to the other side of Qigong and saluted respectfully. Great Chief Qigong. I didn't expect you to succeed. From today on, your name and achievements will spread throughout the ancestral grassland with flying wings and horse hooves, and to the ears of every creature that walks out of the ancestral grassland. It is my honor to follow you to create miracles. And it is the honor of the Yuyong tribe. The sheriff squatting on Jennifer's shoulder shook his tail and said to Kelhain, did you see it? Did you learn it? Hurry up and swear to follow Miss Clear Sky. If you delay, there will be no place for you by Miss Clear Sky's side. Kelhain was fooled by the sheriff and didn't know what to do. Jennifer stuffed the sheriff into her pocket and then said to Kelhain, don't care about what the sheriff said. This guy has always wanted to be Miss Clear Sky's follower. But Miss Clear Sky never accepts followers. Kelhain asked in surprise, is Miss Jennifer not Miss Clear Sky's? Miss Clear Sky is my savior. And I feel the warmth again. I regard her as my mentor and my mother. Follower is just a title for outsiders. I am not qualified yet. Kilhane looked at the clear sky. She had driven the camel forward along the footprints left by the ancient tree man. Modesty and more than a dozen warriors of the Yaya tribe followed loyally. Some tender buds can be seen poking out of the sand around. Although there are not many, it can feel the vitality. Jennifer led the camel team forward and shouted to the stunned Kilhane, "Are you going with us or going somewhere else?" Kilhane immediately responded after receiving the invitation, "I will go with you. Wait for me." Just as Modesty said, the fast horses and eagles spread the news of the world tree's impending revival quickly on the ancestral grasslands. Elves, orcs, goblins, barbarians, halflings, all tribes and villages on the ancestral grasslands sent horse teams and caravans to gather at the ruins of the World Tree Master. Those tribes that encountered the ancient tree man followed the escort team on their own, praying for the World Tree devoutly like a pilgrim. The name of the elf Chi-Kong also spread throughout the ancestral grasslands. When Chi-Kong followed the ancient tree man to the ruins of the World Tree Master, the imperial delegation to the western border arrived at the most important city in the Harmuda Basin, Sun City. The Sun Oasis is the fief of the Erd family. Originally, there was only one Sun Castle here, where Earl Erd and his family members lived. Later, the Sun Castle was severely destroyed after a rebellion. Although Earl Erd regained his territory with the help of the barbarians, he did not rebuild the Sun Castle. Instead, he used all the money he could raise to build the Sun City to provide a place for the various tribes to trade. The annual Harvest Festival has greatly increased the popularity of the Sun City. The gathering of large markets and caravans has driven the city to become the trade center of the entire Harmuda Basin. Earl Erd naturally made a lot of money there. So the Earl, who was good at building relationships, spent a huge amount of money to build the Sun Manor in the center of the city, and invited big merchants, tribal leaders, and nobles to play in the manor when he had nothing to do. When everyone has a good time, business is easy to achieve, and Earl Erd's wealth naturally accumulates. However, the Earl, who has been betrayed, does not trust humans very much, and his territory army recruits a large number of barbarian soldiers. Therefore, most of the Sun City troops who went out of the city to welcome the delegation were non-human faces. And the general who led the team and followed Earl Erd was an orc. Luke changed into a set of full-body armor specially made for the governor of Fury City, accompanied by Agatha in golden armor, and came to the front of the delegation under the escort of the Royal Knights. Behind them was the elite western border corps of the Empire, with excellent armor and fluttering flags. The soldiers did not look depressed under the scorching sun, and they held their heads high, with the momentum of a victorious army, wearing full armor in the desert and still being able to maintain such morale. Earl Erd immediately felt the gap between his army and the elite of the Empire. No matter how strong the combat power is, the Sun City army cannot make all its members wear armor. And because there are a large number of barbarian soldiers, the ranks are not aligned, and they are loose and slack like a group of rabble. When did the Empire's army become so strong? Chapter 310 Sun City. In the desert area of the Western Territory where industrial civilization has not yet covered, it may take several months to forge a set of armor by hand. And the time for enchanting is even more years, coupled with the continuous expenses required for the maintenance of armor. Armor has become a top luxury item, a family heirloom passed down from father to son and son to grandson. The number of armor is a very important indicator for comparing the military strength between the nobles in the Western Territory. For the Golden Shield Empire, which is qualified to compete on the road to industrialization, the forging process of armor is the production process of a stamping assembly line in an armor factory. Even the complex and cumbersome enchantment has been split into many processes, which can produce low enchantment armor in large quantities and high enchantment armor at a faster speed. This time, the Empire went to war against the Tadega Hills, and all the Empire military factories were working at full capacity. The Empire army on the southern front ate meat, and Alex also won a mouthful of soup for his newly reorganized Western Territory Legion. Agatha led the delegation to the Western Territory. In order to deter the Western Territory nobles militarily, Alex gave the first army to the delegation. When the two armies met, the contrast between equipment and military formations was extremely obvious. The Empire army lined up like a steel wall, and its momentum was absolutely overwhelming to the Sun City army. The pressure made Earl Erd reposition the direct military gap between the Western Territory nobles and the Empire. If the Empire decided to use force against the Western Territory nobles, the Western Territory nobles would definitely not have the energy to resist. No matter how magnificent a castle made of sand is, it cannot withstand the beating of big waves. Your Highness, the Princess, Governor of Meteorite. Earl Erdhalf stood up on his horse and saluted Agatha and Luke, welcome friends from afar to Sun City. The Harvest Festival in the Western Territory will be held soon. I promise you will have a very pleasant experience here. Agatha nodded slightly and saluted Earl Ord, my Lord Earl. My father asked me to send his regards to you. The ancestors of the Erd family and the Augustine family have always been unbreakable allies. The Erd family guarded the Western Territory for the Empire, and the Augustine family always remembered the contributions of the Erd family. These are the gifts that my father asked me to bring for you. Please accept them. Agatha wore a golden armor that matched her status as the eldest princess. Her tall warhorse was also covered with armor and decorated with many gems, showing her wealth and beauty. She wore a crown on her head, a veil made of golden pearls on her face, and precious Stephen's teardrop earrings, even on her fingers with gold gloves. She wore several rings inlaid with gems. The attendants brought over several large boxes. After opening them, the gems and gold inside were so dazzling under the scorching sun that people couldn't open their eyes. In fact, Agatha didn't want to wear such clothes to meet Earl Erd. It was too much of a sign of sudden wealth and too embarrassing for the royal family. But Luke requires to wear it like this. In the West, the nobles don't understand what simple luxury and elegance mean. Only real gold and gems can really blind their eyes. When we come to the West this time, we should not make winning the support of the nobles our top priority. We are here to have fun. We are here to show off our wealth. We are here to show you, the nobles of the West, how rich the Augustine family, who used to work with your ancestors, is now. Hearing is false. Seeing is true. During this time in the West, we will blind their eyes with gold and hit their heads with gems. We will blind them and knock them unconscious so that we can do things. Agatha didn't know what big thing Meteorite was preparing to do in the West. Since she had decided to be the light and the dark when she came, she had to play the role of the light bulb. The brighter the light, the darker the dark. As expected, seeing the Imperial army with such a military appearance, seeing the Imperial princess so gorgeous, seeing the boxes of heavy gold and gems, Earl Erd's heart was constantly rippling with worry, awe and happiness. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Erd family will definitely firmly guard the West for the Golden Shield Empire forever. The accommodation has been arranged. Please ask Her Royal Highness the Princess, Governor Meteorite and friends from afar to go to the Sun Manor. Count Erd waved his hand, and his men came forward to accept the gifts, and then enthusiastically invited the Imperial delegation to enter the city. Agatha rode in the front, and Count Erd slightly lagged behind and walked parallel to Luke. Governor Meteorite. Hello. Raging Wave City is on the east coast of the Empire, and Sun City is on the west of the Empire. Although the two cities are far apart, the legend you created in Raging Wave City has long been spread to this windy and sandy land. I feel very honored that you are accompanying Her Royal Highness the Princess on this mission to the West. If there is anything I need to do in the West, and Her Royal Highness the Princess can't say it clearly, you can tell me. Luke couldn't help but sigh that Count Erd was really good at building relationships. He treated a young nobleman like himself without any of the old noble's arrogant attitude. He was as kind as the elder next door. But this kind of person is more difficult to deal with. Luke whispered to Erd, when the Earl was young, he fought against the rebellion in a desperate situation. And in a short time, he managed the Sun Oasis into the richest place in the West. He is also a household legend in the Empire. To be honest, many things I did in the city of Raging Waves were inspired by you. Please rest assured, Earl, we have no intention of creating disputes during our mission to the West. When the Harvest Festival is over, we will complete the mission given by His Majesty, and the delegation will leave when the time is up. Count Erd whispered back, what is Your Majesty's mission? Luke looked around and said cautiously, some things are known to everyone, so I don't need to explain them too clearly. The Brotherhood of the Blade made His Majesty very upset, so he gave us the Secret Service this mission. In order to avoid misunderstandings, I think the two of us can establish a line of communication on behalf of both sides. If you have anything you have to do, just send a message quietly, and don't make it out of control. All didn't believe Luke's words, but the two ultimate bosses of the Secret Service came to the West, which meant that the Secret Service must have a big move in the West. The Brotherhood of the Blade is deeply rooted in the West. If a large-scale conflict breaks out between the two sides, Sun City will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Now, according to Governor Meteorite, they came to the West this time because of His Majesty's order. How to reasonably manage losses is also something that the Secret Service must deal with. Establishing a communication channel is beneficial to both parties. Everyone is a person of status, and no one wants to die in a sudden assassination. Earl Erd said to Luke, "The governor's suggestion is very good. The internal situation of the Empire is tense now. Her Royal Highness the Princess, and you are both of noble status. We are most afraid that some extreme guys will create an uncontrollable situation. I will send someone to establish our contact line and inform the movements of the Blade Brotherhood at any time, so that the Harvest Festival can proceed peacefully." Luke smiled and replied, "Thank you for your assistance, Lord Earl. I will also keep you informed of the actions of the Secret Service in the West. We are all people of status. There is no need to put ourselves in danger. The most important thing is to protect Her Royal Highness the Princess and return to the Imperial capital safely." Yes, protecting Her Royal Highness the Princess is the most important thing. The common topic made Luke and Earl Ord familiar with each other quickly. When they arrived at the Sunny Manor, they had a good relationship like close friends who had not seen each other for many years. Agatha, who was walking in front, couldn't help but look back frequently. Did this kid Meteorite get into the enemy so quickly? This scene was naturally seen by more caring people. The first stop of the Imperial diplomatic envoy to the West was Sun City, and the news that they were stationed in Sun Manor was quickly spread through the Carrier Eagle. Everyone realized that something that would affect the entire West would happen during this Harvest Festival. In Sun Manor, Earl Ord vacated the Central Island for Agatha and the members of the envoys to live in. The people on the original Central Island, including the Earl himself, moved to the buildings on the shore of the artificial lake. The Central Island was surrounded by water. Anyone who wanted to harm the members of the envoys would have a natural barrier on the lake. At the same time, the lake also trapped the members of the envoys inside. If the nobles of the West decided to respond to the Duke of Celtic by force, it would be difficult for the besieged Agatha to escape. In the castle on the Central Island, Agatha stood on the terrace of her room and admired the view. She took off her heavy armor, put on a plain satin dress, and lay on the fence. Her golden hair was loose and casually draped over her shoulders. Every strand of hair shone brightly under the sunlight. Below the terrace, the guards were taking over the defense of the castle. In the four corner towers, the mages reset the mage's eye inside and outside the walls. The Imperial spies checked inch by inch and set up magic traps at important locations. Someone dived into the artificial lake to detect and record the underwater features, and then evenly placed the alchemical detectors around the Central Island. This time in the West, Agatha was not afraid of the West nobles and the Blade Brotherhood here, but she was afraid that the Celtic Duke's people would use extreme means to force the West to become enemies with the Empire. Protecting yourself is the most basic condition for the work to start. Behind Agatha, the personal maid reported to her the progress of the delegation entering the Sun Manor. All members of the delegation have arranged rooms. Colonel Gregg of the West Legion is responsible for the outer defense of the Central Island, and the internal defense of the castle is in charge of the Internal Security Department of the Secret Intelligence Bureau. The main force of the West Legion's guards is led by General Vok and stationed outside the Sun City. Now the civilians are building a camp. Sun City provided water and food to the guards, but General Vok did not accept them. The merchants from Crescent Oasis who came with the delegation were allowed to enter Sun City, and the goods they brought were very popular with the people here. At this time, Luke walked in from outside, and he also took off his armor and put on traditional noble clothes. The female official was about to salute Luke when she saw him, but Luke waved his hand and let her go out. Agatha didn't know what she was thinking, and she didn't even notice that someone had changed behind her. She said to herself, "The Crescent Oasis is connected to the hinterland of the Empire by railway. The merchants from Crescent Oasis can purchase goods at very low prices, and then sell them at very high prices in various places in the West. But they are also the favorite target of the Sand Bandits. This time they followed the Imperial Legion to Sun City safely to participate in the Harvest Festival. We should collect a tax from them." Hearing this, Luke couldn't help but laugh, as expected of the most diligent princess of the Empire. Even in the enemy's hinterland, she is still thinking about how to increase tax revenue for the Empire. Agatha turned around when she heard Luke's voice, leaned against the fence and said, "The long pile carpets famous in the West are really very soft. I didn't even notice you coming in. When you entered the city, you and Count Erd whispered behind me. What did you say? Luke, who can use magic, used the magician's hand to take a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses from the wine cabinet next to him. He placed the wine glass on the fence, pulled out the cork from the bottle and poured the wine. At the same time, he looked at the scenery outside and said, I can smell the unique bloody smell of the Abyss Mage. They, and the Celtic Duke's envoys are all in this manner. Perhaps they are watching us from some corner. Earl Erd and I have established a certain degree of mutual trust, and have limited communication of intelligence. He is a nobleman and a businessman, which is very different from other Western nobles. Before deciding to rebel against the Empire, he will prioritize protecting our safety. Hearing that there is an Abyss Mage here, Agatha picked up the wine glass, and quickly glanced at the outer gardens with the corner of her eyes. All gave us this place to live. It seems he is really protecting us. The Blade Brotherhood here is very powerful, and the Abyss Temple dare not do anything excessive without confidence. You are dressed so formally. Are you going out? Agatha looked at Luke's clothes. It was obvious that he was going out. Luke smiled while drinking wine and said, the sunshine in the west is very sufficient, and the wine produced here has a special mellow fragrance that is not found in other places. And the carpet that you just praised, Your Highness, is also a good thing unique to the west. I am the governor of the city of Raging Waves. Of course, I have to investigate the market here to see if there is any profitable business to develop. Agatha couldn't help but laugh. You said I was the most diligent princess in the Empire. But I think you are the most diligent governor in the Empire. I was just thinking about collecting taxes. But you are already preparing to expand the market. Go ahead. If you have anything good, remember to buy it back for me. Luke drank the rest of the wine in the glass in one gulp. What's the point of me going alone? You are the protagonist of this harvest festival. I came here to invite you to go to the market in Sun City. You are responsible for consumption, and I am responsible for checking suitable goods. Agatha understood what Luke meant. You want me to attract attention and cover you up for other things. Luke shook his empty glass and said, Don't be so blunt. How can you show the wealth of the Empire if you don't go out for big purchases? All your expenses today will be counted as those of the city of Raging Waves. I'll have my people follow you with the cash box. You won't come back until you've spent all your money. Agatha drank the wine in her glass in one gulp and said generously, The governor of the city of Raging Waves is paying for it today. I can buy the entire city of Sunday. Luke put his empty glass on the fence. It's my honor. Agatha put her glasses side by side. This is the first time I can spend money so happily. Let's go! Please, Your Highness. Chapter 311 Consumption. The princess and the governor of Meteorite left the Sun Manor together, and their whereabouts were immediately reported to Earl Erd by the servants of the manor. Earl Erd walked to the closed window, pushed open a gap, and looked at the central island. There were 2 empty wine glasses on the terrace of Agatha's bedroom, and then a female official took the wine glasses away, and then waved to release a magic barrier to block the prying eyes outside. Behind the Earl, the barbarian envoy Erguia walked forward to see the situation on the central island. Earl Erd immediately closed the window and warned Erguia, Notify the people you brought with you not to cause trouble for me, before the Western nobles make a decision together. The princess must not let anything happen to me. Erguia said, My lord Earl, you have seen the Western Territory Legion that the Empire is reorganizing, and you should feel a sense of crisis. Don't be blinded by the gold and gems sent by Augustine. When he occupies the Western Territory, these riches and everything you have will be his. Facing the barbarians who are taller and stronger than him, Earl Erd said with no less momentum, I know what you want to do. Assassinate Agatha and force the Western Territory nobles to break with the Empire. But don't think you are too smart. Before the Western Territory nobles unite, once Agatha gets into trouble in Sun City, those greedy and cowardly nobles will only think of pushing me out to bear all the blame, and then divide up the wealth of the Sun Oasis. The Celtic Duke will not get the army of the Western Territory nobles, but will only see that you are the one who caused the division of the Western Territory. Assassinating Agatha is indeed one of Erguia's plans, but the uncontrollable result makes him dare not order it to be implemented. Seeing that Earl Erd's attitude is so firm this time, it is even more impossible to kill Agatha with one blow under the protection of the Blade Brotherhood. Erguia smiled and replied, Please rest assured, Lord Earl. I am very confident that the Western Territory nobles will support Tadega Hills, and there is no need to do anything extra. Agatha should be left to the Western Territory nobles. But I must remind you, be careful of Meteorite. I saw that you and Meteorite talked very harmoniously. And it is best not to believe a word he said to you. I have my own judgment. As the Count of Sand Fox in the West, I am not so easy to fool. During the harvest festival, you and your people will live here. Don't let the Imperial spies find you. I will restrain my subordinates. After getting Erdwea's promise, Count Erd left quickly. Agatha and Meteorite had just entered the Sun Manor, and they were so eager to go out. There must be a big secret. Now Sun City has the power of the Western nobles, the Imperial power, the power of the Celtic Duke, and the Western barbarians. So Count Erd has to deal with it carefully. He has a hunch. A great opportunity has arrived. If they can catch him, the Erd family will enter another period of rise. If they make a mistake, the family that has been guarding this oasis will be completely buried in the blood-stained sand. After leaving the Sun Manor, Agatha and Luke came to the largest market in Sun City under the protection of the guards. They were accompanied by the Orc General and several Orc soldiers who had met outside the city. The Orc General's name is Andre, and he is the commander-in-chief of the Sun City Army. He was adopted by Earl Erd since he was a child with some barbarian orphans, and learned knowledge and combat skills. When he grew up, he became the backbone of the Sun City Army. Barbarians are not uncommon among the private soldiers of the nobles in the Western Territory. But the Earl Erd Sun Oasis is unique in that barbarians account for more than half of the army, and even serve as the commander-in-chief of the army. The proportion of barbarians in Sun City is also very high, judging from their attire. Some are permanent residents in the city, and some are merchants from barbarian tribes. They live together with humans in the big market, holding their own goods and coins, and bargaining fiercely in different accents. There are also the calls of camels, horses, pack animals, antelopes, and various animals. The big market is extremely lively. Compared with the raging wave city, this kind of nomadic farming business has another sense of prosperity. Agatha stopped in front of a wine stall. The wine stall is very simple. Just park the wine truck in an open space, and there are 4 1.5 meter high wine barrels piled on the truck. A sunshade was propped up above the car. The camel pulling the car was tied to a wooden stake nearby, and was chewing on dry cactus. A ragged halfling was squatting on the ground holding a water bag and pouring water into the camel's water basin. The tall shadow covered the halfling's short body. He found that someone was visiting his wine stall, so he immediately put away the water bag, stood up and turned around. Dear customers. When the halfling saw so many people standing in front of him, he was stunned. And looking at the clothes of these people, it was obvious that they were not just ordinary nobles. The halfling stammered nervously, "Yes. Sorry. If there is any offense. I apologize to you, if I blocked your way. I will immediately move the car away, if I have paid the market tax. Please do not take my wine. The wine produced in our village this season is all here," the halfling said with tears in his eyes. "Since you have paid the market tax, Sun City will protect your safety." The Orc General Andre comforted the halfling loudly, and then explained to Agatha and Luke, "Your Highness. Sir, halflings are good at planting, and the wine they brew is also very mellow. If you two want to taste it, I will ask him to pour you a glass." The news that the Imperial delegation entered the city has not spread in the city, but the halfling recognized Andre. Seeing that the commander-in-chief of Sun City was so respectful to the 2 young men and women, it was easy to guess that they were definitely great figures. The halfling immediately took out 2 vine fruit wood cups from a cloth bag in the car, and then opened the valve of a wooden barrel to collect the wine. At this time, Luke stopped him and said, "Wait a minute. Your Highness is so noble. Can you use such cheap cups? Come on. Bring up the pure gold ice soul magic pattern carved cups inlaid with 5 colored gems, too." An attendant came forward holding a beautifully carved wooden box, and the lid of the wooden box was opened, revealing a set of 4 beautiful golden cups inside. Another attendant took out 2 cups from it, and turned around to hand them to the halfling. The confused halfling subconsciously took the cup, and was almost knocked to the ground by the heavy golden cup. The golden cup was gorgeous and dazzling, and the always serious Orc Andre couldn't help but take a deep look at it. The halfling trembled as he took the golden cup, and filled it with red wine, and then tremblingly handed it to the servant. He didn't know what he was going through, but he always felt that something bad was about to happen. Agatha took the golden cup and looked at the red wine in the cup. The wine was turbid, and there were still a lot of grape residues in it. The smell was much better than expected. Looking at Luke again, He had already taken a sip and slowly tasted the wine. Very good. What does your highness think of this wine? Agatha took a sip and said unexpectedly, the taste is better than many palace red wines. It's hard to imagine that you can drink this level of red wine in such a place. How much does this barrel of wine cost? The halfling stretched out a finger and said carefully, one gold coin. Do you know who you are talking to? Luke suddenly shouted angrily, this is Agatha Augustine, the eldest princess of the empire, the most beloved daughter of the emperor of the empire. Hearing that the beautiful woman in front of him was the eldest princess of the empire, the halfling was frightened and knelt down immediately. He knew that this was not the time to feel sorry for the 4 barrels of red wine. The eldest princess of the empire wanted to raise his village. And Earl Erd would not say anything. Your highness, these wines. Just when the halfling was about to give away all 4 barrels of wine for free, Luke continued to say angrily, 1 gold coin. Is the eldest princess's praise worth only 1 gold coin? This is humiliating the royal family, and will be sent to the gallows. Halfling, I will give you another chance and requote immediately. The halfling was confused. What was going on? Was this lord so angry because my offer was too low? Yes. The wine in such a precious golden cup only cost 1 gold coin per barrel. It was too blasphemous to the royal family. The halfling trembled and stretched out 2 fingers. 2 gold coins. No. 1.5 will do. Just as Luke was about to continue to scold the halfling, Agatha said, Governor Meteor, don't embarrass this poor halfling anymore. You are in charge of the richest city in the empire. Your ability to judge the value of a commodity is beyond the reach of anyone here. Tell me, what do you think the real value of the halfling's red wine is? Thank you, Her Royal Highness, for your praise. Luke saluted Agatha very cooperatively, and then shook his wine glass and watched carefully like a wine-tasting master. The clothes of this group of people were already very eye-catching. When the news that the princess of the empire was here spread, more and more people gathered around. Luke felt that the crowd of onlookers had gathered. So he said, the halfling red wine lacks filtration, which greatly reduces the appreciation of the wine. However, as Her Royal Highness said, the taste and aroma of this red wine are very unique, not inferior to some court red wines. If the quality can be improved further, and then the fermentation process and later blending can be optimized in more detail, it has the potential to become the top red wine. After comprehensive consideration, the price I can offer now is 1 gold ticket for 1 barrel. After Luke said the price he judged, it immediately caused an uproar among the people around him. Halflings are a very common weak race in the West. They are gentle and don't like fighting. They usually build villages in powerful tribes and territories. Halflings are good at farming and pay tribute to food in exchange for their own safety. Halflings are also good at growing grapes in the sand, and then brewing wine for their own use, tribute and sale. Due to the high quality of halfling wine, it is loved by all the tribes in the West, so that halfling wine can be circulated in the West as currency. A standard barrel of halfling wine is equivalent to 1 gold coin, and there has been no major fluctuation for about 100 years. This person said that a barrel of halfling wine is worth 1 gold ticket. 1 gold ticket is equivalent to 5 gold coins. Who is this governor called Meteorite? What qualifications does he have to raise the price of halfling wine so high? The Western Territory, which is blocked from information, still does not know who Meteorite is. But the Crescent Oasis merchants, who follow the delegation to Sun City, know Meteorite's current status. Meteorite's identity and status spread in whispers as the Oasis merchants processed and broke the news. What is the City of Raging Waves? It is not only the richest city in the empire, it is also the richest city in the entire world. The streets of the City of Raging Waves are all paved with gold. The street lamps are all made of crystal. The buildings are thousands of meters high, and the commercial airships that travel between the worlds block out the sun. Do you know what the most dangerous thing about living in the City of Raging Waves is? Walking on the street, you may be killed by gold nuggets falling from the sky at any time. And this young man is the current governor of the City of Raging Waves, managing the Golden City for the Empire. Wow! The governor, who came from a place full of gold, said that the halfling wine is worth 1 gold voucher. And it is worth 1 gold voucher. The halfling who sells wine is the happiest one. The price of wine from 1 gold coin has increased to 1 gold voucher, and the price has increased 5 times. When I sell all these wines, I must hire a powerful mercenary to protect me back to the village. But before the halfling could calculate how many gold coins his cart of wine could be sold for, Luke said again, Halfling, Your wine has won the praise of Her Royal Highness the Princess. So I will give you 1 barrel and 1 gold voucher. And I want all your wine." This time the halfling was really dumbfounded. He stood there, watching a group of strong soldiers take away the 4 barrels of wine on the cart. 2 more servants brought a heavy money box, which contained gold coins, silver vouchers, and gold vouchers. One of the servants took out 8 gold vouchers and stuffed them directly into his hand. Luke walked up to the halfling, touched his messy head, and then took out a gold voucher from his hand. She said, "Take this money to buy halfling wine of the same quality. 1 barrel costs 1 gold ticket or 5 gold coins. I will take as many as you can get. After receiving the wine, give it to General Andre, who will deliver it to my residence." Luke gave the gold ticket to Andre, and then continued shopping with the princess and the team. During the period, she quietly asked the princess, "Have you learned it?" Agatha smiled and said, "You will learn it once you learn it. Cover me for a while. I have something to do." Agatha looked at the merchants gathered around and said confidently, "Leave it to me. No one will notice you." The orc general held a gold ticket in his hand, facing the halfling who was only as tall as his knees, and looked at the 7 gold tickets in his hand. Andre resisted the urge to snatch all the money, put away the gold coupons, and said to the halfling, "Did you hear what Governor Meteor said? My soldiers will protect you as you return to the village. Give me the wine you bought, and I will pass it on to Governor Meteor." The halfling looked up at the orc soldiers who surrounded him, pointed out 3 gold coupons, and raised them above his head. Andre smiled, grabbed the 3 gold coupons, and said, "I am personally responsible for the safety of you and your village." At this time, an orc soldier ran over in a panic. "Commander-in-Chief, Governor Meteor is missing." "What?" Andre looked at the princess's team not far away, and saw that the merchants kept pushing forward with their goods, and some people squeezed out with gold and silver coupons in their hands. The scene was in chaos. It's broken. Chapter 312, Ruining the Rice Bowl. Luke used the halfling and several gold coupons to attract Andre for a moment, and then used the merchants who gathered around to sell goods to disrupt the sight of other followers, and took advantage of the crowd to get into the crowd. The spy who was waiting for him put on a cloak and a cape for Luke, and then squeezed the people around him so that he could leave calmly. Luke, who escaped, held several silver coupons in his hand, wore a hood and lowered his head, and went into the nearby alleys like a merchant who successfully sold goods. The residential houses in Sun City have no overall planning. The randomly built houses make the terrain of the residential area very complicated. The alleys are like a maze, and people who are not familiar with it can easily get lost in it. Fortunately, Luke was familiar with the place because of the main quest of Clear Sky, and he also had the help of the map. He moved quickly through the streets and alleys, and sometimes passed through some shops that were connected to each other to get rid of possible tracking. Finally, he jumped over the wall and entered a small courtyard. There were boxes piled up in the yard, and several open boxes contained enamel basins and teacups. In the stable next to the courtyard wall, there were several horses, camels and pack animals tied. The other 3 sides were covered with a 2-story building with earthen bricks and wooden beams. The outer walls were covered with ceramic bricks to effectively prevent the damage of wind and sand to the building. This was a relatively high-end caravan courtyard, built by the Erd family and rented to large caravans. Luke's entry aroused the vigilance of the caravan guards. But after Luke lifted his hood, several guards immediately climbed to a high point to monitor the surroundings, and another guard pushed open the door of the main hall. No one spoke during the whole process. Luke walked into the main hall, and the fast legs dressed as Oasis merchants came to greet him. "Governor." Luke took off his cloak and handed it to the guards around him, and then observed the environment of the room. The wall was smeared with a layer of mud, and then painted with milky white paint after drying, and painted with murals that were not exquisite but very atmospheric. Several windows have a very exotic style of the Western Territory. The glass should be made locally, and the light transmittance is quite good, but it has a strong green color. However, after putting on some animal stickers, it fits in with the lack of green space. Underfoot is a coarse felt carpet made of pack animal hair, with candlesticks at the 4 corners, and a group of buildings leading to the 2nd floor, with the necessary furniture and some decorations. The spacious main hall does not look empty, and it also has the necessary style. Sit down and talk. There is a low table and a low stool by the window, and Luke and Kwaitui sit down opposite each other. "Did you come smoothly?" Kwaitui skillfully put the carved wooden cup on the table, and then took a pot of mare's milk and poured it for Luke. We entered the Harmuda Basin in the name of the Crescent Oasis caravan. Although we encountered sand bandits on the road, they were all small gangs and did not cause us much damage. While waiting for the master, I did a few business deals here and got to know some merchants from Sun City. The harvest festival is approaching, and merchants from far away come into the city every day. Some are led by nobles, and some are barbarians. It is the most chaotic time, and no one suspects us. Luke drank mare's milk, which tasted a bit sour and astringent. Where is the Red Falcon? This time when he came to the Western Territory, Luke asked Fast Legs to lead people to the front in advance, and set Red Falcon to be Fast Legs' deputy. When Red Falcon was in the Crusader Engineering Development Institute, he received professional lurking and assassination training, which can greatly improve the strength of this team. Because the boiling of sandpaper was too eye-catching, it did not follow the Red Falcon, but followed the large group of the delegation. As for the other 3 rescued beautiful killer girls, they are still receiving treatment at the Ulu College and are temporarily under observation. Hearing the governor asking about Han Kwa, Kwaitui took out his pocket watch to check the time and replied, I heard that the delegation entered the city, so I asked Han Kwa to go to the Sun Manor to get information. She will not see you there, so she will definitely come back immediately. Then wait for her for a while. Then Luke asked Kwaitui what information he had found out during this period, especially the special envoy sent by the Duke of Celtic and the Abyss Mage who came with him. Kwaitui then took out a map of Sun City, which marked the information they had found out from all sides. The representatives and caravans of the nobles are mainly concentrated near the Sun Manor and the East Market. Most of the small nobles who are attached to the Erd family have already arrived, and there are barbarians who have come to visit. They should be from the Tadega Hills. As for the special envoy sent by the Duke of Celtic and the Abyss Mage, sorry, we haven't found them yet. But we are trying to bribe the servants in the Sun Manor, and there should be good news. Luke said, you just came to Sun City. Don't be too anxious about some intelligence. The situation in the Sun Manor is too complicated. Hurlward is an old fox, and the secret technique of the Abyss Mage is very strange. The action of bribing the insider is suspended, and surveillance is still the main focus. Yes, Governor. If there is nothing important these days, raise the price of halfling wine. Contact some merchants in Crescent Oasis and tell them that you have inside information. Governor Meteor is very optimistic about halfling wine. He is buying a lot of halfling wine in preparation for shipping to Raging Waves City for further processing and packaging. Finally, use the praise of the Princess of the Golden Shield Empire as a promotional slogan to package halfling wine as high-quality red wine. The price of a standard barrel of halfling wine can be multiplied by hundreds of times after passing through the hands of Governor Meteor. Fast Legs doesn't know yet that Luke has raised the price of halfling wine to 1 gold voucher per barrel. But even if it is calculated at 1 gold coin per barrel, it is too exaggerated to increase it by hundreds of times. However, Kwaitui did not doubt his governor's ability to make money. He asked from another direction, Sir, are you raising the price of halfling wine for some purpose? Luke was not afraid of such a conspiracy being leaked, and Kwaitui would not talk nonsense outside. Halfling wine can be stored for a long time, and because of its good quality, it has maintained a stable price of 1 gold coin per barrel for a long time, making it one of the trading currencies recognized by all tribes in the Western Territory. If I raise the price of halfling wine, I can drive up the prices of goods in the entire Western Territory. At least during this harvest festival, the prices of various commodities will follow the price of halfling wine. Fast Legs nodded in agreement with Luke's words, but said, what does this have to do with us? After the price rises, the goods we bring are just to make more money. Luke knew that Fast Legs could not understand his intention, so he explained it in detail. First of all, 1 gold coin for a barrel of halfling wine is a serious exploitation of halflings, which also represents the trade environment of the entire Western Territory. The Western Territory nobles control the main road between the Western Territory barbarians and the Empire. They use their position, privileges and information monopoly to buy goods from the Western Territory barbarians at very low prices, and then sell them to the Empire at a higher price. In order to monopolize this trade, the Western Territory nobles even use various methods to prevent the paper money issued by the Empire from entering the Western Territory, including but not limited to supporting the Sand Bandits and preventing the caravans from the Empire from entering the West on a large scale. This time, the fast-legged people disguised as the Empire caravans were only attacked by small-scale sand bandits. That was because some large-scale sand bandits cooperated with the Harvest Festival. All changed their clothes and turned back into the Lord's private army, and then prevented the real big sand bandits from affecting the Harvest Festival. The Harvest Festival looks like a trade event between the Western Territory and the barbarians. But in essence, it is an economic plunder of the barbarians by the Western Territory nobles. In this event, the Western Territory nobles can buy the barbarians' output for a whole season at an extremely low price. It is precisely because of this closed economic circle that the Western Territory nobles can maintain their rule in this barren land with very little money. Luke finally picked up the wooden cup and said, "When you came to the West, did you feel that? This mare's milk wine is not much more expensive than water?" Fast Legs said with emotion, "Yes. Some things here are unimaginably cheap, making me feel like a billionaire." Luke said, "Her Royal Highness the Princess is buying goods at high prices in the Sun City market under my advice. If we try our best to raise the price of halfling wine, we can definitely raise the price of this Harvest Festival to a level that the West Territory nobles never dared to think of before. This high price has little impact on barter transactions. But if the West Territory nobles want to purchase goods, they need to spend dozens of times more than before. And their soldiers will find that the pitiful military pay is not enough to even afford the kumis." Speaking of this, Luke couldn't help but think of what had just happened. The Orc General Andre, the commander-in-chief of the Sun City Army, couldn't even walk for a few gold coupons. After understanding his governor's plan, Kwaitui couldn't help but applaud. "Sir, you are so amazing. I have been in Sun City for so many days, drinking every day, and I only sigh that the things here are cheap every day. But I didn't think of this level. You just entered the city and directly smashed the rice bowl of the Western Territory nobles. As long as the prices in the Western Territory are raised, the Western Territory nobles can't even afford to support their soldiers. So how can they have the energy to fight the Empire?" Fast Legs took a sip of wine and felt refreshed. He sighed. "It's comfortable and enjoyable to work with the governor." Luke was not as optimistic as Fast Legs. "We can raise prices this time because of the identity of the eldest princess. If someone else did this, the Western nobles would directly arrange assassins. And after we leave, the Western nobles can also suppress prices again." Fast Legs said, "The governor should have a way." "There is a way, but whether it can succeed requires us to do more things." At this time, the door of the main hall opened, and a short figure in a smock walked in. She lifted the hood of her cloak, and it was the returning Falcon. "Governor, I am here to assist you on the orders of Miss Clear Sky. Please give me your orders if you need me to do anything." Luke stood up and said, "You and Kwaitiao will go out with me to do some work. Is there anything you need to prepare?" Falcon said, "No. We can go anytime." Kwaisho stood up, looked at his clothes and said, "I'm going to change my clothes. This one looks too much like a businessman. No need to change." Luke took the cloak from the guard and said to Kwaitiao, "You go as a businessman, and Hong Falcon and I will act as your followers. The place we are going to this time is very dangerous, so be careful." Fast Legs and Red Falcon said, "Yes, Governor." Fast Legs went out first, and Luke and Red Falcon put on their hoods. Luke also asked for a knife from the guard and pretended to be a bodyguard of a wealthy businessman. The three of them left the courtyard rented by the caravan and went straight to the West Market of Sun City. The West Market is the largest market in the entire city. Barbarian caravans from afar usually choose to sell the goods they brought in the West Market. The things sold are also strange, and there are treasures that the barbarians cannot recognize and are sold at low prices. Luke has no intention of wasting time in the West Market to pick up bargains. He asked Fast Legs to pass through the West Market and lead the team to the slave trade corner in the northwest of the market. Fighting hard for survival is the eternal theme of the West Territory. The winner has everything that the loser has. Part of the slave trade corner is in the market, and the other part extends to an urban area next to the market. This is the dirtiest place in the whole city. In order to save space, slaves are forced to squeeze into crowded cages and eat, drink, defecate, and urinate in them. Only slaves with high value can get a little bit of preferential treatment. But slaves are slaves after all, and they are commodities waiting to be sold. The guards in the slave corner are also different from other places. There are no soldiers from the Sun City patrolling here, and the guards only obey the boss here. It can be said that this urban area is a city within the city in the Sun City. It is also the darkest place. Even the sun seems unwilling to illuminate here. A large area of buildings is shrouded in a hazy shadow. Entering the slave corner, Kwaitui's outfit immediately attracted many people's attention. The slave in the cage stretched out his arms, praying for some food, but was quickly whipped back by the guard with a whip. Dear guest, welcome to the slave corner of Sun City. A woman with some beauty twisted her thin waist and walked towards Kwaitui. She held a pipe in her hand, had narrow eyes, and wore nose rings and earrings on her nose and ears. Barbarians are a general term for humans who live in the western border and do not belong to the noble territory. They look no different from humans, but their living habits are greatly influenced by orcs. This woman is a barbarian at first glance, with wildness all over her body. The woman walked around quickly, looking at him all over, and then came to Luke. She took a puff of cigarette, looked at Luke with her chin up, and reached out to lift Luke's hood. Luke grabbed the woman's hand. The woman deftly pulled her hand out of Luke's hand and pulled his sleeves open. The smock was ordinary, but the sleeves of the governor's dress were exposed under the sleeves. The woman slowly exhaled the cigarette and said with a smile, "This dress is enough to buy 100 female slaves. Who are you, and what are you doing in Slave Corner?" Luke said, "You guessed wrong. This dress can buy the whole Sun City, or can buy the whole West. I'm here to discuss business. Take me to see your boss. And next time you dare to disrespect me, I will let your boss lock you in the dirtiest cage." Chapter 313, I'll give you some money. Luke's words made the woman's face change greatly, and at the same time, she felt a sharp object pressing against her lower back. A rapier stretched out from under the coat of another short follower. The blade was as stable as if it was fixed in the air, and the power transmitted from the tip of the sword penetrated her skin, and any reckless movement would be pierced instantly. Very strong. This is the woman's evaluation of the strength of the rapier owner. "My name is Maeve Simon." The woman introduced herself, and then asked Luke, "Please tell me your identity and purpose, so that I can report to my boss. I think it's more appropriate to call you Scorpion." Luke pointed out another identity of the woman. Scorpion is a famous sand bandit in the West, but few people know that Scorpion is Maeve Simon. Then Luke took out a bottle and said to Maeve Simon, "Give this to your boss. He should meet me." Maeve Simon, whose identity as a sand bandit was exposed, would definitely kill people if her waist was not pointed at by a sword. Now she could only take the bottle from Luke obediently, looking at the pure blue liquid inside. Maeve Simon thought of where she had seen it before. Water element essence. There was news from the Jiamu camp outside the Harmuda Basin that an extremely powerful elf magician passed by there. The elf magician was going to the grassland of the ancestors, in order not to be disturbed by the sand bandits. He took out a lot of water element essence and gave it to the sand bandits. People in the Jiamu camp said that the elf magician could bring down heavy rain in the desert at will, and turn heavy rain into ice and snow in the heat. Even the Orkham was afraid of the power of the elf magician and persuaded the sand bandits to accept the kindness of the elves. The boss of the slave corner in Sun City had several bottles of water element essence flowing from the Jiamu camp. Is this noble and mysterious person related to the powerful elf magician? Maeve Simon saluted Luke, "Dear guest, I will report your visit to my boss now." Luke raised his hand slightly to let Hong Falcon put away his weapon, and then said to Maeve Simon, "Go." The sharp feeling transmitted from the back waist disappeared. Maeve Simon slowly retreated, and then turned and walked into an alley in the residential area. A group of slave guards appeared around, occupying high points and several key positions, vaguely surrounding Luke and his party. The tense atmosphere accumulated in silence, and even the slaves in the nearby cages sensed the danger and crowded at the far end of the cages. But a little boy stood nearby, holding the fence and looking at Luke, shouting in a powerless voice, "Save me! Save my mother!" Luke looked at the boy. The boy's clothes were tattered and hung on his body in tatters. His hair and skin were covered with sand, but his eyes were full of spirituality. Even though his thin body could clearly see the bones under the skin, his eyes were still full of hope. Next to the boy was a woman lying with a rag under her. She was motionless, and it was unknown whether she was dead or not. Before Luke could speak, Hong Kusua had already walked over. She came to the front of the cage, lifted the hood, and looked at the child in the cage. She asked, "What happened to your mother?" The child in the cage did not expect Hong Kusua to be a girl of the same age as him, with noble temperament and good upbringing. Hearing Hong Kusua's question, the boy immediately said, "She was knocked unconscious in order to grab food for me. Can you give me some food and water?" She gave me all the food and water she grabbed. As he spoke, the boy could not help but squat down and cry, "Our home is gone. Our family members are dead. We have never hurt anyone. What have we done wrong? Why treat us like this? Your mother should need this now." A water bag was handed to the boy by Falcon. The boy took it and opened the stopper. After finding that it was full of kumis, he immediately crawled to his mother's side. He knelt on the ground, lifted his mother up, and let her rest her head on his knees, and then slowly fed her the kumis. He cried while feeding. Falcon saw that the boy's mother's breath eased, so he walked back to Luke's side. "My lord, I want to save them." Luke looked at the slaves who wanted to grab the kumis, but didn't dare to do it, and said to Honkushi, "You have saved them once, but you can't save them forever. And you can't save all the people who have suffered the same fate as them." Kwaikwe saw the scene just now, and couldn't help but think of his own life experience. The scarcity of survival resources will lead to the competition for survival resources. This process is cruel and bloody. Just like in the West Territory, and in the lower city of St. Louis City. The experience of following adults in the lower city of St. Louis City made me know that charity cannot solve the problem. Honkushi seemed to understand. She turned her head to look at the boy and his mother in the cage. The mother regained some strength. She held the boy, let him drink the kumis, and finally threw the remaining kumis to other slaves. After a while, Maeve Simon came out. She was obviously stunned when she saw Hong Falcon. Obviously, she did not expect that the strong man who could suppress her was just a little girl, not an adult dwarf or goblin. But Maeve Simon did not delay. She walked to Luke and saluted respectfully. "Dear guest, my boss wants to see you. Please follow me." "Let's go!" Luke touched Hong Falcon's head and followed Maeve Simon inside with fast legs. Hong Falcon took a last look at the boy and his mother, and then quickly followed Luke's footsteps, entering the residential area. It was even darker inside, surrounded by 2 or 3-story rammed earth buildings, each with a guard on the roof. It was suddenly a small fortress. This place is full of slave cells, brothels, casinos, taverns. Screams and other strange noises can be heard from some doors from time to time. There are also naked slaves tied together, like zombies being dragged to unknown places. Maeve's man led Luke and his party through several heavily guarded checkpoints, and entered a magnificent house after passing through a metal gate. The guards here are obviously several levels stronger than the guards outside. There are orcs, elves, barbarians, and dwarves, all of whom look at strange visitors with ferocious faces and ill intentions. Stepping on the soft carpet and passing through a heavily guarded corridor, Maeve's man took Luke into a room full of books. There was a spacious desk between the bookshelves. A thin gnoll wearing glasses sat behind the desk, reading a ledger carefully. 3 bottles of water element essence were placed in a prominent position on the desk. "Mr. Howell, the guests are here." Maeve Simon was very awed by the gnoll. The gnoll Howell was the boss behind the slave corner in Sun City. He glanced at the visitor, put down the ledger, took off his glasses, but did not stand up to greet him. Instead, he said, "The only person in this city who dares to boast that he can buy Sun City, or even the entire Western Territory, is probably Lord Meteor, the governor of Raging Wave City." Luke lifted his hood and walked forward. Maeve Simon wanted to stop him, but was signaled to stop by the gnoll Howell. Luke pulled a chair and sat down opposite Scream Howell. He first glanced at the books in the room, then smiled and said, "I have heard that Mr. Scream Howell is the steward of many famous sand bandits in the West, and manages the wealth of the sand bandits in an orderly manner. Today, I see that his reputation is well deserved." Scream Howell has the temperament of a scholar, and said modestly, "Sand bandits make money by working hard. If they die, they will have nothing, and if they live, they can barely have a meal. Unlike the governor, who can feed countless people with just a little money slipping through his fingers. I wonder why the governor came to Slave Corners secretly today when he just arrived in Sun City. Leave some money to you." Luke grabbed 3 bottles of water essence on the table and arranged them in a line every 10 centimeters. Howell asked in confusion, "The governor knows the elf magician who passed by the Jiamu camp. Does he want to sell water essence?" Luke said, "Water essence is not complicated to make. But the elf Qi will not spend his energy on making water essence. And selling water essence doesn't make much money. I came here this time to discuss a bigger business with you." Hal immediately became energetic. The meteorite governor looked down on the water essence business, but the sand bandits did. Now the meteorite governor said that the business he wanted to discuss was more profitable than selling water essence. That was really a big business. I am looking forward to the surprise that the governor will give me. Luke pointed to the 3 bottles of water essence on the table. The one on the east represents the Crescent Oasis of the Empire. The one in the middle represents the nobles of the Western Territory. And the one on the west represents the entire Western Territory. Now the normal trade exchanges between the Empire and the Western Territory have been abruptly cut off by the nobles of the Western Territory. Hal looked at the 3 bottles on the table and asked, "What does this have to do with us?" Luke said, "Mr. Hal should be well informed. He must know that I just bought the halfling wine at the price of 1 gold voucher per barrel. I know about this." When the Imperial delegation entered the city, Slave Corner of course sent out all its spies to get the news. Hal said disdainfully, "I can't understand why the governor asked for 1 gold voucher per barrel when 1 gold coin can buy a barrel of halfling wine. Spending 5 times the price to buy things. Is this the governor's way of doing business?" Faced with Hal's subtle ridicule, Luke smiled and said, "In fact, in my mind, the price of halfling wine should be 2 gold vouchers per barrel." Hal's expression changed. "Governor, are you kidding?" "I'm not kidding you." Luke crossed his legs and said, "World trade is very prosperous now. And the demand for red wine in the international wine market has always been in short supply, driving the price of red wine up all the way, especially for high-end red wine. The premium is beyond your imagination. Take the wine of the halflings as an example. A barrel of halfling wine is shipped to the city of Raging Waves. After reprocessing, packaging and packaging, 1 barrel can produce about 1,200 bottles of red wine, relying on the quality of the halfling wine and the promotion of the princess of the empire. How much do you think a bottle of such red wine can be sold for?" Hal said, "I don't know the situation outside the West, but from the tone of the governor, it should be very valuable. Can it be sold for 1 silver coin a bottle?" Luke shook his head and sighed. "You know too little about the changes in the world. Red wine that costs 1 silver coin a bottle is a low-end product, which is simply a blasphemy to the quality of the halfling wine and the imperial royal family. The minimum is 1,000 Reichsmarks, which is 1 gold coin per bottle. This is the wholesale price I give to wine distributors." Hal did a quick mental calculation. 1 gold coin per bottle of halfling wine. 1 barrel is 1,200 gold. Converted into gold coupons, it is 240 pieces. And the purchase price of the Meteor Governor is 1 gold coupon. The wealthy werewolf Hal opened his mouth wide, not knowing that his tongue had drooped out. And he was completely different from the scholar I saw before. It's funny that I just laughed at the Meteor Governor for not knowing how to do business and spending 1 gold coupon per barrel to buy halfling wine. It turns out that this gold coupon is really exposed from the gap between his fingers. This violent way of making money is faster than robbery. "Governor, you want to talk to me about the halfling wine business?" Luke leaned on the chair and said contemptuously, "Is this kind of small business worth my special trip to discuss with you?" Scream Hal's tongue drooped longer. "A bigger business than this?" Scream Hal's tone was full of uncertainty. He was afraid that he could not handle this mountain of gold. Luke said, "The specialty of the West is not only halfling wine. I think mare's milk is also very delicious. Cheese, blankets, olive oil, animal hair. These commodity trades are controlled by the nobles of the West." Hearing Luke say this, Scream Hal restrained his greed vigilantly. "Governor, I know why the Empire sent an envoy to the West. And I admit that you are very tempting to me. But, no matter how much money you have, you can only spend it if you have a life. Although the sand bandits can roam freely in the desert, they are definitely not the opponents of the nobles in the West. If you want our swords to be used by the Empire, then you think things are too simple." Luke said, "I never told you to attack the nobles in the West. And you don't have the ability to do so. The West is very, very large. And the vast desert is the home of the sand bandits. You can completely avoid the territory of the nobles in the West and open up other trade routes. Break up into small pieces and connect the Crescent Oasis with the barbarian tribes scattered throughout the West. I have ordered Niteo City to set up a Western trade office in Crescent Oasis, and also ordered Niteo City to develop a transportation tool suitable for operation in the desert as soon as possible. If you are willing to cooperate, I will register a logistics company for you in Niteo City. The development and operation of the Western Trade Road will be handed over to you. Niteo City will give you the maximum trade support and set up a new route development reward fund. No matter how remote the barbarian tribe is, as long as you connect the trade route, I will ensure that your logistics company will make money. Shriek instantly understood what Luke meant. In the Western Territory, the Sand Bandits are definitely the first in terms of who is most familiar with the environment here. They plunder for survival, know the location of every barbarian tribe, and know every safe road in the desert. If the Sand Bandits switch to business, as long as someone is willing to invest a large amount of money, the Thief's Way will instantly become a business road. Chapter 314 Luke's Card Game. Hal was initially confused by the wealth, but soon calmed down. Being trusted by many big Sand Bandits to manage investments, this wealthy wolf has his own judgment on the benefits of opening up this trade route. I have to admit that the governor has found a way to solve the problem of the Western Territory of the Empire. But when the Sand Bandits touch the fundamental interests of the Western Territory nobles, their tacit understanding with the Sand Bandits will be gone, and they will spare no effort to eliminate us. We will also have to be pushed to the forefront of the fight against the Western Territory nobles by you. The final result should be that we and the Western Territory nobles will both suffer losses. And then the Empire only needs to send a small number of troops to completely solve the two major troubles in the Western Territory. Governor, I still say the same thing. You think things are too simple. Now we are poor but alive. And when the Imperial Army enters the West, we will have no choice. The Empire will not fatten us up and let us become another kind of nobles in the West. Luke thought, if I am not well prepared, I will be embarrassed this time. Give you a chance to clean up and do legitimate business. Do you still want to expand and form a military force that the Empire fears? Scream said tit for tat. The rules of the West are like this. The right to speak is on the edge of the knife. If we run the Western trade route for you, the Western nobles will definitely attack us. We can only use the money we earn to expand our strength. When the strength of the Sand Bandits reaches a certain scale, you let us hand over the knife in exchange for you. Are you willing? Luke stood up. He drew the knife he brought and stuck it on the table, next to the westernmost bottle of water element essence. You should know that I sent the elf Chi Kong to the First People's Grassland when she came to Sun City from the First People's Grassland to participate in the Harvest Festival. She brought an army composed of various tribes of the First People's Grassland. At that time, the entire Western barbarians will gather under her banner. You Sand Bandits still want to not hand over the knife? Don't think that I came here to ask you to use me this time. I came to show you a way out. Run a logistics company and cooperate with me. I guarantee that you will have no worries about food and clothing, and enjoy a high-quality life that you have never enjoyed before. Stop dreaming about unrealistic things. The good times of the Sand Bandits are over. Faced with Luke's threat, Scream Hal was about to get angry, but was frightened by the information revealed by Luke. You send an elf magician to the ancestral grasslands, and want to unify the tribes of the ancestral grasslands. This is the biggest joke I have heard in my lifetime. Governor, intimidation cannot solve your needs. Luke laughed and said, whether what I said is true or not, you can find out by sending someone to the ancestral grasslands. You already know what you should know today. Mr. Scream Hal is busy, so I won't disturb you. Come back to me when you make a decision. You know where I live. After that, Luke pulled out the knife on the table and put it back into the sheath, then turned and left. Maeve Simon wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Scream again, saying, Scorpion, send the governor out? Don't let the ignorant guys outside bump into my guests. Yes, Mr. Scream. Maeve Simon led Luke and his party out of the study, and Scream took out a paper bird from the drawer. Go and see what happened in the prairie of the ancestors. The paper bird flew from Scream's hand and flew to the west through the open skylight. Scream watched the paper bird leave, then put on his glasses and picked up the account book. But he couldn't watch calmly anyway. The knife mark on the table always distracted him. Maeve's man led Luke and the other two through the layers of checkpoints and walked out. My lord, you are the first one who can leave here safely after being so rude to Mr. Scream. I hope you can still receive such courtesy from Mr. Scream next time we meet. Next time, Mr. Scream will come out to greet me in person. Luke pointed to the cage where the slaves were held nearby. How much is the mother and child? I'll buy it. Maeve's man looked in the direction Luke pointed. It was an ordinary human mother and child. There was nothing special about them except that they had a thin elf bloodline. Maeve's man asked someone to bring the mother and son, and then said to Luke, these two slaves are given to you by Mr. Scream. Then thank Mr. Scream for me. Luke did not say anything to the mother and son who were brought over, and walked past them. Red Falcon walked over and quickly stuffed a purse into the mother's hand. I have forgotten my mother. But I see what my mother is like in you. This is all I can help. I hope you can be happy." Then Red Falcon said to the boy, "Take good care of your mother." "I will. Thank you. Goodbye." Red Falcon quickly caught up with Luke and Fast Legs, who were walking away. The mother and son stared at the Red Falcon as it left, not knowing where to go or how to survive in this strange place. "Hey, I can provide you with a place to stay and a job. Do you want to follow me?" Maeve Simon said to the mother and son, staring at the purse in the mother's hand. The mother first hugged the purse with caution, but immediately handed it out. "These are all yours. Please let us go." Who would have thought that Maeve Simon did not take the purse? She smoked and said, "You have met a noble man. I dare not offend him. It is safer to stay here and work than to wander around. If that noble man suddenly remembers you and you become rich, don't forget the help I gave you." The boy asked at this time, "Who is he? I can't tell you his name now. Anyway, he is a big man who can change the whole Western Territory. Come with me. I'll find you a place to stay. Take a shower and change clothes." The mother put away the purse, pulled the boy tightly, and followed Maeve's man to the dark residential area. On the other side, in the Sun Manor, Earl Ord received the news that the governor of Meteorite suddenly disappeared. He was furious and scolded the stalkers for being idiots. They could actually lose an outsider in their own city, which was simply a disgrace to the Sun City. But when he heard that the eldest princess Agatha was buying goods in the Sun City market, and buying goods at a large premium, he realized that the eldest princess must have a deep meaning for doing so. "Then I heard that Meteor had raised the price of halfling wine to 1 gold voucher per barrel, and was preparing to buy it in large quantities. And I immediately felt a chill on the back of my neck. How cruel. This is to put the nobles of the Western Territory on the guillotine one by one." Earl Ord was able to run the Harvest Festival on such a scale. And of course, he knew what the extremely low prices in the Western Territory meant to the nobles of the Western Territory. They controlled the trade routes between the Empire and the Western Territory, and absorbed the wealth of the entire Western Territory by selling high and buying low to maintain their own territory and army. If the prices of the entire Western Territory rise sharply, the soldiers who rely on military pay to support their families will inevitably be unable to bear the rising cost of living. If the army is shaken, the foundation of the Lord's rule will be shaken directly. The first thing Earl Ord thought of was to kill Meteor and Agatha to nip this crisis in the bud. But they were the eldest princess and the governor of Fury City. If he killed them at this time, he would be forced to be buried with them. But will they continue to raise the prices in Sun City? The Harvest Festival is about to be held. At that time, almost all the barbarians in the Western Territory will bring their season's output to Sun City to sell, and then purchase the materials they need. The nobles in the Western Territory will also send caravans to sell cheap materials purchased from the Empire at high prices, making a lot of money. This is a feast for the nobles of the Western Territory. But this time, the nobles of the Western Territory may be scared out of their wits by the prices of goods at the Harvest Festival. Unable to kill or stop, Earl Ord was sweating all over. He knew that Governor Meteorite was powerful and had received Urguia's reminder. But he never expected that he had just been polite and harmonious with Meteorite when entering the city. And this guy turned around and stabbed him from behind. This knife also stabbed his trachea. Earl Ord thought about countermeasures and how to deal with Meteorite's killer move. Not long after, the attendant came to report that Governor Meteorite had returned with Her Royal Highness the Princess. There were also dozens of carts of goods returning with them. Now, there are voices praising the princess everywhere in Sun City, and they are all looking forward to her visiting their stalls tomorrow. Go and ask the governor of Meteorite to come to me. Now Earl Ord lives in a small building by the central lake. Although the furnishings and decoration inside are not as modern and avant-garde as those in Raging Wave City, they can compare with the harmonious combination of tradition and fashion in St. Louis City. Tea drinking, which has just become popular, has also become one of Earl Ord's hobbies. Earl Ord invited Luke to taste tea together. While he was brewing tea with tea utensils, he said, "The taste of the brewed tea has a lot to do with the quality of water. The water I use to brew tea is the spring water from the spring of the Treeheart Lake, which was collected by sending a special person to the ruins of the tree owner in the world of the ancestors' grassland. That is the root system of the world tree that extracts groundwater, which is then purified and sprayed out from the heart of the tree. It is the source of many rivers in the West. Because of the importance of the source, it is protected by the most ferocious war song among the grassland elves. This water is not something that anyone can drink. Count Erd poured a cup of tea for Luke, and his words made it clear that he had power in the West, and even the most difficult water to obtain could be easily obtained. Luke took a sip of tea, and it turned out that the tea brewed from the source of the World Tree was different, replenishing his spirit and physical strength. You can ask Qigong to drink more and take it back. The water is good, but the quality of the tea is a bit low. I will ask the city of Raging Waves to send some good tea, and the Earl can taste it. Count Erd put down the teapot and said, Raging Waves connects the world, and the governor must have tasted all kinds of good tea. And of course, the world's top red wine. I heard that the governor is very interested in the halfling wine in the West, and is preparing to purchase it in large quantities, and transport it to Raging Waves to make it into high-end red wine for sale. Luke knew what Count Erd wanted to do by inviting him here, and he pretended to be confused and said, the sunshine in the West is strong, so the grapes produced have much higher sugar content than other places. The winemaking technology and environment of the halflings here make the wine produced have a unique high quality, even if it is purchased and transported from the West to Raging Waves, plus the high cost of reprocessing. The halfling wine can still bring me 100 times the profit return rate. I wonder if the Earl is interested in the halfling wine business. I can invest in a winery in Sun City. Hearing that halfling wine can achieve a 100-fold return on profit after passing through the hands of Raging Waves City, Earl had almost agreed to build a winery in Sun City on the spot. But he soon realized that he was tricked by the meteorite. Building a winery. Of course I welcome it. But the governor bought the halfling wine at the price of 1 gold coupon per barrel, which is too much. These greedy halflings will continue to raise the price when they see your generosity. Luke smiled and drank tea. I can make so much money. Why should I care about the price increase? As long as the quality of their wine remains unchanged. I can afford 2 gold coupons or 3 gold coupons per barrel. Halflings can only actively make wine if they earn more. Otherwise, a village can only make 4 barrels of wine per season, which is too little. If they can increase the output several times, won't I make more money? That's the truth. But the nobles in the West need halfling wine to return to the constant price of 1 gold coin per barrel. So Earl Erd stopped playing dumb with Luke. He said directly, Governor, you are disturbing the prices in the West by touching the most fundamental interests of the nobles in the West. You and Her Royal Highness the Princess have a mission given to you by the Empire. And the nobles in the West are also watching the attitude of the Empire. Hostility and pressure will not let you take anything away from the West, but may cause the situation in the Tadega Hills to repeat in the West. Luke picked up the teapot and poured himself some tea. In the past, the Western Territory was too far away and too desolate for the Empire, and the investment and return were not proportional. So the nobles of the Western Territory had a good life. It's just that this good life made you more and more arrogant, so that you put your position on a castle in the air without support, and felt that you had the capital to challenge the Empire. But I just played a card casually, and forced you to threaten me, which shows how weak the strength of the nobles of the Western Territory is. Count Erd didn't expect that raising the price of the Harvest Festival was just one card in Meteorite's hand. So what are the other cards? He dared to say that. Does it mean that the other cards have been played? Count Erd asked Luke nervously. You just disappeared. Where did you go? I warn you. If you force the nobles of the Western Territory into a desperate situation, you and the princess will not be able to go back. Luke continued to drink tea nonchalantly. Don't threaten me. Think more about the future of the Erd family. It is very rare to have such a large commercial city in the Western Territory. If the Empire's railway can be built into the Western Territory, Sun City will definitely have a more important position. A smart person can see the situation clearly, instead of sticking to the rules of his ancestors. The tea is good. The water is very good. I think the World Tree Source spring stored by the Earl is not enough for the use during the Harvest Festival, since the Earl has a very good relationship with the fierce war song of the Forefathers Prairie. Send someone to ask for more World Tree Source spring. Chapter 315 Moon Lake. Count Erd looked at the tea in his cup and realized that something was very likely to happen to the ancestral grassland. Tracing back to history, the ancestors of the tribes in the Western Territory all came from the ancestral grassland. At that time, under the selfless irrigation and nourishment of the World Tree, the ancestral grassland had the most fertile land in the entire Western Territory. Therefore, the World Tree became the totem of the hearts of the tribes in the Western Territory, worshipped and protected. The ancestral grassland became a brilliant civilization in ancient times. It was just that the ancestral grassland civilization nurtured by the World Tree lagged behind the 5 ancient civilizations. In the ancient war that affected the entire world, the ancestral grassland was involved. The tribes on the grassland were slaughtered, and the world tree was burned and destroyed. Thousands of years have passed, and only the stump and some branches scattered on the grassland are left of the world tree that once covered the sky. They are called the world tree ruins. The main ruins of the world tree are located in the middle of the ancestral grassland. It is the stump left by the world tree, with a maximum diameter of 1,500 meters and a maximum height of 600 meters. The outer bark is petrified to form a circle of craters, surrounding a lake in the middle. The lake has a beautiful name called Moon Lake, because the shadow of the moon on the lake is very large at night, and it can occupy 1/3 of the lake's surface when the moon is full. Looking down from the crater at night, it is easy to be intoxicated by the beautiful moon shadow. The overflowing lake water formed more than 10 waterfalls of different sizes around the crater. Some were trickling streams, some were surging streams with a width of 100 meters, and some were gushing out from the cracks in the rocks like the breath of a dragon. The waterfalls gathered into a river flowing into the distance, and on both sides of the river were scattered the grassland barbarian tribes. In the barbarian tribes, whether they were elves, orcs, halflings, goblins, dwarves, they still followed the duties handed down by their ancestors and guarded the world tree. It's just that the remaining power of the world tree is constantly weakening. When the world tree really dies, the grassland created by the ancestors will also be buried by wind and sand. When the survivors guarding here accepted the reality and prepared to accompany the world tree to the end, the messenger eagle brought a message from the east. A fierce war song who traveled the world returned, bringing with her a method to revive the world tree and awaken part of the world tree's power through a world tree relic. Now that part of the world tree's power has transformed into an ancient tree man and is walking towards the world tree lord relic. Ancient tree man. That is a supernatural creature that coexists with the world tree. But since the world tree was destroyed, all the ancient tree men have died. Have the ancient tree men really been awakened? Is the world tree saved? The news swept through all the tribes near the world tree lord relic like a tide, and the tribesmen of all tribes walked out of their tents or caves, vying to guess the authenticity of the news. After all, our ancestors had tried to revive the world tree, but all failed without exception. Is this news true or false? However, more and more eagles are flying from the east, and all the news they bring confirms that the ancient tree man really exists and is coming here. Its footsteps are heavy and steady, and its branches and leaves are lush and full of vitality. It is a real ancient tree man, a healthy ancient tree man. The elves who revived it are coming together. Her name is Chin Kong, a fierce war song among the grassland elves. When she was young, she left the grassland of the ancestors to find a way to revive the world tree. Now she is back. She has become the patriarch of the Yusong tribe, bringing hope to the grassland of the ancestors. Then more and more elves came riding fast horses. The horses were so tired that they fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. The elves were so tired that they almost fainted. But the excitement made them excitedly tell what they saw. It was the ancient tree man. It was really the ancient tree man. It was coming here. Coming here with the elf Chin Kong. The whole grassland was boiling. The tribe leaders immediately sent out the most powerful warriors to protect the ancient tree man, and the small group of cavalry gathered into a cavalry tide and rushed to the east. All the remaining people were ready to welcome the ancient tree man and the elf Chin Kong. In the following days, the barbarian tribes from afar gathered towards the ruins of the world tree, and the tents added on the grassland continued. Everyone was waiting nervously. Even the dwarves who loved drinking and having fun stood in the open space all day looking eastward. In the sky, there was the densest flock of eagles on the grassland of the ancestors, and the cavalrymen who came to report the news one after another. Although they all brought the same news, people still never tired of collecting the news they and other tribes had received. Where did the ancient tree man go? How strong and beautiful was it? How many branches? How many tree knots? How many branches? How many leaves? Every piece of news could cause people to talk for a long time. In addition to discussing the ancient tree man, the elven clear sky was also a major topic among the tribes. When did she leave the grassland of the ancestors? Which fierce war song tribe was she born in? What did she experience during her travels? How powerful was she? The days passed day by day in anticipation. One morning, there were no more hawks flying in the sky, and no cavalrymen running back. Silence enveloped the grassland. People who realized something spontaneously rode their mounts to the east. Everyone stood up straight and looked towards the direction of the rising sun. No one used magic and skills to increase vision. All greeted the arrival of hope with the most pious attitude. Soon the earth began to shake, and a large group of cavalrymen appeared from the horizon of the grassland. Under the blazing sun, a tall tree can be seen, surrounded by cavalrymen walking towards this side. It's the ancient tree man. It's really the ancient tree man. It's coming this way. A horn was blown. And then all the tribe's trumpeters took out their horns and blew the triumphal tune. The long sound formed a wave that spanned thousands of years. Qigong rode on the back of a camel and walked beside the ancient tree man. The leading cavalry scattered to the two wings, letting them go to the front of the team. Not far ahead was the welcoming team, with different races riding different mounts. Horses, camels, pack animals, digs, velociraptors. The team stretched to both sides, and there was no end in sight. Behind the welcoming team was the towering World Tree Lord Ruin's crater. The sun shone on the gray mountain wall, and silver waterfalls flowed down. Seeing this scenery again, Qigong was still moved by the grandeur, thinking about what the World Tree looked like in the past. The ancient tree man never stopped his steps, and walked towards the crater. Wherever he passed, the barbarians automatically made way and bowed their heads to salute him. The ancient tree man did not stop for anyone, and every step he took brought up a large piece of soil, which was full of new grass buds. Qigong stopped the camel in front of an old elf on horseback. She lifted her hood to reveal her face and the pattern on her cheeks, and then saluted the old elf. World Tree bless you, High Priest Golan. I am the elf Qigong, the chief of the fierce war song Moon Song tribe. The ceremony of reviving the World Tree is about to begin. Please lead the fierce war song with the priests and chiefs to maintain order. High Priest Golan wore a crown of thorns representing the identity of the High Priest, and his skin was like dry bark. His eyes were covered with a layer of turbid film, and he observed the fierce war song elf in front of him with another vision. Child, the fierce war song obeys your command. What do you need us to do? Qigong looked at the ancient tree man who had walked away, and said to High Priest Golan, the revival of the World Tree will form a tide in the Moon Lake. At that time, the World Tree could not control the mountain torrents. It was too dangerous to gather so many people here. They must be evacuated to a place far away from the river and the crater. High Priest Golan ordered the elves behind him to let the fierce war song organize the barbarians gathered here to evacuate away from the crater. Then he asked Qigong, is there anything else you want us to do? The revival of the World Tree will discharge the mysterious energy that penetrates into the roots. These mysterious energies will turn into monsters and attack the new branches of the World Tree that grow. The fierce war song can walk on the surface of the Moon Lake and is responsible for destroying all monsters discharged by the roots of the World Tree. Those monsters are very powerful. Try to choose a powerful fierce war song. High Priest Golan sent the elves to notify all tribes of the fierce war song to send the best warriors into the Moon Lake to prepare for battle. Chief Qigong, other barbarians also have very powerful warriors. They must also hope to participate in this great ceremony and bring glory to their tribes. Qigong knew that the honor of protecting the World Tree could not be monopolized by the fierce war song. The revival of the World Tree means that the scattered Western barbarians will gradually unite together. After these warriors participate in protecting the World Tree, they will form the Moonlight Knights and become the guards of the Moonlight Royal Court. High Priest Golan can think of what will happen in the future so quickly, and he is worthy of being a wise man of the fierce war song. Qigong said indifferently, the power to protect the tender branches of the World Tree is of course the stronger the better. I have been away from the prairie of the ancients for too long, and I am already unfamiliar with this place. The selection of warriors is left to you. Please rest assured. Chief Qigong. Qigong led her team forward and followed the ancient tree man to climb the crater. Surrounded by the crater, the surface of Moon Lake was smooth and clean, without a single ripple. The huge spring in the middle of the lake gushed upward, but the lake surface seemed to be still, and the ripples disappeared after a few ripples. The roots of the ancient tree man could easily penetrate into the rocks, and the steep mountain wall did not cause any obstacles to it. It walked along the mountain wall to the top of the mountain, and then came to the lakeside, and walked into the lake without stopping. The ancient tree man who entered Moon Lake did not sink, and it walked steadily on the lake surface with its feet full of roots, as if there was something supporting it under the lake surface. It walked towards the spring, and ripples rose under its feet and quickly disappeared. At this time, fierce war song and other barbarian warriors appeared from all directions of the crater, holding their weapons in their hands and looking at the ancient tree man walking on the lake. Behind Qikong, the half-orc Kelhain held the knife in both hands and panted rapidly. The excitement made him unable to control his muscles, and the knife shook violently in his hand. I didn't expect that I could participate in this battle. If I can survive to the end, I must bring this honor to my mother, and I can take her away from the tribe and return to her hometown. The sheriff jumped out of Jennifer's pocket and turned into an ocelot. He dipped his front paws in the lake water, then quickly retracted them in disgust, and said to Qikong with resentment, "Ms. Qikong, you know cats hate water the most. Can I wait for you on the shore? Anyway, my fighting power is equal to nothing to you." Qikong stepped into the lake, and her bloodline of fierce war songs allowed her to walk on this special lake. She walked towards the center of the lake and said to the sheriff, "The revival of the World Tree will definitely bring blessings. Whoever kills more monsters will get more blessings, and will get a participation prize on the shore." Hearing that he could get the blessing of the World Tree, the sheriff's lazy body instantly straightened up. The sharp claws were exposed, and he said with bared teeth, "Ms. Qikong, wait for me." But the sheriff's claws just reached into the water and immediately retracted. Cat's fear of water is not so easy to overcome. At this time, Jennifer took out a pendant and put it around the sheriff's neck. This is a prop made by Ms. Qikong, called Lingbo, which allows you to walk on the water. The sheriff, wearing the pendant, stretched out his claws to the lake again. This time, his claws did not go into the water, but stepped on the water surface. Seeing that he could really walk on the water, the sheriff rushed forward and chased Qikong. He knew that following Qikong would not only be safe, but also get a lot of meat. Jennifer took out another Lingbo pendant and gave it to Kelhain. "This is made by Miss Qikong for you." "Thank you, Miss Qikong." "Thank you, Miss Jennifer." Kelhain took the pendant and put it on his neck. After trying it again, he really could step on the lake, so he quickly chased Qikong. Jennifer took out another Lingbo pendant and looked at Modesty. Modesty smiled and said with a scimitar in her hand, "No need to give me this thing. I am also a fierce war song." After that, Modesty walked forward directly on the lake. Jennifer put the Lingbo pendant on herself and quickly caught up with the team. In other directions, the elves of the fierce war song entered the moon lake one after another. The warriors of other barbarians walked on the lake if they had the spell and props to walk on the lake, and those who didn't had stayed on the shore. Soon, every warrior took a position on the surface and shore of Moon Lake. Outside the crater, the barbarians retreated to a distance and silently prayed for the World Tree. The ancient tree man walked to the location of the Moon Lake spring, and a force instantly pulled it underwater. The surging spring water stopped surging at this moment and formed a downward vortex. The vortex flowed rapidly, and a bottomless black hole appeared in the center of the vortex. The black hole expanded, and soon expanded into a hole with a diameter of 10 meters. Looking down from above, you can see a little green flashing in the black underground space. Qikong said to the warriors around him, "After I go down, the mysterious energy will float up and be discharged. Your task is to guard this hole, and do your best to prevent the monsters from rushing in. The young branches of the World Tree are very fragile. If you want it to grow out, don't let it get hurt." After that, Qikong jumped into the black hole, leaving the sheriff dumbfounded at the hole. Chapter 316, Defending the World Tree. Qikong jumped down, surrounded by darkness without light, and the turbulent airflow blew up the gown on her body, making it bulge like a parachute. She pulled the rope on the gown, and the gown flew off her body and was swept into the darkness. Behind her was the rapidly shrinking hole, and the green spot in the darkness below was still unknown how far away it was. The wind was past her ears, and the airflow was carrying a pungent smell of burning. Some voices sounded faintly, and the kind of intimate resonance made Qikong know that it was the call of the World Tree. "Where are you from? Why do you have the same power as me?" Qikong let her body fall freely, and responded to the World Tree's inquiry with her spirit. "I don't need to explain my origins to you. My goal is to revive you. This is the bond between you and me. You just need to know this." "Bond? A very interesting bond. The tender branch you sent told me what you did. It seems that you really have a way to save me from the erosion. I said that this is the purpose of my coming here. If you don't want the creatures you protect to die with you, open the tree core and let me in." The voice hesitated for a while. "The tree core is where my last strength lies. With it, my energy can last for hundreds of years. If it is destroyed, I will die completely. The green below still has no change. That is the tree core of the world tree. If the world tree does not open the tree core, Qigong will never get there. At this time, the hole on the top is no longer visible, and only the clear sky is falling alone. I don't want to deceive you. In the ancient war, your tree body was burned by fire, and the mysterious energy with destructive properties has been fused with the life energy of the world tree. I have prepared a secret technique, and in order to expel the mysterious energy of destructive nature, you must use your tree core as the subject of the secret technique. It sounds like I will die. As the previous generation of the world tree, you have completed your duties. All your remaining power will be inherited by the next generation of the world tree, and it will receive the blessing of the moon. The roots you left behind will continue to nourish the grassland you created. It has its own mission. The blessing of the moon? Every night, the pain I endure will be alleviated. Is this the comfort the moon gives me? The end of life is death. The end of destruction is rebirth. The moon is the key to reviving the world tree. The end of destruction is rebirth. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, I feel that I can no longer bear the weight on my body. It is time to hand it over to my successor. The voice disappeared, and the green in the distance below quickly expanded and grew. In an instant, the clear sky was filled with green light. Below was a large circular platform, and a giant tree core emitting green light stood upright in the middle of the circular platform. Qigong landed on the platform steadily using the levitation technique. Around the platform were countless green light pipes, with water flowing upwards in them. These were the pipes in the underground roots of the world tree. It was these countless pipes that pumped water from deep underground to the surface, forming the moon lake and the rivers on the ground. Qigong walked to the front of the world tree's core. A green light curtain wrapped around a 3-meter-high olive-shaped core, with cracks all over the surface of the core, revealing the dry texture inside. The world tree, which was overwhelmed, was on its last journey, having to fight against the mysterious energy of destruction, and using its remaining energy to nourish the ancestors' grassland. Qigong called out to the world tree, but received no response. She could feel that the world tree had dispersed its spiritual consciousness, so she tried to disperse it as much as possible, and used the last time to look at the world she created. You will not be forgotten, and the creatures you protect will continue to protect everything you created. Qigong walked around the core of the world tree, and the lines connected her footprints and spread out to form a pentagram magic circle. Qigong took out a dragon horn and placed it on one corner of the pentagram. The dragon horn came from the red dragon Nirkalong, took out a demon claw and placed it on the other corner. It was exchanged from the demon tyrant. As for the origin of the demon claw, the tyrant didn't say it, so Qigong didn't ask. Qigong walked to the next corner. She pulled out her scimitar and cut her right wrist, and the white gold angel blood spilled. Seeing that the blood was enough, Qigong healed the wound and walked to the fourth corner. This time Qigong transformed into a shining golden man, and the golden armor was embedded in her body one by one. When the full set of golden armor was put on, Qigong took off the golden helmet and placed it on the fourth corner. The Book of Disaster was placed in the fifth corner. The ceremony was ready. There were no rigid requirements for the 5 auxiliary words of the ceremony, but they must be taken from the 5 ancient races that participated in destroying the world tree. The 5 mysterious props must be both the iconic items of the 5 races and renewable. After completing the ritual layout, Qigong walked back to the front of the core of the world tree and then recited the secret words that she had participated in writing. The moonlight carries everything, and the tree king returns to his position. The cracks on the tree core broke and expanded one after another, and the jade-like fragments peeled off layer by layer, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. As the auxiliary words of the secret language disappeared together, the magic circle shone brightly, and the entire platform shook violently. The pipes that quietly transported water around were constantly twisted by some force, and the clear water inside quickly became turbid. The speed of the tree core breaking accelerated, and it collapsed like a pile of building blocks. The green with vigorous vitality retreated from it and turned into dead wood blocks. But as it shook, a tender green sapling grew out from the middle of the dead wood block. It twisted its waist and grew rapidly, with a very tender green color all over its body. Soon the sapling grew into the appearance of an ancient tree man, with green beams shooting upward from the treetops. The turbid water in the surrounding pipes turned black, and some black mist came out from the pipe walls. The dead wood blocks that were broken into pieces by the core of the world tree floated up and flew towards the black mist. Qigong, who was wearing a golden armor, grabbed the Book of Disaster, and threw it into the space backpack. The armor on her right arm turned white gold due to the release of holy energy. And the ancient rock machete that amplified the holy energy was held in her right hand. In her left hand was a golden sword that matched the golden armor of the shining gold man. And 2 Stardust Jinjon scimitars covered with ice turned into huge ice wheels flying on both sides. When Qi Kong completed his battle form, the dead wood block of the tree core was infected by the mysterious energy of destruction and combined into a dark dead wood giant. And then the flames burned from the inside of the giant. The burning wood giant is the big boss to be dealt with in the last process of the World Tree Revival mission. Its overall strength is 5 stars, which is not too high. But as long as the destructive energy inside the World Tree is not cleaned up, it is immortal. And as long as it kills the fragile World Tree branches, the whole mission will be considered a failure. Therefore, the key to this battle is not to kill the burning wood giant, but to protect the World Tree branches until the barbarian warriors on the Moon Lake kill all the monsters that have changed into the mysterious energy of the destructive attribute. During this period, Qi Kong's task is to protect the tender branches of the World Tree. But the time limit caused by the power supply prevents her from showing her strongest state. It is absolutely unimaginable to fight a monster with a comprehensive strength of 5 stars for a long time at level 60 in the game. But Qi Kong at this time is no longer the Qi Kong in the game. Her in-depth understanding of power and the organic integration of multiple powers have gradually freed her from the limitations of level on strength. For her, high levels tend to require short-term energy bursts. As long as you control the energy bursts needed in the battle, master the timing and rhythm of level adjustment, use level 60 for stable output, and use level 80, level 100, and level 120 to hit the critical moment, you can effectively save power and maximize Qi Kong's strength. The burning wood giant roared a few times to increase his power as the boss. And Qi Kong took advantage of this opportunity to use ice walls to set up barriers on all sides for the World Tree branches, and then use the golden sword and the ancient rock machete to hit and attract the attention of the burning wood giant. The burning wood giant noticed Qi Kong standing between him and the World Tree branches. Feeling provoked, the burning wood giant roared even louder, and the flames on its body burned more vigorously, and then rushed towards Qi Kong with steps that burst out sparks. Qi Kong's right arm, white holy flames penetrated the armor, and then flowed along the armor surface to the blade of the machete. The ice wheel had already flown out first, drawing arcs from the left and right to cut towards the burning wood giant's legs. The golden sword shone brightly. The tip of the sword pointed at the wood-burning giant, and a sharp sword beam shot out. In the core of the roots of the underground World Tree, Qi Kong and the wood-burning giant fought together. The green light beam shot out from the tender branches of the World Tree, rushing up along the main stem. The light beam shot out from the hole opened in the center of the Moon Lake, and continued to move forward. The sky changed at this moment. The rising sun brought bright sunshine to the world, and in the sky illuminated by the green light beam, the sunlight was receding quickly. The starry sky that can only be seen at night appeared, and a crescent moon appeared with the stars, and the moonlight cast a large moon shadow on the Moon Lake. The strange phenomenon caused all the barbarian warriors in the Moon Lake to look up. The starry sky continued to expand as they watched, like a hemispherical sky covering the entire Moon Lake. The remains of the World Tree Lord that the barbarians saw on the distant grassland were still craters illuminated by the sun. But inside the craters, the blue sky and white clouds had been completely replaced by the night sky, stars and the moon. But before the barbarian warriors around the Moon Lake could continue to appreciate the beautiful scenery transformed by the sky, ripples appeared everywhere on the surface of the Moon Lake. In the middle of the ripples was a tumbling burnt black liquid, and then a bunch of ugly monsters jumped out of the liquid. In a short time, the quiet lake was filled with countless monsters. They roared harshly, and then ran towards the hole in the center of the lake. Under the black liquid, more monsters kept coming out. There were so many monsters that the barbarian warriors guarding here could hardly see them. Although the barbarian warriors were prepared for the appearance of monsters, they were still shocked by the number of monsters. The densely packed black monsters in front of them blocked their companions from seeing. The last warning of the elf Qi Kong had long been passed to every warrior guarding here. The young branches of the World Tree are very fragile. If you want it to grow, don't let it get hurt. The green beam of light and the strange sky phenomenon that shot out from the cave mouth clearly indicated that the World Tree was reviving. These black disgusting guys were all expelling the destructive energy that destroyed the World Tree. The direction in which the monsters ran was exactly the entrance of the cave, where the tender branches of the world tree were. Now, it was time to fulfill the duties of our ancestors and ourselves. The barbarian warriors raised their weapons and slashed at the monsters without hesitation. Regardless of being surrounded by monsters, the monsters treated these guys who blocked them as their own minions. They were transformed by the mysterious destructive energy that coexisted with the world tree. They had no intelligence and no fear. Their instinct was to destroy the world tree and complete the task they should have completed thousands of years ago. Both sides fighting on Moon Lake have their own beliefs and reasons not to give in. Tactics have no meaning at this moment. Only by killing the other side can it all end. I don't know when the drizzle of rain fell, and the raindrops were green and white with moonlight. Green and white are entangled and mixed, looking like they are fused together, but they can be distinguished as independent existences. After the monster is killed, it will scatter into charcoal-like particles. The rain falls on these particles and purifies them into wisps of rising green smoke. The blood of the barbarian warriors dyed the lake red. The raindrops fell on it, and the blood turned into green duckweed, which was covered with red flowers. The bodies of the dead barbarian warriors quickly sank to the bottom of the lake after being dripped with rainwater. Since the Moon Lake appeared, there has been no living creature in it, and the lake bottom can be clearly seen. After the bodies of the barbarian warriors reached the bottom of the lake, they merged into it, and then on the crater by the lake, in the cracks of the mountains where nothing had ever grown, saplings stretched their waists and grew out. When these saplings grew to 1 meter, they pulled out their roots, walked to the place closest to the lake, shook their branches, and used unskilled skills to release healing magic to the warriors in the fierce battle. The moonlight rained from the world tree, and the moon greatly improved the morale of the barbarian warriors, and the sacrifice of their companions gave them a stronger fighting will. They roared, using the simplest voice to tell their companions who were fighting somewhere unknown. The battle to protect the world tree continues. Jennifer, Kelhain, Modesty, the sheriff, and several of the strongest barbarian warriors guarded the cave entrance. They were the last line of defense, and as more and more warriors died in the battle, the pressure they faced increased. Jennifer no longer had the elegance of a traditional magician. She took out her sword and fought like a battle mage. Kelhain and Modesty were covered with wounds. The sheriff also gave up his assassination skills and used his speed and burst to plug every gap that appeared. During the battle, he kept looking at the bottomless cave entrance. Miss Qigong, when will you let the world tree grow? I'm working so hard. The reward must be generous. Chapter 317 Moonlight Royal Court. After 4 hours of uninterrupted fighting, the barbarian warriors, who were blocking the monsters on the Moon Lake, gradually became exhausted, and the death rate began to increase. On the shore, the newly born tree people stood in a circle along the lake, throwing green light balls into the lake, and using weak healing magic to heal the wounds on the warriors. The moonlight rain was still dripping, and its purification prevented the destructive mysterious energy from being replenished, and the monsters produced were no longer as turbulent as before. Both sides had reached their limits, and the outcome could be decided at any time. At the bottom of the world tree's roots, Qigong, who was dressed in golden armor, faced the continuous attack of the burning wood giant, and stood firmly in front of the world tree's tender branches. She couldn't remember how many times she had added protection to the world tree's young branches, nor how many times she had defeated the burning wood giant. In the green pipes around the platform, the water was gradually becoming clearer, and the black smoke that seeped out was no longer as thick as it was at the beginning. After absorbing the black smoke, the scattered wood fragments repaired the broken body of the burning wood giant. But the speed was much slower. Qigong took this opportunity to add protection to the world tree's young branches, waiting for the burning wood giant to attack again. Rain was falling. The moonlight rain that fell from the hole in the lake poured on the world tree's young branches, making its trunk several times larger. The light beam shining upward from the tree crown became thicker, and the whole space was filled with green light. The revived power of the world tree was transmitted to the surface through its huge root system. On the entire ancestral grassland, the desertified land was quickly filled with grass sprouts. Around the world tree, ruins scattered all over the grassland. The roots of the world tree stretched out from the ground. They climbed the broken ruins like vines, and then bloomed green branches and leaves. The destructive mysterious energy on the world tree ruins was taken away by the roots, and the remaining world tree branches were scattered, and a huge ancient tree man grew in the original place. The ancient tree man, surrounded by flowers, bloomed in circles. The grassland, which was originally heading towards its end, burst into vitality at this moment. Qigong, who was guarding the tender branches of the world tree, looked coldly at the burning wood giant in front of her. She had just repelled the attack of the burning wood giant again. The burst of energy allowed her to slash with a powerful sword, cutting off its entire left leg. Immediately after the ice wheel strangled, the golden sword pierced into the belly of the burning wood giant, giving it a large explosion in the golden light. The entire lower body of the burning wood giant was shattered. It lay on the ground and roared angrily, and its body was scattered into pieces in the flames and flew backwards. At this time, the black smoke coming out of the pipe was almost invisible, and the wood blocks gathered again in the replenishment of mysterious energy. The slow speed made Qi Kong feel that he could take the initiative to attack this time and defeat the burning wood giant again and again before it burned again. But before Qi Kong could take any action, the ice behind her suddenly broke. At this moment, the young branches of the world tree, which had been growing larger and larger, were growing at an incredible speed after reaching a certain critical point. In the pipes around the platform, pure green energy flows, and the sound of rushing water echoes into space. The trunk of the expanding world tree branches instantly expands behind Qi Kong, and a crack in the trunk swallows Qi Kong in. The fire on the burning wood giant just ignites, and it is wrapped and extinguished by the magnificent life energy. The giant's body spreads out, and the black wood blocks are dyed emerald green again, and then scattered to the surrounding pipes and drilled into them. Qi Kong is wrapped in the trunk of the world tree branches and rises together. The familiar yet strange voice resonates with her energy from the world tree. You brought me back to this world. The authority and responsibilities of the previous generation of world trees will be inherited by you and me. The plot is a little different. Qi Kong has experienced the same plot. The world tree revival mission is completed, and he is absorbed into the world tree. Everything is the same. But last time, he turned into a fruit and became the first spirit born after the world tree was revived. Later, he got a lot of rewards and honors, and then did what he should do. What are you talking about authority, responsibility, and inheritance this time? How can you change the script without authorization? I am not interested in responsibilities, and I don't plan to stay in the ancestral grassland in the future. You are the world tree, and the legacy of the previous generation of world trees is yours. Who would have thought that the new world tree said, I inherited the energy of the previous generation of world trees, and I also saw the memory of the destruction of the previous generation of world trees. He selflessly nurtured a prosperous world, but never taught the creatures he protected how to protect themselves when disaster strikes. As his successor, I also don't know how to deal with the next disaster. I don't know how you get the energy of the world tree, but since you are the successor of the previous generation of the world tree like me, you must jointly inherit the authority and responsibilities left by the previous generation of the world tree. I take on the responsibility and nurture all the creatures willing to be sheltered under the world tree. You take on the authority and teach them not to wait for the disaster to come again and let all the beautiful things be destroyed. Qi Kong was a little dumbfounded. She never thought that the inheritance rights could be divided in this way. You take on the responsibility, and I enjoy the power. This distribution plan can probably only be thought of by the world tree that does not fight with the world. Since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly accept this legacy of the previous generation of the world tree. Let me explain first. What do I want to do? You can't interfere? Why should I interfere with you? Qi Kong felt that he was asking unnecessary questions. What ambition and greed can a tree have? Even if the previous generation of the world tree was destroyed, it did not issue any orders. It only had compassion and dedication to all things, and did not ask for anything from all things. The legacy of the previous generation of the world tree was inherited like this. Qi Kong followed the rising tree trunk and rushed out of the center of the moonlight lake. Along with them came a large number of green gems, which were transformed from the cores of the previous generation of world trees. They sprayed out, and then slowly fell wrapped in green light. At this time, the battle on the surface of Moonlight Lake had ended. Among the green duckweed and red flowers, the surviving barbarian warriors were full of blood. They saw the falling gems, stretched out their hands, and let the gems fall into their palms. The green halo swept over their bodies, and all the wounds closed in the recovery of life energy. The fatigue was eliminated, and the body returned to its best condition. The core fragments of the deceased Tree King have very strong recovery ability. The sheriff also got a gem, which was very big, bigger than his cat's head. The sheriff, who had transformed back into a cat, fiddled with the gem with his claws, thinking about how to carry such a large stone with him. Everyone else looked at the big tree that sprang out from the center of Moon Lake. Its trunk filled the entire 10-meter diameter hole and stopped growing when it reached a height of about 100 meters. The forked branches were extremely thick, supporting a huge canopy, and the dense leaves rustled in the wind. Within the range covered by the canopy, countless green lights flickered like fireflies, echoing the bright starry sky above. The moonlight rain stopped, and the moon cast a ray of moonlight on the newly born world tree. At this time, an arch cracked at the bottom of the world tree, and Qigong walked out from it. She took off her golden armor and wore a green jade crown on her head. She was beautiful and noble, and people dared not look directly at her. The gemstones in the hands of all the barbarian warriors burst into strong light at this moment, and the message it conveyed made all the warriors kneel down to the world tree and Qigong together. Greetings to the Moonlight Tree King. Greetings to the Moonlight Queen. Qigong took off the crown and handed it to Jennifer for safekeeping, then strode forward. At the same time, he issued an order. The Moonlight Tree King has just revived. During its growth period, the nearby tribes must be prepared for earthquakes and mountain torrents. From now on, the title of World Tree Ruins will be cancelled. The crater is named Moon Mountain, and together with Moon Lake, it is called the Moonlight Royal Court. All warriors who participated in the battle to defend the young branches of the World Tree will be granted the title of Moonlight Knights. And the Moonlight Knights will be formed as the first army to protect the Moonlight Royal Court. Send someone to inform all the barbarians in the western border. The World Tree has revived, and the Moonlight Tree King and the Moonlight Queen have established the Moonlight Royal Court. The World Tree will protect them as it protected their ancestors. Welcome to join the Moonlight Royal Court. Order all the fierce war songs guarding the World Tree ruins to confirm the location of the newly born ancient tree people, and set up camps around the ancient tree people, waiting for the follow-up orders from the royal court. Qigong gave orders while walking. In the correct plot, the Moonlight Royal Court is a loose tribal alliance formed by the ancestors of the grassland tribes for unity after the Moonlight Tree King revived. Since the new World Tree, like the previous generation of World Tree, has no interest in management, the Moonlight Royal Court has always been in a free-range state. The Royal Court has influence in the Western Territory, but it is very limited, and has gradually become a check and holy place for celebrities from all walks of life. This time, Qigong came to the ancestral grassland. His original purpose was just to cooperate with the main body to play a big game in the Western Territory and leave, letting the Moonlight Royal Court continue to be its mascot. But who would have thought? A crown was inexplicably put on his head. Facing a poor ancestral grassland, he got a queen for free, so he had to do something. The first thing was to form a centralized royal court, and then to strengthen the recognition and sense of belonging of the Western barbarians to the Moonlight Royal Court. Only by concentrating our strength can we accomplish great things. The rest can be planned slowly. The sheriff turned into a large ocelot again. He followed behind Qigong after he walked out of the World Tree. He walked with a proud and arrogant cat-like step. His tail was raised like an antenna. His eyes looked down on everyone, and he felt happy, as if he had swallowed a pond of fish in one breath. That guy, Dark Knight, followed a princess and showed off in front of me all day long. What is a princess? I am the queen's cat now. Qigong didn't know what the sheriff, who followed closely behind her, looked like. She came to the lake and accepted the worship of the new tree people. They were not born strong like the ancient tree people. Their 1-meter-tall bodies were very tender. Leaving the land to release magic is a great loss for them. And the branches and leaves are wilting as if they are lacking water. For your sacrifice, I pay the highest respect. Qigong saluted the new tree people. The Moonlight Tree King still needs you to continue to protect it. Go. Find a piece of soft land and dig your roots deep into it. The power of the World Tree will be connected with you, and you will soon grow into a true tree warrior and cultivate a forest for the king's court. The tree people saluted Qigong and dispersed, looking for a suitable place to take root. At this time, the entire crater shook violently, and the World Tree in the center of Moon Lake grew bigger again. The surging spring water erupted around it with a water tide as high as 10 meters, making the water surface obviously rise. The waterfalls around Moon Mountain became bigger and faster, and the mountain torrents rushed down the mountain. On the grass outside Moon Mountain, the crown of the World Tree can be seen from the top of the mountain. All the barbarians who were watching burst into cheers that resounded through the sky. The World Tree is really back. The extraordinary changes in the ancient grasslands were completely beyond Luke's plan for this trip to the west. He initially wanted to use the resurrected world tree to allow Qi Kong to borrow the power of the Western barbarians, to cooperate with the encirclement and encirclement of the Western nobles. Now this power does not need to be borrowed, and the world tree is directly stuffed into his hands, and the vast Western territory has become his own industry. Then we have to manage it well. The day of the harvest festival is getting closer and closer. With the increase of caravans from afar, Sun City has become crowded. The caravans that arrived later had to stay outside the city. The goods piled up everywhere were not seen anywhere in the Western territory. The number of nobles arriving is also increasing. Behind the prosperity are all kinds of murderous intentions. The eldest princess of the empire, who was entrusted with the mission of going to the Western territory, fell in love with shopping in Sun City. She didn't meet any nobles. What she did every day was to squander her wealth and buy carts of Western territory specialties. As the deputy envoy of the mission, Meteorite focused on purchasing halfling wine. As the governor of Raging Waves, his behavior of purchasing halfling wine in large quantities has made merchants who smell business opportunities bet on the appreciation of halfling wine. An insider spread the news that the price of halfling wine can appreciate at least 10 times when it is shipped to Raging Waves. For a time, it was hard to find a barrel of halfling wine in the entire Sun City, and some people had already offered a high price of 1.5 gold coupons for a barrel. Agatha spent money widely, and Luke raised the price of special commodities, which caused the prices in Sun City to soar. The barbarian merchants smiled, and the lords frowned. A meeting of the great nobles in the Western Territory was held in a secret basement in the Sun Manor. Someone slammed the table and expressed dissatisfaction with Earl Ord at the beginning. Ord, we came to Sun City to participate in the Harvest Festival because we can buy the cheap supplies we want here. But my people told me after visiting the market in Sun City, the money I brought can only buy 1/3 of the things last year. Or even less. What are you doing? Another person said angrily, Cousin Erd, are you going to use our money to please those barbarians? Remember your identity. You are a human Earl with noble blood and family background. Don't treat the barbarians as your relatives just because they help you. Look at your army. It is full of barbarian soldiers. And even the senior generals are barbarians. If you really want to give the Sun Oasis to the barbarians, why not let me help you manage it? Chapter 318 Information about the Prairie of the Ancients. In the slightly dim basement, there was a long table covered with a velvet carpet, and torches on the stone wall illuminated the different faces of the nobles. They waved their hands with gemstone rings and loudly vented their dissatisfaction. Some people did not hide their greed for the Sun Oasis. After all, the nobles in the Western Territory were more or less related due to marriage, so they had reasons to find excuses to take advantage when necessary. Earl Erd, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at the nobles at the table quietly. He knew very well what kind of people the nobles in the Western Territory were. When there was interest, everyone talked about family affection. And when there was no interest, everyone stabbed each other in the back. There is no one who can defend his territory in the West without being ruthless and greedy. The West is such an environment, with limited resources. The more others take, the less you have. After waiting for a while, the meeting room finally quieted down. Each noble expressed his attitude, and everyone waited for Earl Erd to give an answer. If the prices are still so high during the Harvest Festival, all the nobles will have a hard time for the whole year. Everyone knows that Princess Agatha and Governor Meteor of Raging Waves City have led the imperial delegation to Sun City a long time ago. Earl Erd's words made all the nobles concentrate, and those who were whispering privately also looked over. Erd continued, I met Her Royal Highness the Princess on the first day the delegation entered the city. And then, I never received an audience with her again. You are all nobles of status in the Western Territory. You came to Sun City and lived in Sun Manor, and you probably didn't accept Her Royal Highness the Princess's summons. The nobles thought in silence. This is very abnormal. The Empire has never paid much attention to the Western Territory. This time, it suddenly sent the princess as the chief envoy to visit. Such a high standard is obviously because of the war in the Tadega Hills. The Western Territory nobles, who are also a part of the Blade Brotherhood, need to be appeased. But what kind of appeasement is it if one noble doesn't see you? One noble asked. What does this have to do with what we are discussing? Earl Ord replied, Of course it is related. The abnormal prices in Sun City are caused by the Princess and Meteor. Then Earl Ord explained the process of the skyrocketing prices in the city to the nobles, who didn't know what happened in Sun City recently. You should have heard about the wealth of Raging Waves City. These days, I have seen how generous they are in spending money. And I can only sigh that money can really do whatever you want. Boxes of gold and silver coupons are scattered in the market of Sun City. How can the prices in Sun City not rise? To be honest, even I sold all the halfling wine I stored. After hearing Earl Ord's explanation, the nobles were collectively angry. They heard that Her Royal Highness the Princess led a delegation to visit the Western Territory, accompanied by the governor of Raging Waves City. And they all thought that the Empire would definitely come to give them money. They also heard that the Duke of Celtic's envoy was also in Sun City. So they felt that they could wait for the price and watch the two families compete to raise the price. But who would have thought that the princess did raise the price? But the price of goods in Sun City was raised, which was equivalent to stabbing the Western Territory nobles in the vitals. This is going to bleed the Western Territory nobles. It is absolutely intolerable. The nobles denounced, this is the Empire's betrayal. It is a serious damage to the interests of the Western Territory nobles. It is a violation of the ancestral agreement. It is chilling the hearts of the families guarding the border for the Empire. Seeing that the spearhead against him was diverted, Earl Erd invited Erguia out. He introduced, this is the special envoy of the Duke of Kelt, Viscount Erguia. The barbarian's body was very oppressive in the basement. Erguia saluted the nobles at the table and said, the Duke of Kelt greets the brothers in the West. The nobles in the West stood up together and saluted Erguia in return. Greetings to the Duke of Kelt. Earl Erd asked Erguia to sit next to him. And when all the nobles sat down, he brought the meeting to the right track, in addition to participating in the Harvest Festival. Another important reason for everyone to come to Sun City is to accept the invitation of the Duke of Kelt. Now the barbarian army of the Duke is under attack from the Empire in the Tadega Hills. Please ask Viscount Erguia to explain the details to you. The critical moment has arrived. Erguia is grateful to the princess and Meteorite for what they have done these days. If they had not raised the prices in Sun City and shaken the foundation of the rule of the Western Territory nobles, he would never have been sure to convince the Western Territory nobles to break with the Empire. I really don't know how those two people came up with such a stupid trick. If you use money to directly hit these greedy nobles, the Duke really has no way to compete with the Empire in terms of financial strength. Now, the victory has been handed over to him by them. Augustine's invasion of Tadega Hills fully reveals his evil intention to destroy the Brotherhood of the Blade. The Duke of Kelt and his barbarian army are the strongest and last wall of the Brotherhood of the Blade. If we lose, the Brotherhood of the Blade will be slaughtered by Augustine's army. This time I came to the West, hoping that all lords can recognize the crisis you are facing. Agatha and Meteor have already shown their butcher knives to you. Erguia was giving an impassioned and inspiring speech. A servant of the Sun Manor quietly walked in and whispered something in Earl Erd's ear. Earl Erd's face changed and then immediately returned to normal. He saw that no one in the venue paid attention to him, so he temporarily left the venue on the pretext that there were barbarian soldiers making trouble. Erguia thought that Earl Erd was the most direct victim of the rising prices in Sun City and would definitely stand on his side. So he didn't care. Earl Erd brought his servants to another room, first turned on all the defensive magic facilities, and then asked sternly, are you telling the truth? Do you know what consequences this news will bring to the West? The servant was frightened and knelt down and answered, Master. This is what the scout saw with his own eyes. In the ruins of the World Tree, Master, the new World Tree revived. It grew out of the center of the Moon Lake, inherited all the power of the previous generation of World Tree, was called the Moonlight Tree King, and formed the Moonlight King Court with the Moonlight Queen. Now the Moonlight Court is sending the message of the revival of the World Tree to the entire barbarian tribes in the West, asking the barbarian tribes to submit to the Moonlight Court. The news of the revival of the World Tree and the establishment of the Moonlight Court will soon reach Sun City. The news of the revival of the World Tree was a heavy blow to Earl Erd. He knew what the World Tree meant to the barbarians in the West. Although thousands of years had passed, most of the barbarians in the West believed that their ancestors came from the grasslands of the ancestors and had been protected by the World Tree. This time, the World Tree not only revived, but also established the Moonlight Court. Faith will definitely attract a large number of barbarians in the West to the grasslands of the ancestors. However, the Moonlight Court alone is not enough to worry Earl Erd. After all, the strength and internal contradictions of the barbarians are there. The Moonlight Court wants to integrate the power of the barbarians in the West to threaten the nobles in the West, which is not something that can be done within a few years. But the words he said, while drinking tea with Meteorite, left Earl Erd with a thorn in his throat. He asked the attendant, how did the Moonlight Queen appear when the World Tree was revived and the Moonlight Court was established? Who is she? The attendant replied, I don't know. The barbarians on the grasslands of the ancestors did not dare to call the queen by her real name. The scout only found out that the Moonlight Queen was a fierce war song who traveled outside. She found a way to revive the World Tree and inherited the authority and responsibilities of the previous generation of the World Tree together with the new Moonlight Tree King. Now everything in the Moonlight Court is presided over by the Queen. The scout was also received by the Queen and received a lot of Moon Lake springs from the Queen. What? Count Erd knew very well that he sent scouts to the First People's Prairie to investigate possible abnormalities, and did not mention the source of Moon Lake. He frowned and asked the attendant, "Did the Queen say anything?" The attendant replied, "The Queen said, Count Erd used to be a friend of the First People's Prairie, and will be a friend of the Moonlight Court in the future. Although Moon Lake is now the private property of the Moonlight Court, the water you want to make tea is still available." Count Erd thought of what Meteorite said to him again. Damn it! This Moonlight Queen is Meteorite's man. What does she want to do? What will she do? Count Erd warned the attendant, "Don't tell anyone about this." "Yes, master." The attendant hurriedly agreed. He remembered something and said to Count Erd, "Master, just now someone from Slave Corner came to see Governor Meteorite, and said that the slaves the governor wanted had arrived and asked him to inspect them." Slave Corner. Count Erd knew the background of the people in Slave Corner. The jackal Hal behind Slave Corner not only ran the slave business, but also sold the stolen goods for the Sand Bandits. Count Erd didn't think Meteorite would care about the small profits of slave trade when it was playing such a big game in the West. Combined with his arrangement in the Sun City Market and the First People's Grassland, he must have poisoned the nobles in the West and Slave Corner. It's a pity that we are still here discussing whether to respond to the Celtic Duke. But we don't know that we have been pressed on the guillotine. Send people to Slave Corner immediately. And send more people to the Central Island Castle. If there is an emergency, protect the safety of Governor Meteor and Her Royal Highness the Princess at all costs. Notify me immediately after Governor Meteor returns, without any delay. Yes, master. After letting the servants leave, Earl Erd took some time to adjust his mood, and returned to the meeting room only after he felt that no one would find out the flaws. At the Slave Corner of the West Market of Sun City, Luke, who was invited, was personally greeted by the Jackal Scream. The place for the discussion was not that office, but a formal reception room. Scream even asked Luke to sit in the main seat. The chairs covered with thick velvet blankets were soft and comfortable. The pure white conference table was made of rare white pomelo trees, and the natural oily texture felt like jade. The table was filled with fruits and peeled nuts from the Western Territory, and the crystal glasses were filled with bright red wine. Hal sat respectfully opposite Luke, and the Scorpion Mazeman, who had met last time, stood behind Hal with a very complicated expression. Luke came to Slave Corner this time with the intention of revealing some information to the outside world, so it was considered a semi-public visit. He did not bring Fast Legs and Red Falcon, but brought Shelly and Pisco, who looked good, and Kylina, who was carrying a briefcase. "Mr. Hal, this reception is so grand. It seems that you have received the news from the First People's Prairie." Hal nodded slightly to Luke and said, "I have received the news from the Prairie of the Ancients. May I ask, is Her Majesty the Moonlight Queen who revived the World Tree and inherited the authority of the previous generation of the World Tree and established the Moonlight Court the elf magician Chi Kong?" Luke replied, "Yes, Chi Kong. During this harvest festival, Chi Kong will bring the Moonlight Court's envoys to Sun City to discuss the establishment of diplomatic relations with Her Royal Highness the Princess. There should be people in the Scorchwood camp who have seen the elf Chi Kong. You can ask them to identify her." Although Hal did not get the name of the new Moonlight Queen, her appearance matched the description of the people in the Scorchwood camp. This time, seeing that Meteorite answered so confidently, he confirmed that the queen who established the Moonlight Court was the elf magician Chi Kong. Then Hal asked the second question. The establishment of the Moonlight Court and Her Majesty's inheritance of the authority of the previous generation of the World Tree should not be within your expectations, Governor. Now her status and yours have been reversed. How can you ensure that the Moonlight Court is used by you?" Luke smiled and said, "Some things are indeed beyond my expectations, but the status of me and the elf Clear Sky has not changed at all. Now that the Moonlight Court has been established, my bargaining chips have increased, and you should be under great pressure." Hal has not only collected news from the direction of the ancestral grassland these days, but also collected information about Meteorite and elf Clear Sky through all channels. Although due to the distance, The West Territory can find little information related to the City of Rage. But the limited information shows that the Clear Sky is very powerful and firmly stands on the side of Meteorite. Hal couldn't tell how strong the relationship between Meteorite and Clear Sky was, or how much truth there was in Meteorite's words. But at least the relationship between Moonlight Royal Court and Meteorite was closer than his own. Recently, Governor Meteorite has been frantically raising prices in Sun City, obviously giving concessions to the barbarians and suppressing the nobles of the Western Territory. The relationship between the Clear Sky and Governor Meteorite is equivalent to making the initial establishment of Moonlight Royal Court rely on the ATM of Raging Waves City. It is unknown whether the nobles of the Western Territory can survive in the future. And there is no room for large-scale sand bandits to survive. Transformation is the only way for sand bandits to survive. Still thinking about becoming bigger is really a dead end. Thank you, Governor, for lighting the light of the road ahead for those of us who have lost our way. I am willing to accept your guidance, register a logistics company in Raging Wave City, and do my best to persuade the sand bandits to accept the way out you have given me. With his retreat cut off, the Jackal Hal gave up all his struggles. Ha ha ha. Don't make such a good thing that benefits everyone sound so tragic. The entire Western Border Raiders closed loop here. Luke was in a good mood. He asked Kylina to hand over the Western Border Logistics Company plan to Hal, saying, "When you start running this trade route, you will know that robbery is not as fast as doing business. Especially after the railway is built from Crescent Oasis to Moonlight King's Court. You will find that the outside world is beyond your imagination. The Western Border should change." Chapter 319, Turning Back. Hal the Jackal signed the Western Border Logistics Establishment Agreement and the Western Border Trade Road Development Plan. And the Western Border Commercial Development Project led by Luke was officially launched. According to the agreement and plan, Hal was responsible for persuading the Sand Bandits to change their careers and actively engage in the Western Border material circulation industry using the information they had in their hands. Luke was responsible for the whitewashing process of the Sand Bandits. As long as they were honest businessmen, all the crimes they committed could be written off. If someone still wanted to have a dual identity, the Empire might not be able to control it. But the Moonlight Royal Court would definitely have a way to make him unable to survive in the Western Border. The carrot and the stick made Hal the Jackal very cooperative. He even took the initiative to hand over part of the Sand Bandits' list and safe roads, which not only proved his loyalty, but also got the first investment from the City of Raging Waves. After the matter was settled, Luke threw a thick stack of gold coupons to Scream Hal. "These are the startup funds for the Western Logistics Company. If you are willing to make money with me, we will be the elders of the Western Logistics Company. I will not force those who are unwilling to make money with me. I will give them some money and let them make a living on their own. Just don't fall into my hands in the future." Scream Hal took the gold coupons in his hand and weighed them. It was estimated that there were 200 or 300 gold coupons. Such a large amount of money made Scream Hal more certain of the correctness of his choice to follow the governor of Meteorite. He stood up and saluted respectfully to Luke. "Please rest assured, Governor. I dare not guarantee that there will be no Sand Bandits in the Western Territory in the future. But I guarantee that there will definitely be no Sand Bandits that can become powerful in the future. Your trade route is absolutely safe and your investment will definitely be rewarded. Of course, I believe that my investment will pay off. Otherwise, I wouldn't come to you." Luke stood up and straightened his clothes, then said to Scream, "Let's end our meeting today. In the next few days, I have important things to deal with. So don't come to me if it's not urgent. After everything is done, I will discuss with you in detail how the Westbound Logistics Company should operate." Scream immediately accompanied Luke out and asked tentatively, "What urgent things does the governor have to do? We still have some power in Sun City. If you give me some time, I can provide the governor with hundreds of elite warriors." Luke saw through Scream's little thoughts, and he chuckled. "You will be a regular businessman in the future. And a businessman should look like a businessman. Why did you summon hundreds of warriors to Sun City? Rebellion?" Scream Hal was frightened and apologized immediately. "I'm sorry, Governor. The sudden change of identity made me a little uncomfortable. I just meant well. No matter what you think, don't get involved in the struggle at the national level. You can't afford it with your family. You have the time and energy to do what you should do." Luke knocked on Scream Hal. "Since the knives in the hands of these Sand Bandits have been collected, they can no longer be given the opportunity to touch the knives. And their thoughts of touching the knives have been cut off. Otherwise, once this mouth is opened, These vicious criminals will be difficult to control. Western Logistics Company can have military force, but the force must be strictly controlled within the required range. Hal understood what Luke said, and knew that the lawless sand bandits in the West Territory were really going to be a thing of the past. Yes, Governor. Luke left Slave Corner, and returned to the Central Lake Castle of Sun Manor. As soon as he entered the gate, he was told that Her Royal Highness the Princess had summoned him. Luke followed the princess's personal maid to Agatha's bedroom. Agatha was standing on the terrace looking at the scenery outside. Her white dress was very eye-catching, but there was some worry in her eyes. The maid reported, "Your Highness, Governor Meteorite is here." Agatha turned her back and waved her hand to let the maid leave. The maid left and closed the door. Luke walked to the terrace and asked after looking outside, "What is Your Highness looking at?" "I'm looking at the castle's defenses. I wonder if we can hold out until help arrives if we're attacked." Luke couldn't help but laugh. "Since we entered Sun City, we've been harmless and focused on shopping. Who would attack us? Did you spend all the money you gave me and have nothing to do? Are you just imagining things?" Agatha turned her head and stared at Luke with sharp eyes. She said in a very dissatisfied tone, "Don't think I'm stupid. I admit that I didn't know why you made me go crazy shopping at first. But the rising prices in the Sun City market these days made me understand your plan. Raising the prices of the Harvest Festival will increase the cost of the Western Territory lords to maintain their territories. Very beautiful plan. But have you thought about how we can leave here? Do you think the nobles of the West will let us go? The great nobles of the West are all here. And the Celtic envoys are also here. If you do this, not only will we die here, but you will also completely push the West to the Celtic side. You have done very well in both Raging Waves City and St. Louis City. But you don't know the West. You should tell me your plan in advance." Agatha couldn't control her emotions at this time. She felt that she trusted Meteorite too much. Meteorite's previous performance made her lose her judgment. Now the Harvest Festival is about to be held, and the prices in Sun City have been raised. This is like sticking a knife into the aorta of the nobles in the West to bleed them. These nobles who are on the edge of the Empire's rule will never sit still and wait for death. Agatha took a step towards Luke oppressively, resisting the urge to press him against the wall and beat him up. Facing Agatha, who was obviously furious but still controlled her emotions, Luke felt that it was time to explain to her what he had done. And some things also require the endorsement of the eldest princess of the Empire. But before Luke could explain, the female official pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Agatha and Luke face to face and so close, she immediately moved her eyes to the side. "Your Highness, Governor General, Earl Ord is here. He requested an audience with the Governor of Meteor." Agatha realized that she had lost her composure. She immediately took a step back and then noticed the words used by the lady-in-waiting. Earl Ord said that he requested an audience with the Governor of Meteor. Are you sure he used the words request and interview? Earl Ord is an Earl, and Meteor is a Viscount. Earl Ord is the Lord of the Sun Oasis, and Meteor is the Governor of the City of Raging Waves. Earl Ord is higher than Meteor in both title and position. Why would he use such honorifics when he came to see Meteor? He should say this when he came to see me. The lady-in-waiting confirmed. Earl Ord did say that. He is waiting for the reply from the Governor of Meteor in the living room on the second floor. There must be a story here. Agatha looked at Luke and asked with a puzzled look, "Why did he come to you?" Luke knew that Earl Ord must have understood the information he revealed to him, guessing the purpose of Erd's visit this time. Luke said to Agatha, "Since Earl Ord is here to seize the window period, Your Highness, please go with me to see him. I can also explain to Your Highness what I have done these days. Don't worry. No one is besieging us." After speaking, Luke walked out the door and asked the lady-in-waiting to lead the way to see Earl Ord. Agatha looked at Luke's back and couldn't help showing a self-deprecating smile on her face. "It seems that you are still the guy who can create miracles. I wonder what kind of surprise you can bring me this time." Agatha followed with big strides. Earl Ord, who was waiting in the living room on the second floor of the castle, was very restless. Although this was his own castle, he didn't feel at home at all. He had just made a difficult decision. A decision that would affect the future of the Erd family. This window of opportunity was fleeting, and he couldn't afford to waste time thinking and weighing too much, without letting Earl Ord wait too long. Luke pushed the door and walked in first. "Governor." Earl Ord immediately stood up and saluted Luke. When he saw Agatha coming in, he saluted Agatha again. "Good day, Princess Royal." "Good day, Governor." "Good morning, Lord Earl. Please take a seat." Luke asked Earl Erd to sit down. And he and Agatha also sat down. And then asked, "Is the Duke of Celtic's envoy here with you?" Agatha couldn't help but look at Luke sitting beside her, wondering if she could ask this question directly. But who would have thought that Earl Ord would answer, "Yes. The Earl of Celtic's envoy does live in the Sunny Manor. The governor should know this envoy. His name is Erguia. And he has been to the city of Raging Waves." That barbarian Erguia? Luke didn't expect that the Celtic envoy was an acquaintance. He said to Earl Ord, "Although I haven't met him, I know that the Duke of Celtic relies on him a lot. Did he meet with you powerful nobles in the west?" Earl Ord replied, "This morning in the basement of the quiet courtyard on the southeast side of the manor. I held a meeting with the main nobles in the west. And Erguia participated in the whole process." "What did you talk about?" Erd hesitated this time, and beads of sweat kept coming out of his forehead. Luke knew what Erd was worried about. So he comforted him. "Her Royal Highness the Princess is here this time. This is your chance. And your only chance. Say whatever you want to say. The Erd family will still be a prominent family in the West in the future. And its status will even be higher than it is now. If you can't seize the opportunity given to you, it will be a waste of my sincere efforts to help you." Although Agatha didn't know what Luke had done to Count Erd to make him a traitor to the Western nobles, she knew what she should do now. Agatha took out the aura of the eldest princess of the Empire and said to Count Ord, "No matter what you discussed, it is still in the discussion stage. The Empire will not punish its friends, who have been guarding the border for something that has not happened. Of course, it will not let down those who have made contributions to the Empire. Your coming here means that you know you have no chance of winning. So do what a smart person should do." At this point, Count Erd can only risk it. At this meeting, the Western nobles reached an alliance and jointly sent troops to attack the Crescent Oasis after the Harvest Festival. At the same time, the Western Territory nobles will jointly call on all members of the Blade Brotherhood to rebel. After saying this, Earl Ord couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After taking this step, he no longer had any other thoughts. The decision of the Western Territory nobles was within Luke's expectations, and the timing was just right, just forcing Erd to his side. Now that Earl Ord has turned against them, Sun City has become his home court. The rest is to catch the turtle in the jar and beat the dog behind closed doors. Luke asked Earl Erd again, "You know, when do they decide to take action against me and your highness?" "Tonight." This is also the reason why Earl Erd couldn't wait to come and surrender. If he can't get himself out of this incident after tonight, he and the Western Territory nobles will be sandwiched between the Moonlight Royal Court and the Golden Shield Empire. Now Erd has no time to think about how the Empire will deal with him in the future. He saved the princess of the Empire, and at least the family will not end up destroyed. Luke didn't expect that these Western nobles would be so anxious. They held a meeting in the morning and couldn't wait to kill him and Agatha in the evening. It is estimated that Erguia has contributed a lot. After all, he can only feel at ease if he can make the rebellion of the Western nobles a reality as soon as possible. However, since Earl Ord has surrendered, it doesn't matter when they start. Luke glanced at Agatha and knew that she was calm on the surface, but she must be confused in her heart. There is no need to expect the princess to make a decision. Luke said to Erd, "With the power of Sun City, can we wipe out the rebels in the shortest time?" Earl Ord said in embarrassment, "The nobles in the Western Territory are very wary of each other. They all brought powerful guards with them when they came to Sun City to participate in the Harvest Festival. Most of the military forces in Sun City are used to maintain the order of the city. And there are a large number of barbarians gathered inside and outside the city. If the battle spreads out, I am afraid it will cause riots throughout the city." Luke nodded. Earl Ord's concerns are reasonable. Once the battle spreads out, the barbarians inside and outside the city will not know who the battle is against. And once the riot breaks out, it will be out of control. So Luke said to Agatha, "If all these nobles are convicted, I am afraid their successors will be used by the Celtic Duke. It is better to narrow the target of extermination to those coming from the Tadega Hills, which can not only disintegrate the Celtic strategy in the West, but also minimize the adverse impact on the Empire. I have other ways to deal with them. So let them go this time." Agatha was confused since she came in. She had no idea what the meteorite had done to cause such a reversal in the West. But it is definitely not because she bought every day that this situation happened. Now Agatha really can't make a decision. And she dare not make a decision. Of course, what Luke says is what it is. But the attitude should still be made. I just said that what didn't happen didn't happen. Some nobles in the Western Territory were deceived by Celt, and said some things they shouldn't have said. I don't think my father would mind. Kelt is the culprit of all the crimes. And we will only pursue the crimes of the main culprit. It shouldn't be difficult for Sun City to deal with Kelt's envoy. Count Urd immediately replied, It's not difficult. I have confined Urguia and the people he brought with him to their residence. As long as Her Royal Highness the Princess gives the order, I will immediately send people to encircle and suppress them. It's just, Urguia came with the Abyss Mage, and there seems to be an Abyss Apostle inside, which may be a bit tricky. At this time, a voice sounded in the room, Leave the Abyss Apostle to me. Agatha looked at the elf, who suddenly appeared in the room, and stood up happily. Miss Chi Kong. You are also in the Western Territory? Chapter 320 The Status of the Royal Court. At this time, Chi Kong stood by the window of the room, wearing a coat covered with sand. He shook off the sand and took off the coat, revealing the magic professor robe of the Ulu College. Then Chi Kong walked to the door of the room and said, It seems that I arrived in time. You continue to talk. I will go to rest. And notify me when you will take action. Chi Kong opened the door and walked out, asking the servants waiting outside to take him to find a rest room. During the whole process, Earl Urd was stunned. This elf is too bold. He dared to be so rude to the princess of the empire. Looking at the princess again, she seemed to be accustomed to the elf's behavior. Not only was she not angry about it, but she looked happy. Earl Urd asked carefully, Which master is this elven magician? Chi Kong has come. Agatha knows that Meteor has revealed his trump card. Although she doesn't know what happened, she can just wait for victory as before. Agatha said to Earl Urd happily, This is Miss Chi Kong, the head of the Mystic Department of Ulu College in Nuteo City, the Dean of the St. Louis City branch of Ulu College, and the Senator of the Upper Council of Nuteo City. Miss Chi Kong killed Harriman, the 7th Apostle of the Abyss Temple, Portlam, the 5th Apostle, and Morris, the 4th Apostle, in the battle between Nuteo City and St. Louis City against the Abyss Temple. No matter which apostle the Abyss Temple sends, just let Miss Chi Kong deal with it. After hearing that the elven wizard who just walked over was such a person, Earl Urd couldn't help but stand in awe, and at the same time was glad that he surrendered in time. It was obvious that the princess and Governor Meteor were ready to close the net, and his arrival only reduced their difficulty. Your Highness, Governor, when will we wipe out the rebels? Agatha looked at Luke and asked, When do you think it's appropriate? Luke waited for Chi Kong to arrive in the room and go offline. The red battery of his mobile phone made him sweat secretly. The price of Sun City rose, and the great nobles of the Western Territory arrived. Luke knew that the decisive game would start at any time, so he asked Chi Kong to come to Sun City for support as quickly as possible. Chi Kong handed over the task of forming the Moonlight Court Elders Council to Golan, the High Priest of the Fierce War Song, leaving Jennifer and the others to attend the Harvest Festival with the Moonlight Court envoy, while he rushed to Sun City alone at full speed. Fortunately, they arrived before the battery was completely exhausted, and Luke immediately asked Chi Kong to go offline and charged to prepare for the upcoming battle. Hearing Agatha's question, Luke asked Earl Urd, When are they going to start? Gather at 2 in the morning and launch a full-scale attack on the Central Island Castle at 3 o'clock. At that time, a wizard will freeze the lake surface, and the rebels can surround this place through the ice. Luke took out his pocket watch and checked the time. 10:23 a.m. Luke considered restoring as much power as possible for Chi Kong, and after some consideration, he said, When besieging us, Urguia will definitely go all out and not give the Western nobles any room to turn around. He will concentrate all the forces he brought to Sun City and throw everything into the battle at night. This gives us the opportunity to gather them all together and destroy them. Since the rebels set the time at 3 a.m., we also set the time at 3 a.m. At that time, Her Royal Highness the Princess will be responsible for defending the castle and stabilizing the Western nobles. The Earl, Miss Chi Kong and I will concentrate our forces to deal with Urguia. Agatha considered Luke's countermeasures. The nobles in the Western Territory are more shrewd than each other. They certainly don't want to bear the crime of killing the eldest princess of the empire. Therefore, as long as Urguia doesn't take action, they will definitely not move. If I stay in the middle and stabilize the nobles in the Western Territory, I can buy time for the encirclement and suppression of Urguia. Okay, let's execute it according to the plan of Governor Meteorite. Earl Urd discussed some details of the joint action in the evening with Agatha and Luke, and quietly left the Central Lake Castle. Luke also told him about what he had done in Sun City during this period, and the changes in the grasslands of the ancestors. Hearing that the World Tree is revived, the Moonlight Royal Court has been established, and Qi Kong is now the Moonlight Queen. Agatha was completely dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Qi Kong came from the prairie of the ancients, was a fierce war song, and is now the Queen of the Moonlight Court? Luke spread his hands helplessly. I just asked Qi Kong to go to the prairie of the ancients to gather the power of the barbarians through the revival of the World Tree to put pressure on Earl Erd. But I didn't expect that this World Tree would share the legacy of the previous World Tree with Qi Kong. Qi Kong is a fierce war song, and it is reasonable for her to lead the barbarians in the Western Territory. Agatha could only slowly accept this information, while thinking about the impact that the appearance of the Moonlight Court would have on the Western Territory of the Empire. She quickly asked Luke, Qi Kong has become the Queen of the Moonlight Court, and even I have to call her Your Majesty when I see her. Her status has seriously distanced you from yours. Can your relationship still be as stable as before? Luke answered affirmatively. My relationship with Qi Kong will not be shaken by any changes. Why? Agatha asked. Luke smiled meaningfully. No comment. You just need to know this fact. Agatha couldn't understand how the relationship between Meteorite and Qi Kong could be so strong, although Qi Kong denied that he and Meteorite were lovers. Even if they were lovers, they couldn't have such an unbreakable relationship. If what Meteorite said was true, the Empire must reconsider how to treat Qi Kong and Meteorite. The Empire has the right to rule over the West. Agatha said what she cares about most. Although the Empire's forces have never really entered the West, they have always claimed that the West is the Empire's territory. Now the Moonlight Court suddenly appeared in the West, and it naturally has a centripetal force towards the Western barbarians. And it is an existence that can truly split this vast land from the Empire's territory. Luke certainly knows that the appearance of the Moonlight Court has put a lot of pressure on Agatha. If it is not handled properly, it may become a more serious incident than the rebellion of the Western nobles. The World Tree is a great existence from the same period as the 5 ancient civilizations. Although it was destroyed in the ancient war, it still nourishes the West for thousands of years with its remaining roots. Miss Qi Kong traveled around the world to find a way to revive the World Tree, and now she succeeded. Now the Empire must face up to the existence of the World Tree and respect its influence in the West. Agatha said, the Empire must not give up the West now. Otherwise our war against the Tadega Hills will have no legal support. I hope that the Moonlight Court will declare itself a vassal state of the Golden Shield Empire, and the Empire can give the Moonlight Court the greatest autonomy in the West. This is the limit of the Empire's concessions. Of course, Luke would not agree to this request, and he knew that it would be difficult for Agatha to make greater concessions. He said as a friend, Agatha, you haven't figured out how much impact the revival of the World Tree will have on this world, because the Moonlight Kingdom inherited the legacy of the previous generation of the World Tree. It is equivalent to the existence of the 5 ancient civilizations now. And because the previous generation of the World Tree was destroyed in the ancient war, the Moonlight Kingdom is the victim, and must hold the 5 ancient civilizations accountable. Do you think the Moonlight Kingdom can deal with the 5 ancient civilizations as a vassal state? If the Moonlight Kingdom asks for compensation, which benefit can the Empire get more or the vassal state that has a high degree of autonomy? Luke's words instantly made Agatha's mind come alive. She whispered to Luke, the Moonlight Kingdom still wants compensation from the 5 ancient civilizations? Of course we have to pay compensation, Luke said firmly. What did the previous generation of the World Tree provoke? It nurtured all spirits without asking for anything. 5 civilizations fought and burned down such a great World Tree. Why? In the past, no one could speak for the World Tree. Now that the current World Tree that inherited the previous generation of the World Tree has grown up, it is completely reasonable and legal for the Moonlight Kingdom to hold the heirs of the 5 ancient civilizations accountable. Agatha felt that what Meteor said made a lot of sense. The previous generation of World Tree had never participated in the ancient wars, and was completely caught in the crossfire. As the successor of the previous generation of World Tree, this generation of World Tree held the 5 ancient civilizations accountable, which was absolutely the highest moral point. And the 5 ancient civilizations could not even refute it. Although the 5 ancient civilizations are now very low-key and not as powerful as before, they are all civilizations composed of extraordinary species after all. And a lean camel is bigger than a horse. If they come out to cause trouble, no country can take it. If the Moonlight Royal Court really holds the 5 ancient civilizations accountable and claims compensation, it is indeed not suitable for the Empire to include the Moonlight Royal Court as a vassal state. Moreover, If the Moonlight Court angered the 5 ancient civilizations, and the World Tree was burned again, the Empire should stand further away. But if the Moonlight Court was allowed to cut the Western territory from the Empire would really have a headache, and it would not be able to calm down the internal opposition. Is there no other more suitable solution? Agatha asked Luke, and said firmly, you must have a way. Luke also knew that given the current situation of the Golden Shield Empire, digging out the Western territory would be like killing it. Moreover, the Moonlight Court's rule is on the spiritual level, and the size of the territory is not important. The Western territory still belongs to the Empire, but the barbarian tribes and oases that are affiliated with the Moonlight Court must be autonomous. The Moonlight Kingdom's territory is the oasis of the ancients, and it enjoys the same independence and autonomy as the Golden Shield Empire. This is the bottom line, and we can't give up even a step. Agatha imagined the location of the Western territory and the ancient grassland. According to the division of the meteorite, the Moonlight Royal Court is a country within a country embedded in the western border of the Golden Shield Empire, and the area is not too large. Considering the special status of the World Tree, it is not a bad idea to give this oasis to the Moonlight Royal Court for independence. As for the autonomy of the barbarians in the Western territory, the Empire has no control over it. As for future matters, they can be solved later. But now, we should solve the current problems first. This is probably a division that both sides can barely accept. Moreover, the Moonlight Royal Court cannot be treated as a country in the traditional sense. I can represent the Golden Shield Empire to recognize that the Moonlight Royal Court is an equal existence to the Empire. But the division of territory still needs the approval of the Emperor of the Empire. Luke said readily, anyway, Qi Kong has to return to the Imperial capital, and I will talk to your Majesty when I have time. Agatha couldn't help but ask, Qi Kong, is Her Majesty going to St. Louis City for a visit? Or is she staying there permanently? Privately, call her Qi Kong. We are all friends, and there is no need to make it too strange. Luke smiled and said, Qi Kong and I have communicated using magic messengers. She feels that she has been away from the prairie for too long and is not familiar with many things. So she established the Elders' Council in the Royal Court, and the affairs of the Royal Court are handled by the Elders' Council. She returned to St. Louis City to continue being her magic professor, learning and teaching those children. Agatha was really surprised to hear that Qi Kong gave up her role as queen and returned to the academy to continue being a magic professor. Miss Qi Kong's mind is admirable. Luke rubbed his head, which was a little tired from overthinking, and said to Agatha, didn't you just say that the Moonlight Court is not a traditional country, and Qi Kong will hold the 5 ancient civilizations accountable on behalf of the World Tree? It is much more convenient to negotiate with them in St. Louis City or Raging Waves City than in the Moonlight Court. Let's talk about the Moonlight Court here. Anyway, there is a lot of time in the future, and everything can be discussed slowly. The remaining thing is to recruit the Sand Bandits and let them open up the trade route to the west. With the oppression of the Moonlight Court and the surrender of Earl Erd, the construction of the railway between Crescent City, Sun City, and Moonlight Court can be promoted. With the railway as the main road and the trade route opened by the Western Logistics Company, the trade exchanges between the Empire and the Western barbarians can be increased. In this way, the Western nobles will not be able to act as middlemen and will naturally return to their original positions. They can be rich by relying on the output of their own territory, but they definitely do not have the financial resources to support a strong army. At that time, the crisis in the West will be resolved. No, as long as tonight passes, those Western nobles will be able to see their future. You have permanently eliminated the hidden dangers in the Western territory for the Empire. Luke laughed and said, it seems that I can receive His Majesty's reward again when I return to the Imperial capital this time. Agatha smiled bitterly and said, I don't know what kind of reward my father will give me this time to match your contributions to the Empire and the other identity you have gained because of the Moonlight Court. Luke stood up easily. That is what Our Majesty needs to worry about. Now we only need to consider how to do tonight's work cleanly and beautifully. I will mobilize and select the people to attack tonight. Luke said goodbye to Agatha and left. Agatha sat there for a long time without moving. She looked at the sky outside the window, and the sand that Qi Kong had shaken off by the window. According to Qi Kong's strength, she could have been less embarrassed. But for the sake of Meteorite, she didn't care about her identity as a queen at all, and came alone from the grasslands of the ancestors to reinforce, even returning to St. Louis City to live permanently in the future. The more reason is probably to protect Meteorite. What is their relationship? And How should the Empire and himself treat Meteorite? Who controls the Moonlight Royal Court? The World Tree and the City of Raging Waves?